3 centuries after the dimensional tremor, humanity, having regained the blessings of time and space, has once again seized control of the galaxies pioneered by their ancestors. During the era known as the Golden Galaxy, they have extended their dominion to encompass the vast majority of the galaxies within the boundless expanse of the Milky Way. Subsequently, they began to replicate the endeavors of their forebears, who had tirelessly toiled for millennia artificially delineating boundaries within the indivisible cosmos, wagering countless lives on the ethereal limits, either to defend their own borders or to encroach upon those of others. While history often exhibits remarkable similarities, the unending repetition of this cycle, devoid of progress, has finally exhausted the patience of onlookers. Thus, they resolved to take decisive action to terminate this relentless struggle, employing extreme measures they intended to eradicate all remaining interstellar nations within the galaxy and unify all of humanity under a singular regime. Should such a simplistic social structure be realized, the specter of meaningless conflict would surely vanish. However, until they established their nation in some corner of the universe, their declaration was met with skepticism by their fellow humans. Now, however, no individual within the galaxy dares to dismiss this bold proclamation. In fact, the nation they have forged stands as the most formidable power in the entire human realm. As the most potent state in human history, the rulers of the Shallan human empire have seen their tale resonate throughout every terrestrial world in the galaxy. Yet, as the bearers of this legendary status, they too harbor myths known only among themselves. The vast empire is governed by 13 distinguished families, collectively known as the 13 root clans. Among these, 2 families stand out as particularly noteworthy: the Hedderland family, dubbed the Wings of the Empire, and the Iser family, referred to as the Fangs of the Empire. The Hedderland family possesses exceptional educational prowess, having nurtured countless generations of talented individuals over centuries to serve the Empire. As the vital wings propelling the Empire towards its ambitions that unsettle other interstellar nations, they have earned the esteemed title of Wings of the Empire. In stark contrast, the glory of the Iser family, represented by the Fangs of the Empire, is forged in blood and fire. Beneath the emblem of the Black Fang lies the burial ground of trillions of souls from countless wars, including those of the Iser lineage, but predominantly those who dared to oppose the Empire's claws. Since the inception of the Empire, this family has been entrusted with the control of all armed forces of the Shallan people. Without exception, every generation of Imperial Marshals has featured one or more individuals bearing the surname Iser, and among the high-ranking generals below the level of Trifoliate Aviator, it is commonplace to find members of the Iser family displaying the emblem of the Fang on flagship bridges. The Celestial Army, a formidable force forged through centuries of warfare, can be said to rely entirely on the unification brought forth by the Iser lineage. In the early days of the Empire, there were concerns regarding this situation. Some feared that should the Iser family experience a crisis akin to that of the Wings of the Empire, it could lead to a rapid decline in the combat capabilities of the Celestial Army, potentially even undermining the foundations of Imperial rule. However, in the present day, apart from a small faction of Shallan individuals harboring severe anxieties, no one remains doubtful of the Iser family's supremacy in matters of child custody, especially regarding issues of inheritance. It has been said that within the romantic relationships of the Shallan people, the most contentious issue for partners is the question of their offspring's custody. While customary law favors the stronger family in custody matters, not all relationships feature an overwhelmingly strong party. When such a situation arises, the contention between the 2 families over the child can escalate to unimaginable levels for the inhabitants of the terrestrial worlds. The Iser family, however, faces no such dilemmas. They assert that romantic relationships are a war, and in war, one must achieve victory. Their members embody this radical philosophy, wielding absolute control in their romantic engagements. Consequently, all let us cautiously refer to them as fruits of love automatically belong under the Fang emblem. Thus, in stark contrast to the frequent crises of succession faced by the Wings of the Empire, the population of the Iser family is astonishingly robust when ranked by population. Among the 13 root clans, the combined total of the last 3 clans is less than half that of the Empire's Fangs. The current head of the Iser family is Duke Sane, who also serves as the supreme commander of the Celestial Army and is the only military officer among millions of aviators to hold the title of Marshal. Peace can truly be an irksome thing at times. A resigned sigh echoed through the corridor leading to the Duke's private study. Gazing at the starlight filtering through the beams of the corridor, Sane reminisced about his youth, when he battled formidable foes at the ends of radiant horizons. A century ago, the war with the Karkila Federation marked the Empire's last conflict in nearly 100 years, during which he was merely a winged aviator commanding a fleet, under the leadership of the late Emperor Nofina, and was the first to breach the enemy's capital star system. Those days were fraught with tension, rendering fear almost imperceptible, in stark contrast to the current tranquility so profound that it ignited within him an urge to take action. Well, once all wars in the galaxy come to an end, we may face a millennium of peace, perhaps. To prepare for the arrival of that pale and barren epoch, I suppose it is essential to cultivate the endurance for solitude from this moment forth. Suppressing the dangerous thoughts that suddenly surfaced, Sane turned and continued towards his study, though a faint sigh escaped his lips, barely audible. What a troublesome lineage. O Empire's Fong, do you truly yearn for war? Despite being the only family among the 13 root clans that stand shoulder to shoulder with the wings of the Empire, a comparison between the Iser family's residence and the Palace of Wings yields a stark contrast. Setting aside minor discrepancies in size, the appearance and interior decor of the Palace of the Fangs are worlds apart from the former. To succinctly encapsulate this disparity, one might describe it thus. One is a splendid landscape painting meticulously crafted by a master artist, while the other resembles a hastily blackened sheet of paper devoid of effort. In the words of the Imoso family, which has long advocated for its demolition since its inception, it is unfathomable that such an indescribable structure could exist within the capital, an affront to this ancient metropolis. Despite facing condemnation from various strata of the Empire, this palace has steadfastly endured for centuries. Although it has undergone expansion, once due to the inability to accommodate the ever-growing population of the Iser family, the result merely rendered the edifice more barbaric in appearance. A sleek contact vessel, glimmering with an obsidian sheen, silently traversed the expanse between the third and second orbital lanes of the Imperial capital. As it approached the formidable structure resembling a bastion of the orbital system, the helmsman activated a prolonged retro thrust lasting several seconds. Upon the conclusion of this abrupt deceleration, the vessel came to a graceful hover above the landing pad situated at the forefront of the palace. Once the contact vessel had docked, its hatch swung open, revealing a woman clad in the uniform of a pilot. This individual possessed a beauty that would astonish most inhabitants of the terrestrial realm, though, by the standards of Shalon, her allure might only be described as delicate. Yet, what left the most profound impression was her pair of eyes, radiant like deep purple diamonds birthed from the depths of the renowned oceans of the Herschu planet, shimmering with an intense brilliance. This woman, to refer to her as merely a woman seems inadequate. Despite the commanding presence and gravity she exuded, which could easily mislead one into believing her years were commensurate with her stature, a closer inspection would reveal traces of youthful innocence lingering within her refined visage. Stepping forth from the vessel, she relaxed her form, allowing the gentle gravitational pull of the surroundings to guide her descent to the ground. Her shoulder-length hair, though not ethereal, was impeccably arranged, and it floated gracefully in the microgravity, reflecting the light of distant stars with a metallic hue of purple. It has been far too long. Upon returning to this palace after a 3-year absence, Arya felt an overwhelming surge of emotion. Although she had not informed any family members of her completion of the training period, the newly appointed pilot greeted the edifice, which held 14 years of her memories. With a soft expression, "I have returned." The living quarters within this palace had never truly allowed for spaciousness. Thus, the heads of the Iser family had historically utilized the same chamber as their private study, while nearly every item within had been adjusted according to the interests of successive heads. One object had remained unchanged since its inception. It was a colossal interstellar map occupying half the wall of the study. The distribution of the galaxy's star systems was vividly depicted, with areas marked by silver fangs indicating the battlefields where the Iser family had participated. The silver Fong symbols, forged in blood and fire, radiated outward from the upper right corner of the map, sprawling until they encompassed the current territories of the Empire. In essence, this was a cartographic representation of the Empire's martial history. H.M. Sane gazed at the map, engulfed in a protracted silence. However, the intensity of his gaze, flitting repeatedly over the regions bordering the silver Fong symbols, revealed that the head of the Empire's teeth was certainly not contemplating matters conducive to cosmic peace. What if a task force were to launch a surprise attack from here unbeknownst to him? He vocalized his thoughts. A knock at the door interrupted him, allowing Sane to momentarily escape the perilous allure that had resurfaced in his mind. "Enter," the Duke replied casually, moving toward the opposite bookshelf and feigning indifference as he perused tomes on tactical strategy. "Sir." The response was robust and assertive, and the heavy wooden door swung open. "Salutations, Your Excellency." The young pilot who entered stood at attention, right hand to her shoulder, executing a precise military salute to the Marshal of the Sky Army. "Arya, what brings you here?" Startled, the Duke nearly dropped his copy of Space Tactical Theory. Being the patriarch of a vast family was undeniably burdensome. The complexities of managing the myriad affairs that accompanied such a lineage were exasperating. Yet the challenge of remembering the faces and names of every family member was a daunting task in itself, particularly for those nearly 1,000 relatives who might not be seen even once in a year. Sane, too, struggled with this, resorting to a simple and effective method of designating familial identities and affiliations. He implemented a military ranking system within the Iser family's governance. Except for a few elder figures, nearly every member bore a familial designation akin to Ebnia V. 29 or Intini 3, 75, which from a certain perspective could be considered a continuation of the family's traditions. Thanks to this approach, Sane managed to at least memorize the names of all the new generation members of the family. Nonetheless, he did not always refer to each budding member of the Empire's teeth by their familial number, those who had fully inherited the talents of Iser and had begun to manifest these gifts early received the honor of being addressed by their names. Among this generation of the Iser family, the young woman before him was the first to receive such an honor. "I was under the impression you were still in training once a budding member of the Iser family entered the military academy. Returning to this palace before qualifying as a pilot was strictly prohibited thus." Sane's expression turned stern. "Ah," could it be as if struck by a sudden realization? The Duke's demeanor softened, and a smile of delight graced his lips. "Soros 6:15 Arya, I have completed my pilot training ahead of schedule." The young woman stood tall, her voice filled with pride as she reported to the Duke. "I am here to officially report for duty, Your Excellency." "What are your thoughts, Yalia? How has your experience at the military academy over the past 3 years been?" Sane settled into a metal-woven chair against the wall, nodding for the young warrior to take a seat as well. Thoughts. Yalia sat down opposite the Duke, pondering for a moment as if organizing her thoughts. "To be honest, the management at the academy is far more lenient than I had anticipated. I once believed that, being dubbed the cradle of the Sky Army, it would impose quite stringent requirements. However, aside from some restrictions regarding the academic progress, daily routines, and certain behaviors of the trainees, they largely refrained from interference in other matters." At this point, a hint of confusion flickered across Yalia's face. Yet, even so, many trainees have protested to the instructors, claiming that the regulations are overly strict, and there have even been marches involving thousands of participants. This aspect is somewhat perplexing to me. "Ah, I experienced similar events during my time, though the scale of the protest was even more considerable." The Duke sighed in response. "It is truly incomprehensible. In truth, from an ordinary perspective, the management of the academy could indeed be deemed strict. The misperceptions held by these two members of the Iser family stemmed entirely from the militarized upbringing that had permeated their childhoods. It seems that the quality of the trainees has not improved over the past century. Has the renown of the Empire's wings fallen to such a degree?" Despite this, a gleeful expression adorned Sane's face. "Esteemed leader of the Teeth, while I initially believed that the Heightland family possessed little merit to be called the Empire's wings, I no longer hold that view. As a standout of the Iser family, Yalia naturally inherited the family's disdain for the capricious Heightland clan. However, this did not hinder her from maintaining an objective and rational judgment. Completing my warrior training at the military academy is a source of immense pride for me, and the Duke of Heightland is indeed a figure worthy of respect. My only regret is that I only spent a season under his expansive wings. Nevertheless, my ability to conclude my training early is largely attributable to that brief period." "Humph." The Duke huffed in apparent dissatisfaction. "Your great-grandfather graduated from the academy as well. Did not your training period hold any commendable memories for you?" "I have many commendable memories." Yalia met the gaze of the highest-ranking elder in the Empire of Teeth with unwavering determination. "However, aside from the family's penchant for abandoning their posts, there are indeed many commendable traits within that family, beneath the resplendent pride of the younger generation of the Iser family." Even Sane found himself momentarily taken aback. Though spoken with reluctance, for the first time, the leader of the Teeth exhibited clear admiration for the Empire's wings. Speaking of which, that child from the Heightland family has nearly completed a year of warrior training. I wonder what sort of person he has become. The Duke suddenly recalled the young man who had silenced the leader of the Jinji clan at the 13 councils a year ago and cast a questioning glance at his great-granddaughter. The youngest of the Heightland family? Yalia's expression indicated a lack of clear recollection, but after a moment of reflection, she began to recall some details. Indeed, I have heard of a trainee bearing the Heightland surname, and it seems there are rumors circulating among the instructors about him. But how so? Sain inquired eagerly. Those rumors are not particularly flattering. Yalia displayed a clear look of confusion, feeling a twinge of guilt as if she were speaking ill of someone behind their back. The youngest of the Heightland family seems to be referred to by the instructors as the perpetual passing student. The perpetual passing student? Yes, that is correct. Yalia slowly recounted the entirety of the rumor. It is said that regardless of the course or instructor, this trainee's grades consistently align with the minimum passing threshold. Apparently, no methods have proven effective with him, causing considerable headaches for the instructors. Even the Duke of Heightland seems unable to manage him. Is that so? Sain's expression morphed into one of astonishment as he stared blankly at his equally perplexed great-granddaughter. After a moment, he regained his composure and continued, "Have you met him, Yalia?" "No, I have not." "I see. What are your thoughts on this, perpetual passing student situation?" Yalia contemplated carefully for a moment before cautiously selecting her words to respond to the Duke's inquiry. While individuals excelling in various aspects are indeed rare, those devoid of any particular talent seem even more uncommon. Therefore, I suspect that the youngest of the Heightland family is deliberately suppressing his abilities for some reason. "Oh, is that so?" Sain nodded thoughtfully before pressing further. "Then what do you think that reason might be?" "Laziness, though lacking any solid evidence." Yalia declared this with such conviction that even she was taken aback. The Duke initially displayed a look of disbelief at this unexpected response. Moments later, a hearty laugh echoed through the serene study. "Ha, that scoundrel Yanot has finally reaped the consequences of his actions." It was rumored that the leaders of Teeth and Wings were quite close friends in their youth, and the rift in their esteemed friendship was said to be due to an ancient grudge. The Duke's words suggested that there might be some truth to this rumor. "Well, it seems the time has come. I shall personally assess the qualifications of this perpetual passing student. If your assessment is accurate, Yalia, I shall take it upon myself to rectify his character." For some reason, the Duke's expression and words exuded an anticipation of vengeance. Ha, Yanot. I shall see how long you can maintain your arrogance before me." An ominous laughter steeped in nearly a century of resentment reverberated throughout the vacant space of the study, leaving the unperturbed young woman feeling an inexplicable chill. "Esteemed leader of the Teeth, when you mention the time has come, could it be that you were referring to that matter?" Immediately realizing the implications of the Duke's words, Yalia inquired with urgency. "Indeed, it pertains to that matter," Sain nodded, a disingenuous smile gracing his features. "I shall represent the entirety of the Sky Army's warriors to evaluate the educational outcomes of the Academy over the past year." So it is as I suspected?" Yalia sighed heavily within, casting a look of resolute defiance at her master before slowly continuing. "In fact, regarding this matter, the Duke of Heightland once entrusted me to convey his thoughts to you." "Oh." The Duke's eyes narrowed instantly, sharp glints emanating from them. "Regarding your esteemed house's annual inspection of the military academy, I believe such actions severely undermine the morale of our Sky Corps young and promising cadets. I implore you to reconsider." So conveyed Archduke Heightland through me. Shaun's expression remained unchanged upon hearing this, though his gaze sharpened as he regarded his great-granddaughter. He commanded, Alia, relay everything that curmudgeon bade you to say." "Indeed." The maiden inhaled deeply several times, a look of resolve on her face, and then, in one breath, she delivered the remainder of the Archduke's message. "You meddlesome old codger, cease your unwarranted intrusions into my domain." Having spoken, Alia, lacking the courage to meet the Duke's gaze, lowered her head in silence. The Duke himself offered no immediate response, and an unsettling quiet descended upon the study. Ha. Suddenly, an uncanny laughter escaped the Duke's lips, echoing through the chamber. "You have spirit, Arngott. In that case, I shall no longer restrain myself. Come what may, I shall rectify your grandson's aberrant disposition." Upon hearing this resolute declaration, Alia felt a sudden surge of sympathy for the unfortunate youth, now a pawn in a century-old feud. Alas, the upright Sky Knight seemed oblivious to his role as the catalyst for the young man's undeserved plight. "By the way, Alia, now that you have completed your training and become a provisional Sky Knight, has the military made any arrangements for your assignment?" Having reached a decision, Shaun ceased dwelling on the matter of other families' heirs and turned his attention to his own. I only concluded my training yesterday and have yet to report to the military. She replied. I see. The Duke paused, then resolved to leverage his authority as an elder of the Sky Corps to promote this promising Sky Knight. Then, you shall serve under Yussies. He was recently appointed commander of a subfleet and is in need of an adjutant. With my brother? But isn't that? Indeed. The Phantom Dragon, one of the Sky Corps 5 elite fleets, is stationed in the Lidfield system. In the galaxy, there exist 5 interstellar nations divided into 3 factions. The first, the Chiron Human Empire, holds the undisputed title of the galaxy's strongest. The second comprises the BN Human Commonwealth and the Balia Federation, bound by a mutual defense pact, with the Chiron Human Empire as their hypothetical adversary. The third includes the Ayanos Free Star System Alliance and the Gahan Republican Star System, though no treaties exist between them. Their historical lack of aggression has led other interstellar nations to collectively classify them as neutral. The Lidfield system, where the Phantom Dragon fleet is stationed, lies closest to the BN Human Commonwealth within Imperial territory. Should the fragile peace falter, it would undoubtedly bear the brunt of the conflict. Thus, the Phantom Dragon fleet, entrusted with the initial response, boasts the Sky Corps' finest weaponry and personnel. Is that permissible? Alia stammered, seemingly taken aback. Indeed. Though he may not embody the true essence of an Isair, he possesses qualities worthy of emulation. Furthermore, I trust you will impart the virtues of the Isair to him. No, esteemed grandfather, I meant. Alia paused, gathered her thoughts, and then inquired. I recall that the minimum requirement for transfer to the Phantom Dragon fleet is 2 years of service within the Sky Corps, as I have only just completed my training. I am technically ineligible. Even with your decree, grandfather, I cannot accept. The Sky Corps sole surviving Marshal responded to the fledgling Sky Knight's challenge with a gratified smile. That is where you err, Alia. Should the Isair House dare to place one who abuses military authority at its helm, the Empire's Fong's centuries-old reputation would be irrevocably tarnished. To date, those bearing the title of Fong's head have exercised this immense power with exceptional prudence. But, though she acknowledged her great-grandfather's reasoning, Alia seemed intent on maintaining her stance. As Supreme Commander of the Sky Corps Integrated Command and an Imperial Marshal, I retain the prerogative to promote a Sky Knight with promising potential, do I not? Neither His Imperial Majesty nor our fellow clansmen would begrudge me this indulgence. The Duke regarded the most promising scion of his house with gentle encouragement, continuing, I merely recognize your potential and seek to give you a slight push. Your status as an Isair is but a minor consideration. Tell me, Alia, even so, do you still refuse? No, thank you for your concern. Grandfather, the Sky Corps, the most formidable and unwavering military force in human history, serves as the bedrock of the Chiron Human Empire's millennia-long dominion over countless star systems. As the cradle of the Sky Corps, the military academy's importance to this vast empire is undeniable. Thus, the Empire subjects the selection of individuals to serve as the military academy's head to scrutiny even more stringent than that of imperial succession. Yet, just as only members of the Arna-Levine house may ascend to the throne, only those bearing the Heightland surname may assume the mantle of mentor to the Sky Corps. Indeed, the position of military academy head has been invariably held by successive heads of the Heightland house. Despite the Empire's wing's gradual decline under the curse of freedom, there has been no exception in the Empire's centuries of history. While many Chirons harbor concerns about the terrestrial youth's ability to shoulder such a weighty responsibility, the current military academy head, Arngod of the Heightland House, diligently fulfills his family's duty to the Empire. Under the old Duke's stewardship, the military academy operates with near-perfect efficiency, showing no cause for alarm. Currently, this wing's head, revered by the Sky Corps, is engrossed in a document, his furrowed brow betraying a state of profound perplexity. A perennial probationer, the old Duke gently closed the investigation report, placed it on the desk, and sighed deeply, his eyes shut. I never imagined the lad harbored such obstinate indolence, defying even Munius. That makes 39 instructors. It seems I must call upon that individual. The old Duke then activated the information terminal on his desk, summoning a name. It has been half a year since she relinquished her duties as a steward. In all that time, she has not once reported here. Aki, what are you up to? Gazing at the wing's emblem emblazoned on the opposite wall, the old Duke sank into deep contemplation. Lady Aki only arrived at the military academy in the afternoon, by which time the Archduke had not yet returned to the winged palace. Bereft of 2 masters, the once cozy palace now possessed only a beautiful facade, and returning would only amplify the sorrow. Thus, the Archduke had largely resumed his former life, oscillating between the Dean's office and the Unified Command Center. It has been a while, teacher. Aki greeted the Archduke with a nostalgic tone upon entering. Oh, Aki, is that you? It has indeed been quite some time. The Archduke responded with an equally reminiscent smile, scrutinizing the familiar figure he had not seen in half a year. You seem to have changed, Aki. How should I put it? You have matured considerably, exuding an aura of depth and refinement. He attempted to articulate his sentiments. If Aki was merely a gentle angel upon the boy's arrival, she now evoked the image of a compassionate Madonna. The graceful temperament that had always characterized her seemed to have ascended to an almost unattainable level in the intervening months. Has something transpired during this period? Drawing upon his experience as an educator, the Archduke surmised that some significant event must have befallen the wing of purity, prompting him to inquire with curiosity. You flatter me. Teacher, Aki replied with a serene smile. Indeed, certain events have unfolded, but I must beg your leave to keep them private. Oh, I see. Respecting her request, the Archduke refrained from further probing, though his curiosity only intensified. By the way, did you summon me? Regarding the young master? Aki inquired with a hint of uncertainty. Precisely. In any case, take a look at this first. The Archduke handed over the investigative report on the desk. Very well. Aki received the document, and a look of surprise crossed her face after only a cursory glance. She then delved into the report with greater focus. Well, at least something remains unchanged. Observing the wing of purity's rapt expression, the Archduke affirmed a certain truth in his mind. Ordnance operation, strategic theory, combat techniques, naval architecture, all passing grades? Halfway through, Aki found herself at a loss for words. Upon finishing, the former stewardess heaved a sigh, much like she had before becoming the head of the house. I never imagined the young master would be like this. Aki then turned to the Archduke, stating resolutely, Teacher, you are well aware that the young master's abilities far surpass this. Though I am uncertain of the reason, I suspect he is deliberately suppressing his talents. Indeed, I share that sentiment, the Archduke concurred. However, the underlying cause remains a mystery. Could it be a clash of personalities with the instructors? As she voiced this conjecture, a deep furrow appeared on Aki's brow. We have already rotated through 39 instructors. Surely, even with incompatible personalities, there would be some improvement? The Archduke replied with a wry smile. In short, the instructors at the military academy have completely lost faith in him. Even if we were to compel them to continue, we could hardly expect any positive results. Could it be that he is being bullied by his peers? This possibility amplified Aki's concern. I believe it is more likely that he is the one bullying his peers. Recalling the martial prowess of his grandson, blessed by an ancient civilization and far exceeding that of this era, the Archduke could not help but chuckle ruefully. Then, teacher, are you implying? Aki seemed to have discerned the reason for the Archduke's summons, but her expression clearly conveyed reluctance. Yes, I am aware that this request may be somewhat presumptuous, but I still hope that you will come to the military academy and take charge of the boy's education. Although the Archduke immediately perceived Aki's hesitation, he made the request with a blend of curiosity and hope. Aki did not respond immediately. Her jade-like eyes gazed through the gaps between the pillars on the dean's office wall, towards the boundless expanse of the sky. Her delicate brows furrowed slightly, betraying her inner turmoil. Aki, after a considerable pause, the Archduke gently prompted her, as she remained undecided. My apologies, teacher. Aki offered an apologetic expression. I am afraid I am unable to accept your request at this time. At least until next year, I have a matter that I must complete, no matter what. Oh? The Archduke's curiosity was piqued once more, but it seemed that the bearer of this secret had no intention of sharing it with anyone. Thus, the head of the Heightland house had no choice but to suppress his inquisitiveness. If that is the case, then there is nothing to be done. However, I was unaware that there was anything more important than the oath of the Wing of Purity. These words could easily be misconstrued as a reproach, and Aki's expression faltered upon hearing them. After a few moments of silence, the Wing of Purity declared with unwavering resolve, the oath of the Wing of Purity is absolute. At all times and in all places, teacher. My apologies, I did not intend to reproach you. I was merely curious. Despite Aki's clear declaration, the Archduke still could not comprehend what this winged familiar was trying to convey. Then, how about this, teacher? Aki pondered for a moment before offering her suggestion. Although it may be unlikely this year, I should have some free time next year. At that time, please allow me to serve as the young master's instructor. But currently, in the Heightland family, there had never been a precedent for a trainee facing expulsion during their training period. Given the boy's current situation, the possibility was undeniably high. As the head of the Heightland house, the Archduke certainly did not wish to create such a humiliating chapter in the family's history during his tenure. Tomorrow, I will visit the young master. If we have a heart-to-heart, I should be able to understand the reason for his recalcitrance. Then, I will trouble you to handle the matter appropriately, Aki continued. Very well, let us proceed in that manner. The Archduke nodded readily. I shall leave everything in your capable hands, Wing of Purity of the Shuanya house. I shall do my utmost, teacher. Aki offered a faint smile that lacked conviction. then rose to bid farewell to the Archduke. Then, as I have other matters to attend to, I shall take my leave. As he watched her hasty departure, a peculiar thought suddenly occurred to the Archduke. To confirm this notion, he called out to the former stewardess. "Wait, Aki." "Yes, teacher?" The woman turned back, her face radiant with hopeful anticipation, further confirming the Archduke's conjecture. Could it be that you have a lover?" While the existence of the perennial failing student had once served as a benchmark for the instructors at the military academy to gauge their teaching prowess, the sheer number of failures accumulated over the years had largely depleted their courage to challenge the obstinate indolence of the Heightland scion. As long as he maintains a passing grade to avoid expulsion, the Heightland family's youngest should be disciplined by a Heightland member. Reaching a consensus, the instructors collectively passed the responsibility back to the dean, ceasing any restrictions on the boy's actions. Thus, this perennial underachiever has now become the most leisurely intern at the entire military talent academy. After indulging in a splendid afternoon nap, he awakens naturally under the radiant glow of the stars. Not far ahead on the training ground, hundreds of young aspirants are engaged in rigorous physical training. The possession of a certain level of physical capability is the fundamental prerequisite for becoming an aspirant. And this holds true even for research interns who are generally distanced from physical labor. They are still practicing. How arduous it must be. Sky gazes blankly at his peers who are tirelessly running across the training ground, muttering in a tone devoid of sincerity. In fact, even before this son of the Heightland family had his nap, training had already commenced on the field. The group he is now observing is the 6th rotation of interns, meaning this indolent individual has slumbered for nearly 4 hours, perhaps due to the excessive duration of his slumber. Even after several minutes have passed, Sky's mind continues to operate at a sluggish pace. Thus, when those peers, drenched in sweat from their exertions under the watchful eyes of their instructors, glance towards the perennial underachiever who has peacefully slept through the afternoon, they are met with utter ignorance of the profound resentment contained within their gazes. Obliviously, he waves cheerfully in their direction, calling out, "Hey there, everyone, hard work." Understandably, this only intensifies their animosity. Thousands of resentful sentiments converge in the air above the training ground, coalescing into a tangible and inescapable vortex of darkness. Yet, the naturally oblivious youth continues to wave at his disgruntled peers without a care in the world. "You come down here." A furious roar accompanies the sensation of the branch beneath Sky shaking violently. Reacting swiftly, he rolls to the side, grasping the branch to steady himself, before gracefully descending to the ground. "Leon, it's you again." Sky's expression reflects his dissatisfaction. As he expected, the one who nearly broke the unfortunate tree with his reckless antics is Lawrence Muheller Lionel, a fellow intern and one of the few individuals in the academy with whom he shares a kindred spirit. "I must say, dear young master, if you wish to avoid being thoroughly beaten in the combat training, it would be wise to refrain from such universally detested actions." The youth with the strikingly erect crimson hair is indeed a member of the Winged Clan, tasked with the grave responsibility of protecting the future leader of the Winged Clan during their internship, as commanded by the clan leaders. Initially, Lionel harbored doubts about the need to protect this legendary figure who had even bested Uncle Yanet. However, after witnessing the dire consequences of Sky's actions, culminating in a severe beating during combat training, he quickly revised his perspective. "How dare you say that you were the one who struck the hardest last time?" "I remember it vividly." Sky glared coldly at the red-haired youth, whose expression bore a hint of mischief, gradually clenching his fists. "Hey, young master, that was our first meeting, so it was only natural to make a mistake." Lionel chuckled awkwardly, stepping back slightly from Sky. "I won't take revenge on you now," Sky stated coldly, casting a wary glance in his direction. "Is that so? That's a relief." However, despite these words, Lionel showed no signs of halting his retreat, finally stopping at a safe distance. "I believe this distance is far more reassuring for me." "You rascal," Sky sighed, observing his friend ready to flee. "Leon, don't you have classes to attend? Or have you finally abandoned those futile pursuits to join me in a leisurely existence? As if I dared to do that, the first to unleash their wrath upon me would be my uncle. Thanks to you, his blows have become increasingly heavier. With my frail physique, I could be down after just 2 punches. I have no desire to become a test subject for his training outcomes." Lionel's expression turned fearful, firmly rejecting Sky's tempting offer. The uncle he referred to as Count Horius, the head of the Lawrence family. Since being impressed by Sky during the 13th Council, this young clan leader has taken to practicing the ancient martial arts of the Canding Planet under Sky's guidance, unwittingly equating the defeat of a nefarious interstellar traitor with winning back the woman he admires. It appears that Sky's malicious seed has begun to sprout. "Oh, I see." A peculiar smile crept onto Sky's lips, only to vanish swiftly. "But what brings you here, Leon?" "I believe it's time for shooting practice." "Hee hee, guess what, Sky? During your leisurely days, I just secured an exemption from the weapons department. That means I no longer have to attend any courses in the weapons department. Lionel boasted with a mischievous grin. Oh, that's quite impressive. Sky regarded his friend with a dispassionate gaze, devoid of any hint of sincerity. Is this your reaction? Think about it, Sky. From now on I can openly escape all the courses in the weapons department. During this time, whether I hide in my dormitory to sleep or sneak out for leisure, no instructor will interfere. For an intern, this is nothing short of ideal. But I currently have no instructors to interfere with me. Sky's simple question left his fervent friend momentarily speechless. But you still have to face the assessments at the end of each term, right? Lionel finally mustered a counter-argument, prompting Sky to fall into contemplation. That is true. Cramming before each assessment can be quite exhausting. It seems that obtaining an exemption has its advantages, right? Under the overwhelming influence of the Heitland family's youngest son, Lionel found himself enthusiastically persuading his friend to embrace the numerous benefits of the exemption. However, Sky ultimately dismissed the idea, preferring the tranquility of his current existence. Are you planning to remain a perennial underachiever? Lionel could no longer contain his anger, demanding an answer. If this continues, even if you manage to finish your internship unscathed, your only option will be to oversee supplies in the logistics department. The logistics department. Is that the fabled paradise within the celestial army where one can leisurely pass the days? Sky's face lit up with longing as he spoke. Though I haven't considered my future direction yet, it seems that might not be such a bad option. The logistics department, as its name implies, is responsible for ensuring the supply chain of the celestial army, reporting to the integration division. While it can become overwhelmingly busy during wartime and times of peace, it is often so leisurely that it can induce a sense of unease. For a person like Sky, who harbors absolutely no aspirations for military advancement, the Logistics Bureau is indeed an ideal place to coast until fulfilling the conditions for inheriting his title, although for most ambitious Skyites, it is considered a forbidden zone that buries one's future. You indolent fellow, do you feel no shame? You are the heir to the Hetland family, to be branded with the moniker Perpetual Pass Grade. Alas, the illustrious name of the wings of the Empire has fallen to the ground. Lionel's tone grew even more impassioned. It's not as if I willingly chose to be the heir, Sky retorted, frowning. Moreover, it's not laziness, but rather a reluctance to expend too much effort on things that do not pique my interest. Don't you think such behavior is rather sane for a human being? As Sky uttered these words, he inexplicably recalled the owner of those icy blue eyes. At that time, Science seemed to have said something similar. I shall be joining fleet drills from today onward, and will later assume the position of captain of an assault ship or an invasion ship, perhaps. And by the time you graduate, Sky, I should have attained a military rank of at least 10th Skyite. If you can graduate at the top of your class, I shall grant you special permission to join my command as my first subordinate, as if issuing a declaration of ownership. The Princess of the Stars proclaimed such at the time. However, the terrestrial youth largely regarded this declaration as a jest, valedictorian, indeed. There are still goals in this world that one cannot achieve, even if one stakes their life. If Cyan were to learn of the Perpetual Pass Grade affair, then, although he had absolutely no obligation to meet the princess's expectations, and Sky was not entirely certain what expectations the haughty maiden held for him, a nameless and intense unease began to spread within the youth's heart. My apologies, esteemed clan heads, as you have heard, I have done my best. Meanwhile, oblivious to his friend's peculiar transformation, the red-haired youth sighed deeply and muttered this sentence surreptitiously towards his terminal wristband. As the highest-ranking academy of the most colossal empire in human history, the military academy naturally possessed the immense hardware facilities to shoulder this responsibility. Although from the outside, this cradle that nurtures the Skynights is a group of artificial constellations that gleam with a dark luster, intertwined in the void to form a crest resembling the Skynight's roaring dragon. However, within this group of artificial celestial bodies, each still has its own affiliation. Swano, Emmanuel, Jervis, these are the names of the military academy's 3 branches. And Sky's place of study is Emmanuel branch. The 3 branches do not differ in terms of courses offered or hardware facilities. The reason for setting up 3 separate branches is actually based on the rationale of mutual competition. As for the object of contention, it is the admission permit to the military academy's main campus. Trainees entering the military academy are generally randomly assigned to these 3 branches for a 2-year standard training period. At the end of the standard training period, all trainees will undergo an assessment that determines their future, that is, whether they are allowed to enter the main campus for a 1-year specialized training. Although being allowed to enter the main campus is undoubtedly the best outcome, even if the trainees do not pass the assessment, they can still remain in the branch to complete the rest of their studies. However, the difference between the 2 is very obvious. Students graduating from the main campus will automatically receive the rank of Warrant Skyknight upon entering the Skyites. And as long as they do not make mistakes during the internship period that would cause one to question their ability rather than their luck. They are qualified to serve as captains of patrol ships or frigates. Students graduating from the branch, on the other hand, are one rank lower than the former. They can only obtain the rank of duty skyite. Even if they can safely pass the internship period, they can only serve as chiefs of various departments, as direct subordinates of the captain. After that, the promotion conditions for the two are exactly the same. Moreover, data from past years shows that the probability of graduates from the main campus and graduates from the branch eventually obtaining a rank of winged Skyknight or higher is actually similar. However, for the proud Exelon people, there is of course no reason to be surpassed at the outset. So each class of trainees always competes fiercely for admission to the main campus, although occasionally there will be characters who, like the perpetual pass grade, are determined from the start to stay in the branch. Speaking of which, from Cloud, you weren't actually injured at all back then, were you? Walking towards the transportation station, Lionel suddenly looked at Sky and said indignantly, "Back then?" Sky asked, puzzled. "It was the last time you were ganged up on." This time, the red-haired youth did not evade his friend's gaze. "I only threw 3 punches back then, but one of my arms actually swelled up that night. And even the Imperial Capital Central Hospital couldn't diagnose the cause, leaving me in pain for 3 whole days and nights. Tell me honestly, you must have done something, right?" "Oh, is that so?" Although his tone was one of utter astonishment, the expression on Sky's face looked anything but innocent. "Damn it, you really did something," Lionel shouted angrily, clenching his fists tightly. "By the way, how did you do it?" "Oh, that's just the basic application of internal energy in ancient martial arts," Sky said casually. "I think the name is Golden Bell Shield." "Ancient martial arts? Is that the culture that's popular in your homeland?" Because he had an uncle who was obsessed with it, Lionel knew more about that legendary civilization than the average Exelon. "I thought it was just another form of fighting technique, so it's not." "Of course not. But, Lionel, I'm not going to tell you more details. If a cat's expression were any richer, it would show the same smile as this youth when teasing its prey. Unless what?" Lionel glared at Sky, gnashing his teeth, but still succumbed to his curiosity. "Haven't you already obtained an exemption from the armament department? Then, from now on, our dormitory's mobile altar and all other equipment will be maintained by you." Sky lightly uttered something that had troubled him for a long time. "That's all?" Although Sky's request was not too excessive, it was indeed a bit of a stretch to call it all. Lionel took into account his friend's instinct to maximize benefits, which had already given him a profound understanding, and reacted as above. "Well, you know, I'm very good at knowing my limits." For a youth who had lived for 16 years in a terrestrial world that was almost completely isolated from modern technology, it was absolutely impossible to catch up with the level of technology possessed by the Exelon people, which was probably the most advanced in the entire galaxy, within a year. Therefore, Sky had been racking his brains on how to conceal the fact that he was actually at the level of an Exelon toddler in terms of machinery. And now he seemed to be temporarily freed from the nightmare of centuries of technological gap. "Oh, this is indeed a major discovery." Lionel, of course, did not see this point. He muttered a few words, then gritted his teeth and agreed. "Okay, I promise. As long as you tell me about this strange ability." "Deal." The smile on Sky's face grew brighter and brighter, but for some reason, it gave off a faint hint of danger. Indeed, in ancient martial arts, all power emanates from the utilization of internal energy, with greater internal energy amplifying the effects of various martial techniques. However, cultivating and augmenting internal energy is a protracted endeavor. "Are you certain of your resolve, Lionel?" Before ensnaring the unfortunate individual in a malicious stratagem, the youth's residual benevolence briefly surfaced, only to be dispelled by the intended victim. Assuredly, Lionel affirmed with unwavering conviction. "Very well," Sky responded, a peculiar smile playing upon his lips. "Then, allow me to demonstrate the sheer potency of internal energy." Thereupon, Sky gently placed his left hand upon the chest of the expectant subject and exclaimed, "Rupture." In concert with the youth's forceful enunciation, an immense, nigh unfathomable force was unleashed from his seemingly inert palm. Lionel, bearing the brunt of this impact, was propelled backward with the force of a speeding juggernaut, bereft of even the opportunity to cry out. As the majority of the more conscientious trainees were engaged in instructional exercises, the youth's audacious assault, blessed by ancient civilizations, went largely unnoticed, save for the unfortunate scion of the Lawrence family who served as the subject of the experiment, and the flora that were crushed in his wake. After carving a deep furrow in the flower bed alongside the path, the body, governed by its immense inertia, collided with a tree at the edge of the field. Accompanied by the sharp crack of splintering wood, Lionel finally came to a halt. Fortunately, having been rendered unconscious by the initial internal shock, he was spared the ensuing agony that caused his limbs to convulse uncontrollably. It appears this year's training has yielded satisfactory results," Sky remarked, retracting his hand and gazing approvingly at the 10-meter-long swath of devastation before him. Eh? A cry of astonishment echoed through the deserted path. Have I been detected? Sky swiftly pivoted, amassing his power. Given the arduous task of cultivating flora within the artificial confines of this star-like structure, any disruption would be considered a grave offense, and the perpetrator would need to be silenced immediately. However, he was taken aback to discover that the observer was not on the ground. Sky instinctively looked upward. Though the figure was obscured by the glare of the sun. A pair of white wings fluttered gently behind the slender silhouette suspended in the air. Hey, no, that can't be. While Sky initially mistook the airborne figure for the woman who had consistently shown him unwavering care, he swiftly dismissed the notion after observing a particular aspect of the floating individual. So flat. Is it a male? Insolent wretch. I am most certainly not a woman. The floating figure retorted, evidently having overheard Sky's muttered observation. Who are you? A scion? Sky inquired, straining his neck to look upward. A scion? Do you refer to the winged signs? The airborne figure responded with a look of surprise, before proclaiming in a tone of haughty pride, Nay, I am Ainu Hogal, and my name is Kersha. The palpable sense of indomitable pride was almost tangible, even to Sky, who had no connection to it. Ainu Hogal. Sky stammered, dumbfounded. The name Ainu Hogal had been familiar to him since his arrival in the Xylan Empire. Considering both its laudable achievements and its dubious reputation, the family was undoubtedly the most renowned in the Empire, and perhaps even the entire galaxy. As one of the Empire's 13 progenitor clans, the family had guided the direction of imperial technological advancement for centuries. Be it genetics, kinetics, or shipbuilding, the family invariably stood at the forefront of all cutting-edge scientific endeavors. However, this was merely the favorable aspect of their reputation. The progeny of House Ainu Hogal were undeniably gifted with genius, but the application of that genius was often a cause for concern. When aligned with the Empire's trajectory, it served as an invaluable engine of progress. However, should that talent stray from the path, the resulting devastation could be catastrophic. Indeed, the emergence of the Ainu Hogal rat served as a grim reminder of this potential. Fortunately, under the Empire's careful vigilance, the likelihood of an individual from the family succumbing to utter madness remained relatively low. More commonly, members of the Ainu Hogal lineage, while serving as trustworthy guides in the Empire's technological advancement, would occasionally succumb to the inherent eccentricities of their genetic makeup, engaging in actions that left onlookers aghast. Of course, centuries of painful experience had equipped the Empire with effective countermeasures for such contingencies, ensuring that the family's predilection for eccentricity no longer posed a significant threat to the Empire. Oh, so you're an Ainu Hogal, Sky remarked, gazing at the legendary figure. At the 13 Houses Assembly a year prior, the youth had encountered the head of House Ainu Hogal, and his current pet bore the family's name. Thus, Sky's connection to the family that caused such headaches for the Xylan people was, in fact, quite profound. As his eyes adjusted to the starlight reflected off the ceiling, Sky was able to discern the features of the young Ainu Hogal scion. To his surprise, Kersha possessed a countenance of almost feminine beauty, with flowing, verdant hair and matching eyes that left a lasting impression. Had Kersha exhibited any feminine physical traits, Sky would have undoubtedly mistaken him for a strikingly unconventional young woman. As it was, he merely stared in bewilderment at the perpetually fluttering wings, inquiring, But, those wings, are they the Ainu Hogal gene signature? In Sky's recollection, while he had occasionally encountered clans that had not yet established a gene signature due to their relatively recent ascension to the ranks of the Skyborn, there were no instances of duplicate gene signatures among the Xylan clans, as their selection required registration with the College of Heraldry. Gene signature? Where in the backwater did you come from? Though he managed to refrain from uttering those exact words, Kersha cast a disapproving glare at the trainee, whose ignorance of basic knowledge was appalling. All Xylan clans of sufficient antiquity possessed a unique gene signature, a uniform physical characteristic acquired through genetic manipulation. The Ainu Hogal clan, known for their unbridled manipulation of genetic material, had chosen a gene signature that was far more peculiar than those of the other progenitor clans, to the point where it raised questions about whether they could still be classified as human. Their gene signature was known as asexuality. This did not imply a lack of gender, but rather that members of the family, through extensive genetic modification, had gained the ability to freely choose their own gender. In other words, prior to a certain pivotal event, members of the Ainu Hogal lineage exhibit no physical characteristics that indicate their gender. It is only after this moment that their traits gradually manifest, although the Ainu Hogal have not elucidated their genetic features. Prevailing beliefs among the Shallan people suggest that this critical catalyst for the Ainu Hogal's gender realization lies in the awakening of a certain psychological inclination. Thus, when a member of the Ainu Hogal encounters a person of affection, Be it a female or a male, it marks the awakening of their physical gender. While this notion may seem fantastical and implausible to the indigenous peoples, the absence of any Ainuagir denouncing it has led to its widespread acceptance, except for one individual from a lineage unaware of such genetic traits existing in the cosmos. Ah, it is you, the scion of the primordial clan born upon the earth, the heir of the Haterland family. Immediately, Korsha noticed the not-so-elongated ears of the youth gazing up at him, and a sudden realization dawned upon him. "You know me?" Sky exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed, Korsha nodded, and his wings slowed their rhythmic flapping, gently lowering him to the ground. Once he stood firm, the wings began to retract, transforming into a stream of pale blue luminescence seemingly composed of minuscule particles. Sky, overwhelmed by the spectacle, watched as the luminescent stream coalesced on the left shoulder of the young Ainuagir, condensing and solidifying to ultimately give rise to a creature that bore a striking resemblance to an Ainuagir mouse. As the first to adopt a pet derived from the failures of my ancestors, your reputation has long preceded you among the Ainuagir, young Master Haterland, Korsha remarked nonchalantly, disregarding the astonishment etched across Sky's face as he playfully interacted with the enigmatic creature perched on his shoulder. Can every Ainuagir mouse accomplish such feats? Sky queried instinctively, though unsure of why he asked. Korsha regarded him with surprise before refocusing on the pet. How could that be? Regardless of genetic adjustments, Ainuagir mice are still biological entities composed of cells, thus incapable of such abilities. Then, what was that just now? It seems you have misinterpreted something. Young Master, Shuiwa is not an Ainuagir mouse. Despite their similar appearance, their material composition is entirely different. Korsha ceased to tease the peculiar creature, now referred to as Shuiwa, and turned to Sky, explaining in detail. In fact, Shuiwa is a conglomerate of nanomachines. When I created it, I drew inspiration from the Ainuagir mouse's characteristics, endowing it with some biological attributes. Hence, it can also be classified as a nanobiological entity. Shuiwa, is that its name? It certainly carries a more elegant tone than Wonkai, Sky mused, lamenting his limited command of the Shalan language. Indeed, there was originally another named Longa, but it was lost long ago. Korsha acknowledged with a hint of regret. Shuiwa, Longa, Shuiwa Longa. Why does that sound reminiscent of a scenic locale? This was Sky's initial impression. That is indeed the case, Korsha confirmed, meeting the perceptive gaze of the young Master Haterland. On the planet where my family nurtures the long whales, Shuiwa Longa is the most renowned site in that star system, and it happens to be my favorite vista, which is why I chose to name them thus. Understanding dawned upon Sky as he envisioned a surreal scene, a whale with a dragon-like appearance howling at the luminous full moon suspended in the dark night sky, an image that he abruptly dismissed to shake off the overwhelming sensation. Is there something odd? The emerald-like eyes of Korsha radiated concern. It appeared the young Ainuagir was not entirely confident in the name he had chosen, Sky maliciously thought, before voicing another inquiry. No, I merely feel your wings resemble those of your kin. If someone were to mistake them, it would surely be embarrassing. No? Embarrassing? Are you referring to the one who misidentified? Korsha nodded self-importantly. Indeed, I considered such a scenario, which is why I did not allow the winged Shuiwa to be an exact replica of the pure wings. They possess distinctions, do they not? Of course, there are distinctions, at least in terms of color. The stern gaze of Korsha's vivid green pupils bore into Sky. Let me see. Indeed, there is a subtle difference. Aji's wings are entirely pure white, unblemished by any other hue. Yet this nanobiological entity, while appearing white at first glance, reflects a bluish metallic sheen under the starlight upon closer inspection. Speaking of which, the pure wings of your kin also seem to be composed of nanomachines. Might there be a connection to your lineage? Sky suddenly pondered aloud. There is indeed a connection. The wings of the winged kin, known as pure wings, were originally crafted by an ancestor of the Ainuagir for them. I am merely recreating my creative vision inspired by the principles of my forebear. Korsha reached out to caress the nanobiological entity, which responded by nuzzling affectionately against his hand. Furthermore, do you not find this arrangement quite convenient? For reasons unknown, Korsha began to enthusiastically elaborate. Even from the perspective of transportation, they surpass the mobility platforms by far. Not only can they be carried with ease, but they require almost no maintenance. Their dietary needs may be slightly more substantial. Initially, I contemplated alternative means for energy supplementation, yet ultimately deemed natural intake as the most elegant approach. In truth, they are not picky eaters. As long as it is not overly peculiar, they can consume virtually anything. That sounds genuinely delightful, Sky remarked from the depths of his heart. A year ago, during an involuntary adventure, he had discovered an Ainuagir mouse and kept it as a pet. While initially charmed by Wangcai's cleverness, the influence of his own profound laziness had led to the once bright creature now being entirely absent from his life. What remained was a creature that spent its days eating and sleeping, a being devoid of ambition. To illustrate, a year prior, Sky could easily carry Wonkai in his pocket. Now, he could only bear the creature on his shoulder, having grown significantly in size. If Wonkai had once resembled a diminutive black rabbit, it now resembled a full-sized, plump black rabbit, an undeniable truth that often left Sky sighing skyward. Indeed, it appeared that the young master's assertion was met with unprecedented agreement, as a smile of joy illuminated Korsha's face. Simultaneously, the impression of the Ainuhagir youth towards the young master Haterland continued to improve. Alas, it is regrettable that Dragon Song is lost. Otherwise, I would have given it to you. Korsha expressed genuine regret, saying, if it were you, you should be able to tame that child. Could another one not be crafted? Though not truly desiring it, Sky inquired, driven by curiosity. It is likely impossible, Korsha replied, shaking his head. Originally, Water Moon and Dragon Song were created in secrecy, unbeknownst to my family, and I was severely reprimanded afterward. Even Lord Rillia scolded me, saying, while it is not commendable to abuse one's talents as an Ainu Hogel on a whim, it is not entirely reprehensible. However, until you truly understand how to hold nature in reverence, you must never commit such an act of desecration against life. Korsha's tone was tinged with despondency. So, as punishment for dabbling in forbidden arts, I am not permitted to engage in any research related to life until adulthood. It seems even the most unconventional families in Shalon society hold such conventional views, Sky mused inwardly, oblivious to the impropriety of his sentiment. Is that so? That is indeed a pity. Though not particularly regretful, the youth endeavored to keep his tone from sounding too nonchalant. Indeed, Korsha echoed with a sigh. But then, as if struck by an idea, he fixed Sky with an intrigued gaze. By the way, Master Hateland, what exactly did you do just now? Though I detected no exertion on your part, the other party was sent flying. Actually, you may simply call me Sky. In turn, I shall address you as Korsha. Is that agreeable? Before answering the youth's question, Sky proposed. Even a year after entering Shalon society, he remained unaccustomed to being treated with deference as the scion of a root clan, while he often had no choice but to accept such treatment. Since Korsha was also a scion of a root clan, there would be no impropriety in addressing each other by name. Moreover, Sky himself harbored a considerable fondness for this peer, who seemed to possess no flaws save for his excessive beauty. Of course, Sky, the younger member of the Ainu Hogel family, evidently a person of affable disposition, readily accepted Sky's suggestion with a smile. Well, Korsha, what I did just now is a martial technique passed down in my homeland, called releasing force. Sky elucidated the principles of releasing force to Korsha in detail, even demonstrating the circulation of internal energy. Even the youth, possessing the surname and talent of Ainu Hogel, could not help but betray a moment of bewilderment upon first encountering this wondrous and arcane ancient civilization, murmuring to himself, the universe is truly wondrous. Sky, may I impose upon your request? A fervent gaze suddenly blazed from those emerald eyes, and as he met that scorching stare, a tremor akin to an electric shock coursed through Sky's nerves. He inquired tremulously, what is it? Tomorrow morning, I implore you to visit my chambers. Korsha entreated with an unusually insistent tone. Intuitively, it would undoubtedly be a journey he would come to rue. But Sky found himself unable to refuse this first request from his newfound friend. Thus, despite his profound reluctance, he nodded in acquiescence to the younger member of the Ainu Hogel family's entreaty. Very well, I shall come tomorrow. Then it is settled. Ah, yes. This is my research code. You need only enter this into the management terminal to find my chamber number. Korsha tapped his terminal bracelet on his left wrist, whereupon a string of numbers was transmitted to the terminal bracelet Sky wore. Squeak, squeak, squeak. At this moment, Watermoon, who had been quietly perched on Korsha's shoulder, suddenly raised its head, its nose twitching as if it had detected something, and then cried out to its master in a high-pitched voice. Hey, what are you saying? Korsha seemed to have understood its words, and an expression of elation instantly graced his face. Dalen, the younger member of the Ainu Hogel family, uttered a single syllable, and Watermoon vanished, replaced by a pair of wings that had sprouted anew from its master's back. My apologies, Sky. I must take my leave due to an urgent matter. Korsha offered Sky an apologetic look, then soared into the air and flew away at high speed. From that receding figure, these words faintly echoed. I shall prepare everything and await you, so be sure to come. Prepare everything and await me? The parting words of the younger member of the Ainu Hogel family nearly shattered the resolve of this newly made friend, which was already none too robust. As he imagined the possibility of facing a collection of meticulously arranged scalpels or electroshock devices tomorrow, Sky's lips could not help but pale, despite his nerves having been tempered to exceptional resilience by the passage of time. Why did I agree? The youth, consumed by regret, could not help but lament to the heavens. If only I could inadvertently forget about it tomorrow. He muttered a hope that was utterly impossible to realize, and Sky dejectedly made his way toward the transportation station. It seems I have forgotten something. The vestigial conscience within the youth stirred, and he turned around in a daze, surveying his surroundings. However, the unfortunate object that had been neglected for so long had already been completely concealed by fallen leaves and withered branches, so Sky detected nothing amiss. And he turned back again. Am I mistaken? The military academy is actually composed of a group of artificial celestial bodies intertwined in the void, among which 6 are responsible for the dormitories of the trainees of the 3 branch academies. The reason why 6 artificial celestial bodies are used to share the accommodation of the trainees of the 3 branch academies is actually based on strict military discipline and the protection of privacy. Even the Shallan people, who are blessed with beauty surpassing that of ordinary humans due to genetic endowments, have not had the most primitive parts of their genes, which belong to all living beings, interfered with in any way. In fact, in an environment where there are pleasing members of the opposite sex all around, this instinct becomes even more tenacious. For these young men and women who are in the most impetuous period of their lives, if given enough opportunity, they would certainly use the power that mankind has been praising until now to completely destroy the solemn atmosphere that the military academy has painstakingly created. Moreover, in the minds of the successive heads of the Hateland family, it is still too early for these mostly immature fledglings to taste the delights of love, although this proposition has never been truly understood by the trainees, and people have constantly tried to challenge this theory. After hundreds of years of successive struggles by the trainees, the 2 sides finally reached a consensus on this aspect, on the condition that the trainees accept separate accommodation for men and women. The military academy shall no longer restrict the trainees' freedom of love in any other aspect. This final compromise finally maintained the minimum level of seriousness of the military academy, and the trainees were not so unbearable as to only be separated in the evening, so it could barely be regarded as a win-win result, right? As for the protection of privacy, it is an even more serious issue. The Shallan people, who value their privacy rights twice as much as ordinary people, could never have a situation like some educational institutions in the earthly world, where 8 people share a room. In truth, even with 3 trainees sharing a dormitory, the situation is already quite strained, and there has never been a lack of advocates among the trainees for improved living conditions. However, their pleas have never been heeded under the joint suppression of the Hateland and Embryon families. Since you are so fervently demanding change, the Empire might consider it. However, the cost of constructing new dormitory facilities would have to be borne half by your families, wouldn't you agree? The head of the Embryon family, who wields significant influence over the Empire's finances, made this demand of the more radical representatives of the trainees, prompting an immediate silence among them. Given that the Empire's 3 premier educational institutions, the Military Academy, the Political Academy, and the Business Academy, are entirely public and free of charge, the trainees find it difficult to present any solid arguments to support their claims, and in reality, their conditions are not as dire as they may perceive. The notion of families covering half the cost of the new dormitory facilities proposed by the Imperial Minister of Finance is, for the ordinary clans, an unimaginable burden, a sum so vast it could leave one dizzy. While the 13 founding clans and a handful of affluent families could afford such exorbitant expenses, the younger generation from these families would never dare to propose such a self-destructive demand. Of course, there are exceptions. At least the fortunate child from the terrestrial realm is free from such concerns. As the sole heir to the Empire's wings, if he were to express dissatisfaction with the living conditions, the old Duke might indeed consider the construction of a new dormitory, but for now, as he has been getting along quite harmoniously with his roommates, the worries of the head of the Embryon family have yet to encroach upon him. It was only when he returned to the dormitory through the spatial corridor, discovering the room empty, that he abruptly recalled what he had forgotten. After hesitating for several seconds between his friend's discomfort and his own comfort, he made a choice. Never mind, I haven't exerted much effort. You should awaken soon. So I shall rest for now. The youth relaxed, reclining on the comfortable soft bed, and quickly succumbed to sweet slumber. He slept so soundly that even when a dark red figure stealthily entered the room and engaged in certain activities, he remained undisturbed in his dream. Consequently, the following day, the trainees of the Emmanuel Division were fortunate to witness a rare spectacle. A seemingly half-asleep trainee emerged from the dormitory in disarray, basking in the radiance of the Ifahor star, groggily greeting his early-rising peers, yet entirely oblivious to the peculiar patterns etched in thick black lines on his face, which had not been present the previous day, along with some profound and mysterious inscriptions. Amidst the gasps and astonishment of onlookers, the trainee eventually recognized his peculiar appearance. And by that time, More than half of his peers had already glimpsed the unique charm of the Empire's wing air. After a scream, he vanished into the crowd with a speed imperceptible to the naked eye, and shortly thereafter, a haunting scream echoed from a dormitory at the end of the corridor. As if someone had plunged from the depths of sweet slumber into the most harrowing nightmare, followed by the sounds of shattering vessels and clashing limbs. As silence fell, the trainees, trembling with trepidation, gazed at the doorway of what appeared to be a completely ravaged dormitory. Moments later, two figures draped in cloaks evidently crafted from bed linens emerged. The chilling and eerie aura radiating from these cloaked figures caused the onlookers to collectively gasp and instinctively part ways to grant them passage. "So, you've been wrapped in bed linens all this time?" Korsha asked in astonishment, glancing at the two unexpected visitors, unable to suppress his need for confirmation. "There's no way to wash this off, so I thought you might have a way to remove it." Sky had already removed his cloak, revealing a face adorned not only with the strange patterns but also with additional swelling and bruises. "I share the same predicament. Young master of the Ainuhager family. Could you assist me in treating my facial injuries?" Lionel also shed his cloak, lacking the peculiar markings but bearing even more swelling and bruises than his friend. Essentially, the overall appearance of both faces could be described as tragic. "Understood. I shall devise a solution for that pattern." Sky, Korsha sighed, his resignation evident as he turned his gaze to the other individual. "As for you, the wayward scion of the Lawrence family, wouldn't it be better for you to visit the infirmary?" "Hey, you can't be this cold-hearted, Korsha. Ever since you caused havoc in my laboratory 3 years ago, resulting in Dragon Song escaping, I have struggled to feel any warmth towards you, Lionel." Korsha's voice was tinged with deep resentment. "That was merely an unconscious act driven by youthful innocence. You needn't hold a grudge," the boy replied. "Humph. Yet that very innocence led to my family discovering my creation of Water Moon and Dragon Song, resulting in a severe reprimand and the revocation of my rights as a researcher." That leaves Lionel at a loss for words. At that moment, Sky, who had been observing this peculiar reunion, suddenly posed a question. "By the way, did you two know each other before?" For the Ainuhager family, known for harboring both genius and demonic bloodlines within their genetic makeup, most people of Shalon regard their existence with a mix of reverence and distance, including the other 11 founding clans aside from the Empire's wing. However, perhaps due to some shared genetic traits, the Heightland and Ainuhager families, both equally reckless in their endeavors, have formed a close bond. In fact, it would not be an exaggeration to describe these two families as lifelong friends. Moreover, influenced by the Heightland family, several branches of the winged kin have developed a favorable opinion of the Ainuhager family, renowned for their moniker Nightmare Hand. For instance, it was this family that the clans requested to create their unified emblem, the Pure Wings, and the head of the Ainuhager family readily consented. One could say that within the familial structure of Shalon society, the Empire's wing and the winged kin are the only true friends acknowledged by the Ainuhager family. Thus, it is hardly surprising that Lionel, a scion of the winged kin, and Korsha, the young master of the Ainuhager family, share a long-standing friendship dating back to their childhood. Despite the apparent rift that has developed in their camaraderie. "I see. I hadn't realized we three were so interconnected," the dark-haired youth remarked, shifting his gaze between his red-haired and green-haired friends, before breaking into a genuinely cheerful smile. "Though, I suppose half of it is a twisted fate," Korsha said, casting a piercing gaze at Lionel, who responded with a bittersweet smile beneath his emerald-hued eyes. "Korsha, while it's true that Lionel has caused his fair share of trouble and can be quite a headache at times, I believe that true friendship lies in mutual understanding and acceptance. So, I urge you to forgive him," Sky implored earnestly, his gaze filled with sincerity. "In order to prevent readers from being lulled by superficial appearances, I would like to clarify a point. Although it is often the overly energetic red-haired youth who creates trouble in the friendship between the youngest scion of the Ainuhager family and the youngest scion of the Lawrence family, it is, in contrast, the dark-haired boy who is currently attempting to dissolve years of resentment with his sparkling, pure gaze, who consistently plays the troublesome role in another friendship. That between the youngest scion of the Lawrence family and the youngest scion of the Heightland family, under the sincere gaze of those dark eyes that radiate genuine warmth. The youngest scion of the Ainuhager family found himself wavering. After pondering for some time, Korsha sighed in resignation and accepted the opinion of the heavens. Even when subjected to such teasing, one must still plead for him. "Sky, your heart is indeed vast. Being your friend must be a most delightful affair. Wouldn't it?" Korsha's gaze lingered on the strangely patterned face of Sky for a while, and before an uncontrollable smile could escape, he turned his attention to Lionel and declared with a haughty tone, "For the sake of Lord Heightland, I shall forgive you, Lionel. However, first, you must apologize for that incident." "But I have already apologized countless times," Lionel muttered softly, only to have Korsha raise an eyebrow, causing him to panic. "I'm sorry. It's my fault. Please, you must forgive me, Korsha. Very well, I forgive you. Thank me, and also Sky, Korsha replied. The two then shifted their gazes to Sky, Korsha wearing an expression of admiration, while Lionel's countenance was somewhat more complex. Sky, of course, accepted their respect without a hint of modesty. At that moment, the nightmare known as the Triad of Emmanuel, which would later bring endless troubles to the Empire, was initially forged into a friendship under the powerful influence of the youngest scion of the Hateland family. Come to my laboratory. Although I was busy last night and didn't have time to organize, it's not too messy, Korsha said, turning to enter another room in the dormitory. While the standard configuration for trainee dormitories is 3-person accommodations, the space is quite expansive. In addition to the essential living facilities such as bedrooms and washrooms, there are even separate areas for a living room and study, making it a remarkably suitable space for communal living. However, due to the notorious reputation of the Nightmare's Hand among trainees, no one has dared to request to share living space with the youngest scion of the Ainuhogar family. Indeed, 2 unfortunate souls who were assigned to this fate have yet to be allowed to leave the psychiatric department of the central hospital. This has led all trainees to regard the occasionally eerie-sounding dormitory as a forbidden zone within this celestial abode. After waiting fruitlessly for 2 seasons, Korsha decided against preserving living space for his yet-to-arrive roommates. To utilize the dormitory's interior space more efficiently, he even removed all partitions and redefined the entire area. Although such actions naturally violated the regulations of the Military Talent Academy, the old Duke tacitly accepted the whims of this scion of the Root clan, considering the deep friendship between the Hateland and Ainuhogar families. In fact, any sensible Shallan would arrive at the same conclusion as the Duke and promptly commission the Royal Engineering team to fortify and enhance safety measures around the dormitory. Oh! Sky exclaimed as he followed Korsha into the largest room of the dormitory, unable to suppress his astonishment after just one glance. With the advanced technology of the Shallan people permeating every corner of their lives, he had not fully appreciated this universally acknowledged pinnacle of galactic technology. However, upon entering the laboratory belonging to the family that guided the Empire's technological advancements, he was truly struck by awe. To the right upon entering stood a row of metallic pillars reaching up to the ceiling. These columns, thick enough to be embraced by a single person, featured transparent crystalline walls at their midpoints, behind which lay a dark abyss. Within this darkness floated energy entities of various sizes and colors, some exhibiting a stable flickering state while others constantly morphed, appearing exceedingly unstable. A few energy entities had even fully materialized within the pillars, exuding an otherworldly texture. You actually brought such things into the dormitory? Although Sky found the pillars merely beautiful, Lionel's lips began to pale and tremble, indicating that their function was certainly more than decorative. Are you trying to blow up this celestial dormitory? Lionel finally shouted in exasperation. There is no need for alarm. Korsha replied coolly, glancing at him. I have completely severed their contact with this space using 12 layers of negative energy barriers, so there will be no dimensional interference. Naturally, the energy storms you fear cannot truly descend upon this celestial dormitory. Anything can happen. Lionel's expression grew increasingly tense, his muscles tightening involuntarily as if he were about to flee this realm of nightmares. There's no need to be so anxious, Lionel. The only one able to laugh in such a situation is likely a certain innocent boy from the terrestrial world, blissfully unaware of the dangers that exist among the stars. Sky reassured him, patting his red-haired friend's shoulder. As far as I know, the director seems to be aware of this matter and has made complete preparations. So even if something were to occur, it shouldn't affect the entire celestial dormitory. Really? Lionel's tone was filled with skepticism in his understanding. There seemed to be no measures that could effectively control the energy storms caused by dimensional interference. Indeed, trust me, the youngest scion of the Hateland family confidently assured him, despite not fully grasping the definition of dimensional interference. Also, Lionel, I believe you should have a bit more faith in Korsha. While the Ainuhogar family does occasionally experience outbursts, they are generally quite composed. Noticing the discontented gaze from another friend, Sky continued, Moreover, I have yet to sense any dangerous tendencies in Korsha. I believe he is trustworthy. So you can rest easy. Did you hear that? The wayward scion of the Lawrence family, if you could possess even half of Lord Hateland's magnanimity, you wouldn't have endured the painful experiences of countless heartbreaks, Korsha proclaimed with a victorious expression, basking in Lionel's increasingly pale demeanor. Tomorrow, I shall submit a request to transfer to another academy. Being with you two is simply too perilous. Lionel muttered to himself, staring vacantly into space. Squeak. Squeak. Suddenly, the nano-creature named Shuiwei dashed into the room, leaping joyfully onto its owner's shoulder, chirping merrily. Oh my, is that not Shuiwei? It has grown so much since we last met. Upon seeing the small white creature, Lionel felt a surge of life within him. He exclaimed in delight and opened his arms wide. Come, give me a hug. For reasons unbeknownst to him, upon hearing this enthusiastic call, Shueihue shivered violently. Turning to face its owner, its fur standing on end, emitting a low, almost threatening growl from between its teeth, as if preparing for battle. Hee Lionel. What on earth have you done to make Shueihue so averse to you? Tian Kong's curiosity was piqued at the sight of the usually docile creature now so tense. No. I did nothing at all, Lionel replied, a look of confusion on his face. He recalled, back then, I merely heard Korsha mention that Shueihue possessed the ability to fly. So I asked it to demonstrate. Demonstrate? You mean you threw the newly born Shueihue off a cliff over 100 yards high? Korsha glared at the oblivious Lionel, explaining to Tian Kong, if it weren't for Lord Rielia's timely assistance, Shueihue would have perished. Moreover, the ever-loyal Longa, frightened by the incident, had run away. Lionel, I am beginning to understand why Korsha harbors such resentment towards you. A deep sigh escaped Tian Kong's lips as he patted Lionel's shoulder sternly, warning, from now on, you are not to come within 2 steps of Wonkai. But just as Lionel was about to argue that it was merely an innocent act of youthful folly, he noticed both friends with beloved pets glaring at him, causing him to swallow hard and retract his words. So having a nano-mouse is such a remarkable feat, is it? He mused silently, contemplating bringing back a nano-lion next time. Naturally, such thoughts remained unspoken. Well, since Longa has been returned, I shall forgive your past transgressions. Be sure to express your gratitude, Korsha said with a cheerful smile, adopting a tone of benevolence. What? It has been found already? Tian Kong raised an eyebrow. But when we met yesterday, you said. Yes, we actually captured it after we parted ways yesterday, Korsha replied, her expression brightening. Although its appearance has changed significantly. I could hardly recognize it, but Shueihue's instincts never err. Is that so? How splendid. Tian Kong felt a surge of joy for the convenience of future travels, momentarily forgetting the peculiar patterns still adorning his face. Come here, Tian Kong. Longa has been a bit unruly, so I temporarily restrained it. Korsha led Tian Kong to a corner of the laboratory, softly calling, Longa, wake up, your future master has come to see you. Tian Kong gazed, somewhat bewildered, at the dark, fluffy figure, feeling an inexplicable sense of familiarity. When the creature turned to look at him, the careless master recalled the second thing he had forgotten yesterday. Wonkai? He exclaimed, unable to contain his excitement. Ji. The rabbit-like creature joyously responded, dashing towards its owner without hesitation. Ji. It seemed Wonkai had endured quite the ordeal the previous night, sprinting towards Tian Kong with a heart-wrenching urgency. Even the composed Tian Kong instinctively crouched down, arms wide open to embrace the pet that had likely suffered greatly. In the final stretch, Wonkai leaped into his arms. Or at least that was how it should have gone. However, in its exuberance, the overly excited Enuhair mouse seemed to have forgotten the metallic chain still tethered to its left leg, which had provided it with a night of unforgettable memories. Consequently, a prolonged, mournful cry erupted alongside a dazzling flash of blue electricity enveloped the unfortunate Enuhair mouse. In that instant, as the chain pulled taut, a powerful current surged through Wonkai's body. Though its naturally dark fur concealed the singeing, the bristling hairs and curled whiskers accentuated the mouse's already woeful appearance. That was close. At this moment, Tian Kong wiped the cold sweat from his brow, exhaling a sigh of relief. In that blinding flash of blue electricity, instinct and years of honed reflexes had allowed him to withdraw his hand just in time to avoid the mouse's electric trap. Whether Wonkai heard Tian Kong's heartless lament or not, it lay prostrate just inches from him, casting a sorrowful gaze upon its master, emitting the most pitiful of whines. Korsha, how could you do this? Tian Kong turned sharply to the bewildered friend, questioning her with righteous indignation. Minutes later, Korsha presented all the evidence, employing considerable persuasion to convince Tian Kong of the truth. Wonkai was indeed a nano-creature akin to Shueihue. You say Wonkai is essentially a nano-creature like Shueihue, but it appeared rather distressed when the atmosphere leaked from the Yonglin. Tian Kong still harbored doubts. Perhaps it has unconsciously come to perceive itself as a true creature after living among other Enuhair mice for these past few years? Korsha pondered before providing her insight. Then, why did it appear on the Yonglin? Tian Kong posed his final question. Prince Fienberg has visited my palace several times. I suspect it snuck aboard during one of those visits. Korsha scrutinized the freed nano-creature, now resting nearby, with a critical eye. Tian Kong, how have you been feeding Longa? I set its weight limit, and it shouldn't be this large. Hearing this, Tian Kong couldn't help but compare the resting black rabbit with the white mouse that was playfully nudging it, realizing the former was indeed larger than the latter. I don't know, it just grew this big without my noticing. Could this be what they call self-evolution? Self-evolution? Portia appeared skeptical about Longa's chosen path of evolution but ultimately sighed, relinquishing any thoughts of intervening in this evolutionary outcome. Well, it is your pet now. If you are unconcerned, I shall have no objections. At this point, Portia turned to Tian Kong, her tone serious as she inquired. Do you wish for Longa to awaken? Awaken? You mean, like Shuiwei, able to transform into wings and carry its master aloft? Absolutely. Is it truly feasible? Sky was overjoyed and immediately acquiesced. In theory, it is viable, considering that Suigetsu and Dragon Song were initially identical in construction. Therefore, Dragon Song should also possess the capability of Aller transformation. However, Kersha's tone betrayed a hint of uncertainty. During its later development, it autonomously evolved into its current form, so I cannot definitively ascertain whether this fellow can still take flight. Why not simply test it and see? Lionel interjected. This individual, who had maintained silence until now, revealed a sinister expression, as if anticipating an unexpected event, and irresponsibly urged, Sky, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Imagine, under the envious gazes of tens of thousands of trainees and a host of instructors, gracefully soaring through the air with wings. Indeed, it would be a most flamboyant affair. Indeed, might it not elicit a chorus of gasps from the maidens, coupled with your comely mien? Becoming the cynosure of the Academy's female populace would no longer be a mere reverie. What say you, Lionel? I shall magnanimously cede this chance for ostentation to you. Sky, of course, remained unpersuaded. On the contrary, Lionel was nearly swayed by Sky's proposition. While I am loath to spurn your munificence, I fear it is not possible on this occasion. As someone grappled internally with the allure of future felicity and the perils of the present, Kersha negated Sky's proposal. For if the individual is not the master acknowledged by Dragon Song, the probability of successful Aller transformation is exceedingly low. Moreover, Sky, what do you suppose the likelihood of success would be if the subject were Lionel? It would scarcely exceed the probability of the Imperial Palace being struck by a meteorite, I dare say, Sky reluctantly conceded. Alas, it appears it must be I. Pray tell, what preparations are requisite for this Aller transformation? He queried with some trepidation. It necessitates the implantation of a conjunction terminal within the body. Implantation? The initial image that materialized in Sky's mind was that of a gleaming scalpel, exuding an aura of chilling menace. In truth, the wings of the winged kindred operate on essentially the same principle. However, as the kindred undergo the nanostream baptism before birth, they possess those innate wings. Kersha nodded, expounding upon the matter for Sky's edification, while I have endeavored to endow Suigetsu and Dragon Song with the greatest possible adaptability. It is imperative that the subject's body possess at least a modicum of guiding information. I see. This implantation, will it be painful? The thought of soon possessing wings akin to those of his admired female companion caused Sky's heart to flutter, yet he cautiously inquired. Kersha could no longer suppress his mirth. It seemed he was beginning to comprehend why his liege held such affection for the scion of the Hateland house. Of course, it will not be painful. One will merely perceive a warm current coursing through the entirety of one's being. This I can attest to from personal experience, so rest assured. Sky. With these words, Kersha rolled up one sleeve, revealing a silver filigree, resembling a tattoo, upon his left wrist, and declared, Behold. This is the visage of the conjunction terminal. Is it not resplendent? It does appear rather fetching. Shall we commence, then? The youth finally surmounted his trepidation and nodded in acquiescence. Very well. Kersha turned and retrieved a pistol-shaped injector from a nearby drawer. He then proceeded to tinker in a corner of the laboratory, extracting from a heavily sealed cabinet an ampoule filled with a pale silver liquid. Subsequently, he conjoined the two apparatuses. Let us begin, Sky. The process is quite simple. One need only inject the nanostream, which I have modified, into your wrist. Kersha brandished the injector gun. Wait, hold a moment. The scion of the Lawrence house, who had been enveloped by an inexplicable and intense premonition of impending doom since the outset, could no longer restrain the release of this unease. The consequence of this action was the salvation of the dormitory star and the tens of thousands of innocent trainees therein, who were utterly oblivious to the extreme peril they faced. As this is an experiment involving flight, I believe it would be more prudent to conduct it in a more spacious locale, would it not? Though he voiced these words, Lionel's gaze involuntarily drifted towards the heterogeneous energy bodies, originally intended as the power source for warships, which were confined within several pillars. Indeed, that is a sound proposition. Kersha nodded, poised to depart, yet as if struck by a sudden thought, he turned towards Sky, a peculiar smile gracing his countenance. Sky, allow me to first expunge the adornments upon your face. As a domicile providing accommodation for tens of thousands of trainees, this dormitory star possessed an internal environment akin to that of a miniature city. Not only were public amenities such as shops, parks, and tea rooms readily available. But even entertainment venues were provided. Sky and his companions readily located a sparsely populated clearing within the park and commenced preparations for the Aller transformation. Who, Wonkai? When did you become so ponderous? Sky gently lowered Wonkai from his shoulder, gasping for breath. Squeak, squeak. Meanwhile, Suijetsa gracefully bounded from its master's shoulder to the ground and scampered towards its companion, chirping with apparent dissatisfaction. However, Wonkai, enervated by the electrical shock it had sustained during the recent incident, merely glanced at it, lacking even the strength to retort. Sky, let us commence. Kersha exuded an air of eager anticipation. It appeared that the sanguinary madness of the Inyuhogel house had begun to stir within this scion. Ah, very well. Despite the ever-intensifying sense of foreboding within his heart, Sky steeled his resolve, rolled up his sleeve, extended his arm towards his friend, and closed his eyes with a look of stoic resignation. The anticipated pain did not materialize. As Kersha had previously stated, with the injection of the pharmaceutical, Sky merely perceived a warm current coursing through his being, initially experiencing a sensation of unparalleled comfort. Well, initially, that is. Subsequently, an abrupt metamorphosis ensued. Ooh! Sky suddenly emitted a piteous cry and collapsed to his knees. Although the scion of the Inyuhogel house had explicitly assured Sky that this pharmaceutical posed no threat to the body, and Sky had largely accepted this assurance, this information seemingly failed to reach the young man's self-preservation mechanism, which, blessed by an ancient civilization, was several times more potent than that of an average individual. The instant the nano-stream encroached upon his lower abdomen, an incomparably puissant inner force erupted from the youth's dantian, surging rapidly upwards along his meridians and intercepting the foreign substance, which sought to modify his body in the mid-abdominal region, with the youth's body as the battleground. A grandiose clash between cutting-edge technology and ancient civilization unfolded with unbridled intensity. Sky, the vessel bearing this millennia-spanning interaction, was inexplicably reminded of a renowned dish from his homeland, a suckling pig impaled upon a branch and roasted to a succulent perfection, both inside and out, by a blazing bonfire. Kersha, did you not say there would be no danger? Scarcely able to support himself, Sky glared at the culprit with an expression of abject horror and uttered these words with considerable difficulty. Ah, I did say that, but Kersha appeared somewhat perplexed. Yet from those emerald irises emanated a gaze of intense fascination. This is truly remarkable, Sky. You fiend. Sky was instantly consumed by a surge of wrath, causing his blood to roil. The peculiar nanostream seized this opportunity to breach the gaps in his inner force, spreading instantaneously throughout the youth's meridians, binding inextricably with his cells, never to be parted again. Ooh-ah. Sky felt the excruciating pain, previously concentrated in his abdomen, suddenly disseminate throughout his entire body. His body then convulsed violently, and his vision faded to black as he succumbed to unconsciousness. Has it come to an end? Kersha observed the marvelous transformation with great enthusiasm, expressing genuine admiration. It was simply astonishing. Who would have thought that the mere addition of guiding information through a nanoflow could elicit such a profound reaction? And look, Leon, these extraordinary patterns. The silver lines, which were supposed to appear only on the wrist, now inexplicably manifested across the entirety of the sky, intertwining in a manner that hinted at some arcane principle. Although these two children of the heavens were unaware of its significance, all who were born on the planet of Kongding knew that what was now visible on the surface of the youth's body was none other than a map of human meridians. Kersha, don't you think it would be wise to pause the experiment? With a sympathetic gaze directed at the oblivious martyr who recklessly put himself to the test, Lionel offered his kind suggestion. Pause? No, we must continue. A fervor ignited in Kersha's eyes, reminiscent of the hands of nightmares, as she declared in an irrefutable tone. P.S. For those worried about an influx of harem characters, take a guess at the mystery. But since half have yet to make their appearance, don't expect to guess them all. Oh, where are you? My beloved, I can feel your smiling gaze upon me. Since when? Oh, fervent Crimson Lotus. You have incinerated this fool's world with your unquenchable obsession. How long has it been? The source of memory flows in the eternal palace, where time glimmers like gold. You know, don't you? Oh, budding sage, it is your pure thoughts that quell the raging mountain storms. Will you grant me your consent? Oh, lofty starlight. I yearn to exchange this humble life for your unwavering love. I am willing to promise, O master of freedom, let this singular name become the initial bond, so that the child far from the earth may slumber in the warmth blessed by the stars. Not long after, when the sky awakened from the all-encompassing pain, the first sight that greeted it was a pair of emerald eyes gleaming with the ferocity of a ravenous beast. Sky, Dalen. Upon seeing the youth regain consciousness, Kersha immediately issued another command. With the blood of nightmares fully awakened, The youngest scion of the Inuhojal family now regarded the sky as nothing more than a precious experimental specimen. Dalen? Due to the lingering pain in his mind, the sky momentarily failed to respond, simply repeating Korsha's words in a daze. Squeak. The slumbering Wonkai, hidden nearby, suddenly emitted a cry, jolting awake. A faint glow emanated from this slightly oversized nanobiological entity. Under the influence of a peculiar force, Wonkai found itself involuntarily drawn toward its master. Squeak. Squeak. Though Wonkai could not comprehend the bizarre situation, its biological instinct warned of impending danger, prompting it to grip the ground tightly, desperately resisting the strange force's pull. Observing this peculiar scene, the other party finally recalled that the command Dalen was the activation phrase for the winged transformation procedure. In a fit of rage, the sky forcefully gathered his inner energy, preparing to evade the crisis at hand. Korsha, you wretch. Hey, what are you doing? Wait, hold on. Suddenly, the black-haired youth's eyes widened in horror, as if witnessing a terrifying spectacle. As Wonkai struggled to anchor itself with the grassroots, attempting to maintain balance against the strange gravitational pull, an overwhelming external force effortlessly obliterated its efforts. Courageously advanced, Longa. Korsha assumed a powerful kicking stance, propelling the nanobiological entity, roughly the size of a buoy, towards its master. Squeak. 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 The anguished cries of the two beings echoed throughout the heavens, yet the instigator observed the unfolding events with a satisfied smile. Meanwhile, the red-haired youth, who had witnessed the entire tragedy, instinctively recoiled, stealthily retreating a few steps. Wonkai, propelled by tremendous inertia, collided with its master, who, caught off guard and still partially numb, could not evade the oncoming black sphere's attack. According to the most fundamental laws of physics in the universe, one would expect both entities to experience equal and opposite accelerations upon impact. However, the current situation defied such expectations. At the point of contact between the sky and Wonkai, a peculiar and enigmatic dark space suddenly emerged. This dark space pulsated rhythmically, expanding slightly with each pulse. Everything around it came to a standstill, save for the dim, formless expanse that continued to grow. Only after enveloping both beings did the abyssal space cease its expansion. It then began to solidify and condense, as if materializing into a tangible form. Hey, Korsha, what on earth is happening? Lionel seized the instigator by the collar, pulling him close, demanding answers with fervor. What have you done? You said there was no danger. But now, damn it, hurry and find a way to rescue the sky. Is this energy materialization? And on such a grand scale. Korsha's attention was entirely consumed by the marvelous phenomenon, completely oblivious to Lionel's furious outburst. Indeed, Longa possessed the ability to convert excess energy into its own tissue, a function intended as a safety valve for energy surplus. Yet how could such a large-scale transformation occur? And the timing is all wrong. To activate the evolutionary function during the wing transformation, considering the safety of the master, I had imposed 5 layers of restrictions at the terminal. Where on earth did it acquire such immense energy? The youngest scion of the Inuhojal family furrowed his brow in deep contemplation, suddenly recalling Wonsai's form, which was significantly larger than Shuyue's, leading to a moment of realization. So, it turns out, for years, Longa had been accumulating energy without utilizing it, and during the initial wing transformation, it released everything uncontrollably in a single burst. Huh? Released everything? Korsha suddenly wore a look of horror as he turned to the direction of the sky in Wonkai, where the surface of the dark giant egg had fully solidified, displaying a remarkably dense texture. Thank goodness, it hasn't exceeded the containment threshold. Just as Korsha breathed a sigh of relief, a section of the dark giant egg's surface unexpectedly turned crimson, gradually shifting to a purer shade of red. And even faint flashes of scarlet electricity began to shimmer across its surface. Oh no. Korsha's expression turned to one of alarm as he swiftly grabbed Lionel and tossed Shueyue into the air, shouting, Dalen. Moments later, a colossal shockwave accompanied by a deafening roar reverberated throughout the entire dormitory star. Within the grandest assembly of artificial star clusters in the imperial capital, a sleek, aerodynamically designed transport craft glided gracefully, slowly approaching one of the dormitory's celestial bodies, shaped like a seashell. As it neared the landing pad, the pristine white craft executed a beautiful spiral deceleration arc in the void before elegantly docking onto the platform below, showcasing the pilot's artistic mastery of navigation. The transport craft was promptly moved to the airlock by automated machinery. Once the atmospheric concentration of the surrounding space reached a level suitable for human respiration, the craft's hatch opened, and a woman with flowing, pale silver hair descended with graceful steps. Thank you for your efforts, Snowflake, Ike said with gentle eyes, looking at the vessel that shared her birth date. I apologize for keeping you confined within the city for nearly a year. It must have been stifling. I'm sorry. Subsequently, Ike proceeded to the departure lounge outside the landing pad. Although the internship training period had not yet commenced, some diligent interns were already awaiting the transport shipbound for the branch academy. Consequently, Ike easily found someone to ask for directions. Excuse me. Could you direct me to the 7th dormitory district? Huh. Are you addressing me? The young intern who was questioned appeared visibly flustered for some reason. Yes. I am asking you. Finding the intern somewhat reminiscent of the sky, Ike couldn't help but smile, which only served to further agitate the intern. To reach the 7th dormitory district, simply proceed along this corridor. Unable to bear the sight of the face that caused his heart to race, the intern turned his head and pointed to an indoor passageway. Understood. Thank you. Suddenly, Ike's pointers twitched, capturing a low and powerful sonic wave with her genetically enhanced senses. Just as Ike began to express suspicion, the floor of the departure lounge inexplicably began to tremble. Although the tremor was faint and fleeting, Ike was certain of her perception when she looked around and noticed that others also wore bewildered expressions. Was that an explosion? It sounded like it came from the direction of the 7th dormitory district. An intern's murmured words reached Ike's ears, causing the pure wing of the Shunya family to immediately pale. Without hesitation, Ike unfurled her wings and sped along the indoor passageway. In less than a minute, Ike flew to the end of the corridor, into the 7th dormitory district, and immediately located the site of the explosion. After all, in a park covered with verdant vegetation, the sudden appearance of a circular area of yellowish-brown earth would strike even the most oblivious person as anomalous. Ike flapped her wings and approached the area, only to discover that the circular patch was, in fact, a deep crater with a diameter of 8 nomas. The yellowish-brown hue was the natural color of the soil that had been overturned by the explosion. However, what perplexed the pure wing even more was the sight of feathers, seemingly from nowhere, floating near the epicenter of the blast. And those feathers were black. Could it be that child from the Inuhogar family? Ike suddenly recalled that a young member of the Inuhogar family was residing on this dormitory star. Then, she felt slightly relieved. That's right. Only the nightmare hand could wreak such havoc. And the young master probably hasn't met that child yet, so he should be fine. Even setting aside the deep friendship between the two families, Ike could not simply abandon a young boy she had met several times. However, as the space around the crater was now crowded with interns who had rushed to the scene, the pure wing hesitated for a moment before choosing to descend directly into the center of the explosion. What should we do, Leon? Things seem to be getting more serious. Relying on Mizuki's extraordinary abilities to narrowly escape the disaster, the two secretly conversed among the crowd in voices that could not be heard by others. How should I know? Lionel replied with indignation, his face betraying deep despair. If something happens to the sky, I'll definitely be killed by my uncle. No, I don't think you need to worry about that. Judging by the current situation, the wing transformation is proceeding perfectly, Kersha said, with a hint of smugness on his face. If one were to follow his gaze, they would find a black-haired boy in the center of the crater. The boy was currently kneeling on the ground, his head lowered, seemingly unconscious. His intern uniform had been blasted into oblivion, replaced by black patterns covering his entire body. Unlike the previous meridian diagram, these black patterns, reorganized by the wing transformation, were like tattoos floating on the surface of his skin. These wondrous designs, while also distributed according to a certain pattern, were more aesthetically unique in their appearance. Even if the Empire's highest-ranking tattoo artist were to personally create them, it would be difficult to achieve such an effect. However, what amazed the crowd was not the boy's eerie tattoos, but the exaggeratedly large wings on his back. The wings were black, with each wing exceeding 5 nomas in length, giving them a wingspan of over 11 nomas. The boy's height was only about 1.8 nomas. Such a vast difference would normally create a sense of incredulity, like a pigeon growing the wings of an eagle. However, the wings, and the boy who possessed them, inexplicably gave off an aura of power. Furthermore, within the incongruity brought about by the immense contrast, there was a subtle sense of strange beauty. If the Sharons did not distrust all religions in any terrestrial world, this boy would probably be revered as an angel fallen into the mortal realm. See, isn't it beautiful? Kersha turned to Lionel, showing off. It's such a pity. If this had happened during internship training, it might have boosted the popularity of women. But now all I see are men. Alas. Lionel finally regained his humorous tone. But are you really sure he's all right? Of course. The Dragon Song's protection mechanism is perfect. I think this guy only experienced a slight jolt in the energy burst just now, and he'll probably wake up soon. Kersha accurately deduced the truth. That's good. Now, the only one who's going to chop us up and scatter us in the flower fields as fertilizer is the dean of the Military Talent Academy. Lionel's tone did not sound like he thought it was good at all. to conduct such a dangerous experiment in a densely populated dormitory area, and to blow such a big hole in the park, and who knows if other parts of this dormitory star have been damaged. Lionel spoke softer and softer, and the light in his eyes gradually dimmed. At the thought of becoming the target of the head of the Heightland family's earth-shattering rage, even the usually fearless young Inuhogar was frightened pale, whether they were pilot interns or official pilots. Anyone associated with the Azure Sky Army could not ignore the existence of this great figure. What do we do, Leon? Kersha asked in a trembling, flustered tone. How should I KNY? Lionel suddenly shouted a note resembling a scream. He pointed a trembling hand at a certain spot in the sky, and then uttered a groan filled with despair. Oh, no, she's here too. Kersha followed the direction of his finger and noticed that at some point, some white feathers had mixed into the black feathers floating in the air. The feathers were not the slightly blue, metallic white of Mizuki, but the purest white in the universe. Was it the pure wings of the blessed kin? With great difficulty, Kersha swallowed hard and lifted his gaze slightly, only to behold a sight that chilled him to the core. On the 45th day of the 4th season in the 424th year of the Shalon calendar, the awakening of yet another member of the Inuhagar clan, one of the 13 progenitor families, was officially inscribed in the annals of the empire. Alongside this momentous event, the records also detailed the bizarre incident wherein a young scion of the Heightland family inadvertently triggered an explosion that nearly obliterated half of the dormitory's celestial body. The ominous moniker, Hand of Nightmares, held by the Inuhagar lineage, was further embellished with a new layer of legendary intrigue. The family's invaluable sole heir had been grievously injured and hospitalized, subjected to a mad family's experiment that treated him as a living bomb, which undoubtedly qualified as a serious incident. It was anticipated that a grand conflict would erupt between the two progenitor families, with the potential to transform long-standing friendships into bitter enmity if mishandled. Under the looming shadow of foreboding, the residents of the imperial capital anxiously monitored the dynamics between the two clans. Yet, in the following weeks, the Heightland and Inuhagar families exhibited no extraordinary reactions, as if the grave incident had never occurred. Rumors from within the imperial palace suggested that the head of the Imperial Technology Bureau often wore a bitter smile when encountering the supreme commander of the Celestial Army, who seemed to offer her consolation. Additionally, an unconfirmed report indicated that Count Holia of the Lawrence family had once again sought forgiveness from the winged patriarch and contemplated resigning from his position, only to be dissuaded by the other clan leaders. While many hoped for the swift recovery of the boy favored by the goddess of misfortune, the two other involved youths had completely vanished. Regardless of the inquiries into their whereabouts, the heads of the Inuhagar, Heightland, and Lawrence families seemed to have reached an unspoken agreement to avoid discussing the matter. This silence bred an unsettling premonition among those concerned for the future of the Empire's wings. However, their speculations were entirely misplaced. At this moment, the sky could be described as experiencing the most blissful time since entering the military academy a year prior. After languishing in the special care unit of the Central Hospital for nearly a week, he had not only received unwavering tender care from Yaki, but also had two loyal servants at his beck and call at all times. As for his physical condition, being situated at the center of the explosion's least affected area, combined with the nearly perfect protective mechanism crafted by Inuhagar, the physician concluded after a thorough examination that he had sustained minimal harm. Nevertheless, upon awakening, he discovered that while the inexplicable dark patterns had vanished, his once abundant internal energy was inexplicably dwindling. Although this was a rather serious issue, the blessed youth, having accepted the reality, soon cast it aside after all. The worst-case scenario was merely starting over to accumulate energy, and at his current pace, he could likely return to his pre-incident level within a year. Despite this acceptance, he remained unwilling to let the two culprits responsible for his profound psychological trauma off the hook. The essentially innocent Lionel was also inadvertently included as a target of his ire, often seeking ways to occupy their time. For instance, like now. For some reason, my shoulder feels quite sore, he mused, setting down the illustrated tome, massaging his shoulder, and glancing at the attendant standing by the luxurious bed crafted from precious sandalwood, as if speaking to himself. This is not good, young master, the red-haired attendant immediately responded. Lionel flashed a keen smile and eagerly suggested, how about I give you a massage? Is it here? Yes. Right there. Ouch. Be gentle. What do you take me for? A combat armor. The youth, lost in the sweet thrill of revenge, felt the pressure on his shoulders suddenly intensify. Though I don't expect you to be as skilled as Sister Yaki, since this is an apology, you should show a bit of sincerity. Yes, I'll be careful, Lionel assured himself, resolutely vowing not to give this individual any leverage against him. Otherwise, should similar rumors reach the ears of the clan leaders, he would never have a chance to redeem himself. This is more like it. maintain this pressure. The youth comfortably closed his eyes once more, but his mouth continued to chatter. However, being massaged by a man is truly not pleasant, especially by the most brutish one. I truly apologize. I endure. Lionel suppressed the urge to knock the incessantly swaying head before him with a punch. Trembling hands continuing the task of massaging the young man who, for some inexplicable reason, had garnered the unanimous affection of the clan leaders. Why must I, the self-proclaimed Emmanuel's Grass, be relegated to massaging men? The young heir of the Lawrence family grimaced, his stomach churning, yet he numbly persisted in his task. Yet soon after, the aspiring young man found himself reconsidering. Ugh, perhaps not. This feeling is simply too nauseating. The youth suddenly opened his eyes, leaping from the bed as if trying to shake off something filthy, shaking vigorously on the floor before casting a strangely accusatory glance at the astonished red-haired boy. Lionel, how can you remain so calm while doing this? Wait a moment, could it be that you harbor some peculiar inclination? I must endure. At last, the youth's words shattered Lionel's already fragile mental defenses. With an enraged roar, the young heir of the Lawrence family leaped across the bed, launching a kick toward the grinning youth. Ah, you insatiable scoundrel! I must teach you a lesson. If that fiery kick connected, even the most vigorous version of the youth would not withstand it, let alone in his current weakened state. However, just as the weight of life's burdens descended upon the young heir of the Lawrence family, the youth's unexpected action saved them both. Ugh, he grimaced in pain, immediately doubling over, clutching his abdomen. Perhaps it was mere coincidence, but at that moment, Lionel's kick narrowly missed the youth's hair. Oh no, this must be a wound reopening. The physician specifically warned me not to move. Ugh. Just as he attempted to rise, he suddenly swayed twice before a mouthful of blood spewed forth. The crimson liquid rapidly stained the pristine white carpet. Hey, Sky, what is wrong with you? Lionel was instantly struck with panic, the prior anger dissipating into another dimension. He hurriedly rushed to support the injured youth, intending to lift him back onto the bed. In summary, you should lie down on the bed first. I will promptly summon the imperial physician. Leon, there is something I must tell you. The Sky, gasping laboriously in the embrace of a friend, spoke intermittently. Actually, during the previous incident, my inner energy was, completely depleted. I am now approaching the exhaustion of an oil lamp. There is no longer that kind of strength. Such matters are of no consequence. You must hold on, my friend. The earnest red-haired youth shook his ailing companion in his arms, shouting fervently. Yet, thanks to this, I recalled another technique from ancient martial arts. This time, the Sky, being vigorously shaken by the young scion of the Lawrence family, could only manage to speak in broken phrases. Lionel began to sense that something was amiss, and soon discovered the source of his unease, the strong smell of alcohol emanating from the Sky. This is red wine. Just as he was about to push away the faux patient, Lionel suddenly felt a tingling sensation in his body, followed by a complete stiffening. This technique is known as acupoint sealing, as it disrupts the connections within the body's meridians to produce its effects. Thus, when used correctly, even one devoid of strength can easily defeat a formidable foe. Just like this. The Sky slowly rose from Lionel's embrace and gently nudged him. Consequently, the red-haired youth maintained an odd posture of cradling someone, gradually tilting to one side, ultimately collapsing onto the carpet. You despicable scoundrel. Due to the complete paralysis below his waist, Lionel could only laboriously turn his eyes, attempting to ascertain the speaker's location. My apologies, dear friend. It has been so long since I used this technique that I struggled to control my strength. I estimate you will recover in about 10 minutes. Until then, please endure. Strangely, a radiant smile graced the Sky's face. After successfully quelling yet another rebellion of the Lawrence family, the future leader of the Wings leisurely returned to the comfortable bed, covered himself with a blanket, picked up a book, and once again immersed himself in a tranquil moment, as if nothing had transpired. Shortly thereafter, a knock resounded at the entrance of the special care room. Who is it? The Sky feigned impatience, although he likely knew the identity of the visitor. Master Haterland, I have brought what you requested. May I come in? The voice's owner seemed to be speaking through gritted teeth. Well done, come in, Korsha. The Sky set the book aside and nodded toward the door. The door was gently opened, revealing a green-haired youth cautiously carrying a bamboo basket emanating a rich aroma. Walking silently to the wooden bed, though he paused momentarily upon witnessing the pitiful state of the Lawrence scion, then lifted the lid and began placing the dishes from the basket onto the bedside table one by one. Oh, these are the signature dishes from the Royal Restaurant Elegance? At the conclusion of a minor adventure a year prior, the princess had proudly mentioned this establishment belonging to the Fiendverd royal family to the Sky, prompting him to whimsically express a desire to sample the capital's finest cuisine to the young heir of the Anuhojal family 2 hours ago. Although Korsha had been momentarily taken aback, he ultimately mustered the resolve to comply after contacting his family through his terminal wristband. The color combinations appear quite appealing. But I wonder how they taste? To have the opportunity to savor the highest cuisine in that starry world is something unimaginable even in dreams on the Kondang planet. The boy, once a half-cook, couldn't help but smile, suddenly thinking that perhaps this individual was not so detestable after all, though this thought lingered in his mind for only a fleeting moment. Well then, I shall begin. Under the watchful gaze of those gleaming emerald eyes, while another red-eyed owner remained intimately acquainted with the floor, his erect ears flickering, the sky began to indulge in the delightful sensory experience. Huh? The sky suddenly lifted his head, spearing a piece of sauce-dripping meat from a dish that was not so exquisitely adorned, first taking a careful whiff of its aroma, then scrutinizing it for some time before turning to the solemnly standing green-haired youth and confirming, Korsha, this dish does not originate from elegance, does it? I distinctly taste Aki's flavor in it. I can truly discern it. Korsha's eyes widened in disbelief. What? Aki has truly come? The sky's immediate reaction was to release Lionel's acupoint. However, before he could leap from the bed, a familiar voice that seemed to soothe the very soul resounded from outside the door. Master, you have not forgotten, have you? Aki entered with a sweet smile, gliding gracefully. Aki, you came. Clad in light garments, she had tucked away her pure wings, but in their place were two agile, adorable creatures perched upon her shoulders, Shuiwei and Lunga, one black and one white, flanking her, rendering her as a goddess of the forest, noble and benevolent. Enchanted by her beauty, the sky momentarily lost his train of thought mid-greeting. Yet, inexplicably, from the moment this elegant woman appeared, the other two youths in the room began to tremble involuntarily. Korsha pressed himself against the wall, his gaze fixed upon his toes, standing more impeccably than a true palace attendant. As for Lionel, who had been rendered immobile due to blocked energy, he somehow broke through the obstruction of his meridians, darting to stand beside Korsha, not daring to draw a breath. Hey, what are you two doing? Naturally, the sky cast a questioning glance at his two friends huddled in the corner. No, nothing, absolutely nothing. The two, who had been in a state of Cold War since the previous incident, surprisingly replied in unison. Huh? Suspicious. Absolutely suspicious. If the sky had previously been merely curious, he was now fully convinced of something amiss. As for the object of his suspicion, it was certainly not the woman who had just entered at the moment when the two exhibited unusual behavior. What could Aki possibly have to do with this? How could a gentle, kind, gracious, and elegant woman possess even a hint of something terrifying? Merely contemplating such a notion was unthinkable. No, in fact, the very existence of such thoughts was a blasphemy against that angel. Leon, come here for a moment, would you? With this thought in mind, the sky began to call out to his friend, who had just awakened his physical potential. However, upon hearing the call, the young heir of the Lawrence family turned pale, involuntarily glancing in a certain direction. It seemed this once brave youth was now wrestling with the painful distinction between a life of suffering and a pleasurable death. Squeak. Yet the first to arrive was the creature previously known as Wonkai, now renamed Longa, since the sky had awakened from his slumber a week ago. With the bizarre black markings on his body vanished without a trace, even Longa had reverted to his previous petite form after releasing a surge of excess energy. With a soft chirp, Longa gracefully hopped onto the sickbed, joyfully circling around its master, soon joined by Shuiwei. The two nano-creatures transformed the bed into a playground, engaging in a lively game of chase. Suddenly, a weighty sensation settled in the air, as faint veins began to surface on the sky. However, before misfortune could descend upon these carefree beings, Yaji approached the bedside with a smile. Young master, perhaps it is time for Korsha and Lionel to take a break? They have been by your side all week and must be quite exhausted. Wouldn't you agree? As she spoke the last line, her gaze shifted to the two boys, gently inquiring. No, it is our honor. Like a whip made of ice, the sharp gaze from those deep black eyes sent a shiver through the two youths, who promptly responded in unison, their voices resonating like soldiers being reviewed by an emperor. Ah, how nostalgic. I am once again savoring Sister Yaji's culinary skills. Setting aside the exceedingly dubious behavior of his friends, the sky chose to ignore the instinctive warning not to probe further and began to extol Yaji, who had brought him such endless leisure. Indeed, although my grandfather may be displeased, the food at the military academy is quite dreadful, in comparison to Sister Yaji's cooking. One must question whether those items can even be classified as food. You flatter me, Yaji replied, a faint blush gracing her cheeks as it had a year ago. I have heard that you served as a chef back in your hometown. Surely your skills surpass mine? If you find the cuisine at the military academy unpalatable, you are more than capable of preparing your own meals. Huh. The sky, struck by the realization, momentarily froze. Indeed, I was the head chef at Baihili Tower. Why had I completely forgotten this fact over the past year? If the food is unsatisfactory, I could simply cook myself. I had always done so in Kongding. Why had I not thought of this until now? Has my inertia accumulated to such an extent that it has become second nature? What, then, do I make of this year of arduous restraint? A chill swept through the sky as he recognized how far he had drifted from the diligent youth he once was, stirring a tinge of melancholy within him. Young master? Yaji observed the sky with a look of concern. Ah, it's nothing. In a place where Yaji could not see, the sky clenched his fists, silently resolving to revisit his culinary skills upon returning, although it would be a stretch to consider this a declaration of war against his lazy past. The youth had resolved never to deprive himself of the pleasures of the palate again. Is that so? The former steward of the Heitland family furrowed his brow slightly, as if hesitating over something. Well, let us proceed. Considering the pride of this boy with pure wings, Yaji decided to first send away the two individuals who were causing a distraction in the room. She began to call out one of their names. Portia, Lord Realia has a message for you. Her deep gaze fell upon the green-haired youth, who immediately stood at attention. Yes, he responded promptly. The last time I created Shuewe Longa, I was punished by being barred from participating in the life sciences. What will this punishment entail? Regardless, conducting experiments on a human subject, particularly one hailed as the Empire's hope, the sole heir of the Heitland family, was a matter that left no room for protest. Even if the madness lurking in the bloodline of the Aniahoger clan was utterly uncontrollable, Portia cast a guilty glance at his friend, who was still unable to rise, feeling an overwhelming sense of remorse for his previous outburst. Miss Yaji, please proceed. I am all ears, Portia said, his demeanor somber as he lowered his head. Huh? Yaji expressed surprise, closely observing this friend who, despite being known for his nightmarish hand, had nothing else to criticize, confirming that this upright youth indeed felt regret. She offered a gentle smile and shook her head. Well, perhaps it's best to let it go. Huh? Portia gazed blankly at her. From now on, please get along well with the young master, Portia. Her eyes sparkled more brightly than the Eiffel star, and her soft voice flowed like warm spring water into the boy's heart. Enchanted by her saintly smile, Portia momentarily forgot the chilling experience he had endured under the wrath of this pure wing, leaving him speechless. At that moment, a peculiar stirring suddenly blossomed in his heart, quickly spreading throughout his body. Yet, as soon as Portia became aware of it, the sensation vanished without a trace. Yes, leave it to me. After some bewilderment, Portia straightened his chest and assured this pure wing of the Shunian family in the most solemn voice he could muster. Thank you. I appreciate it. Yaji nodded and then turned her gaze to the other individual. Before she could speak, the red-haired youth, having come to his senses, quickly declared his loyalty. Miss Yaji, rest assured, I will always follow closely behind the young master. So, will you also forgive me? He added in a soft voice. The former steward of the Heitland family regarded the visibly trembling youth with a peculiar expression, then nodded meaningfully, a strange smile gracing his lips. Lionel. Count Horia has asked me to convey a message to you. What? Lionel's heart sank like a stone into a shadowy abyss. Given that it came from his uncle, who practically worshipped the young master, the punishment was bound to be severe. If the young master suffers any injury, even a single hair, I will immediately exile you to a desolate planet devoid of even a single female creature. The Count instructed me to convey this message in such a tone. Though such a statement hardly qualified as elegant coming from a noblewoman, it felt rather odd. However, Lionel had no time to dwell on that. Upon hearing the proclamation, he fell into a state of shock. When his brain finally began to function again, this impassioned youth, known as the Grass of Emmanuel, emitted a cry that echoed through the heavens, almost as if he were about to bleed from the ears. Oh, no. In truth, Count Horia's warning was somewhat exaggerated. Even within the vast territories of the Empire, finding a planet entirely devoid of female creatures was nearly impossible. However, if the criteria were limited to humans, there were indeed a few bizarre planets inhabited solely by males. The Empire typically referred to these as penal colonies, places designated for prisoners sentenced to hard labor. Although empires typically refrain from interfering in the lives of their subjugated peoples, there are instances where they may assist in punishing offenders at the request of local governments. In fact, it is quite challenging for the Empire to refuse this entirely free labor force, which is often welcome to aid in the development of new planets. However, given that these are places for exiled criminals, their living conditions cannot be overly comfortable. Thus, upon the suggestion of a certain head of the Esselina family, one of the 13 clans responsible for territorial expansion, the Empire decided to allocate the surplus of male offenders to isolated planets, offering the incentive of sentence reduction upon completion of their tasks. Remarkably, this initiative yielded unexpectedly positive results. The offenders, eager to escape the oppressive atmosphere of a planet saturated with the scent of male sweat, completed their assignments with remarkable efficiency. Upon their return to society, having experienced a profound fear of their penal planet, they generally became law-abiding citizens. Lionel had heard whispers of such planets within the Empire, and as a youth, he shivered at the thought, simultaneously cursing the cruelty of the Esselina family while harboring a genuine sympathy for the unfortunate criminals. Now, this sympathy had unexpectedly turned towards him. The mere thought of one day possibly stepping foot on that hellish planet sent the courageous young master of the Lawrence family into a tremor of fear. At that moment, both Sky and Portia cast deep, sympathetic glances toward their friend, who seemed to have little but luck on his side. Portia, Lionel, your punishment ends today. Starting tomorrow, you may return to the military academy to continue your studies. Now, go and rest well, Aki declared, uttering the very words the two boys had longed to hear. She then clapped her hands and gently addressed Shuiwei and Longa, who were still occupying most of the hospital bed. Little ones, you may return as well. With a soft chirp, Shuiwei and Longa scampered to the floor and dashed out. Let us go, Lionel. As the red-haired boy succumbed to a near-nervous dread, Portia had to push him firmly out of the special care room. However, before leaving, the green-haired youth glanced back at his dark-haired friend, his emerald eyes conveying a silent farewell filled with concern. Noticing the gesture, Sky began to feel uneasy, realizing that he was now left alone in the spacious room with only the innocent winged figure remaining. Sir, there is something I wish to confirm with you, Aki hesitated, her voice gentle, as if fearing to hurt the delicate boy. What? Sky responded, visibly tense. Well, I've heard rumors from our teacher about the perpetual past student. Is that you? The inquirer seemed even more anxious than the one being questioned. Perpetual past student? Sky was taken aback, his cheeks instantly flushing with embarrassment. The boy, who had only recently resolved to wage war against his own inertia, lowered his head in shame and muttered, That seems to be me, is that so? Aki's tone suggested disappointment, and Sky found himself bowing his head even lower, nearly touching his knees. Sir, you bear the hopes of the Empire and all its clans. Such laziness. Aki's words trailed off, unable to articulate how to chastise the boy bound by his life contract. The pure wing of the Shuni family could only manage a wry smile. To Aki's surprise, her mild, almost non-critical statement had a substantial effect. The perpetual past student, once feared by all instructors at the Emmanuel branch of the military academy for his formidable lethargy, now bowed his head deeply and sincerely confessed, I'm sorry, Aki. I was wrong. Although Sky wished to linger in the central hospital a while longer, even going so far as to feign various bizarre ailments to astonish the physicians and secure an extended stay, the astute Aki seemed to sense his secret. Nonetheless, the kind-hearted Aki remained by his side for a full week before departing. Sky felt immense disappointment, but could not direct his frustration at Aki. The two who had been his substitutes had long since returned to the military academy, refusing to visit their ailing friend, leaving him to grapple with his solitude. In such a melancholic state, Sky temporarily forgot his promise to Aki and contemplated sleeping for another week in the comfort of the special care room bed. For a boy capable of manipulating his own physical condition to some extent, the central hospital could find no grounds to discharge him. Thus, they endured immense pressure from the 13 clans while scouring the galaxy's archives, seeking to unravel the mystery behind the boy blessed by ancient civilizations. Though their efforts ultimately bore no fruit, the boy, plagued by numerous ailments, miraculously recovered a week later and promptly submitted a request for discharge. Unconfirmed reports within the hospital indicated that the day before the young master of the Highland family was discharged, the hospital's director received an anonymous letter signed by the red-haired Avenger. That afternoon, the female nurse responsible for overseeing the boy was replaced by a robust male nurse of local descent. Consequently, the following morning, the young master of the Highland family paid a visit to the director's office. While the specifics of their half-hour conversation remain unknown, the boy subsequently requested discharge, and the director bypassed the physical examination process, immediately signing the consent form. Witnesses noted a complex expression on the director's face as he signed, an amalgamation of joy at being freed from endless toil and an undercurrent of guilt. Portia, when did you move into this dormitory? Sky casually discarded a misshapen object he had been holding and turned to the still sleepy young master of the Ainyogar family, who had just emerged from the bedroom, offering a gentle smile. Sky. Upon meeting the gaze of those beast-like, glimmering black eyes, Portia shivered and instantly awoke. Meanwhile, Shuiwei, hearing the commotion outside, quickly retreated back under the covers, unwilling to emerge. The other nano-creature in the room remained blissfully unaware of the situation, lost in sweet dreams. Have you fully recovered? Kersha surreptitiously glanced at the unfortunate soul destined for Central Hospital tomorrow, a tremor of apprehension in his gaze. Sky, adopting a profoundly contemplative mien, scrutinized their verdant-haired companion with unwavering intensity for a prolonged interval before finally nodding, as if musing aloud. It would appear that this individual alone bears the weight of culpability. Pray tell, Kershaw, Sky began. What is it? Kershaw stammered. Do you find yourself assailed by the pangs of hunger? Might I interest you in a midnight repast? Sky inquired, already brandishing his sleeves. His gaze drifting towards the chamber's culinary alcove. The youngest scion of the Ainu Hogel lineage, utterly bewildered by this abrupt shift in demeanor, momentarily succumbed to a state of perplexed bewilderment. The wings of the Empire, the Hand of Nightmare, and the Winged Kin, three entities that have forged enduring legends, had, against all odds, converged in a single locale. It was akin to introducing two volatile atomic nuclei into a generator brimming with a tempestuous neutron flux. A situation fraught with peril, particularly in the aftermath of the cataclysmic explosion that had nearly obliterated half of the dormitory park. The research students unfortunate enough to be assigned to the Emmanuel branch found themselves in a perpetual state of trepidation and disquiet. Those even less fortunate, having been relegated to accommodations in proximity to the newly established Forbidden Zone, exhibited an uncharacteristic surge of diligence, voluntarily sequestering themselves within the branch's library for weeks on end, engrossed in relentless study, while the research students observed the trio's movements with palpable anxiety. The individual currently assuming the role of the neutron generator was preoccupied with rectifying the lingering aftermath of past transgressions, thereby temporarily averting the potential for a dreaded fission reaction. For an extended duration thereafter, the trio conducted themselves as ordinary research students, gradually assuaging the collective apprehension. If any noteworthy event transpired within the military academy during this interlude, it was the clandestine raid on the youngest Ainu Hogel's former abode by a contingent of fully armed technicians. The nature of the contents remained shrouded in mystery, necessitating the deployment of warship-grade generators to erect a protective magnetic field during the dismantling process. Weeks passed, marked by a semblance of tranquility. As the research students gradually relegated the dormant fission bomb to the recesses of their minds, their attention diverted by an impending event. This event, chronicled in the annals of the military academy by generations of predecessors as the Black Monsoon, was an annual calamity originating from the supreme commander of the Azure Sky Unified Forces, the sole surviving marshal of the Empire, Duke Sane of the Ile family. While the initial impetus behind this undertaking remained veiled in obscurity, it had, over time, evolved into an annual tradition at the military academy, instilling trepidation in the hearts of all research students in the general staff and flagship departments. Despite the individual's avowed intention of identifying qualified generals for the Azure Sky Army, onlookers perceived the Duke's actions as nothing more than a veiled attempt to jest with his successors. Given that the general staff and flagship departments were tasked with cultivating commander-level personnel, the military academy demanded that these research students possess a certain degree of strategic acumen and the ability to translate conceptual frameworks into tactical implementations. In general, practical application served as the optimal means of evaluating the research students' capabilities in this regard. However, given the Empire's century-long period of peace and its lack of intention to instigate conflict, relying on such methods to ascertain the research students' qualifications as commanders was deemed impractical. Indeed, even if the Empire were currently embroiled in war, the Azure Sky Army would be loath to jeopardize the lives of its soldiers to validate the nascent talents of its fledgling officers. Nevertheless, this predicament found resolution with the development of random number simulation technology by a member of the Ainu Hogel lineage. The military further refined this system, which could virtually replicate real-world scenarios with remarkable fidelity, giving rise to the war deduction system that the Azure Sky Army has employed to this day. While the simulation system deployed at the military academy was less sophisticated in terms of functionality than its military counterparts, the two were largely indistinguishable when it came to tactical-level deductions. Consequently, the tactical simulation system, widely integrated into the general staff and flagship department's curricula, supplanted real-world combat as the most effective means of assessing the research students' qualifications. By connecting to a smart terminal, instructors could observe the research students' simulated engagements with intelligent crystalline cores, readily discerning their deductive capabilities, at least at the tactical level. In instances of instructors with a penchant for mischief, they might even directly enter the smart terminal and engage the research students in simulated combat. However, for those research students who had suffered defeat at the hands of inexplicably formidable adversaries, incurring the penalty of remedial coursework, their opponent, Duke Sane, was more than just a mischievous presence. In reality, these uninitiated fledglings were no match for the battle-hardened marshal. As a result, each year, a contingent of unfortunate research students would find themselves singled out by the Duke, relegated to the unenviable fate of repeating a semester of tactical coursework. Occasionally, Individuals would emerge who had not suffered such a crushing defeat, and these research students invariably ascended to the upper echelons of the Azure Sky Army, without exception. However, they, too, had to endure the crucible of remedial instruction. This, then, was the fundamental reason why the head of the Highland family characterized the Duke's actions as a grievous blow to the burgeoning vigor of the Azure Sky Army. "I can't hold on any longer. Sky, I'm retreating." Lionel, desperately attempting to maintain his collapsing defensive line, issued a request for withdrawal to the individual commanding another allied force, only to be met with an impassioned rejoinder. "You wouldn't dare." The backdrop for this tactical simulation was a gate defense battle. The defending force had positioned a mobile fortress at the gate, garrisoned by a mixed fleet of 20,000 patrol ships and assault ships. The attacking force comprised two fleets. One, commanded by Sky, consisted of a mixed fleet of 10,000 heavy column ships and 5,000 assault ships. The other, commanded by Lionel, comprised a single escort fleet of 15,000 ships. Disregarding the relative merits of the commanders, the defending and attacking forces were essentially balanced in terms of strength, with the attacking force possessing the advantage of initiative. Initially, the two commanders of the attacking force had no intention of resorting to subterfuge, or, more accurately, were too indolent to do so, opting instead to rely on sound tactics and numerical superiority to gradually force their opponents into a position of defeat. However, they had not anticipated that Marshal Sane, commanding the defending force, would initially conceal his fleet in an area outside the mobile fortress, having suffered the loss of 3 subfleets in the face of the unexpected assault. The two research students' composure swiftly evaporated. Currently, Lionel's escort fleet was single-handedly repelling the defending force's ferocious assault fleet. Should the forward defensive line collapse, it would only be a matter of time before Sky's heavy column fleet, which possessed virtually no close-quarters combat capabilities, was annihilated. Are you kidding me? I finally escaped the shadow of being a perennial mediocrity, only to encounter the nightmare known as the Black Monsoon. What is it with my luck? I really can't hold on any longer, young master. My fleet has already sustained 30 losses. Lionel pleaded, his voice tinged with desperation. Then use the remaining 70 to fill the gap. Sky roared. If you dare retreat a single step, I'll send you back to Central Hospital for another week. Like last time, perhaps that nurse misses you. I will fight to the bitter end, young master. Although he could not see the other party's demeanor, Sky sensed that the individual on the other end of the line was in a state of heightened emotion. In any case, I need to figure out a way to adjust my forces. With this decision made, Sky activated the hidden communication function on his terminal wristband and began calling another friend. "Kersha, you're watching, right? Kersha?" "Yes, I'm watching. The situation appears dire, Sky." Utilizing innate abilities, the youngest scion of the Ainuhochal family effortlessly infiltrated the intelligent core, witnessing the entirety of the conflict unfold. "Nonsense. I am well aware of the precariousness of our situation. Hurry and assist me." Very well. Please wait a moment." Kersha readily agreed, and moments later, a comprehensive intelligence report regarding the defending forces materialized before Sky's operational terminal. Since the commencement of hostilities, that individual has sustained losses surprisingly less than a detached fleet, not to mention the intact mobile fortress behind them. Faced with such despairing data, Sky involuntarily emitted a pained groan. "Kersha, could you assist me in replacing the untouched strategy ships with assault vessels?" Having swiftly made a decision, Sky made this request. Though Kersha's voice conveyed some trepidation, such blatant cheating may not be advisable, Sky. Moreover, the system developed by the Ainuhochal family is not easily compromised. After our victory, I shall personally prepare a celebratory feast. Sky merely stated. "Give me 4 minutes." Kersha promptly promised. It seems that the youngest scion of the Hateland family is increasingly adept at employing both coercion and persuasion. As Lionel's fleet teetered on the brink of total collapse, formidable reinforcements finally emerged from the rear. The remaining 8,000 heavy battleships, meticulously maneuvered by Sky, formed 3 columns, temporarily suppressing the offensive ships with alternating volleys, allowing Lionel to regroup his beleaguered fleet. The ensuing battle escalated into a fierce clash, both sides exerting themselves to overwhelm the other, albeit with contrasting emotions. The youngest scion of the Hateland family fought tirelessly to bid farewell to his past self, while the Lawrence family heir's desperate struggle stemmed from an aversion to retaking a semester of tactical courses. As for the head of the Iser family, he reveled in observing these two remarkably resilient trainees. In terms of experience and technique, Marshal Sane far surpassed the 2 apprentices. However, the youthful vigor and unbounded imagination of the 2 heirs compensated for this shortcoming. During the subsequent hour-long simulation battle, both sides executed a classic display of offense and defense. When the arriving instructors discovered that it was the combination of the perennial past student who matched Marshall Sane, they stood frozen in disbelief. Arya was indeed correct. The talents of these two youngsters are quite remarkable. Marshall Sane exceptionally commended one of them, only to be taken aback shortly thereafter. As he became engrossed in the tactical maneuvers of the youths, unbeknownst to him, a fleet of approximately 2,000 assault ships, under Sky's careful dispersal, had encroached dangerously close to the mobile fortress. While merely 2,000 assault ships may not inflict significant damage on the fortress, Sane decided to allocate some forces to intercept this elusive threat. In fact, he was entirely confident in his ability to obliterate the trainees' already dwindling will to resist with the remaining fleet. However, the 3,000 assault vessels, covertly swamped by the youngest Ainihojal, now came into play. With relentless momentum, the assault fleet charged into the enemy lines and combined with the heavy battleship's unrelenting volleys, they pushed Sane's overly confident front line to the brink of collapse. It seems the enemy has pinned all their hopes on those 2,000 assault ships. Concluding this, Sane temporarily contracted his line, maintaining a steadfast defense against the trainees' final onslaught. As he anticipated, such a frenzied assault could hardly sustain itself for more than 10 minutes, and at that moment, Sane transitioned into the offensive, devoid of energy and fighting spirit. The trainees found themselves unable to contend with the marshal, teetering on the edge of total defeat. However, just as Sane prepared to deliver the final blow, the intelligent corps, serving as the judge, unexpectedly declared the attackers victorious. What a joke. What is happening? It was as if a sumptuous meal was snatched away just as he was about to take a bite, prompting Sane to erupt in furious protest. What? They succeeded? With merely those 2,000 assault ships? The victory conditions set for the attacking side in the tactical simulation required the destruction or capture of the enemy's mobile fortress. Thus, once the attackers fulfilled this criterion, the battle would automatically conclude regardless of the defender's circumstances. Yet, the marshals seemed unable to accept such an outcome. How on earth did they accomplish this? Investigate it for me. The Black Tempest, experiencing its first defeat, could only vent its frustration at the intelligent corps. It's actually quite simple, Korsha chuckled, alleviating the friend's confusion. I merely adjusted the combat capabilities of the personnel infiltrating the fortress according to your standards, Sky, and I did not anticipate such effective results. Is that so? That is indeed impressive. In any case, we have navigated through this immediate crisis, so Sky had no complaints. Although such blatant cheating would undoubtedly be discovered eventually, that was a concern for another day. For now, the youth, having expended too much energy, succumbed to the encroaching lethargy, yawning as he swiftly fell into a long and restful slumber. In the third orbital tier of Ifahol, the imperial capital, resided a colossal artificial celestial body, distinctly shaped like an elongated cylinder. Devoid of any ornamentation, its exterior appeared unadorned. Yet, to the Sharans, denizens of the firmament, it held a sacred significance, being among the most hallowed sites in their existence. It was their genesis point, the place where they first descended upon this galaxy. This artificial star was known as the nursery. Having long abandoned natural procreation, the Sharans typically combined the genetic material of partners, meticulously refining it before consigning it to an artificial womb, awaiting the autonomous maturation of the embryo, a testament to their affection. Although the expansion of the empire had brought the celestial and terrestrial peoples closer, and the inclination towards natural childbirth was gradually returning among couples, artificial reproduction remained the predominant method, at least for the time being. A streamlined transport vessel traversed the third orbital tier, its pristine white hull strikingly contrasting against the inky void. Upon approaching the nursery, the vessel deactivated its primary engine, employing several reverse thrusters to dock gracefully at the landing platform. Subsequently, a woman clad in a white frock descended from the transport and hastened through the nursery's corridors toward its central sanctum. There's no need to rush. The amniotic sac won't rupture for another 2 hours. A crystalline voice echoed from the corridor's side, causing the woman to halt abruptly, turning towards the sound's origin. Lachesis. Astonishment etched upon Agi's countenance as she beheld the silver-haired, crimson-eyed woman. Why are you here? Is it so peculiar for me to accompany my dearest friend on the most momentous day of her life? The head of the Audel family approached languidly, her voice as clear as ever, yet imbued with a palpable undercurrent of discontent. Even though she did not extend an invitation, perhaps, in her estimation, I am not yet deemed trustworthy. No, that's not it. Agi stammered, momentarily at a loss for words. Even now, she harbored profound doubts and unease regarding her decision, and the wing of purity had resolved from the outset to bear this secret, along with any potential recriminations, alone. However, it seemed her friend had already surmised her intentions. When I procured the certificate of covenant for you, I already foresaw your choice. Yet I never imagined you would conceal it from everyone. Lachesis approached Agi, her gaze piercing. Had I not fortuitously discovered the Hunia family name on the birth registry today, I would have remained oblivious to the fact that my friend was on the cusp of attaining complete communion. Lachesis. Agi fixed her gaze upon the chieftain of the kindred, bowing her head deeply after a protracted pause. I never intended to keep it from you. Forgive me. Please. Your apology should be directed towards the child, should it not? Lachesis turned her gaze towards the nursery center, where a child born under the aegis of pure communion slumbered within the origin chamber. Without a father's blessing, birth may not be a felicitous occasion for the child. Have I truly erred in my decision? The thought flickered through Agi's mind momentarily. However, the image of the individual who possessed her wings materialized vividly before the wing of purity, prompting Agi to shake her head and respond with unwavering conviction. I shall love that child, along with your lord's share. It appears your resolve is genuine. After scrutinizing her friend intently for a prolonged interval, Lachesis suddenly flashed a subtle smile. In that case, I shall absolve you, Agi. And as recompense, allow me to partake in welcoming the advent of this scion of the kindred. But, Agi was momentarily bewildered by her friend's unexpected request. In Sharan custom, only the child's two blood relatives and direct family members were permitted to attend the advent ceremony. Although Lachesis, being a member of the winged kindred, could technically be considered family, Agi could not fathom any justification for allowing her friend, who had no blood relation to the child, to participate in her advent ceremony. Before Agi could formulate a reason to either consent or decline, her friend's subsequent words plunged the wing of purity into utter bewilderment. Although the advent ceremony will lack a father's blessing, I believe that simultaneously receiving the blessings of two mothers should mitigate some of the child's regret. Very well. Let us proceed, Agi. The origin chamber was situated at the nursery's epicenter, where all Shar and saplings were nurtured and matured, ultimately descending upon this fertile land known as the galaxy. At present, two contingents of guests awaited the arrival of the nascent life outside the origin chamber, one belonging to the Hunia and Audel families of the winged kindred. Speaking of which, how's he faring? During the protracted and uneasy wait, Lachesis inquired abruptly. Are you referring to your lord? Agi had yet to recover from the peculiar unease she had experienced earlier, so even though the Audel family head's tone remained unchanged, the wing of purity still perceived an excessive degree of intimacy in Lachesis's appellation for that individual. Indeed, him. The reports concerning the Heightland family heir's academic progress at the Hall of Heraldry have been piling up, and for the past 6 months, the most frequent topic has been the perpetual past student. As she spoke, a glint of amusement sparkled within her ruby irises. Why yes, that is indeed the case. However, that is merely a temporary setback due to your lord's initial acclimatization to the military academy. Surely you don't genuinely believe that, and is therefore unavoidable. Agi instinctively defended the sky. However, her friend seemed to hold a divergent opinion. Is that so? 6 months ago, the princess of the Fiendbad royal family also concluded her training and commenced practical exercises with the fleet. Could the emergence of the perpetual past student be related to this matter in any way? After all, that princess is the only individual who has ever caused our young lord any distress. Agi's eyes widened as if she were only just realizing this. However, the wing of purity immediately shook her head, rejecting her friend's conjecture based on emotion rather than reason. Impossible, since that princess has caused your lord so much distress. How could he possibly exert himself in his studies for her sake? Compelled, perhaps, the Audel family had mused, uttering a supposition that came closest to the truth. Lachesis. Agi called out her friend's name in a stern voice, and upon witnessing the wing of purity's apparent displeasure, the Audel family head could only shrug her shoulders and change the subject. Well, let us set aside past events for the time being. My concern lies with the future development of the Imperial wings. Although the wing commander has not provided me with any assurances, if it is you, Agi, you should be able to exert some influence over that individual, correct? Lachesis fixed her gaze upon her friend, earnestly seeking confirmation. Yes, perhaps. The wing of purity's response lacked conviction. In truth, I spent a week at the Central Hospital. Your lord's injuries have essentially healed, and he has promised me that he will strive to achieve good results in the future, so I believe we should not encounter a similar situation to the perpetual past student again. Oh, what a delightful surprise. A faint smile danced at the corners of Lachesis' lips. However, if that individual were to become serious, I believe the esteemed dean would find himself in even greater distress, wouldn't he? Why? Yaji gazed at her friend in confusion. You are not aware yet? Lachesis looked at her friend in astonishment and proceeded to explain in detail. Not long ago, the Duke of Sane, feared by all trainees and known as the Black Monsoon, tasted defeat for the first time during a tactical simulation. The architects of this miracle were the younger scions of the Heightland and Lawrence families. with an unseen influence from the younger heir of the Inyhogar family lurking behind them. Naturally, the marshal, who could not accept such an inexplicable outcome of being defeated by two fledgling commanders, conducted a thorough assessment of the battle process and eventually discerned the underlying truths. Consequently, he lodged a vehement protest to the military academy. Yet, in an unexpected turn of events, the usually strict dean of the military academy sided with the trio, even asserting that retaliation is a perfectly legitimate means of action. Of course, neither of the two heads of the foundational clans could persuade one another. And due to their long-standing discord, the other clan heads adopted a hands-off approach, allowing the two to continue their quarrel. Although the Imperial Wings and the Imperial Fangs remained inconclusive in their contest, the trio emerged as the heroes who brought an end to the Black Monsoon. Despite their methods being less than honorable, their names began to gain recognition among the trainees. After hearing this, Yaji couldn't help but display a rather complex expression. The so-called birth ceremony is not particularly complicated. A caretaker from the Institute of Child-Rearing extracts the fully developed infant from the artificial womb, after which the two blood relatives step forward to receive the crystallization of their love and bestow upon the child a name that will accompany them throughout their life. Although the procedure appears straightforward, no one has managed to calmly conclude these steps since the establishment of the Institute. At this moment, the two individuals, one blood relative and her friend, found themselves unwittingly ensnared in this age-old ironclad rule. Yaji, have you decided on a name? The usually clear-headed and methodical dean of the Heraldry Institute now uttered such ambiguous words, revealing that her composure was not as tranquil as it seemed. Yes. I have been thinking for quite some time. Yaji appeared exceptionally tense. No, I did not inquire about how long you have been contemplating, but rather if you have made a decision. Locky Eyes reaffirmed. I have decided. Yaji nodded solemnly, internally repeating the name she had called upon countless times. Well then, let us proceed, Locky Eyes suggested with a determined expression, and the two took a deep breath before stepping toward the room where the hope of the foundational clan lay in slumber. Inside a cylindrical crystal container, embossed with the emblem of the rose shield, a certain pale blue liquid filled the space, reminiscent of the primordial sea from which all life springs forth. Within this life-giving ocean, a small angel with beautiful silver hair, akin to that of a mother, lay quietly asleep. This is the infant? Upon witnessing this essence of life, even the composed dean of the Heraldry Institute could not help but exclaim in irrational awe. Meanwhile, Yaji remained utterly fixated on the slumbering angelic child, too preoccupied to express any sentiments of her own. After nearly 20 minutes, the caretaker standing nearby finally decided to remind the two women, who were lost in the profound emotions of life as inception. May I proceed with the water breaking? Oh, my apologies, please go ahead. Upon regaining her senses, Locky Eyes quickly stepped back with her friend, allowing the caretaker to fulfill her final duty. As the caretaker performed the operations of the artificial womb, the two women, wielders of half the power in the imperial capital, stood below in a daze, battling the surging waves of passion within themselves as they anxiously awaited the outcome. Yaji, do you truly intend to keep this from everyone? It seemed that the head of the ALD family could not remain calm without engaging in conversation. Yes, Yaji replied absent-mindedly. Even he must remain in the dark? It appeared that this was the most pressing question. Yes, that is my intention. A hint of uncertainty crept into Yaji's voice for the first time, and as a friend of many years, Locky Eyes could not overlook her wavering resolve and pressed on. Forever? Do you intend to conceal this fact until the child comes of age? With her delicate brows slightly furrowed, Locky Eyes questioned in a tone bordering on reproach. This is an exceedingly cruel decision for the child. If you plan to keep the origin of her other half's genes a secret, it could lead to resentment later on, you know? Well, at least until the young master finds his wings, I will not let him know. Yaji hesitated before resolutely stating her position. His wings, you say? The head of the ALD family regarded her friend with a complex gaze. In truth, I believe that even if you were to request to be his wings, he would not refuse. Why not give it a try? No, I have already received a gift too precious from the young master, so I cannot ask for anything more. Yaji smiled as she spoke. Yet, for some reason, Locky Eyes sensed a faint sadness underlying the purity of that smile. Reflecting on it, it seemed she was the one who had prompted her friend to make this painful decision. The head of the clan lowered her head and offered an apology to her friend. I am sorry, Yaji. If I had not meddled back then, you might not have abandoned the thought of becoming his wings. No, that is not the case, Locky Eyes. Yaji smiled gently, comforting her friend with her soothing tone. I am grateful for the precious gift I received from the young master, and I have never regretted this decision. The thought of one day presenting my carefully nurtured treasure to him fills my heart with joy. Is that so? It seemed that Locky Eyes sighed in relief. Then, I can assist you, Yaji. If you wish to keep this from anyone, you cannot take the child back to the Shania family estate, can you? However, if it is the ALD estate, I believe that even the most curious souls would hesitate to investigate the child's identity. Moreover, you could visit her anytime. Staying for an extended period would be perfectly acceptable as well. Oh, is that so? Though it is indeed a tempting option, Yaji still harbored reservations. The pure-winged one hesitated and voiced her concerns to her friend. However, Lucky Eyes, you do not intend to take him, away, do you? Eh? The ALD family momentarily displayed an expression of astonishment, but soon a cryptic smile graced their lips. Well, what do you think, Yaji? Just as the pure-winged one was about to succumb to that inexplicable unease, a more pressing matter captured their attention. Congratulations to you both. The caretaker approached them, cradling the child swathed in soft white cloth. However, upon noticing that both participants in the birth ceremony were women, the caretaker's expression grew somewhat complex, likely due to some peculiar misunderstanding. Here is the refined version of your text. This is my child, with that person. Agath extended a trembling hand to receive the infant, gazing with profound affection at her rosy cheeks. She then cradled her in her arms, yet with a delicate touch, fearful of inadvertently harming this tender, newly arrived cherub. While Agath was immersed in a torrent of felicity upon receiving the child, Rochelle, ever the astute director of noticed the caregiver's peculiar expression amidst her elation. Thank you, I appreciate your assistance. As she expressed her gratitude to the caregiver, Odell's head fixed her with a gaze laden with warning. Under the scrutiny of those sanguine eyes, the caregiver shuddered, bowed, and swiftly withdrew from the room. What shall her name be? Rochelle inquired gently, averting her gaze from the caregiver's hasty retreat and turning to her friend. Her name is Agath whispered, uttering the name imbued with all her longing. Joy. A pristine lily, is it? I understand. From this day forward, your name shall be Joy. Rochelle sighed softly, then contemplated the slumbering scion of the clan in her swaddling clothes, bestowing upon her the initial benediction. Child of earth and sky, offspring of our clan. May the constellations favor and the earth's vigil forever accompany you. Apart from the capital of the Chiron human empire, situated on the third orbital tier, the Ifahal star system encompasses 5 planets. The one nearest to Ifahal, owing to its proximity to the star, remains uninhabitable despite the Empire's most advanced planetary modification technologies. Currently, the Empire merely maintains ground stations as repositories for antimatter production. The second, third, and fourth planets possess the latent potential to become ideal human habitats. The Chirons initially chose this system for their capital due to this very prospect, dedicating nearly a century to meticulously crafting these planets into their envisioned utopia. While the initial intention was to designate these 3 planets as residential spaces, they soon realized the arduousness of readapting to terrestrial life for the skyfolk who had spent nearly 2 centuries in spatial vagrancy. Presently, these 3 planets serve primarily as the capital's pleasure grounds. Though nominally assigned to the 13 root clans, the proprietors generally adopt a laissez-faire approach to their domains. Save for a few designated locations, the majority of these 3 planets have become havens for the capital's terrestrial-born residents, allowing them to relive bygone days. The 5th planet, orbiting on the outermost tier of the Ifahal star system, demanded considerable imperial effort. In theory, it could be terraformed for human habitation, but its distance from the system's center meant that it received only marginally sufficient solar radiation. For the first half-century of the planet's modification, the Empire focused primarily on elevating the surface temperature, with dozens of methods ultimately failing. Had it not been for a member of the Aeneas Hogarth family, a genius by common standards, who proposed directly modifying the planet's core by implanting a heat source, the Empire might have been compelled to abandon the 5th planet, relinquishing a substantial investment. In summation, through this exceedingly assertive approach, the 5th planet finally became habitable and remains the sole planet in the Ifahal star system with restricted access, for it is on this planet, named Lion, that the headquarters of the Sky Army, the galaxy's most formidable armed force, is situated. Graduates of the military academy as the starting point of their military careers first arrive on Lion. Upon reaching the Sky Army's supreme capital, these fledgling trainees undergo a trimester-long internship based on their designated roles, allowing them to gain a more profound comprehension of their future duties. Subsequently, they're assigned to formal units and subjected to more rigorous training under the tutelage of their seniors, though the specifics vary from individual to individual. For example, a certain cadet in ship handling, bearing the title of Your Highness from birth, is essentially revered as a deity by his subordinates. Port beam energy cannons, full barrage, suppressing fire. Xia instructed the artillery officer succinctly, then brandished her command baton, pointing directly ahead. Helmsman, maintain acceleration. We shall breach their formation. Thus, the frigate Thunder, launched just a month prior from the Imperial shipyards in the capital, plunged into the enemy ranks with a ferocity that astounded her predecessors, instantly shattering their formation. While it is true that they breached the enemy's formation, the enemy's total strength consisted of merely 5 frigates arrayed in a line, making the feat relatively straightforward. Nevertheless, the effect was profound. Inspired by the demonstration of the Finbird Royal Princess, the other 4 frigates belonging to the same squadron as Thunder followed suit, unleashing a torrent of fire, aiming to overwhelm the enemy. The enemy retaliated immediately but hesitated to fully expose their rear. Wary of the frigate that had completed its turn and was now bearing down on their flanks with menacing intent. In their indecision, they squandered the optimal moment to intercept the assault and were soon suppressed by the 4 emboldened frigates. Meanwhile, Thunder remained active, exploiting the enemy's distraction to sink 2 enemy frigates with a surprise attack. After that, the outcome of the battle was never in doubt. It seems that this year's graduates are of high caliber, truly worthy of the Empire's wings. Even in such peaceful times, they can cultivate such stalwart pilots. A brown-haired man murmured. The routine exercises conducted by the new captains were recorded by panoramic satellites positioned around the airspace and replayed in a conference room on the surface of Lion. At that moment, the modest conference room was filled with the Sky Army's Qualification Assessment Committee for new pilots. Of course, some senior pilots, eager to catch a glimpse of their future subordinates, had also arrived uninvited, a trend that has been gaining momentum within the Sky Army since a certain head of the Iseus Heracles family set the precedent. Although the prestige of the Empire's wings has never faltered in centuries, the Marshal of the Integrated Command, adhering to a philosophy of excessive prudence, invariably demands that the assessment committee conduct a thorough examination of the new pilots. His attitude is akin to expecting to unearth something from these military academy graduates, but this is undoubtedly a misperception. Despite the stringent orders of their superior, the subordinates faithfully carried them out. After all, even the smallest patrol craft is manned by 25 soldiers, while the medium-sized frigate boasts a crew of 170. Given that hundreds of lives are at stake, even the most rigorous demands are not excessive. Therefore, trainees graduating from the ship handling and command departments are typically required to participate in a combat exercise upon arriving on Lion, with experienced evaluators scrutinizing their performance. If one's combat command skills are exceedingly poor, they can undoubtedly be deemed unqualified. While this may be a profoundly dishonorable situation for the individual involved, even if they cannot serve as captain, they may still choose to undertake other roles. However, the illustrious reputation amassed by the Empire's fleet over centuries is no mere facade. In fact, among the rare instances of unqualified candidates, those eliminated due to poor command skills constitute an absolute minority. More often, newcomers are dismissed due to personalities that deviate significantly from common sense. Presently, it seems the judges are quite pleased with the performance of the Thunder, the assault ship's captain. Though appearing reckless and impulsive, the actions taken are rooted in precise calculations. By the standards of a novice captain, this is indeed a rare and commendable quality. The individual making these observations is not a judge, but rather an uninvited superior officer, who serves as the commander of the illusionary Dragon Fleet subfleet. This unexpected visitor calmly endures the disapproving gazes of the judges from whom he has usurped the floor, before turning to his aide standing behind him. Arya, who is the captain of that assault ship? It is Cadet Shane, who graduated second in her class from the Academy of Military Talents as a piloting specialist. The aide with striking purple hair responded in a composed tone. However, for reasons unknown, her superior could always discern a hint of dissatisfaction in her overly cool voice. Oh, so she is the second in her class at the Academy. Wait, you mentioned she graduated as a piloting specialist. How then is she qualified to serve as captain of an assault ship? Yushi suddenly furrowed his brow. While graduates from the Academy are generally eligible for captaincy, there are still subdivisions. For smaller vessels like patrol ships and escorts, the captain also bears the responsibilities of a helmsman. Consequently, individuals serving as captains of patrol and escort ships are evaluated more on their helmsmanship skills than their command abilities. The piloting department is specifically designed to cultivate such versatile talents. In contrast, captains of medium-sized warships, such as assault ships and strategic vessels, do not fulfill any helmsman duties. Their role is solely focused on combat command. Therefore, the piloting department's training for cadets is primarily directed towards their capabilities as commanders. As for large warships like battleships, they are beyond the aspirations of novice captains. Without over 5 years of captaincy experience, one cannot even qualify as a captain candidate. In summary, piloting cadets can, to a certain extent, substitute for commanding cadets, yet commanding cadets cannot undertake the responsibilities of piloting cadets. Although this phenomenon may seem peculiar to outsiders, the Celestial Army has operated under this system for nearly 2 centuries without incident, thus it has persisted. To prevent confusion between the two departments, The Celestial Army established regulations long ago, designating piloting cadets as captains of patrol and escort ships, while commanding cadets take the helm of assault ships, strategic vessels, and invasion ships. This is why Yushi's harbors such confusion. The full name of this cadet is Yanalavan Jin Fiembird Roshane. Arya's voice remained even-toned but clearly conveyed her message. As descendants of the Yanalavan family are potential future emperors, they are undoubtedly expected to possess a high degree of military acumen. Ideally, attaining the rank of marshal before ascending to the throne would be most advantageous. However, even without becoming a superior officer, they cannot remain in the captaincy indefinitely. Regrettably, akin to the Heightland family's love for freedom, the Yanalavan family harbors a near-obsessive desire to soar through the boundless void. In fact, during the Empire's initial century, many descendants of the Yanalavan family willingly relinquished opportunities for promotion, preferring to remain at the helm to continue relishing the thrill of gliding through the emptiness. From the Empire's perspective, such behavior is intolerable. Thus, to instill a sense of responsibility in this chosen ruling family, the 13 Council passed a resolution forbidding the descendants of the Yanalavan family from holding any helmsman-related positions within the Celestial Army. This explains why Shane, as a piloting cadet, can serve as the captain of an assault ship. Oh, is she the princess who, a year ago, caused a commotion in the Imperial capital alongside the Heightland heir? Yushi's eyes suddenly sparkled. He had held the position of subfleet commander during that unprecedented rescue operation, so the memory was vivid. Arya, what is your assessment of this princess? Yushi's raised an eyebrow and inquired. Are you asking me? A fleeting look of confusion crossed Arya's striking violet eyes, but she promptly replied with an assured tone. Such a valiant combat style should yield significant results on the battlefield, and if luck is on her side, perhaps she will survive until the end. I truly pity her subordinates. Oh, is that your opinion? Yushi's nodded and a faint smile graced his lips. However, the Yanalavan family generally possesses such temperament. And considering their consistently favorable luck, I believe this princess's future is quite promising. Excellent, let her join my command. Yushi's declared. Are you serious, Your Excellency? Arya regarded her superior with astonishment. It was well known throughout the Celestial Army that the descendants of the Yanalavan family were not easy subordinates. Essentially, all superior officers avoided such arduous assignments, yet this gentleman intended to actively invite this misfortune? Realizing this, Arya could not help but concede to her great-grandfather's assessment of her brother. Your Excellency, the basic requirements for joining the illusionary dragon fleet. You haven't forgotten. Have you? The aide sighed, fulfilling her responsibility to the marshal. Yushi's fell silent for a few seconds, then snapped his fingers, swiftly arriving at a decision. So be it. Let this princess remain in the reserves of the illusionary dragon for a while, and if her performance is sufficiently exemplary, I shall promote her to the official fleet ahead of schedule. Is that acceptable? A look of uncertainty flashed in her deep violet eyes. Of course. After all, I hold the title of Vice Admiral. This small privilege is within my rights. Yushi suddenly broke into a gleeful smile. By the way, Arya, have you met the Highland heir? If it weren't for him needing another year to complete his training, I could have had both of these legendary figures under my command. Following the conclusion of routine exercises, the assault ship Thunder returned with pride to one of the maintenance stations suspended in the orbit of Planet Wen. One of the other purposes of these exercises was to conduct thorough performance evaluations of the warships and identify any potential flaws, which could then be repaired as much as possible. After all, these vessels were intended for interstellar navigation, and especially for combat, they represented the pinnacle of sophisticated technology. Regardless of how refined shipbuilding techniques may be, there remains an infinitesimal probability of producing a few defective units. Thus, even though the Thunder exhibited no anomalies during the recent engagement, it must still undergo a meticulous inspection from stem to stern. During this approximately 2-day examination, its crew will largely enjoy a brief respite. My esteemed colleagues, thank you for your valiant service. On the bridge of the Thunder, Xiaoyan extended her gratitude to her direct subordinates. For the sake of expedient command, even on an assault ship with a crew of 170, the captain directly commands only 5 individuals: the helmsman, the gunnery officer, the communications officer, the chief engineer, and the purser. These 5 senior officers each serve as the head of their respective departments, with their subordinates comprising the remaining 164 crew members. Xiaoyan's gaze first settled upon gunnery officer Krippus. This graduate of the Emmanuel branch was currently reveling in the euphoria of their initial victory, a sentiment evident in the constant sparkle of excitement in his eyes. Next, she turned her attention to communications officer Lois, a contemporary with fair golden tresses, who, for some reason, possessed a rather timid disposition. While her performance during the battle was commendable, Xiaoyan was displeased with her apprehensive demeanor when addressing her. Chief Engineer Locke, on the other hand, was an excessively vivacious individual. This native of the terrestrial regions, purportedly just past 20, possessed an unusually mature countenance. Yet his actions belied any hint of senescence. As the senior officer in charge of the ship's machinery, he was well-versed in shipbuilding technology and highly regarded by the crew, making him, on the whole, quite excellent. Xiaoyin glanced at Purser Elma. This terrestrial woman shared what was known as a marital relationship in the terrestrial world with the chief engineer. Although this was supposedly a more intimate bond than the Shalanian partnership, it seemed to Xiaoyin that the purser and the chief engineer spent more time disparaging each other. Oddly, these seemingly malicious remarks did not create any discord between the two senior officers. Their peculiar harmony intrigued all the skyfolk, including herself. Moreover, as the purser in charge of the ship's personnel and logistics, Elma was exceptionally competent, a fact amply demonstrated by the immense popularity of her office within the ship. Finally, Xiaoyin's gaze rested upon helmsman and executive officer, warrant officer Isaiah. Had the 13 Council not rendered that decision, this warrant officer, her equal in rank but with 5 more years of experience, would likely have replaced her as captain of this assault ship. In truth, Xiaoyin rather anticipated such a scenario. She was certain that the helmsman's seat would be far more comfortable than the captain's chair. Lost in these thoughts, the princess found herself inadvertently glaring at the helmsman. Captain? As if sensing Xiaoyin's thoughts, Executive Officer Isaiah offered a wry smile, gently prompting. Perhaps we should allow the crew to disembark for a period of leave? Ah, yes, let us proceed with that. Xiaoyin nodded, then activated the terminal bracelet connected to the ship's intercom. All crew members, thank you for your diligent service. By virtue of my authority as captain, I hereby grant all of you a 48-hour leave of absence. While no missions are anticipated during this time, I still request that you keep your terminal bracelets active at all times. As for the assembly point, I will notify you separately upon the conclusion of the leave, so please rest well during this time. Upon finishing her address, even within the soundproofed confines of the bridge, Xiaoyin could almost hear the resounding cheers echoing throughout the ship. The taverns on Bar Street will undoubtedly be bustling tonight, Xiaoyin mused. Should she perhaps treat the crew to a celebration on Bar Street to commemorate their initial victory? The very notion seemed incongruous to Xiaoyin. However, her intuition suggested that such an unconventional action would be highly beneficial in fostering loyalty among her subordinates. But 2 issues presented themselves. The first was a matter of expense. For a newly appointed captain with a modest salary, covering the costs of a celebratory banquet would be a significant burden. While Xiaoyin had the formidable financial backing of the Finesburg royal family, the princess, who had resolved to gradually achieve economic independence, was reluctant to request assistance from her father. The other issue was decorum, perhaps? After all, Xiaoyin was a member of the royal family. Although her upbringing had not instilled any prejudice against the terrestrial people, the princess was ill-suited to the crew's preferred forms of recreation. In fact, Xiaoyin could not imagine herself reveling in the dazzling lights and unrestrained dancing. The very thought sent shivers down her spine. However, if that person, who was also a native of the terrestrial regions, were present, Xiaoyin's gaze drifted towards the imperial capital of Ephefor. If he were here, I could delegate these unfamiliar tasks to him. He would handle them admirably, I'm sure. Purser, might I trouble you with a task? Having made her decision, Xiaoyin addressed the woman most popular among the crew, saying, although it was merely a simulated battle, we did emerge victorious. To commemorate this, I would like to host a celebratory banquet tonight to be held on Bar Street, with attendance optional for all crew members. Would you be able to organize it? Elma initially displayed surprise, but her astonishment quickly transformed into an amiable smile. Of course, Captain. I believe the crew will be delighted. Also, may I make the reservation in the name of the Finesburg royal family? It will be easier to secure a good venue that way. Since the reservation would be made in the name of the Finesburg royal family, the bill would naturally be sent to King Fines. It seemed the purser was considerate of the new captain's financial situation. Under these circumstances, Xiaoyin, who had initially intended to pay out of her own pocket, hesitated briefly before agreeing to her suggestion. Very well, let us proceed in that manner. Oh ho, this is indeed exhilarating news, Chief Engineer Locke exclaimed with boisterous glee. The senior officer licked his lips, revealing a look of ravenous anticipation. I've heard the Finesburg royal family possesses extraordinary wealth, so I shall not be reserved. Heh. Now I can finally uncork that amber treasure from its crystal cabinet. There are no objections, are there, Captain? No, there are none. Xiaoyin nodded hesitantly, now realizing how prudent it was to have the bill sent to her father. Locke, exercise some restraint. The captain is extending a generous gesture. Is this how you intend to repay her? Elma immediately began to chide the man she referred to as her husband. Fear not, I am aware of my limits. I shall only imbibe half the bottle of golden glaze, the remainder shall be shared among the crew. Those fellows generally share my refined tastes. so they will undoubtedly become even more devoted to the captain after sampling it. Are you attempting to transform this assault ship into a haven for inebriates? And then the two of them began to bicker as usual, oblivious to their surroundings, while their colleagues, who had experienced similar incidents in the past, automatically ignored them. Crippus. Lois, Isaiah, will you be attending? Xia Yin's gaze lingered on the officers who, like herself, were skyfolk, as if seeking an answer to her own uncertainties. Certainly. How could I possibly miss such an intriguing event? The artillery officer Krapaz appeared eager and enthusiastic. In truth, this gentleman usually got along quite harmoniously with his fellow officers, so he likely had no reason for confusion akin to Xia Yin's. Captain, may I take a leave? After the battle, Lois had reverted to her timid trainee demeanor. I need to inform my family. Well, about the victory. So, of course, Xia Yin replied. As I mentioned, participation is voluntary. She endeavored to soften her tone, then turned to the first officer, Isaiah, and asked with a serious demeanor, First officer, will you be attending? Since it was a celebration, a host of suitable stature was essential, although assigning the duty to Chief Elma would pose no issue. The absence of any officers from the Skyfolk would be detrimental to the harmonious atmosphere aboard the ship. Thus, Xia Yin resolved that if Isaiah intended to forego the celebration, she would begrudgingly attend herself. Captain, may I ask if you plan to participate? Isaiah inquired, his expression one of contemplation. It seemed this first officer shared her sentiments, prompting Xia Yin to ponder further. If Isaiah were to decline outright, at least the princess's resolve would not waver as it did now. I shall attend, Captain. After all, with 5 additional years of experience as an officer, I am the one who has decided first. Isaiah chuckled lightly, addressing the captain. If Yin Olivine were to grace such an occasion, the Empire's prestige would surely plummet to the ground. Moreover, he continued, I doubt the atmosphere of the celebration would be particularly lively under the weight of royal pressure. Indeed, Xia Yin conceded with a hint of reluctance, acknowledging the truth in Isaiah's words. Then I entrust this to you, first officer. The expenses will be covered by the royal family, so please ensure that the officers enjoy themselves. I shall do my utmost, Captain. Isaiah's lips curled into a bittersweet smile as he saluted with a formal military gesture. The bar street mentioned by Xia Yin was, in fact, a chain of artificial celestial bodies encircling the planet Rojo, as its name suggests. It featured an elongated elliptical corridor, split by a central floor into 2 sections. Above was a walkway for pedestrians, and on either side were dedicated passages for small mobile platforms to facilitate convenient movement. Below this corridor was a service passage for personnel and goods, providing ample space for medium-sized transport vehicles. Additionally, gravity-controlled devices and other maintenance equipment were situated in this area. Shops, restaurants, and entertainment venues were irregularly distributed alongside the corridor, allowing for flexibility based on the needs of their proprietors or guests, resulting in the bar street's composite structure. Viewed from outer space, the main avenue of the bar street resembled a thick rope discarded in the cosmos, with round eateries and entertainment venues appearing like small bells haphazardly hanging from it. As the sole recreational venue on the orbit of this military planet, the bar street enjoyed immense popularity among the officers of the Celestial Army, particularly among the Skyfolk. Its zero-gravity courtyards, aerial gardens, and hot spring facilities provided an ideal refuge for alleviating the post-battle tension experienced by the officers. Generally speaking, the ground forces preferred to descend to the terrestrial realm, indulging in the delights of pure earthly entertainment. However, the Celestial Army's existence was not solely to provide them with a better living environment. Fortunately, the bar street also housed numerous entertainment facilities that simulated the terrestrial experience, ensuring that even the least discerning individuals could find something to help them relax. As for the venue of the celebration banquet for the Thunder Assault ship, it was a restaurant named Heaven. This establishment, run by the Geo-Nationalists, offered cuisine and decor reminiscent of the terrestrial realm, making it the most suitable place to host the groundborn officers. The other Skyfolk officers would have to endure a temporary compromise. Despite the Chief Elma having informed all crew members that participation was optional, it turned out that, apart from the 2 officers, the entire crew of the Thunder Assault ship congregated that evening at the restaurant known as Heaven, with attendance exceeding half of the expected number. Chief Elma had no choice but to urgently utilize the resources of the Finbird royal family to secure a temporary rental of the restaurant's 2nd floor, barely accommodating the excess guests. Speaking of which, it was unexpected that our captain would think of such an idea. Chief Technician Locke finished the last of his golden glass, a fine wine from the Ayano's free system, and shook his head, praising the fortunate princess who had bestowed this happiness upon him. By Yin Olivine's standards, no, even by the standards of the average Skyfolk, that lady was quite adept at navigating social intricacies. This was somewhat disappointing, as he had anticipated a more commanding attitude from royalty. "Well, I imagine there are many who share your sentiments," Elma interjected, finally finding a moment to sit beside her husband and catch her breath. "However, I believe that, compared to the haughty nobles of other parts of the galaxy, the placid Yanalavine is more deserving of respect, at least as a superior. She is not difficult to interact with." It was precisely because of this ease of interaction that the air of mystery had dissipated. Locke turned to look at his wife. Perhaps due to having drunk a bit, a faint blush adorned Elma's cheeks, enhancing her beauty. What a pity. Though, the two most beautiful Miss Shallan did not attend this celebration. Locke forced his gaze away from his wife, feigning a sigh. "Is that so? However, I believe that with the presence of the most handsome gentleman, there would be no regrets," Elma remarked, her gaze shifting to the first officer amidst the crowd, who was currently surrounded by a group of mischievous officers, yet displayed no signs of unease. "I say, dear, could you perhaps consider the feelings of this husband beside you when you speak?" Locke protested, his expression one of mock injury. "Ah, Locke, I had no idea you had become so sensitive," Elma teased lightly. "No matter when you look, you two are always such a delightful pair." Propaz approached, joining the conversation between the two officers. The rosy hue on his face indicated that he had indulged in a bit too much drink. "Propaz, I recall you were beset by those fellows. How did you manage to escape them?" Locke observed the Sky Dweller with astonishment. Despite his disheveled appearance, the Sky Dweller's lucidity remained uncompromised. Locke had perceived those with a penchant for inebriety as individuals devoid of restraint. These Sky Dweller ensigns, possessed of an insatiable curiosity, had resolved to ascertain whether the Shallan were susceptible to intoxication. While audacious enough to target the slender-framed gunnery ensign, they dared not attempt to test the captain's capacity. Indeed, Propaz had been sequestered to a corner of the hall by his unruly subordinates from the outset of the banquet, subjected to an incessant barrage of toasts. However, the Sky Dweller's safe return implied. Locke's gaze involuntarily shifted towards the gunnery ensign, where, atop a large round table in the corner, nearly 100 empty bottles lay neatly arranged, while beneath it, dozens of vanquished revelers sprawled in disarray. "Remarkable," Locke muttered under his breath. "The young gunnery ensign." Amidst the heartfelt exclamation of the chief technician, brushed back his disheveled cerulean locks, revealing an expression of buoyant delight. "While I had heard tales of this toasting custom in the terrestrial world, I had not anticipated such a brutal spectacle. Truthfully, I find the sensation quite agreeable, especially witnessing the successive collapse of those offering toasts. A peculiar sense of elation wells up from within." "Fools," Elma remarked softly, withdrawing her gaze from the carnage and fixing it upon the young gunnery ensign. "True Shallan are impervious to intoxication. Before their genesis, their genetic code undergoes adaptive modifications. Barring those who deliberately revert their genetic makeup, they remain insensible to any amount of alcohol." "Is that so?" Propaz, the Sky Dweller, queried, furrowing his brow. "Regard it as a triumph of genetic engineering," Locke declared, replenishing his glass with golden liquor, raising it in a solitary toast. Before imbibing, the chief technician cast a sidelong glance at the oblivious fools still surrounding the other Sky Dweller, then sighed softly. Due to weeks of continuous combat drills, during evening respites, even without a superior as magnanimous as Princess Fienbird, the ensigns would spontaneously congregate in the bar district to relieve the pressures accumulated during live combat. Of course, patrons of the bar district were not exclusively ensigns. The occasional Sky Dweller, with their elongated ears, could also be observed. Blessed by genetic engineering, Shallan, both male and female, possessed demigod-like beauty. When female ensigns shed their uniforms for civilian attire, their presence in the bar district invariably drew admiring glances from the terrestrial-born ensigns. Occasionally, a few audacious individuals would even approach these Shallan women, who might outrank them by several grades, for a flirtatious conversation. However, most ensigns lacked such audacity. Even when they noticed a fair-haired Shallan maiden lingering outside a restaurant, a look of perplexity etched upon her face. No one dared to inquire about the source of her distress. "Should I enter or not?" Lois repeated for the 73rd time, still wavering in her decision. After reporting the day's events to her family, the communications ensign found herself at loose ends. She decided to take a stroll through the bar district, only to unwittingly find herself outside the restaurant hosting the celebration for the assault cruiser Thunder. However, the courage to cross the threshold eluded her. "Oh, how tedious." A resounding sigh captured Lois's attention. She turned towards the source of the sound. In the center of the walkway, 3 cadets in their uniforms strode purposefully. At the vanguard was a red-haired youth, now casting disgruntled glances about. Behind him, a black-haired youth and a green-haired youth walked abreast. Seemingly less affected by the red-haired youth's discontent, their gazes fixed on his retreating back with interest. "I had assumed that the bar district, being so renowned within the Sky Corps, would offer something more unique, but it pales in comparison to the pleasure district on Juma, Lionel remarked, shrugging his shoulders in resignation. The pleasure district? Such a place exists in the capital? Sky inquired with astonishment. In his understanding, the Shalon were a wholesome race, and the pleasure district, even within the cultures of the terrestrial peoples, was considered a place of moral decay. It was difficult to reconcile the two. Sky. Juma is the second planet in the Eiffelheim system, Korsha sighed, shaking his head. Even if I helped you pass the interstellar cartography exam, you should at least memorize the place names around the capital. He had long known that his friend's spatial orientation skills were inferior to his other talents, but he had not expected him to completely abandon any attempt to remedy such deficiencies. Speaking of which, Lionel, when did you sneak off to the surface of Juma? Was it during that ship handling drill? Sky inquired, casting a knowing smile at Lionel. Lionel's expression froze. So that's why, Lionel. You took 47 hours longer than the standard time. I see. This is worth investigating. I'm sure we can make an accurate assessment by retrieving the records of that transport ship. Of course, with your skills. You shouldn't be able to erase the memory within the intelligent core, right? The formidable talents of the Eniahagard Scion were on full display. Korsha vividly recalled the events of that time and joined Sky in displaying a mischievous grin. If I remember correctly, according to the regulations of the military academy, such violations can be punished with up to a year of dormitory cleaning duties, right? Sky continued to erode Lionel's crumbling resolve. Oh dear, that's not good. I've heard that cadets punished with cleaning duties invariably end up in the central hospital due to malnutrition. The longest record is only half a year, you know? Korsha added fuel to the fire. Lionel, if it's you, you should be able to break that record, right? Sky patted his pale-faced friend on the shoulder, encouraging him with a voice full of expectation. I believe in you. Fine. I'll drag you two down with me. In terms of violations, you two have definitely committed more than I have. Through countless trials of blood and tears over the past year, the Lorenchild Scion had developed an exceptionally resilient spirit. And he stubbornly persevered. What are you talking about, Lionel? We are brothers bound by blood, are we? How could we commit such despicable acts of mutual betrayal? Sky declared, his expression grave, his tone righteous. You guys. The Lorenchild Scion watched the two individuals who had begun to condemn him with innocent gazes, gnashing his teeth in a groan. In the year following the establishment of the trio, it remained uncertain who influenced whom, nonetheless. The outcome revealed that the youngest scion of the Heightland family, whose personality was not overly distorted, and the youngest heir of the Einyogar family, known for his occasional outbursts, both harbored an equally malevolent disposition. Although Lionel had contemplated joining forces with these two, he was ultimately unable to emulate their ability to refine malevolence into elegance, due to the integrity inherited from the emblem of the sword and steed. Blessed with hereditary traits, the Charlanders possess senses far more acute than those of ordinary humans, except for certain exceptional individuals, like a certain scion of the Genji clan. As the three engaged in their seemingly oblivious conversation, Lois, who had been attentively focused on their discourse, could not help but stifle a laugh. When her laughter, as delicate as the chiming of silver bells, permeated the air, the red-haired apprentice turned abruptly, as if summoned by fate, locking eyes with the source of that melodious sound. Oh my! Lionel exclaimed with an exclamation of joy, rushing over to grasp the hand of the young maiden, exclaiming warmly, Is that you, senior? It has been such a long time. Ever since our last farewell, I have been thinking of you. I wonder. However, despite the exuberant greeting, the recipient wore a perplexed and bewildered expression, struggling to recall where she had encountered this apprentice. Furrowing her brow in deep contemplation, Lois found herself utterly unable to recollect any prior meeting with him. What do you think? Sky asked, glancing at Korsha, suddenly interjecting with an unexpected remark. 7 out of 10, 3 out of 10, Korsha mused momentarily before rendering her judgment. Indeed, that is precisely my estimate. Sky nodded in agreement. The 7 out of 10 referred to a comprehensive evaluation of Lionel's approach, while the 3 out of 10 represented an objective assessment of the likelihood of success in his attempt at conversation. By the way, senior, I know of a delightful tea house nearby. Shall we go there for a proper chat? I am eager to learn about your recent endeavors, Lionel proposed, already holding the young maiden's hand. Yet, just as he was about to turn and step away, her strong ally finally arrived. Hey, what do you think you are doing with our communicator? Within a space station orbiting the planet Roan, utilized as a cadet dormitory. A maiden of the stars with hair the color of deep cerulean lay quiescently upon her bed, gazing at the celestial patterns adorning the apex of the room. The bed, constructed from composite materials, was adorned with a mattress crafted from soft plant fibers, while aesthetically inferior to the princess's jade bed. Meticulously carved from precious rubies in the royal palace of Finnefort, its functionality in providing a comfortable slumber was nearly on par. An ethereal melody emanated from the surrounding darkness, gently enveloping the heart of the young cadet, still stirred by the day's combat. In this tranquil obscurity, Shane momentarily relaxed her body, yet her spirit remained restless. The image of herself, wielding the command baton and standing on the bridge, replayed in her mind's eye. Although the day's engagement was merely a routine exercise, Shane was confident that she could perform just as admirably, if not more so, in a real battle. However, the individuals who actually operated the warship and executed her commands were the crew of the assault ship Thunder, her newly acquired subordinates. Whether they, who had never experienced war, could maintain today's level of performance in actual combat was a disquieting question. While concentrating most of the power in her own hands, like operating fire scale, would be the optimal choice, Shane knew what it meant for a captain to lack trust in their subordinates. Moreover, she was likely to become the emperor who would rule the empire in the future. No matter how outstanding her personal ability was, it would be extremely insignificant from the perspective of an interstellar nation with a population of 700 billion. In fact, the obedience displayed by the crew of the assault ship Thunder largely stemmed from her surname, rather than from confidence in her personal abilities. Shane was well aware of this, and although she was unwilling to accept it, she had complete confidence that she could prove herself to be a trustworthy figure in future battles, just as she could not immediately harbor deep trust in her subordinates. The crew of the assault ship could not unconditionally entrust their lives to a captain who had not yet proven their abilities. Let time take care of everything. Having resolved her inner conflict, Shane suddenly leaped out of bed, and the room's luminance amplified to the brightness of day. The princess of the Finifort royal family opened the wardrobe, selected a light blue casual outfit, slightly adjusted her appearance in front of the vanity mirror, and then departed from the cadets' dormitory. Shortly thereafter, a small liaison boat silently infiltrated the inky void, tracing a graceful arc as it departed the space station. Among the mobile weapons currently existing in the Azure Sky Army, the assault ship undoubtedly possessed the most formidable close-quarters combat capability in the entire cosmic expanse. Although the designers initially prioritized maximizing destructive force when creating this unprecedented instrument of carnage in human society, the ultimate weapon of destruction was still endowed with an awe-inspiringly fierce silhouette without compromising its ability to unleash maximum devastation. The assault ship Thunder, possessed by Shane, was the Empire's latest 7th-generation assault ship and one of the most advanced mobile weapons in the galaxy. The light cyan, narrow hexagonal hull housed a medium-sized annihilation engine capable of providing power comparable to that of a small mobile fortress. In terms of maximum speed alone, it was on par with patrol ships, which were renowned for possessing the highest mobility in space. Because it always existed as the blade that tore apart enemy formations in war, most of the assault ship's armaments were concentrated near the bow, including 24 high-power beam cannons distributed on the left and right sides of the hull, 6 antiproton cannons placed on both sides of the lower bow, for nuclear fusion missile launchers arranged in a straight line on the upper bow, and the bow's main cannon, which was directly connected to the annihilation engine in order to obtain maximum output. So far, these armaments were not much different from the 6th-generation assault ships that the Empire was gradually phasing out. The biggest difference between the 7th-generation assault ship Thunder and all previous assault ships was the sharp, angular bow. The horn-shaped bow, said to be modeled after the ram of ancient warships, was composed of several extremely hard materials and internally equipped with a highly adaptable protective magnetic field neutralization system. Of course, these innovative technologies all came from the Aeneas Holgar clan. In combat validation, even the defensive magnetic fields of large warships such as heavy column ships could not resist the interference of the neutralization system. And even the armor of frigates with the highest defensive capabilities could not match the hardness of the assault ship's ram. And if the enormous inertia during the impact was taken into account, an overwhelming modifier would have to be added in front of it. At this moment, under the light of a distant star, the sharp, angular horn-shaped bow reflected a deep, chilling light. The enormous presence of the assault ship Thunder seemed to be strongly asserting the fact that it was originally a weapon born for slaughter. Thunder. Even though she was so familiar with it that she could depict its image even in her dreams, Shane was still so shocked at this moment that she couldn't speak. She could only transform the overflowing emotion in her heart into a low, lingering murmur. According to the schedule, the assault ship Thunder would undergo a detailed 2-day inspection starting tomorrow. For this reason, it was now quietly docked outside the shipyard, and there were actually no crew members on board. Even so, the strong desire to see her beloved warship made the princess drive the liaison boat to the shipyard, despite the fact that it was midnight standard time. In fact, there seemed to be quite a few cadets who shared the same sentiment as the princess. Almost every assault ship docked here had a liaison boat circling around it, and the Azure Sky Army was extremely tolerant of these adorable actions by the new captains. This could be seen from the fact that no one had come out to interfere with this action, which was obviously disrupting the normal order of the shipyard. Now, the celebration banquet should be the most lively time, right? She couldn't help but think of this question. Should she go? Shane asked herself again, but still didn't get a positive answer, even without considering each other's prejudices. There was still a cultural gap between the Azure Sky people and the terrestrial people due to their different cultures, and at least for now, the princess had not found a way to bridge this gap. But if it was that person, there would be no such trouble, right? Shane couldn't help but think of the first terrestrial person she had come into contact with, the young boy. Although the boy had become the heir to the Root clan under the blessing of either the god of misfortune or the god of luck, he, who was born in the ancient terrestrial world, did not even understand the Shar and culture as well as the troopers on the Thunder. However, the strange thing was that there were no communication barriers between the two at that time, and there was even an indescribable sense of tacit understanding. For example, in this situation, if Sky had come to her side, then with his company, she should have the courage to attend this celebration banquet, right? Thinking this, a gentle smile unconsciously appeared on the corner of the princess's mouth. Good night, Thunder. Shane took one last deep look at her beloved warship, steered the liaison boat around it for a final circle, and was about to return to the cadet dormitory when the terminal bracelet on her left wrist suddenly rang. I'm very sorry to disturb you at this hour, Captain. The visage of Executive Officer Elma materialized on the screen. Despite her evident agitation, she commenced by extending a courteous apology to the captain. It's quite all right, Xiayin responded with a nod. What seems to be the matter? The princess surmised that whatever had unsettled the usually composed executive officer must be of considerable significance, steeling herself for potentially grave news. Well, the truth is, Elma hesitated momentarily before delivering her report with utmost clarity. An unforeseen incident transpired during the celebratory banquet, escalating into a full-scale brawl. A brawl? Xiayin echoed, taken aback. Indeed, despite our initial efforts, the deputy commander and I were unable to quell the disturbance. The situation has spiraled out of control. Unless we suppress it swiftly, I fear it may engender further chaos. Elma affirmed, her expression somber. In any event, Captain, I implore you to intervene before the situation becomes irredeemable. Understood. I'm on my way, Xiayin replied with composure. 12 minutes later, Xiayin's shuttle approached the tavern district, affording her a stark realization of the gravity of the situation. The expansive landing pad was densely populated with shuttles, with more descending upon the remaining space. It seems I'm not the only one whose subordinates have requested assistance. Xiayin's spirits dampened as she pondered whether individuals beyond the crew of the assault ship Thunder were embroiled in the melee. With assertive maneuvers, she forced aside several shuttles poised to land, positioning her own craft directly at the landing pad's entrance. Without waiting for the shuttle to touch down, the princess alighted onto the entrance's casement and sprinted across the transparent partition above the throng, heading straight for the epicenter of the commotion. While Elma had described the event as a large-scale brawl, and Xiayin had mentally prepared herself for various scenarios upon arriving at the scene, the princess realized her initial assessment had been somewhat naive, perhaps fueled by the fervor of the day's combat exercises. The uncontrollable pandemonium at the Thunder's celebratory banquet had ignited the volatile spirits of others. Chaos, compounded by chaos, resulted in an even grander melee. After considerable effort, Xiayin managed to reach the area near Paradise, where the initial scuffle had burgeoned into a chaotic free-for-all involving thousands. The situation was now utterly beyond control. Relying on her terminal wristband's locator function, Xiayin painstakingly pinpointed the executive officer's location and, with considerable exertion, managed to reach her subordinate's side unscathed. What in the world is happening here? The gravity of the situation stripped even the princess of her composure. Xiayin shouted at the executive officer, as her voice would not otherwise carry amidst the din, despite their proximity. Just as you see, Captain, Elma retorted, raising her voice. Their communication proved arduous until Deputy Commander Isaiah procured a small acoustic barrier system from the mess hall. The sudden isolation from the cacophony was jarring. Xiayin felt as though her ears had transitioned from a turbulent torrent to a tranquil lake. Regaining her bearings, she inquired about the origins of the fracas. Do you know what sparked the fight? With the acoustic barrier activated, all noise beyond a 3-meter radius was automatically muted. It appears that several trainees approached our ship's sergeant, attempting to flirt with her, and that escalated into a fight? Xiayin tilted her head, perplexed. While I'm not entirely sure, it seems the sergeant being flirted with is quite popular among the corpsmen. Was Lois present as well? As Elma alluded to the popular female sergeant among the corpsmen, Xiayin immediately deduced she was referring to the communications officer, whose gentle nature had inadvertently made her an object of admiration. So, she was here too. A wave of disappointment washed over the princess. Yes, she's not one to easily rebuff others, and there seemed to be an element of coercion in the invitation, disregarding her personal wishes. When the corpsman intervened, a conflict arose with the trainees, which subsequently snowballed into this massive brawl. Hold on, you said there were only a few trainees? Xiaoyin inquired cautiously, prompting a troubled expression from her interlocutor. To be precise, there were only 3, Isaiah interjected, surmising the captain's concerns. Even the deputy commander wore a wry smile. Initially, the conflict involved only a handful of individuals on each side. The corpsmen, confident in their numerical advantage, were the first to strike. The trainees merely retaliated. But perhaps due to alcohol-impaired reflexes, the corpsmen were swiftly subdued. The 3 trainees attempted to withdraw, but were then surrounded by a larger group of corpsmen who had arrived on the scene. A lopsided spectacle unfolded at Paradise's entrance, and we still lost? Xiaoyin more or less anticipated the subsequent events. Indeed, their prowess far exceeded our expectations. Even when over 100 corpsmen joined the fray, they were systematically neutralized. At that point, the executive officer and I had largely contained the situation, but one of the trainees incited the onlookers from other warships to join the fight, further escalating the chaos. Isaiah gazed at the chaotic scene beyond the 3-meter radius with a mixture of awe and resignation. Now, as you can see, Captain, every soldier in this area is embroiled in the brawl. No one seems to recall the cause of their fighting. Following the deputy commander's gaze, Xiaoyin inhaled sharply. While brawls were not uncommon in the annals of the Azure Sky Army, a mass melee involving over 10,000 participants was unprecedented, at least according to official records. Moreover, it appeared that the participants were not limited to corpsmen. Where's the master technician? Xiaoyin's eyes darted around, searching for the most suspect sergeant. My apologies, Captain, Isaiah. The executive officer offered. The woman shared a bond with master technician Locke akin to marriage on Earth, a relationship that, to Xiaoyin's understanding, entailed responsibility for each other's actions. I was able to restrain him initially, but once the crewmen from other warships joined the fray, he slipped away under the guise of trying to mediate, and he hasn't been seen since. Xiaoyin felt a tremor run through her, with an impassive countenance. The princess turned to the deputy commander and continued her inquiry. And the gunnery sergeant? That Isaiah's wry smile deepened. The prospective ensign shook his head and sighed softly. Executive Officer Krapaz vanished shortly after the chief technician entered, and we've lost track of him as well. In a rare display, Princess Fayambar of the royal house of Arnoleven let out a sigh that was anything but elegant in front of her 2 subordinates, causing them to question their hearing. In a section of Bartender Street now in utter chaos, the chief technician and gunner of the assault ship Thunder, seeking respite, retreated from the throng and coincidentally met in a partially destroyed dance hall. The headband signifying their rank was gone, the sash at their waist was half torn, and even the terminal bracelet on their left wrist bore strange fibers. Locke appeared disheveled. Yet the fervent spirit of combat still flickered in the eyes of this man who claimed to be just over 20. Krapaz, how many did you take down? Locke inquired of his younger colleague. 3. You? Krapaz looked slightly better than the chief technician. The young Sharan licked his lips, his deep blue eyes burning with a passion akin to that of the man from the terrestrial region. Alas, I'm getting old, not as good as you youngsters. I only got 2. Though Locke sighed, Krapaz sensed a hint of pride in his tone. He voiced his question. Old? Chief technician, weren't you just over 20? Indeed. So if it were 10 years ago, I could have taken down at least 5 barehanded. Seeing no hesitation on the chief technician's face, the young gunner almost believed him. However, Krapaz noticed Locke's trembling left hand, and a conjecture formed in his mind. He cautiously asked, you didn't happen to attack that person, did you? Huh? Locke paused, then cautiously replied, are you referring to the black-haired guy? At the onset of the brawl, the red-haired trainee had been the most fervent, displaying strength beyond the norm. After single-handedly defeating nearly 20 enlisted men, he eventually succumbed to exhaustion and was struck several times. To protect his comrade, the black-haired youth, who had been passively defending, finally intervened. From that moment on, the brawl among the crew of the assault ship Thunder spiraled out of control. Now, the instigating red-haired trainee was nowhere to be found, while the godlike black-haired youth was surrounded by 700 or 800 fallen warriors, with that number rapidly increasing. More terrifyingly, he showed no signs of fatigue and his attacks grew increasingly ruthless. If anyone had orchestrated the chaos, it was undoubtedly the black-haired youth. In the now uncontrollable situation, he was likely the only one capable of stopping it. It seems you really did attack him. Krapaz sighed, a look of sympathy on his face. So, your hand is probably numb and useless, right? Krapaz, what do you know? Locke grew increasingly uneasy. He had only taken a cheap shot while the man's back was turned, and the result was a mysterious force that sent him flying. His left hand was still in the state the gunner described. Well, I had a similar experience 2 years ago. It was quite the memorable ordeal. Krapaz narrowed his eyes, lost in reminiscence of his trainee days. Back then, it was a similar scene of a mass brawl. A certain trainee had provoked so much animosity that he was chosen as the punching bag during combat training. As an upperclassman, Krapaz had tried to stop the lowerclassman's brutality but accidentally injured the one he was trying to save. As a result, he spent the next 3 days regretting the numbness in his left hand. Even now, that agonizing time remained one of the few indelible scars on Krapaz's psyche. So, Locke's face paled. Yes, the duration of the numbness depends on the force applied, but I've heard of cases where it took over 30 days to recover. The young gunner nodded, confirming his colleague's conjecture. Damn, that's insane. Who is that guy anyway? Locke exclaimed. Krapaz shifted his gaze to the figure wreaking havoc in the eye of the storm, and said with a tone of admiration, he's the heir to the Heightland family. One of the 13 root clans, the legendary winged child beloved by both the earth and sky. Why must I endure such treatment? Skylar thought resentfully, as he blocked a sudden kick from the side, then sent the kicker soaring through the air in a long arc, crashing into another group of oncoming people. That guy started the fight, so why are they all coming after me? Skylar lamented inwardly, as he flung 2 well-coordinated assailants who had simultaneously attempted a sneak attack to either side, where they landed in a state of unconsciousness, foaming at the mouth. If only our CA was here, I could at least escape. Skylar glanced at the dense wall of people surrounding him. Even with his 8-step catching cicada's agility, it would be impossible to traverse the hundreds of meters unscathed. With that thought, the youth fell into silent distress. Of course, he effortlessly dodged a bottle thrown from behind and paralyzed the attacker with a mere flick of his finger. Come on, I'm the biggest victim here. The youth finally roared in anger, leaping over the pile of fallen challengers before him, then bracing his hands on the ground and unleashing a flurry of kicks. Arcane art. Dragon Whirlwind. This move belonged to no martial arts school on the planet Kong Ding. It was a technique the youth, whose inner energy had been restored half a year prior, had stumbled upon. This was Skylar's first time using it in actual combat, but it seemed to be unexpectedly effective. Centered on where the youth landed, a human-shaped whirlwind instantly swept through an area of 10 ziching, sending all those caught in its path flying. Of course, they were all unconscious. Though Skylar had tried to minimize the force to sustain the technique, even so, the enlisted men could not withstand the momentary surge of inner energy. Then, as the human-shaped whirlwind rapidly moved through the crowd, the chaotic situation began to shift in a somewhat orderly fashion, with everyone trying to avoid the rampaging terror. Thus, delineated by the S-shaped trajectory traversing the sky, the tumultuous crowd was divided into 3 distinct zones. The inhabitants of these zones held their breath, fixated on the menacing figure of a humanoid tornado that swept past them. The unfortunate souls who had yet to evade its wrath emitted desperate, blood-curdling screams as they were ensnared by the dreadful eye of the storm, inducing a chilling calmness that froze the fervor of the onlookers. The humanoid tornado continued its relentless S-shaped path, and at that moment, no trace of any object could be discerned along its route. The individuals in the 3 zones momentarily exhaled in relief, while some from the left and right zones began to stealthily retreat. As for those trapped in the central zone, with no avenue for escape, they compressed their space, striving to distance themselves from the specter that resembled a malevolent deity. However, the gravest misfortune soon befell them. At the pinnacle of the tornado's spiraling intensity, it abruptly transformed into a dark tempest, leaping high and landing precisely at the center of the crowd in the central zone. No one could fathom what transpired in that fleeting moment. Even those who experienced the dark storm firsthand could only recall the oppressive void of sound. Ultimately, following the earth-shattering roar that resonated through the heavens, every individual in the central zone collapsed to the ground, without exception. While the unfortunate, so in the vicinity of Bartender Street, the tumultuous riot had largely subsided. However, an unspoken tension permeated the air, as if the very atmosphere had crystallized into shards of glass. The individual who quelled the disturbance with such decisive force, a raven-haired youth of preternatural ability, traversed the shattered avenue with a deliberate, unhurried gait. His path remained conspicuously clear, as onlookers instinctively recoiled to a safe distance from this formidable figure. Yet, the rhythmic cadence of his footfalls against the fractured pavement resonated like a funereal drumbeat from the netherworld, accelerating the heart rate of all within earshot. Tap, tap, tap. Just as the collective nerves reached their breaking point, the strangely hypnotic percussion ceased abruptly, yielding to a similar sound emanating from the opposite end of the thoroughfare. In contrast to the somber resonance of the black-haired prodigy, the lighter, echoing footsteps bespoke a more composed individual. A slightly disquieted sigh pierced the silence, seemingly originating from the black-haired youth himself, much to the astonishment of the onlookers. Could it be that this formidable figure harbored some apprehension? Impossible. As the crowd hesitated, contemplating whether to raise their gaze, the footsteps of the black-haired youth resumed, this time imbued with a palpable sense of agitation and retreat. At last, Someone mustered the courage to steal a glance in the direction of the approaching figure. To their utter astonishment, the youth who had single-handedly vanquished thousands of heroic spirits was now visibly perspiring, his countenance etched with alarm. Though poised for flight, the raven-haired youth appeared paralyzed, akin to a frog transfixed by a serpent's gaze. Could it be that the enigmatic figure approaching possessed power so immense as to inspire such awe in this formidable youth? The thought arose spontaneously in the minds of the observers. Yet, despite their intense curiosity, they found themselves, like their similarly petrified companions, unable to perform even the simplest of movements under the oppressive weight of the unseen force emanating from behind. The sky, it has been too long. A melodious female voice, tinged with gentle warmth, resonated through the silent street, instantly dissolving the invisible bonds of fear that had gripped the crowd. The onlookers finally dared to turn, only to be met with a sight of utter surprise. The source of the black-haired youth's trepidation was an exquisitely beautiful young woman. Her face was adorned with a nostalgic smile, as if greeting an old acquaintance, yet her captivating eyes shimmered with an unsettling crimson glow. Hyane, it's been a while, Sky stammered, retreating cautiously as his dreaded acquaintance quickened her pace, the soft cadence of her steps sending his heart into a frantic gallop. What are you afraid of, Sky? Hyane's voice grew softer as she closed the distance. Weren't you just displaying such bravado, single-handedly subduing so many? Your efforts were instrumental in quelling this disturbance so swiftly. And no, it was just luck. Sky retreated further, cowed by the princess's intimidating aura. The once imposing figure had vanished, replaced by a cautious youth, desperate to avoid incurring her wrath. All right. Why are you here, Hyane? In a desperate attempt to deflect the impending doom, Sky resorted to a tactic he once disdained, only to choose the worst possible subject. Why am I here? Her crimson-tinged eyes fixed on something at Sky's feet. Then she gave a slight nod, saying, Perhaps you should ask the person you're currently trampling on. I'm sure he'll provide a satisfactory answer. Wouldn't you agree, Clipperth? At these words, the artilleryman, who had been unconscious, suddenly raised his head and cried out in anguish, Captain, you must avenge us, your brothers. Ark. Sky violently stomped the pointed-eared soldier back into the ground, then realized the gravity of his situation. Before him stood the first princess of the Fiendbird royal family, her once icy blue eyes now blazing with fiery red fury. Fire pupil. The youth stuttered, the words escaping through clenched teeth. Fire pupil, the unique genetic marker of the Arno-Leviathan clan, one of the 13 root races. Though typically latent, this trait manifested when members of the Arno-Leviathan family experienced strong emotions, particularly anger, causing their pupils to turn crimson. As this transformation invariably heralded the unleashing of the Arno-Leviathan's unendurable wrath, the fiery crimson hue, akin to a star in full combustion, was recognized as the most beautiful, yet most perilous color in the universe, earning the moniker Scarlet Flame Eyes. Likewise, the Arno-Leviathan's unparalleled destructive force was known as the Scarlet Flame Wrath. Sky was now poised to become one of the fortunate few to experience the Scarlet Flame Wrath, an event ranked among the most terrifying occurrences in all legends. All right. The transport ship returning to the trainee dorms is about to depart. Sorry, Hyane. Had the light of reason not been obscured by the dark clouds of fear, Sky might have concocted a less pathetic excuse, and the princess, not yet fully unhinged, might not have acted as she did. In any event, as the aforementioned conditions failed to materialize, the first princess of the Fiendbird royal family, with practiced dexterity, drew the sidearm from her hip and, as Sky turned to flee, gently squeezed the trigger. Bang! With a sound like the atmosphere itself rupturing, a black, rhomboid projectile shot from the chamber, its spinning edges carving countless spirals in the air before converging on its target, and in that instant, a dazzling, cerulean radiance filled the once silent space, accompanied by the unfortunate recipient's ear-splitting scream. Stunned by the sudden cacophony of light and sound, the onlookers were momentarily paralyzed. When their vision returned, they beheld the youth who had terrorized them, lying prostrate on the ground, his body charred black, foaming at the mouth, and convulsing rhythmically, with occasional flashes of cerulean electricity still crackling across his form. Snap! A soft sound of something falling made everyone tremble, and when they found the source of the sound, they could not help but gasp. That 6-rhombus-shaped dark blue bullet. Is it an electromagnetic interference bullet? Is it the kind of weapon that can paralyze even the most advanced electronic equipment by inputting a momentary high-voltage current? And she actually used this thing on a creature? This is simply. A wave of unstoppable chill gushed out from the depths of everyone's hearts and instantly spread throughout their bodies. Even when being stared at by the black-haired devil, everyone had not felt such bone-chilling fear. As they tremulously raised their heads, witnessing the crimson-eyed maiden stride past with an air of nonchalance, lightly nudging the charred remains. A collective dread plunged into the abyss of their hearts. Locke, Elma murmured, her voice a gentle caress as she addressed her husband, who had stealthily returned to her side. Do you still harbor disappointment? Huh, Locke stammered, his gaze lingering on his wife before he shook his head, a tremor in his voice as he replied, Elma, I believe we should refrain from disputes in the presence of the captain, despite the stringency of military regulations. No army in human history has ever eradicated breaches of discipline entirely, not even the vaunted Azure Sky Army, renowned for its rigorous code. Even disregarding the commonplace infractions among lower-ranking soldiers, such as brawls and gambling, occasional duels occurred among senior officers. Indeed, an army is inherently an organization of destruction. If it were to become as civilized in its personal conduct as other political entities, it would merely render itself impotent. While interstellar warfare relies more on rational calculation and composed judgment than terrestrial conflicts, a degree of valor remains a fundamental requirement for soldiers. Consequently, the Azure Sky Army generally adopted a non-interventionist policy towards sporadic private feuds or minor disturbances, entrusting their resolution to the highest-ranking officer involved. For instance, disturbances within a ship were handled by the captain, while those affecting a squadron fell under the purview of the commodore in command. Only when the consequences exceeded the officer's authority or threatened the integrity of the Azure Sky Army did the military police, akin to the constabulary on Earth, intervene. For the sake of the Azure Sky Army's reputation, it must be noted that the military police have consistently been the most quiescent department within the organization. Throughout the Azure Sky Army's centuries-long history, the number of times they have been deployed is exceedingly rare. Even with the present incident, the figure remains in the single digits. In fact, the Supreme Commander of the Azure Sky Army has yet to resolve to dispatch the military police, despite the vehement insistence of a certain marshal to severely punish the culprit. What a nuisance. I never anticipated those three would stir up such a commotion. The Archduke lamented, tossing the report from the marshal's office into the automated receptacle. I thought I had safely delivered them to fleet training, allowing me to relax. And now it's up to Scene to worry. He never imagined that the trio would escalate matters to the point of requiring his intervention as Supreme Commander. The Emmanuel Triumvirate, the Archduke uttered, bestowing a name destined to become legendary. The youngest scion of the Hetland family, blessed by an ancient civilization with martial prowess surpassing the era. The youngest scion of the Ainu Hogar family, possessing the highest level of genius among the Azure Sky people. And the youngest scion of the Lawrence family, an inexhaustible dynamo who brought trouble wherever he went. This trio was as perilous as entrusting a planet-destroying cannon to a war fanatic. Although the Archduke sensed a hint of danger when the three were initially quartered together, he attributed his unease to the presence of the Ainu Hogar family's youngest scion, as the other two had yet to demonstrate any significant transgressions. However, according to the current report, the Ainu Hogar family's youngest scion may be the most well-behaved of the trio. If we don't impart a profound lesson now, no one will be able to rein them in later. In any case, they must be punished. The Archduke resolved, summoning someone. With the Supreme Commander's consent, the military police embarked on their momentous 100th deployment since their inception. In the initial days, they apprehended nearly 10,000 soldiers involved in the brawl. As one-third of them were currently undergoing intensive treatment in regeneration tanks, the operation was expected to last for up to a week. Concurrently, the investigation into the disturbance was proceeding apace. After extensive analysis and evidence gathering, the military police, despite their astonishment and disbelief, exonerated the two trainees who had been universally identified as the culprits. This judgment immediately sparked vehement objections from senior officers of the Azure Sky Army, including Marshal Scene. However, when the military police presented a memory crystal provided by an anonymous individual identified as the Emerald Sage, all dissenters were silenced. The crystal documented the entire course of the brawl, revealing that the initial aggressor was a soldier from the Lightning Assault ship. Furthermore, whether intentionally or unintentionally, the two trainees remained in a defensive posture throughout, although the youngest scion of the Hetland family ultimately intervened, using his wondrous powers from an ancient civilization to quell the disturbance, objectively speaking. This should have been considered a meritorious act, though accepting this fact undoubtedly posed a significant challenge to everyone's subjective perceptions. In the end, the military reluctantly acquiesced to the military police's judgment, exonerating the two trainees. With the two primary instigators absolved, it was impossible to prosecute any of the other participants. Thus, this unprecedented disturbance in the Azure Sky Army's history was quietly buried in the annals of time, leaving no written record except for the thousands of injured. On the 21st day of the third season of the 425th year of the Charon calendar, an incident known as the Azure Sky Army's rare brawl involving 10,000 soldiers occurred. Alongside the black-haired demon's heroic exploits, The first princess of the Fiendbird royal family gained a reputation that inexplicably surpassed that of the black-haired demon. In this incident, 9,723 individuals were injured, including 8,352 soldiers, 1,335 permanent officers, and 36 warrant officers. These captains were injured when they responded to their subordinates' calls for assistance. In addition to these 36 unfortunate captains, nearly 100 warships, including those with other key permanent officers, were rendered inoperable, representing the most severe non-combat attrition in the Azure Sky Army's centuries-long history. Furthermore, according to unofficial statistics, nearly 2,000 of the 9,723 injured individuals were directly or indirectly harmed by the same person. The name of that person has been classified as an imperial secret, precluding further investigation. Considering the safety of the individual targeted by thousands of resentful individuals, all officers and soldiers affected by the disturbance were subjected to a gag order issued directly by the 13 councils, prohibiting them from discussing the matter in any setting. However, this order was largely superfluous. In fact, aside from a certain captain who also possessed the identity of a Root clan heir, few victims would have the courage to challenge or retaliate against the demonic black-haired youth. Following the gag order, the military issued a promotion order. The subject of the promotion was Warrant Officer Cheyenne. Though a fledgling just recently fledged, her exceptional performance in routine drills was undeniable. Furthermore, her paramount role in quelling the Bartender Street disturbance led to a special dispensation from the Azure Sky Military Command, elevating this newly fledged eaglet to the rank of Deckarch, commanding 10 seventh-generation assault cruisers of the same caliber as the Thunder. While it was unconventional for a warrant ensign to hold the rank of Deckarch, the military command was confident that this exemplary ensign would soon distinguish herself sufficiently to warrant promotion to senior ensign. Furthermore, given the potential discontent among other newly appointed captains regarding the ease with which this peer, bearing the title of princess, had ascended, the Arnalevian family initially opposed the appointment. However, a subsequent random survey revealed that not a single new captain objected to their peer's promotion, perhaps because the valor of the first princess of the Fiendbird royal house in subduing the black-haired demon god had deeply impressed upon all present the true significance of the Crimson Blaze. Run, the fifth planet of the Afa Hall system, renowned throughout the galaxy as the location of the Azure Sky military headquarters, was widely perceived as an unpleasant place, permeated by the electronic stench of machinery and the adrenaline-laced scent of tense humans. However, such a perception was held only by those unfamiliar with Sharan culture or those who had never ventured beyond their own atmosphere, painstakingly cultivated over centuries. This planet possessed remarkably favorable natural conditions. Forests and grasslands alone accounted for over 50% of its surface vegetation cover. The Azure Sky Military Hospital was situated on a vast, arc-shaped island on Rune's surface, where nearly 2,000 unfortunate individuals injured in the recent disturbance were receiving concentrated treatment. "I wonder if Senior Sister was injured?" Lionel murmured, his gaze fixed on the unfortunate patient within the rejuvenation tank, as he sought confirmation from his companion. "I believe she's unharmed," Cordia replied with a shrug, uncertainly. After all, once someone incited the commotion, Sky dedicated considerable effort to safeguarding her. "And that's why he's in such a sorry state?" Lionel remarked with a hint of schadenfreude. Having been knocked unconscious early on, this scion of a noble family was unaware of the Crimson Blaze's ultimate descent. "No, that's not quite it." Cordia's expression was somewhat perplexed. "How pathetic, Sky, to sustain such grievous injuries in a mere brawl. And I regarded you as an insurmountable goal." The youngest son of the Lawrence family, having spent 2 days in the rejuvenation tank, now mocked his friend, who was projected to remain in the tank for another 2 days. "Heh. It seems I'll soon have my revenge." Lionel grinned maliciously, fixing his gaze on the black-haired youth slumbering peacefully in the restorative fluid, chuckling incessantly. Cordia sighed softly, abandoning the notion of correcting his misapprehension, for it was certain that the one currently ensconced in the rejuvenation tank would ultimately suffer. Due to the accelerated recovery rate of the youngest son of the Heightland family, the rejuvenation tank, originally scheduled to open in 2 days, completed the repair of the severely burned biological tissues within just over a day, as it was the dead of night on Juma. The awakening of the Root clan heir went largely unnoticed, at least for the time being. Emerging from the viscous, pale yellow restorative fluid, Sky felt as if he had just endured a cleansing within the stomach of some colossal terrestrial creature, his nostrils seemingly filled with an ineffable acidic odor. While his physical injuries had been largely repaired, the lingering mental wounds felt as though they had been sprinkled with salt. The youth, whose habits were invariably meticulous, gasped as he encountered the warm air outside. Sky promptly rushed to the bathroom, as did all those newly emerged from rejuvenation tanks, cognizant of this widespread need. The hospital had thoughtfully provided a bathroom adjacent to the tank, sufficient for basic cleansing, which was grudgingly accepted by most. Long ago, suggestions had been made to modify the rather unappealing restorative fluid within the rejuvenation tanks. However, the Asperal family, one of the 13 root clans overseeing the Empire's medical field, maintained that treatment should leave an indelible impression on the patient. If the process were too comfortable, the hospital would be inundated with individuals seeking mere respite. Thus, for centuries, the Empire had only improved the performance of the tanks, maintaining comfort at the bare minimum necessary to avoid causing psychological trauma for those injured in ordinary tasks to the extent of requiring rejuvenation tank treatment were unlikely to be well-behaved individuals. I'm alive. Bathed in the warm water, Sky felt refreshed and promptly opened the nearby window, slightly taken aback to find himself confronted with a terrestrial moonlit landscape. Initially presuming the scenic view to be a stereoscopic projection, the youth shivered as a cool night breeze caressed his skin, confirming that he had indeed descended to the surface. I see. This must be the surface of Rune. Having been swept up in a grand adventure upon arriving in the imperial capital and subsequently confined to the military academy, Sky's closest proximity to the terrestrial world in the past 2 years had been during the naval exercise when he passed through the atmosphere of Juma. The sensation of treading upon genuine Earth was one that the youth had not experienced in 2 years. Yoo-hoo! Sky exclaimed with delight, somersaulting out of the window. Securing a towel around his waist, in the youth's estimation, it was the dead of night, and no one would be outside. 2 moons, one full and one crescent, one white and one cyan, adorned the sky, Aaron and Hyde, the satellites of Rune. Outside the comprehensive treatment center lay a field of luxuriant vegetation, less meticulously cultivated than the flower garden of the Archduke's wing palace, yet possessing a resilience born of direct connection to the earth. In contrast to the delicate flora floating in the void, the moonlit field presented a tranquil scene, upon which Sky performed several somersaults before coming to rest. Lying still on the grass, with the circulation of his inner energy, even the chill of the night was instantaneously repelled. How long has it been since I've gazed at the stars like this? Had he, accustomed to the way of life of the sky people, unwittingly identified himself as a scion of the stars? With a self-deprecating smile, the youth, born upon another ancient land, slowly closed his eyes. All was silent, save for the faint chirping of insects, an exceedingly pleasant sensation. Sky, you. The sudden, ethereal voice startled the youth awake. As he raised his head, he was struck by a surge of emotion that nearly suffocated him. Across the expanse of the floral field, a maiden adorned in simple silk gauze gazes wistfully. Her deep azure hair undulates with a hazy luminescence, courtesy of the radiant moonlight, while her crystalline eyes, akin to sapphires, harbor a profound and boundless longing. A scene reminiscent of mythological lore, an encounter with a goddess beneath the lunar glow. Captivated by such ethereal beauty, the youth finds himself momentarily bereft of speech. Yet, the august and pristine moon goddess furrows her delicate brows, her exquisite lips parting to release a sigh imbued with sorrow and disappointment. So, you harbor such proclivities. Sky, we are nearing our destination, Xian announces softly, as the liaison craft's perpetually roaring engines finally subside to a more moderate output. Ah, is that so? The summoned youth replies, lifting his head in bewilderment, his gaze drifting aimlessly. At present, the duo occupies a liaison craft belonging to the assault ship Thunder, piloted, of course, by the recently promoted junior Lieutenant Xiaoyin, now a 10-wing commander. In the aftermath of that spectacular misunderstanding, Sky was promptly whisked away to the orbital tower by the maiden, and, in a state of utter confusion, was installed in the co-pilot's seat, only to be propelled at breakneck speed until they neared the shipbuilding facility. Throughout the relentless acceleration, the youth, lacking the genetic fortitude of the princess of the stars beside him, was subjected to the omnipresent laws of inertia, rendering him nearly moribund. Had he not swiftly circulated his inner energy to protect his heart, he would have succumbed to unconsciousness once more. After a year, your piloting skills remain as audacious as ever, Xiaoyin, the youth murmurs, shaking his head in an attempt to dispel the chaotic fog clouding his mind. However, the vertigo induced by the drastic gravitational shifts clings to him tenaciously. And you, after a year, remain as frail as ever, showing no improvement, Xiaoyin retorts, turning her head to scrutinize her pallid companion with icy blue eyes. If you've forgotten that my genetic constitution is that of a natural, Xiaoyin, I would be greatly vexed, Sky replies, his brow furrowing slightly, not out of discontent, but as another wave of dizziness and nausea washes over him. I am, of course, aware. However, given your capacity to vanquish so many, overcoming such physiological impediments should not prove overly challenging, I would surmise. The princess's words lack any hint of commendation or derision, serving merely as a justification for her earlier actions. I, too, aspire to surmount this troublesome constitution. If only to avoid spending half my time in the medical bay after every piloting simulation, Sky groans. However, some things remain unattainable, regardless of effort. Would the esteemed princess deign to show some understanding? Do not address me in such a flippant tone. Xia Yin's reaction to the youth's facetious remark is unexpectedly vehement. Her finely sculpted eyebrows arching high, betraying her displeasure. A cold sweat instantly beads on Sky's brow. Forgive me, Xia Yin. I was merely jesting. Is that so? Xia Yin tilts her head, adopting an expression that suggests she finds it difficult to accept his words as a mere jest. However, the faint concern etched upon the princess's brow suggests that she is merely apprehensive that the youth might distance himself from her, perceiving her solely as a princess. Yet, if one were to delve deeper into the origins of such a notion, Xia Yin would be at a loss. After a prolonged scrutiny of the youth, which only serves to heighten his unease, the princess finally abandons her pursuit of the matter. Sky, Lois requested that I convey a message, Xia Yin says, her gaze returning to the external view of the ship. She is grateful for your actions and hopes for an opportunity to express her gratitude. Lois? The youth's expression is one of utter bewilderment. The ensign you protected during the tavern brawl. She is my communications officer, and thus, I too must express my gratitude. For some reason, Xia Yin's voice suddenly assumes a cheerful cadence. Sky suddenly recalls the fact that, in the aftermath of the brawl, it was the maiden before him who had employed her prodigious marksmanship to incarcerate him for 3 days of confinement. A chill, emanating from the depths of his being, abruptly freezes the youth's previously tranquil mood. A mere trifle, not worthy of mention. Though Sky forces a smile, his slightly trembling voice betrays his true feelings. Furthermore, regarding that incident, Xia Yin is likely cognizant of Sky's apprehension. In fact, even the princess herself is appalled by her sudden surge of anger and the excessive response it engendered. While the term regret is virtually absent from the lexicon of the youngest scion of the Honori Vigna family, the self-reproach for her past actions is even more intense than when the young Lin was damaged. Intriguingly, in Xia Yin's subconscious, the bond with Sky is subtly equated with her attachment to her flagship. A minor advancement, perhaps. The desire to apologize to the youth, the reluctance to sever the bond with Sky, has been simmering within the princess's heart for 3 days, and now it finally manifests as words. Xia Yin lowers her head in contemplation before gazing at Sky, her expression resolute. I apologize, Sky. I was excessively impetuous at the time, which led me to treat you in such a manner. The eyes that were once as crimson as fire are now merely a dull, icy blue, and the beauty that once outshone the twin moons is now clouded with deep concern. Xia Yin bows her head to Sky, offering her sincere apology to the youth. Please forgive me. While Sky is often vexed by his inexplicable loss of competitive spirit when in the princess's presence, the youth is rendered even more disoriented when the princess of the stars actually bows her head to him. A truly lamentable disposition. The peculiarity of their relationship is, in large part, Sky's own doing. That's quite all right, Xia Yin. I merely spent 3 days in the regeneration tank. Sky awkwardly reassures the self-reproaching maiden, even going so far as to utter the following words against his better judgment. From another perspective, it should be considered a unique experience. Wouldn't you agree? I did indeed commit a reprehensible act, Sky. The haughty maiden surprisingly lowers her ears, her crystalline voice now imbued with anxiety and dejection. If you intend to exact any retribution upon me, I shall willingly bear the brunt. If there is anything I can do to atone for my actions, I implore you to inform me. Retribution. Sky sighs, unconsciously echoing the word. In the youth's native culture, regardless of the justification, engaging in conflict with a woman is not considered an honorable act, let alone inflicting retribution upon a maiden of his own age. The mere thought evokes a profound sense of self-loathing in the youth, who was nurtured by a millennia-old civilization. Men wield strength and courage, while women possess kindness and gentleness. This is the effective paradigm governing the relationship between the sexes on Condi Planet. Indeed, Sky, who has mastered strength and courage, has never encountered any impediments when interacting with the kind and gentle maidens of his homeland. The young man's discomposure in Xia Yin's presence stemmed from his subconscious perception of her as merely a kind and gentle maiden, despite her possession of power and courage as the princess of the stars. The disparity between cultures extends beyond mere differences in customs. Xia Yin's delicate, elongated ears twitched subtly when the young man uttered the word retaliation, but the princess betrayed no outward sign of perturbation. Do you perceive me as such a deplorable individual? Noticing this, the young man offered a wry smile. Deplorable? Why? Her icy blue eyes sparkled with pristine innocence. In the mind of this Xiaolan maiden, such a notion seemed perfectly natural. Never mind. The young man then recalled the Xiaolan people's unwavering commitment to gender equality. In any case, I shall not retaliate, Xia Yin. While such treatment was indeed unpleasant, I, too, was somewhat excessive at the time. Consider it a lesson learned. I am being honest with you. He spoke candidly, acknowledging Xia Yin's sincere apology. However, if recompense is on offer, the young man's eyes suddenly gleamed with anticipation. Xia Yin, your promise to treat me to a meal at Wind Elegance remains unfulfilled, does it not? You still remember? For some inexplicable reason, a faint, joyous smile graced the maiden's lips, and her gaze upon the young man softened with newfound tenderness. Very well. Once you have completed your cadet training and obtained admission to the academy, I shall personally host a celebratory banquet for you at the Royal Restaurant, Tian Kong. Academy admission. The young man's expression contorted unnaturally, and his voice betrayed a hint of guilt. That, Xia Yin, perhaps we should. At that moment, an alert sounded within the cockpit. We have arrived. Xia Yin adjusted the external view, revealing a squadron of warships arrayed in perfect formation before them. Their sleek hulls and sharp prows gleamed under the light of the Snowdeer star, resembling a collection of colossal, prime sea mines. Behold, my warship. Xia Yin proudly announced to the young man beside her. The assault cruiser, Thunder. Thunder, you say? Indeed, it exudes an aura of formidable power. As if its exceptional nature is immediately apparent, the young man offered his heartfelt admiration. However, his companion furrowed her brow. Where are you looking? The Thunder is the foremost vessel. As the supreme command center of the galaxy's most formidable armed force, the integrated command could be considered the cerebrum of the Azure Sky Army. While the Azerira family had long been responsible for managing the integrated command, this did not preclude other clans from wielding the galaxy's supreme military power. In fact, the Azure Sky Army Integrated Command was home to the most exceptionally talented individuals among the Empire's 600 billion citizens. Yet, for these distinguished figures, the location was hardly a source of pleasant memories. The long-standing conflict between the Azure Sky Army's sole surviving marshal and the Azure Sky Army's supreme integration supervisor was common knowledge. Although their mutual antipathy had yet to compromise the integrated command's operational efficiency, indeed, their rigorous oversight of one another ensured the smooth functioning of the vast organization. The tense atmosphere at each meeting caused the majority of these genetically blessed warriors to suffer from nervous gastritis. Are you suggesting pirates? Even the unflappable Marshal Scene raised an eyebrow upon hearing this archaic term, absent from the Empire for nearly a century. Indeed, replied the Integrated Command's intelligence advisor, also the head of the Winged Clan, Xia and family, Winged Knight Mulet. The androgynously beautiful woman with striking purple hair wore a troubled expression as she continued her report. According to reports from the security fleet stationed in the Nade star system, dozens of interstellar merchant vessels have vanished in the vicinity over the past several weeks, some disappearing en masse as entire convoys. We conducted a thorough investigation and confirmed the presence of an illegal armed group operating on the fringes of the Nade system, preying on passing merchant vessels. I believe the term pirates is an apt description. What is their scale? We lack precise intelligence on that matter. However, if their numbers exceeded 2,000, the security fleet would have detected their presence long ago. We estimate their force to comprise between 1,500 and 2,000 warships, primarily small, high-speed vessels. I see. Scene stroked his chin, lost in thought. The emergence of pirates necessitates their eradication. A significant portion of the Empire's economy derives from the wealth generated by interstellar trade, and merchants pay taxes in the expectation that the Empire will maintain the current, robust trade system. If interstellar trade becomes subject to risks beyond the commercial, it will undoubtedly impact the Empire's economic strength and credibility. Furthermore, the very existence of pirates constitutes a grave insult to the Azure Sky Army, and we must utterly destroy this illegal armed organization that dares to operate within the Empire's borders. The Nade system. That is near the border with the Balia Federation, is it not? Scene inquired of the intelligence advisor. Is there any connection between the two? As it is improbable that such a large-scale armed force could originate within the Empire. While we lack definitive evidence at present, if our suspicions are correct, the armed force is not of imperial origin. However, if they are indeed a clandestine operation of the Balia Federation, mishandling the situation could have unimaginable consequences. Mulet nodded cautiously, then offered an ambiguous smile. Of course, if the Empire is prepared for a potential interstellar war, that is an entirely different matter. Precisely. In his excitement, Scene nearly voiced the very thought that had been tempting him. However, a loud cough interrupted him. Ahem. Duke Arnott of the Highlander family. The Azure Sky Army's supreme integration supervisor cast a weary glance at his longtime colleague. Marshal, as the intelligence advisor stated, if we decide to deploy troops, I believe we should exercise caution in selecting the commanding officer, given the current uncertainty to avoid unnecessary complications. You are correct, Supreme Supervisor. Scene's expression resembled that of a spirited steed about to bolt, only to be abruptly restrained, and he sighed heavily. Very well. Let us proceed with the discussion of who shall command the punitive expedition. Allow me to volunteer for this task. The first to speak was the Crimson Knight, with flowing red hair. Driven by an apparent thirst for battle, Grand Admiral Myrdin even rose from his seat, his golden eyes blazing with intense fervor. You are eager to engage, Myrdin? Sane gazed intently at the youngest of the Triad Knights, Myrdin, confirming his thoughts. Indeed. Please grant me this. Myrdin's face instantly radiated with brilliance. No, sit down. How could you go off gallivanting alone? Sane thought fiercely in his heart. To mobilize the Crimson Fong merely to deal with a band of pirates. Do you want the unified department to be ridiculed for its lack of prudence? Naturally. The Marshal had other concerns. If this Triad Knight were truly sent into battle, given her impulsive and combative nature, this minor operation could very well ignite an interstellar war, no matter how much one might anticipate such an outcome. This Knight of the Fong could not allow personal desires to jeopardize the entire empire. However, Myrdin seemed poised to argue, yet the Marshal's gaze had shifted elsewhere, compelling the woman adorned with the Fong insignia on her uniform to return to her seat, albeit with an expression of profound dissatisfaction. Elvarda, Sane turned to another Triad Knight, the azure-haired woman who was the head of the Barnador family and one of the winged clans. Her uniform bore the emblem of lightning and fire, a sigil second in prestige only to that of the Iser family within the Celestial Army, renowned alongside the Crimson Fong. She was known as the Azure Wall, possessing unparalleled skill in military strategy. Though primarily adept in defensive warfare, she could seamlessly adapt her tactics to suit any situation. Whether it be a central breakthrough, a rear ambush, a full-scale assault, or stronghold defense, showcasing her exceptional military acumen. Furthermore, as both Myrdin and Elvarda had graduated from the same class at the Jervis Academy, they were revered as the twin pillars of Jervis among the knights, certainly a title with a different connotation than that of the infamous Triangle of Emmanuel. Burdened with the resentment of thousands, while the fierce Myrdin of the Crimson Fong was a force of nature, Elvarda leaned more towards being a strategic genius, which, in most circumstances, rendered her more trustworthy for the role of commander in this expedition. Your troops should still be in training, correct? Yet, at the moment of issuing commands, Sane suddenly altered his stance. If we were to deploy Elvarda, I fear that she would be even more dissatisfied. Sane thought, troubled. The last time he had denied his niece's request for additional assault ships, she had caused a stir within the palace for a full 2 weeks. And he could only imagine the uproar that would ensue this time. For the sake of familial harmony, the head of the Iser family had to abandon this prudent plan. Yes, it is scheduled to conclude in 25 days, Elvarda replied calmly. Well, that's good to hear. The outbreak of war offers no forewarning, so be prepared to strike at any moment. Sane provided a general directive regarding the next steps for the Third Fleet. Understood, Marshal. The matriarch nodded in agreement, then paused thoughtfully before adding, in truth, if there were indeed any signs of impending war, I believe I have sensed them from you. Sane momentarily faltered, but then directed his gaze to another individual seated nearby. There sat a newly promoted winged knight, who, despite a somewhat lethargic disposition, proved to be quite an adept commander. Presently, he was seated upright, intently studying the documents on the table, occasionally nodding in acknowledgement. Was it merely an illusion? Why did his posture resemble that of someone dozing off? Veins pulsed ominously on the Marshal's forehead. Wing Knight Ward, you will command the expeditionary force tasked with eradicating the pirate presence in the Nard system. Sane nearly bellowed the order, the sonic impact causing the recipient to lose balance and tumble to the ground in shock. Yes, I understand, Ward exclaimed, jolted by the sudden surge of menace. Scrambling to his feet without a moment's hesitation. You, very well. Sane fixed him with a fierce glare before addressing the assembly. Does anyone have any objections? Silence. Then it is decided. Wing Knight Ward will lead the operation against the pirates in the Nard system, preparing to set forth in 3 days. Myrdin appeared several times as if to voice her thoughts, but Sane swiftly resolved the matter before she could express her opinion. Nevertheless, the appointed individual exhibited a profound bewilderment at this honor. To eradicate pirates? Ward's expression betrayed his astonishment, as if hearing this for the first time. Do you have any objections? Sane's narrowed eyes suggested he had indeed caught Ward napping. No, absolutely none. It is a tremendous honor to be entrusted with such a significant task, Ward hastily replied, sensing the impending wrath of the Marshal. I shall lead my fleet and depart in 3 days to cleanse the Nard system of its pirate scourge, ensuring I do not betray the Empire's trust. Humph. The Marshal merely grunted, momentarily sparing the slothful knight from immediate retribution. Your fleet. The next voice belonged to the Supreme Unified Supervisor of the Celestial Army, the head of the military academy, who seemed to have seen through Ward's ruse. Frowning, he solemnly inquired, Ward, You are not considering taking all 8,000 of your most elite assault ships to the Nard system, are you? Indeed. As the ancient saying goes, in warfare, one must align with the regular to achieve victory through the extraordinary, in conditions of enemy concealment and our own illumination. Deploying agile and stealthy assault ships should lead to a remarkably successful campaign. Not permitted. The furious Sane slammed his hand on the table, cutting off Ward's lengthy justification with decisiveness. You will only take 3 squadrons, corvettes, or patrol ships. Submit a detailed operational report to me by tomorrow morning. Marshal, you cannot be so unreasonable. Ward's initial strategy was to intimidate the adversary with overwhelming force. But it now appeared that he was fated to engage in perilous combat. For the sake of the Empire, please grant me some leniency. Ward pleaded, his face contorted in desperation. Silence. Sane's hands trembled with fury. His perspective had shifted. How could such a rogue have been promoted to Wing Knight? What had the review committee been thinking? Well, regarding this matter, I have an idea. The one extending a lifeline to Ward was the old Duke, who also served as the head of the military academy. He cleared his throat and spoke slowly. This presents a splendid opportunity to allow our fledgling recruits to hone their skills, does it not? After all, their energy is boundless and requires an outlet. Should another incident arise, the wrath of Lady Grace is not something we can withstand. Isn't it all due to your grandson's mischief? Sane groaned, recalling that the greatest victim of that previous uproar was none other than himself, the Marshal, due to the entirety of this loss being attributed to the Supreme Commander of the Celestial Army. He found himself unable to hold his head high before the Imperial Minister of Finance for quite some time after the unexpected and significant increase in the military budget. What do you mean, Sane? The old Duke furrowed his brow. Although he was not as miserable as Marshal Sane, he had also faced considerable pressure from the head of the Imbrian family as the source of the error. This occurred under your jurisdiction. Do you wish to shirk responsibility? Do you think I am unaware of everything? Sane appeared quite agitated. Even within the Military Talent Institute, those 3 were known as the Triangle of Emmanuel, a group of troublesome trainees that plagued all instructors. By sending them to the Celestial Army, you clearly intended to frame me, didn't you? You were slandering me. The Duke became equally animated. I admit, while those 3 are indeed more active than ordinary trainees, at least they have not caused such exaggerated trouble at the Military Talent Institute. Humph, it seems the discipline of the Celestial Army is becoming increasingly lax. You are the one slandering. It must be known that compared to the Military Talent Institute, which produces perpetual passers, the discipline of the Celestial Army has never been. The 2 gentlemen, wielding the most formidable military power in the galaxy, found themselves embroiled in a contentious dispute. As for the elite members of the Celestial Army present, despite their accustomedness to such scenes, they still experienced a nervous stomachache as if it were a predetermined response. The Military Talent Institute is the cradle of the Celestial Army, comprising a main academy and 3 branches. The branches are named Swano, Emmanuel, and Jervis. Initially, trainees entering the Military Talent Institute are randomly assigned to one of the 3 branches for a 2-year general training period, after which they undergo an evaluation that determines their future. Those who pass the evaluation earn the qualification to train at the main academy, while those who do not must remain in the branches to continue their training courses. The distinction becomes glaringly evident upon graduation. Trainees from the main academy directly receive the rank of junior officer, while those from the branches must strive from the next lower rank of regular officer, before the instructors conduct the final assessment of the trainees' 2 years of results. These unflown fledglings will be granted an opportunity to spread their wings. During a 30-day training period, trainees will be assigned to the regular fleet of the Celestial Army, commencing a brief military life as equivalent to ordinary officers, during which their direct supervisors will be the captains of each ship. As direct witnesses to the trainees' qualifications, the captain's opinions will significantly influence the evaluation results. In fact, every cohort has had trainees who, despite unremarkable performances during their 2 years, suddenly thrive once in the military. And these hidden talents have largely been uncovered during the officer training. It can be said that the Military Talent Institute's approach maximally prevents the wastage of talent. Generally, captains maintain a friendly attitude towards trainees, and even if they find them troublesome, they merely smile wryly before accepting their duty to nurture these new officers. Instances of outright refusal are exceedingly rare. However, in the cohort of trainees from the year 425 of the Shalon calendar, 3 individuals emerged who caused all junior officers to retreat in fear. Known as the Triangle of Emmanuel, these 3 were, in fact, the masterminds behind the unprecedented brawl involving thousands on Bartender Street. Those unfortunate enough to have been assigned to them as captains immediately requested a transfer from the military, with some even boldly applying to change their own captaincy. The military, at a loss for how to manage these 3 trainees, contemplated returning them to the Military Talent Institute. However, Upon the reminder from the intelligence officer of the Unified Department, Marshal Sane realized that there was someone under her command capable of suppressing the youngest member of the Hateland family, and thus ordered the three to be assigned to her command. The junior officer who received this order accepted it without protest. Consequently, they would serve aboard the ship for 30 days, completing their officer training. On the bridge of the assault ship Thunder, Xiaoyin was introducing her direct subordinates to the troublesome trainee group known as the Triangle of Emmanuel. From the bitter expressions of the officers, it seemed they felt no honor in the heavy responsibility bestowed upon them by the military. Ladies and gentlemen, do you have any objections? Thus, the princess had to add this line at the end. The gazes of the officers crossed in the air, yet none were willing to undertake the perilous lead task. After nearly a minute of silence, it was the one who had been promoted to vice 10th officer alongside his superior, Isaiah, who stepped forward. Captain. Most of our crew are also newcomers with less than a year of service. Is it appropriate to use this vessel as a training ground for the trainees? In an effort to avoid incurring the wrath of the terrifying trio, this junior officer spoke with unusual caution. After the vice captain finished speaking, the other three officers nodded in agreement. Faced with such a clear refusal, a normal person would feel some dissatisfaction, wouldn't they? However, since the youngest member of the Inuho family had long been accustomed to such reverent gazes, and the youngest of the Lawrence family was currently preoccupied with expressing affection towards the female officer serving as a communications officer unilaterally, the only one to express dissatisfaction was the youngest of the Hateland family, the individual most feared by all. Although the young man merely raised an eyebrow in displeasure, the officers, filled with trepidation, involuntarily took a step back in unison. Tian Kong. Xiaoyin slightly furrowed her brow, softly calling out his name, though she did not need to turn around to confirm. She knew precisely what her subordinates feared. When they saw that the once glimmering, fierce black pupils in response to the girl's gentle call indeed dimmed, they reminisced about their captain's unparalleled valor during the suppression of that riot. And a chill ran through them. Lois, do you share the same opinion as them? Xiaoyin looked towards the only officer who had not retreated, seeking her confirmation. I think it should be fine, right? Lois hesitated as she voiced her opinion. Yet, her gaze remained fixed on the black-haired youth who had shielded her during the chaos. However, it was another individual, one of the instigators of the grand uproar, who responded to her goodwill. Oh. As expected, the empathetic senior Lois can truly understand me. Be quiet, Leon. Before Xiaoyin turned around, Tian Kong had already silenced Lionel with a pointed gesture, rendering this exuberant young man from the Lawrence family temporarily quiet. However, this bizarre technique only heightened the fear they felt towards him, even prompting Xiaoyin to glance at him once more. It appeared that during the year of absence, this person had learned many intriguing things. A strange smile surfaced on the princess's lips as she glanced at her subordinates before making a decision. Very well. It shall be as such. Tian Kong, Cordia, Lionel, from today onward, you shall serve aboard the ship as ordinary officers for 30 days. As your direct supervisor, I look forward to your exemplary performance in this training. Following a succinct address, Xia proceeded to allocate specific roles to the three individuals. However, the usually composed and elegant princess appeared somewhat eager this time. Firstly, Tenku, she began, given that you will be a captain in a year, accumulating experience is paramount. Therefore, you shall serve as my adjutant. When was I slated to become a captain? Tenku mused, though under the gaze of those icy blue eyes, he suppressed the question. Furthermore, Korsha, Xia continued, addressing the youngest member of the Inhogar clan, whom she had known since childhood as fellow scions of the Root family. However, their acquaintance remained superficial due to the princess's comparatively delicate temperament. You shall apprentice under the chief technician. With the aid of the Hand of Miracles, this assault ship's condition should remain optimal. While Locke visibly paled at this pronouncement, Korsha cast a surprised glance at Xia, as if to say, since when did you become so astute, Princess Finbaird of the royal house? I shall not disappoint you, Captain, the Inuhogar heir responded with composure. As for you, Lionel, Xia sighed, regarding the youngest of the Lawrence clan with some trepidation, feeling that wherever he was assigned, this walking tempest would cause disruption. You. Lionel, though gazing ardently at the comely communications officer, could only emit inarticulate sounds due to his silenced vocal cords. Very well, you shall assist Elma. Within this vessel, there is no safer place than the purser's office. If you wish to survive your cadet training unscathed, it is best not to vex our communications officer any further, Xia concluded, passing this troublesome individual to the purser, reasoning that her workload was already substantial. So one more task would hardly matter. Captain, Elma remarked with a wry smile, you are sometimes rather merciless. Under orders from Marshal Sane to submit an operational plan by the following morning, Ward found himself in dire straits. Normally, The Commodore would merely issue broad directives to his capable adjutant, and shortly thereafter, a comprehensive plan would appear on his desk. However, upon learning of her superior's poor showing at the military conference, Cyrilla presented a resignation letter before Ward could delegate the task. For the past 2 years, the adjutant had strived to correct her superior's indolent nature, but her efforts appeared futile. Thus, the disillusioned first lieutenant tendered her resignation. Having perused the letter, Ward was seized by panic. Indeed, were it not for Cyrilla handling the majority of the Commodore's duties, his invasion fleet would have descended into utter chaos long ago. The mere thought of being tormented by endless tasks filled Ward with the urge to resign alongside his adjutant. Ultimately, the Commodore sought out his most trusted subordinate and, employing a combination of incentives, coercion, and emotional appeals, persuaded Cyrilla to temporarily withdraw her resignation, on the condition that her superior demonstrate genuine improvement, meaning Ward had to complete the operational plan himself in less than 12 hours. The following day, a near-exhausted wing commander, sporting dark circles from a sleepless night, delivered the heavily amended operational plan to the integrated department. Marshal Sane, with unusual patience, reviewed the plan, offered a few revisions, and then approved it. For clarification, a full-strength fleet in the Azure Sky military comprises 10 squadrons, each consisting of 1,000 warships. The fleet commander, known as a Commodore, is typically a wing commander. Squadron commanders, known as vice commodores, are usually half-wing commanders. Below them, battalion commanders and platoon commanders, holding the ranks of first lieutenant and senior lieutenant respectively, command only 100 or 10 warships, as their titles suggest. Above these ranks are the Grand Commodores, commanding several fleets, who hold the rank of three-leaf commander. Of course, Grand Commodores are still under the command of marshals. Finally, the individual who wields absolute authority over this unprecedented military force in human society is the sovereign, seated upon the Jade Dragon throne. As per Marshal Sane's directive, the punitive force consisted of only 3 squadrons, including 2 frigate squadrons and 1 patrol ship squadron. Even with the 200 assault ships sponsored by the Supreme Integrated Oversight, Ward commanded a mere 3,200 warships, while intelligence estimated the pirate fleet at between 1,500 and 2,000 vessels, all consisting of small, high-speed ships, likely patrol ships. While the punitive force ostensibly possessed a superior combat capability, Ward, mindful of the enemy's advantageous terrain, formulated the operational plan under the assumption of equal combat strength. For while the wing commander was not a diligent individual, he was conscientious when it came to the lives of his subordinates. This was why Marshal Sane had readily approved his plan. 3 days later, on the 31st day of the 3rd season of the Xiaolan calendar, year 425, the punitive fleet departed the imperial capital, traveling through the Noravia Gate to the Nard system, located in the southern frontier of the empire. Thus began the punitive war, which would later be known as the Dark Cloud of Nards. Xia gazed at the boundless void before her. Her lips pursed into a tight line, her icy blue eyes flashing with what seemed like lightning. It was evident to all that the princess was in a state of extreme displeasure, rendering the atmosphere on the bridge stifling. The chief engineer and his new assistant had excused themselves under the pretext of inspecting the ship's maintenance status. But the remaining 4 lieutenants and 1 intern could find no such excuse and were forced to endure the unspoken pressure emanating from the princess on the bridge. The reason for Xia's discontent was simple. When the princess learned that her assault ship squadron had been assigned to the pirate punitive force, she was overjoyed at the prospect of proving herself in actual combat, practically skipping with glee. However, the Commodore's subsequent directive was to deploy Azure Flame and the other 19 assault ship squadrons into the narrow asteroid belt on the edge of the Nard system, with the sole instruction to remain battle-ready. You are our invaluable reserve force, and the success of the entire operation hinges on you, so please maintain your fighting spirit. The adjutant with the pale cyan hair had reassured the disgruntled lieutenants at the time. However, after being marooned in the desolate void for nearly 2 weeks with nothing to occupy their time, the morale of the assault ship squadron inevitably waned, with some of the crew even entertaining notions of a return voyage. Yet, in the case of Princess Cheyenne of the Fiendbird royal family, the valiant blood of the Arnelevenier coursing through her veins transmuted this gloom into a raging inferno. Though as of yet no one had been scorched by this fury, it resembled molten lava flowing sluggishly beneath the fragile crust of a nascent planet, threatening a cataclysm that could engulf the entire assault ship should it erupt. Consequently, even the most recalcitrant of the crew now discreetly steered clear of the captain, offering a respectful salute as they passed, their eyes fixed ahead, paying homage to this volatile volcano teetering on the brink of eruption. However, the individual bearing the brunt of the pressure was the unfortunate adjutant to the newly appointed Decarch, a mere youth who had to attend to Cheyenne's every need. Were it not for his exceptional fortitude, coupled with the princess's newfound leniency towards him since the last incident. Sky would likely have collapsed on the bridge a week prior. Sky, Cheyenne suddenly called out her adjutant's name, prompting the ensign to snap to attention and respond, "Yes, Your Highness." Never mind. Cheyenne shook her head, then turned to the vice Descartes seated at the helm, saying, "Isaiah, I'll leave things in your capable hands. I'm going to rest for a bit." From the princess's departing silhouette, the crew could almost discern a somber fire blazing intensely. Sky hesitated, contemplating whether to follow her this time, but despite the apprehension gnawing at his insides, the youth's feet moved of their own accord. "Sky, remain here," Cheyenne unexpectedly commanded. "Should any situation arise, inform me immediately." "Yes, Your Highness," the relieved youth responded, his voice betraying a hint of elation. Quickly regaining his composure, he inquired, "Captain, where are you going?" I'm taken aback by the abruptness of the question. Cheyenne overlooked the fact that such an inquiry might be considered an infringement on her privacy. The princess paused, then replied with a stubborn, yet endearing, tone. "I am going to dine." A close call. Watching the figure almost burst through the door, Sky furtively wiped the sweat from his brow. Then, the youth noticed that the 4 remaining officers on the bridge were all staring in his direction. Perhaps it was his overactive imagination, but he couldn't shake the feeling that their gazes held an odd intensity. "Is there something I can assist you with?" After Xia Yin's departure, the tense atmosphere on the bridge dissipated, and one could even hear the relaxed breaths of several pilots. Even Isaiah, the vice captain, bore an expression akin to someone who had just emerged from the dark depths of the ocean to bask on a sunlit beach. This officer sighed and gazed at the young man with a peculiar emotion in his eyes. "Master Heitland, you are indeed a unique individual." The sudden shift in the air rendered Isaiah's musings rather abrupt, leaving the Sky momentarily without a response. "Before meeting you, I never imagined that our captain, Her Royal Highness from the Yanalavan family, would be so concerned about the affairs of a single person." Yet it seemed that Isaiah did not require a reply. He merely wished to express his own sentiments. "Concerned? Is it me?" The surprise on the young man's face was genuine, not feigned. "Did you not notice at all?" Isaiah regarded the incredulous youth with a gaze that bore a hint of reproach. "Just like what transpired earlier, I have never seen the captain show such, forthrightness since I was appointed as her vice-captain." Forthrightness. Would brutality be more apt? The boy thought, cold sweat trickling down his brow. I'm not sure. But it seems that since our first meeting, Xia Yin, no, Her Highness, has treated me in this manner, hasn't she? In fact, it was far more blunt than it is now. The boy feigned ignorance. "Isn't that how she treats all of you?" "Completely different," Isaiah nodded. "To be honest, I was quite taken aback at first. I never expected Her Highness to be so ordinary." "Ordinary?" The boy's expression morphed as if he had bitten his tongue. His gaze toward the vice-captain filled with skepticism. Was there truly anything about that princess that could be described as ordinary? "I fail to see it." "Essentially, our captain is a supervisor who understands her subordinates. She is quite exceptional from a commander's perspective. In fact, even among 100,000 pilots, she would rank among the very best." While Isaiah seemed to extol Xia Yin's virtues, the Sky could not detect any pride in the vice-captain's tone. However, compared to the rumored terror of the rage of scarlet flames, Her Highness's demeanor appeared rather mundane. "Thus, I have always felt she seemed to be suppressing something. And after meeting you, I finally understood what our captain has been repressing." Isaiah cast a deep glance at the young man before bursting into laughter. "I must sincerely thank you, Master Heitland. If it weren't for your selfless demonstration of the true meaning of rage of scarlet flames, we might have unknowingly committed a grave error at that point. It could have been I who faced the wrath of Yanalavan." The young man stared blankly at the Shalon individual, who possessed significantly more life experience than he, watching him laugh heartily like a child, and felt a wave of frustration wash over him. "Then I must extend my gratitude to you as well, my lord." Elma, who had temporarily stepped away from her duty station, approached the two. "Had you not shown mercy, at least half of the crew aboard this assault ship would still be lying in regeneration tanks." I actually," the young man, perplexed by whether the operations chief's words were gentle reproach or genuine gratitude, revealed a confused expression. "Do not overthink it. I truly am grateful," Elma smiled, continuing. "Although I initially resented the individual who abruptly increased my workload, after reviewing the records, it became clear you were invariably in a state of passive defense. And the instigators were those rascals. Since they brought this trouble upon themselves, I have no reason to harbor resentment toward you. Is that so? That's wonderful." The boy felt a lightness in his heart upon realizing that this woman, born of the local populace, was so understanding. Moreover, the crew aboard this assault ship likely shares similar sentiments, right? After all, rather than forcing themselves to confront someone nearly impossible to defeat, It is far easier to find a rationale to soothe their own emotions. Thus, I assure you, you will not face any ill treatment during this training period. Elma's words brought a measure of comfort to the young man. Indeed, he had been worried about how to interact with those he had wronged. Fulfilling the duties of the aide appointed by Her Highness would require the cooperation of the crew. However, the operations chief then regarded the young man with concern, her gaze reflecting her worry over his overwhelming power bestowed by millennia of civilization. Of course, please do not deliberately bully them, if you can. Ah, of course, the boy hastily assured her, though his mind wandered into rebellious thoughts. Perhaps violence had its merits? At the very least, he no longer needed to worry about any crew daring to obstruct his appointed role as aide during the 30 days of training. But the other one, the young master of the Lawrence family? He may not gain the crew's approval. The operations chief furrowed her brow, appearing somewhat hesitant. After all, unlike you, who was unwillingly drawn into that brawl, he was the instigator of the chaos. She glanced at the girl pilot at the communication station, who was eavesdropping, and smiled lightly. He seems to show no sign of remorse. In fact, until recently, he had been persistently troubling our communication officer. I see. The young man's gaze shifted to the girl with light golden hair, his expression reflecting understanding. So, you mean for me to inform him of the dangers of such behavior? Correct? As for the matter of danger, the young master of the Lawrence family should be fully aware by now. After all, those 2 crew members who just took him away were the most devoted followers of Lois, so. Elma sighed and remarked, Lionel is currently being beaten up. Is that so? The young man was momentarily taken aback, but then a new question arose in his mind. So, do you mean that? Well, though it's somewhat difficult to articulate, could I ask you to refrain from interfering in this matter for the time being? I believe the crew will not go too far. And if he remains quiet in the operations room, he should face no further danger. If this black-haired youth is determined to protect his friend, the worst outcome might be that this assault ship will have to return to Luyan for repairs due to a sudden loss of too many combat personnel, being the operations chief of Thunder. I must do everything in my power to avoid such a scenario. Understood. To his own surprise, the young man readily agreed. Let that fellow suffer a bit. As long as no lives are lost, a few broken bones will be of no consequence. At this moment, the red-haired youth, who was being besieged from afar, suddenly felt a piercing chill. I am truly grateful to you. After soothing the most unstable element aboard the ship, the chief officer responsible for maintaining order finally breathed a sigh of relief. However, I did not anticipate that fellow would cause you such distress. I sincerely apologize. Well, senior sister Lois, based on the sense of responsibility born from the friendship known as the Triangle of Emmanuel, the Sky expressed an apology on behalf of the absent individual to the girl sitting at the communication station. Of course, Lionel would not feel gratitude for this, haha. Just call me Lois, the girl exclaimed, standing up from her chair in a flustered manner and bowing solemnly. I should be the one thanking you. If you hadn't shielded me back then, I would likely have been sent to the military hospital, perhaps even into a regeneration pod. I am truly, deeply grateful to you. Her voice grew increasingly faint until she finally bowed her head. For some reason, the boy thought of the women from his hometown, Canting, and his smile was as bright as a star piercing through the atmosphere. Then please call me Sky, he gently replied. And if possible, I would appreciate it if you could refrain from using that you term, all right? But how can I? Lois gasped, her expression one of sheer shock. You are the heir of the most esteemed Genji clan in the Empire, with a status akin to that of a royal captain. It would be too disrespectful to address you simply by name. Sky was also taken aback by the girl's exaggerated reaction. However, once he regained his composure, another thought struck him. So I share the same status as Summer Sound? Indeed, both heirs of the Genji clan. Yet, why had I never noticed this fact before? I must excuse myself. Lois suddenly realized her faux pas, 2 crimson clouds blooming on her cheeks, before hurriedly fleeing the bridge. Please do not blame her, Your Excellency, Isaiah explained to the bewildered youth. Lois, the chief officer, comes from a family that has only just recently ascended to the ranks of the nobility, and both her parents are ordinary humans from the surface. To expect her to interact with the most distinguished figures in the Summerland society so casually is indeed a bit demanding. According to the regulations of the Imperial Heraldry Institute, only nobles, gentry, and those of the Genji clan may possess the genetic symbol known as the Summerland ear, signifying their identity as citizens of the celestial realm. Although the original 13 clans of the Genji have remained unchanged throughout the Empire's several hundred years of existence, the numbers of nobles and gentry have fluctuated considerably, generally on an upward trend. Most new nobles arise from the gentry, while new gentry are all elevated from those citizens who originally emerged from the surface but found their place among the stars, naturally, upon gaining the status of celestial citizens. Their descendants are also granted the right to possess the Summerland ear and the accompanying hereditary traits. However, as the clans that first descended to nobility lack established family traditions, their educated descendants often exhibit peculiar personalities, much like Lois of the Deluc family, who might appear quite unusual in the eyes of typical Summerlanders. Nevertheless, as long as they overcome initial challenges and invest several generations, any clan can cultivate its own unique family customs. I see. Sky gazed in the direction where the girl had departed, suddenly inundated by a peculiar sentiment. The once ordinary boy from the surface, who was not even a citizen, had suddenly acquired the identity of the most esteemed heir of the Genji clan within the empire. Perhaps this should be regarded as a stroke of fortune? And having adapted to such a status in just a year, does that mean I possess the qualifications to become a resident of this world of stars? Just like that individual? Oh, this is what they mean by desiring nothing makes one a king, right? Unbeknownst to him, Cleopas had also approached. The artillery officer observed the panicked retreat of his colleague, then shifted his gaze to the youth, scrutinizing him for a moment before rendering his assessment. It seems our captain's concern for you is not without reason. Even you say so. With a sigh, Sky began to accept the reality. Yet, why did I not feel anything of the sort? That is because, Your Excellency, you have always been enveloped in this affection. Although Isaiah spoke in a jesting tone, the content was anything but humorous. After all, only a handful of individuals throughout the Empire's centuries-long history have evoked such intense love and animosity from the youngest scion of the Yanalivine family. As for those who can fully endure such affection, thus far, only you remain. Haha, though I am unsure if this is a blessing or a curse. I think you should first feel honored. The voice of the appointed officer was filled with mirth. Love and animosity? The youth softly repeated the phrase, unwittingly recalling the events that transpired after his encounter with the girl with deep blue hair. From the awkwardness of their first meeting to being tossed out, the embarrassment of being tethered to a chair, the roughness during the examination in the escape pod, the shock of being thrown out again after the Council of 13, and the thunderous might of that shot on the bar street. Surely, there couldn't be real love amidst all this? Noticing the boy's peculiar expression, as if he struggled to accept this notion, Elma cleared her throat and lowered her voice. Though this is merely a personal observation of mine, if you're interested, please consider this a casual musing I happen to express. Then the chief officer began to speak to herself while glancing at the entrance of the bridge. After the incident on the bar street, for some inexplicable reason, the captain suddenly developed a habit of taking the communication vessel out for a leisurely drive after work, returning only close to dawn. Although it is said that members of the Yanalivine family have a tendency to revel in the thrill of infinite speed, I was astonished to discover during my official inspection that the records remaining in the communication vessel's intelligent core actually indicated a landing on the surface of the Ryuan planet. If I recall correctly, during that turmoil, our ship did not have anyone severely injured enough to require a military hospital, right? However, it would be even more astonishing if a member of the Yanalivine family suddenly developed an appreciation for the beauty of the Earth. So, what could be the true reason for our esteemed captain to abandon the pride of the celestial citizens? What could it be? Under the unanimous and amused gazes of the others, the youth began to feign ignorance. So that was the case? The reason Summer Sound would appear in the military hospital. But why did she never tell me? Haha, that is the modesty of a girl. After all, when he thought of how that princess of the stars had forsaken her modesty to descend into the earthly realm for his sake, an inexplicable warmth surged within Sky's heart, akin to a gentle stream gradually melting the ice that had long enveloped the land. While it did not immediately revive all things, some feelings that had lain dormant within the boy for many years began to awaken. Amidst the expectant gazes of those around him, Sky struggled to articulate a single word, and suddenly his eyes brightened. I happen to be a bit thirsty, so thank you. Senior Sister Lois. The young man briskly approached the entrance of the bridge, taking a cup from the tray held by the communications officer, and began to contemplate the composition of the oddly peach-colored liquid. Ah, no need for thanks. No, it is my honor, Your Excellency. Lois found herself unable to address this youth, who was actually 2 years her junior, yet held the most esteemed position in the entire empire, by name. Thus she excused herself to join her colleagues. Everyone, you have some too. Why not take a moment to enjoy a drink? Well then, let us pause for a brief respite. Cleopas cheered, promptly retrieving his cup and revealing a look of heartfelt appreciation. They even prepared lime tea. How thoughtful. Thank you. Hey, aren't we supposed to be on alert? Isaiah raised a mild objection, his tone lacking firmness, given his responsibilities as the first officer. Taking a break when necessary is also prudent. Elma clearly sided with the majority. Ultimately, Isaiah chuckled wryly and joined them. However, the brief respite enjoyed by the 4 pilots and a trainee lasted less than 10 minutes, just as Lois rose to refill everyone's drinks. The entrance to the bridge was suddenly flung open with astonishing force. Everyone, prepare for battle. The daughter of Yanalavine radiated a brilliance surpassing that of the alien clusters outside. Her voice imbued with fervent power. A pirate fleet has appeared. We are ordered to cut off their escape route. At the edge of the Nards galaxy lies an expansive region of meteors, with the gateway to the extraterrestrial, known as the Nards Gate, situated precisely at its center. Within the Nards galaxy, 2 planets have been identified that could be transformed into habitable environments for humanity. One of which is rich in the primary material needed for the creation of intelligent core crystals, the luminous blue agate. Recognizing this immense value, an empire commenced the development of human-inhabited systems in the Nards galaxy 2 centuries ago, exerting tremendous effort to carve out a navigable space for vessels amidst the meteor clusters surrounding the gate. However, the initially established wind channel, a continuously accelerating independent spatial corridor, lasted less than a year before it succumbed to the frequent onslaught of meteors, retiring a century ahead of schedule. Although the empire possessed the technological prowess to remedy this situation, the prudent finance minister chose to temporarily shelve the proposal for constructing a protective magnetic field corridor through the meteor zone, considering the exorbitant investment required and the uncertain returns it might yield. Consequently, any visitors to the Nards galaxy must undergo a baptism by meteors before reaching any of the planets within the system, despite the relatively safe corridor carved out by the Empire. It still cannot fully prevent meteor impacts. Fortunately, those qualified to navigate the stars possess a commendable level of piloting skill. Thus, these occasional meteor encounters do not pose significant troubles. What truly vexes the denizens of the skies is the abandonment of the wind channel. Without the constant acceleration it provided, all vessels must rely solely on their own engines for propulsion, resulting in a drastic reduction of navigational speed from over 200 knots to below 20. While pilots must remain vigilant against meteor strikes, and oversight in such high-speed conditions has led to several shipwrecks each year. Nevertheless, the Nards galaxy's abundant supply of blue agate continues to draw intrepid interstellar merchants, whose fervor remains undiminished by the substantial risks involved, except, of course, for the threat posed by those known as pirates. Throughout the golden era of interstellar trade several centuries ago and continuing into the present, illegal armed factions, intent on plundering traders, have never ceased to exist. In fact, aside from the Shaw human empire and the Pian human community, the remaining 3 interstellar nations have grappled with the predatory nature of these wolf-like entities. The Empire, which from its inception strictly regulated the arming of civilian vessels and enforced these regulations with an almost ruthless precision, effectively eliminated any possibility of pirate emergence from the outset. As for the Pian human community, it was born out of a coalition of pirates and now commands over half of the illegal armed organizations in the galaxy, thus harboring no fears regarding piracy. To pirates, the vast expanse of space at the Nards galaxy's edge presents an unrivaled hunting ground, with the boundless meteor belt and the nearby gate offering unparalleled advantages for concealment and escape. Moreover, the necessity for cargo ships to reduce their speed in the absence of the wind channel enhances the pirates' chances of successful plunder to nearly 100%. Indeed, in the brief span of 2 centuries since its elevation to an inhabited system, Nards has witnessed the rise of 2 waves of pirate factions, both hailing from beyond the Empire's borders, under the merciless grip of the Celestial Army. Those audacious enough to tarnish the roaring dragon emblem have met with annihilation. Yet, the passage of a century seems to have dulled the scars of the past, and now a 3rd wave of pirates has emerged, seemingly different from their ill-fated predecessors. Sorella, those fleets are indeed pirates, aren't they? Ward furrowed his brow, gazing at the dark red fleet arrayed in orderly formation on the screen ahead, seeking confirmation from his aide with a tone laden with uncertainty. Yes, at least according to the intelligence provided by the staff headquarters, their recent actions unequivocally align with the definition of pirates, Sorella cautiously replied, unable to suppress a look of confusion. Following Ward's proposed operational plan, the punitive fleet was to initially station itself near the entrance of the meteor cluster, then spend a week thoroughly searching the area while establishing a surveillance network encompassing the entire expanse. Should the pirates fail to appear during this period or remain undetected, the operation would transition from the first plan to the second, wherein the Lord of the Nards galaxy, Count Nards, would procure several merchant vessels from the local government as bait for a lure-in-ambush operation. If the second plan also faltered, the Admiral had not even contemplated that possibility. Although Sorella initially protested against the vague operational plan, the subsequent developments left him sighing in exasperation, lamenting the dismal laziness of his superior and the absurd fortune he seemed to possess. For before the punitive force could even execute the first operational plan, Merely upon the fleet's arrival near the meteor zone and their preparations to settle, the elusive pirate fleet materialized before them as if drawn by a magnet. Unfazed by the disparity in numbers, 2,000 against 3,000, or the difference in status, pirates versus regular troops, forming a dense square formation and bracing for confrontation. Strangely, their sheer presence seemed to exude an aura that momentarily overshadowed the prepared celestial army. Thus, it was entirely understandable that the two strategists who devised the initial operational plan felt a sense of bewilderment. Could it be that we do not appear to be a military force? Ward's next query ignited a spark of fury within Sorella, who had overseen the fleet's formation throughout. Without hesitation, Sorella voiced his displeasure. Sir, have you truly not even glanced at the report regarding the fleet's formation? In those blue eyes, the Admiral's demeanor suddenly stiffened, his face quickly morphing into a radiant smile meant to mask his growing unease. How could that be? I certainly verified it thoroughly. Under the icy gaze of Sorella, Ward anxiously rummaged through a pile of papers nearly discarded as refused by his aide, finally extracting the report delivered days prior. Pointing to the red ink that merely bore the words approved at the end, and feigning innocence. See, I even signed my approval on it. Sorella's fist gradually tightened, veins beginning to throb on his forehead. A stormy atmosphere began to envelop the bridge, causing Ward to tense in anticipation of the impending fallout. Yet, Sorella suddenly sighed, extinguishing his fury, and in a grave tone, addressed his superior. Sir, I must insist that you accept my resignation once this punitive task is complete. The radiant smile of the winged knight promptly faltered. After observing the expression of her aide with great diligence, it became apparent to her that the Admiral was not jesting this time, plunging her into a state of disarray. Admiral, the enemy has commenced their maneuvers. The voice of the intelligence officer salvaged the impending chaos within the fleet. Understood. Project the three-dimensional image onto the command platform, Ward commanded, regaining his composure. However, the cold sweat still glistening on his forehead suggested that he was secretly relieved to have narrowly escaped a calamity. Following Ward's directive, the intelligence officer projected a holographic image of the combat zone onto the command platform. A layer of countless minuscule light particles gradually materialized, ascending until it reached the knee level of the two officers. The holographic display exhibited a distinct dichotomy of gray and blue hues. The gray area represented the asteroid belt, occupying the majority of the upper section of the star map, while the blue area denoted normal space, encompassing a vast expanse below and a slender blue region extending through the center of the gray zone. At that moment, a flattened rectangular shape, representing a fleet of 3,000 ships, appeared within the blue area, depicted in a radiant silver on the star map. In contrast, the pirate fleet was illustrated in red. Observations from the star map indicated that the red squares, originally positioned at the boundary of the gray and blue regions, were now swiftly advancing into the blue zone, with the trajectory of their movement directly aimed at the silver square. It appeared that the enemy exuded an extraordinary fighting spirit. Well, regardless of the source of their audacity, Sharira commented on the actions of the pirate fleet. Do not underestimate the adversary, Sharira. Ward's expression turned grave. The Empire had enjoyed nearly a century of tranquility, and the once mighty celestial army had long been devoid of the baptism of warfare. So for now, let us set aside this relic of past pride. Your words hold merit. Were it any other winged officer speaking, Sharira might have offered her utmost respect instead of her current tone of discontent. Look, the enemy commander's finesse is remarkable. Far beyond that of an ordinary pirate, Ward remarked in admiration as he observed the star map. Even you, Sharira, could not surpass him, could you? On the star map, the red squares advanced steadily while simultaneously adjusting their formation, swiftly transitioning from a dense square to a sharp triangular formation. The entire process was seamless, devoid of any apparent hesitation. After the formation adjustment, the speed of the red triangle surged abruptly. It seems they intend to execute a central breakthrough strategy. Intelligence officer, how long until the two forces engage? Ward inquired, furrowing his brow as he addressed the intelligence officer stationed at the front left. There remains 15 minutes and 32 seconds until contact, sir. The intelligence officer quickly relayed the information obtained from the flagship's main intelligence core. And the assault squadron? Upon Ward's inquiry, a small triangle glimmering with silver light appeared in the upper right area of the red zone. It appeared that the enemy had yet to notice their presence. Indeed, allowing the assault squadron to advance first was a prudent decision. Ward beamed at his aide, yet upon noticing the lingering ire within her azure eyes, he wisely abandoned any further attempts at provocation. Ahem. So, how long until the assault squadron arrives? Ward coughed lightly, turning his attention back to the intelligence officer. If they traverse directly through the asteroid belt, it will take approximately 120 minutes. However, taking the Central Passage would require no more than 90 minutes, sir. Then, instruct the assault squadron to mobilize immediately, advancing through the Central Passage to strike at the enemy's rear. Ward pondered for a few moments before issuing his command. Sir, such a maneuver may easily expose the assault squadron to enemy detection. The operations officer voiced his dissent. The enemy's morale is exceedingly high. I believe that even if they discover the assault squadron's presence, they would not opt to retreat. Thus we still have an opportunity to annihilate them. It was Sharira who spoke, finally acknowledging the adversary's prowess and beginning to approach the battle with earnestness. Indeed. That is correct. Ward regarded his aide with surprise, yet soon supplemented his words with a tone devoid of vitality. Moreover, even if the enemy were to flee, the operation would still achieve its intended objectives, would it not? I shall dispatch that order immediately, seemingly disinterested in a discussion that might sap her motivation. Sharira saluted the admiral and quietly approached the communication officer. Then let us proceed accordingly. Ward, somewhat disheartened, diverted his gaze from his aide's retreating figure and gestured with his command staff upon the holographic image, transforming the silver formation into a compact semicircular array. Oh, I see. You plan to establish a defensive posture before the arrival of the assault squadron, sir? The operations officer quickly grasped his superior's intentions, though a mixture of surprise and disappointment flickered across the face of the winged officer. If I may speak candidly, sir, such a course of action might be deemed overly passive. After all, we possess a numerical advantage of more than 50%. More than 50% is merely a matter of quantity, is it not? Furthermore, we remain unaware of the enemy's combat capabilities, and we have yet to ascertain their identities. Thus, I deem this strategy quite prudent. Ward maintained his stance. Sir, are you harboring any concerns? The intelligence officer fixed his gaze upon the commander, attempting to ascertain his feelings. The performance of this pirate fleet starkly contrasts with any we have previously encountered. Their audacity to challenge a regular fleet with fewer numbers suggests they possess the strength to support such confidence. Is that not so? Perhaps, Ward replied nonchalantly, nodding. While the intelligence officer's conjecture held merit, the young admiral found himself grappling with certain unresolved thoughts. Following the admiral's directives, the punitive fleet swiftly completed the formation transition, adjusting from a previously dispersed square to a highly compact semicircular arrangement. Logically speaking, a complete circular formation would have been the most optimal choice for a defensive stance. However, with no concern for their rear, Ward opted for a semicircle, allowing the punitive fleet to adopt more flexible tactics should the situation take an unexpected turn. Had they deployed heavy battleships, the punitive fleet might have been able to deplete a significant portion of the pirate fleet's strength with long-range strikes before they approached. Yet, the enemy seemed to have sensed the somewhat monotonous composition of this small fleet, pressing forward with unyielding determination. Meanwhile, the punitive fleet could only grit their teeth and watch helplessly as the adversary drew closer, unable to mount any form of response. As the pirate fleet surged to a distance of 2.7 astronomical units from the punitive fleet, their already impressive speed of 45 knots surged above 50 knots. The punitive fleet had not anticipated such agility from the enemy's vessels, thus missing the opportune moment to initiate an attack, only to find themselves cornered at an alarmingly close range under the fierce onslaught. Fortunately, although the pirate fleet's vessels exhibited unexpected mobility, their offensive capabilities were far from exceptional. Confronted by the formidable semicircular formation of frigates, renowned for their unparalleled defensive capabilities among all classes of ships, the enemy's assaults, at least for the time being, failed to yield any results that could inflict an irreparable disadvantage upon the expeditionary fleet. Under the subsequent urgent deployment orchestrated by Ward, the frigate squadron, which had sustained considerable damage during the initial strike, gradually retreated to the very center of the semicircle. In their stead, another frigate squadron, with its fluid and adaptable formation, began to dissipate the enemy's relentless advance. Was the adversary truly intent on a fierce onslaught? Sharira furrowed her brow. While such a tactic could not be deemed erroneous, one would expect a more astute strategy if the opponent genuinely sought victory. Indeed, the current scenario bore an uncanny resemblance to the confrontation with Admiral Meerden. Ward referred to the exercise conducted 2 years prior to assess the combat capabilities of the assault vessels, during which he had been appointed commander of the new ship type, ultimately securing a narrow victory against the renowned Admiral Meerden, known as the Crimson Fawn, thanks to the exceptional performance of the new vessel. Wait a moment, could it be? Ward suddenly experienced a moment of clarity as he gazed at the star map. At this juncture, despite the tenacious resistance posed by the expeditionary fleet, the triangular pirate fleet continued its fierce offensive. It was perplexing to consider the source of their unwavering fighting spirit. Ward sighed. meticulously organizing the premonitions that had begun to surface in his mind with a rational mindset. Perhaps the adversary possessed compelling reasons to muster all their strength against the celestial army. For instance, the need to ascertain the current strength of this once glorious fleet of the galaxy in order to amend their predetermined war plans. Could it be that this entire farcical pirate spectacle was, in fact, a deliberate ploy to lure the celestial army into their grasp? The dark-haired admiral's gaze pierced through the shadows of the bridge, looking out into the vastness of interstellar space. Beyond those luminous horizons, perhaps an unseen current was surging. Following the cataclysmic dimensional rift centuries ago, those humans who could no longer subsist on their resource-depleted homeworlds embarked once more into the cosmos, seeking new havens for survival. While many harbored hopes of rediscovering terrestrial life, the Sharans resolutely forsook their ancient ways, opting instead to become denizens of the celestial sphere, leading a nomadic existence amidst the stars for the ensuing 2 centuries. Aboard 13 colossal vessels, the Sharans traversed the vast expanse of space, their odyssey carrying them to myriad star systems. Upon encountering human brethren inhabiting these worlds, they would, of course, descend to offer greetings and extend assistance in alleviating their present tribulations, although not all human societies readily embraced their benevolence. Their acts of kindness were met with fervent appreciation by most, save for a few overly cautious enclaves. Naturally, some reciprocated the Sharans' goodwill with material offerings. Recognizing a novel way of life, the Sharans formally embraced the role of interstellar traders, traversing various inhabited star systems with zeal. Technology, information, culture, elements unattainable within a single star system, were bartered as commodities to their terrestrial counterparts. Thus, the Sharans earned the appellation of the Starfaring Merchant Clan. As the Sharans leisurely roamed the cosmos, another human offshoot, choosing a similar path of abandoning ancient traditions, emerged in the galaxy half a century later. This faction was known as the Beyonders. While the Beyonders did not undergo the same profound physiological adaptations to space-faring as the Sharans, they did augment their physical capabilities to a certain degree. Their method, however, leaned towards the extreme, selecting the most exceptional humans and merging their genetic material with their own. Only the strong deserve the right to procreate. Such was the tenet of the Beyonders, exemplifying the devotion to violent materialism during their interstellar wanderings. To avert the accumulation of deleterious recessive genes from inbreeding, the Beyonders would gather robust inhabitants from terrestrial worlds encountered along their path, storing them aboard their vessels as precious genetic resources. Accompanying this practice was the appropriation of valuable resources amassed by these human societies over centuries. Though resistance was occasionally mounted by those being plundered, it invariably succumbed to the Beyonders' ruthless oppression due to the vast disparity in power. If the Sharans' visits were akin to a glimmer of starlight in the inky expanse, offering hope to isolated human societies scattered throughout the galaxy, then the Beyonders' arrival was undoubtedly a tempest that deepened the despair of the night. Before the Sharans rediscovered dimensional navigation technology, the Beyonders reigned as a nightmare for all human societies, wreaking havoc across the galaxy. Following the Sharan nation's establishment, it swiftly occupied 1/7 of human-inhabited space within a century. It was during this time that they first encountered the incursions of the Beyonders, the so-called galactic nightmare. The Beyonder pirate fleets, lacking formal organization, were no match for the Skyward Legion's well-equipped forces. Despite inflicting considerable damage on the then-nascent Skyward Legion with their raw courage, the Beyonders, lacking sustained momentum, suffered a crushing defeat in the Legion's relentless counterattacks, narrowly escaping complete annihilation. The remnants of the Beyonders, in disarray, drifted to the far reaches of the galaxy, beyond the immediate reach of the Sharan Empire. There, they commenced their own nation-building endeavors. Despite the bloodshed and violence that characterized their conquest of surrounding star systems, the Beyonders established their interstellar nation at an even more rapid pace than the Sharans. Under a system of absolute dominion through force, this interstellar nation surprisingly thrived. Now, the Beyonder human collective stands as the second most formidable power in the galaxy, surpassed only by the Sharan human empire. While these two colossal nations have yet to engage in direct conflict, both harbor no illusions about the inevitability of war. Indeed, though the Beyonders lag far behind the Empire in economic and administrative prowess, their military might may well rival that of the Skyward Legion. Ward finished reading the report on the Beyonder human collective, retrieved from the Smart Core crystal, and added this in a low voice. "Did you say something, sir?" Cirilla inquired, turning to her superior with uncertainty. "Nothing, just a momentary lapse," Ward chuckled, casually tossing the report onto the pile of discarded papers. "Cirilla, what's the current state of the battle?" Though he posed the question, his gaze remained fixed on the star chart. On the star chart, the red square maintained its initial sharp triangular formation, virtually unchanged. Conversely, the once perfectly curved silver semicircle was gradually caving inward under the pressure of the red triangle, exhibiting an unstable distortion. Looks like things aren't going well. Ward frowned. They're dire, sir. Cyrilla's voice was subdued, tinged with disbelief. The enemy's combat prowess far exceeds our expectations, and our troops' battle readiness seems incomplete. The Vanguard escort squadron has been completely overwhelmed. If we don't take swift action, we may face an irreversible defeat before the assault squadron arrives. Cyrilla, what's the casualty ratio between our forces and the enemy? Ward inquired. Casualty ratio. It's roughly 1-to-1, sir, Cyrilla reported, her tone heavy with the grim data. However, that's under the assumption that we can maintain our current position. If the Vanguard escort squadron falters, that number will only worsen. So we need 3 warships to contend with the enemy's 2? Ward was taken aback by the stark disparity in strength between the Skyward Legion and this unidentified fleet. It seems a century of peace has led to the Legion's decline. The Admiral mused. A 1-to-1 casualty ratio meant that the battle would end in mutual annihilation, with no victor emerging. While he wasn't sure if the enemy cared about such considerations, Ward had no desire to vanish into the void of space. Sir, this isn't the time for such thoughts. Is it? How should we respond to the current situation? Cyrilla pressed. Unbeknownst to the beautiful adjutant, she had developed a deep trust in her indolent superior. Respond? Ward pondered briefly, then used his command baton to indicate several points on the start chart. Well, let's handle it this way for now. If their objective is as I suspect, this response might yield considerable results. The battlefield dynamics shifted as the Vanguard escort squadron, teetering on the brink of collapse, began to fragment, gradually retreating to the sides along the enemy's line of advance. Steeling themselves against the pirate fleet's onslaught was another escort squadron, having largely recovered from initial damage. Although this escort fleet may not be fully capable of thwarting the fierce onslaught of the adversary, it has nonetheless managed to mitigate the intensity of the pirate fleet's attacks through a comprehensive defensive strategy. Conversely, the patrol fleet belonging to the punitive armada was strategically dispersed by Commander Ward from the outset, with 500 ships positioned on either side of the semicircular formation, as he did not intend for them to engage directly with the pirate fleet. The original plan was for the 2 escort fleets to withstand the enemy's advance, while the assault fleet would execute surprise attacks from behind to achieve a decisive victory, reserving the highly mobile patrol fleet for the final stages of the pursuit. However, as the escort fleet now faced overwhelming pressure, Ward was compelled to amend his operational strategy and deploy the combat capabilities of the patrol fleet prematurely. Upon receiving the command, the patrol fleet commenced its maneuvers, with 500 patrol ships quietly extending along the flanks, drawing a slender arc in the void as they gradually encircled the pirate fleet. Observing from the star map, one would witness the silvery semicircle slowly morphing in shape, as if to embrace the crimson triangle at its core. Although the Celestial Army may have been slightly outmatched in combat awareness, it was, after all, a once glorious fleet that had reigned over the galaxy. Under Ward's masterful guidance, the adjustments were executed seamlessly and unobtrusively, creating an impression that the silvery semicircle was involuntarily contorting under the pressure exerted by the red triangle. The patrol fleet, undetected, maneuvered to the pirates' rear flank, linked to the central formation by the escort fleet that had just retreated from the front lines. This retreat was executed in a manner that resembled a near rout, allowing the patrol fleet to quietly connect with the escort fleet and establish a semi-encirclement against the central red triangle before the enemy could discern the situation. Yet, even upon realizing that they were ensnared within a nearly complete encirclement, the pirate fleet exhibited neither hesitation nor retreat. Instead, they intensified their assault on the central formation, aiming to shatter the escort fleet before the encirclement could be finalized. Should the central escort fleet be overwhelmed, the entire encirclement would collapse, leaving the various detachments vulnerable to being picked apart by the enemy. Thus, Ward staked all chances of victory on this escort fleet, even committing the squadron initially tasked with safeguarding the flagship to the fierce front line. However, as the encirclement extended to the flanks, the central formation became exceedingly tenuous. Despite Ward's deployment of all available forces, including the flagship, the pirate fleet's relentless assault could not be repelled. Amidst the ceaseless flashes of nuclear fusion, the escort fleet's resistance resembled a flickering flame, perilously close to extinguishing in the storm. Explosions erupted in rapid succession around the flagship, transforming the bridge into a scene reminiscent of a volcanic eruption. Alas, a careless individual failed to secure themselves and was jolted from the command seat during a violent tremor, tumbling to the floor and colliding headfirst with a wall corner. Fortunately, the bridge walls were lined with a layer of flexible material for such contingencies, sparing this commander from any injury that would leave lasting harm. "My lord, are you all right?" inquired his beautiful aide, her azure eyes brimming with concern. While the recipient of this affection appeared slightly dazed, "I feel as though I am piloting a shuttle through a cosmic tempest," Ward murmured, shaking his head in an effort to dispel the lingering disorientation from the earlier impact. "Your Excellency, if you can still jest." "It seems you have not been seriously harmed," Sorella sighed with relief. "Should we consider withdrawing the flagship? This situation is perilously dangerous." "Withdraw? No, absolutely not." Upon hearing that word, Ward snapped back to clarity, resolutely rejecting his aide's suggestion. "If the flagship retreats now, the morale we have painstakingly cultivated will dissipate in an instant. Should the central escort fleet be breached, we will have no chance of victory whatsoever." "I understand that. But if this continues, the flagship may very well sink before the encirclement is complete, rendering any discussion of victory utterly meaningless." Sorella maintained her stance. "No, still not an option." The aide's words prompted Ward to ponder briefly before shaking his head in denial of her proposal. "We cannot waver until the assault fleet arrives. Moreover, Sorella, we still have actions we can take." The commander then adopted a more light-hearted tone as he suggested, "We could pray. Let us earnestly beseech the omnipresent deity of the galaxy. May he redirect all attacks aimed at our flagship, and should it be possible, may the enemy's vessels suffer mechanical failures as well." Though the Shallan people generally do not venerate deities, they are not oblivious to the beliefs that circulate in the terrestrial realm. Yet, in Sorella's recollection, the so-called omnipresent deity of the galaxy mentioned by her commander was an entity she had never even heard of. Perhaps it was merely a name conjured by her superior for the sake of convenience and prayer? Whether her frustration stemmed from misplaced expectations of her inept superior or from the commander's casual attitude towards matters of faith, Sorella, nearly trembling with exasperation, relinquished her grip on the object she had been supporting, allowing it to fall to the ground in utter surprise. Thud. A dull thump resonated, followed by a resounding scream echoing through the bridge. From the onset of the conflict to the present, as the tides of battle began to sway, the pirate fleet's tactics had remained largely unchanged, relying solely on brute force. The only variations lay in the chosen points of entry and the frequency of their assaults, which adapted to the movements of the punitive fleet over time. The commander of the pirate fleet had truly perfected the principle of responding to change with unwavering consistency. On the other hand, despite the adversary's predictable maneuvers, the numerically superior punitive fleet found itself embroiled in a fierce struggle. Initially, Ward managed to withstand the enemy's offensive through adaptable defensive formations, but as the punitive fleet began to tighten its encirclement, the central formation, significantly weakened, teetered on the brink of collapse under the pirates' relentless aggression. At this juncture, the encirclement extending from both flanks had reached its zenith, nearly complete. However, the assault fleet, tasked with executing the final strokes of Ward's tactical design, remained conspicuously absent, leaving the central formation perilously close to disintegration. Even someone as composed as Sorella could not help but vocally chastise the assault fleet for its sluggishness, constrained by the laws of physics that impeded its swift arrival. However, just as the assault fleet was on the brink of defeat, the strike squadron ultimately made its timely arrival. During their rapid march, the once compact formation of assault ships had unwittingly stretched into a triangular shape, charging into the enemy lines with unwavering combat spirit and unparalleled might. Their speed was so astonishing and their presence so fierce that even the patrol flotilla, which had prepared to support, found themselves almost instantly outpaced by this allied force racing from afar. The once impenetrable encirclement faltered momentarily, unable to adapt to the overwhelming speed disparity. Nevertheless, the patrol flotilla quickly followed the advancing allies, tightening the encirclement once more. At this moment, at the forefront of the assault squadron, illuminated by light and fire, was a ship bearing the emblem of dark clouds and lightning on its side, a vessel named Thunder. Following closely behind were 9 other assault ships, all under the command of the same leader. Forward! 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 The assault squadron sang triumphantly, surging into the enemy ranks with a ferocity that left their comrades in awe. Against such an incredible force, even the spirited pirate fleet could not withstand the onslaught of this unit, whose energy and morale were at their peak. Moreover, the assault was directed at the rear, the weakest point of their triangular formation. The pirate fleet's rear guard, the first to bear the brunt of the assault squadron's fierce attack, was met with immediate disarray. Leading the charge was a vessel named Thunder, accompanied by 9 destroyers under its command. Main cannon ready. Second shot. The red lightning flickering in those ice-blue eyes was unmistakable, as tightly pressed lips unleashed a thunderous roar. Standing resolutely amidst the light and fire, Princess Fiendbird of the royal house appeared as an unyielding deity. The steed of the thunder god, under her command, revealed its blood-stained fangs once more. After having sent 5 enemy ships to the embrace of death, the main cannon glimmered with a nearly pure white electricity, transforming into a violent beam of light aimed at the slowly rotating enemy vessel, instantly creating a sixth fleeting luminary in the dark void. The explosion of the enemy ship released an extremely high temperature and dense gas cloud. Even the protective magnetic field of the assault ship could not fully shield it from damage. Yet, without hesitation, Summer ordered Thunder to plunge directly into this gas cloud. "Chief Engineer, what is the status of our ship?" It would take several seconds to completely traverse the high-temperature gas, during which precise attacks were unlikely, allowing Summer to seize this brief window to inquire. After all, irrespective of tactics, every pilot cherished their steed. There should be no issues. No, there are indeed no issues. Locke checked the condition chart indicating the status of various sections of the ship, and found no areas marked in red, while the armor plating displayed a warning yellow. All other sections were green. In fact, after a few swift motions of his fingers, the yellow area quickly transitioned to a safe green. Truly a testament to the system adjusted by the hand of miracle. If this were before, the response would not have been nearly as swift. Locke reported to Summer with an excited expression. "Captain, feel free to engage in battle. The status of this assault ship is impeccable." "Indeed." Summer nodded emphatically. "Since you say so, I will not hold back." "Captain." The helmsman's exclamation drew Summer's attention back instantly. Before Thunder, another enemy vessel was suddenly reversing its course. The adversary seemed taken aback that a warship had emerged from that infernal furnace, thus failing to respond in time. However, danger still loomed over the assault ship. Evasive maneuvers. Too late. Isaiah reported the grim news to the captain. In the face of the imminent collision, the two vessels, propelled by high speed and immense inertia, rendered even the most skilled helmsmanship futile. "Then let us not evade," declared the princess, her resolve shattering the looming crisis with ironclad determination. "Accelerate. Engage the ram." The unique armament of the 7th-generation assault ship, a sharp ram never before used in combat, began to shine with a brilliant silver light. This dazzling silver not only enveloped Thunder but also draped a thin veil over everyone on the bridge. In that moment, all eyes were drawn to the resplendent silver glow. And the cacophony of sounds faded into silence, leaving only the rapid beating of hearts audible within the bridge. Everyone awaited the moment when the spear forged by the hands of Nightmare would unleash the sharpness contained within the theoretical data. If their courage went unrewarded, they might have to pay with their lives for this miscalculation. Just before the two ships collided, 5 seasoned pilots instinctively closed their eyes. Yet their captain, unflinching, gazed straight at the approaching dark red hull, her ice-blue pupils swiftly consumed by the fiery crimson flames. Behind her, the black-haired aide observed the regal profile of Princess Fiendbird with a look of admiration. From the moment the ram of Thunder made contact with the enemy ship's protective magnetic field, erupting in a dazzling display of lightning, to the brief period when Thunder's aft swung free of the wreckage, it took less than 3 seconds. Yet, for those aboard, those seconds felt like an eternity. Only when the enemy vessel was cleaved in two, disintegrating into another cloud of scorching gas in the void, did the crew of Thunder awaken from their fearful trance. They swiftly surfaced from the depths of dread to the comforting waters of relief, realizing how liberating it was to breathe. Even the steadfast princess exhaled a sigh of long-held tension. "Captain, should I order the other assault ships to follow?" A warm voice inquired nearby. Summer turned to see the black-haired youth offering her a reassuring smile. His gentle smile, akin to the soft breeze of spring, dissipated some of the fervent emotions within the princess. Her fiery red eyes, once consumed by battle fervor, now returned to the serene blue reminiscent of the sea after a storm. "Yes, let's proceed as such." Noticing that Thunder's vigorous advance had left her subordinate ships lagging behind, Summer nodded and issued a command to the communications officer ahead. "Communications officer, contact the remaining assault ships. We will slightly decelerate to allow them to catch up." Also, to the sky, Summer gazed at the youth who had pulled Yanalovin's blood back from the brink of chaos, softly calling the only name permitted, expressing her gratitude with a smile. "Thank you." Ward sighed deeply, then slumped over the command table, murmuring, "We finally caught up. I nearly scared myself to death. My lord, that was quite unbecoming." Though Shirella shared a similar sentiment with her commander, she had resolved to continue correcting his sluggish demeanor and furrowed her brow in earnest protest. What does it matter? Everyone shares a similar sentiment. Wald exhibited no inclination to rise from the command desk, merely gesturing dismissively with his lips. "If you don't believe me, just look." Shirella turned her gaze towards the bridge crew below the command platform, and her brows immediately knitted in concern. "You all." Although the officer did not take further action, those noble officers, who, despite their fatigue, would never display such exaggerated behavior as some, instantly snapped back to a state of heightened vigilance under the scrutiny of her piercing blue eyes. However, there remained one individual on the bridge, possessing a remarkably resilient spirit, or perhaps simply a lack of shame, who completely disregarded Sorella's imposing glare of reproach. It seemed there was nothing further to worry about. Hyde had shifted his entire weight onto the stability of the titanium command desk, gazing down with a commanding view at the evolution of the star map. From the moment the assault fleet made contact, the encirclement envisioned by the admiral had been realized. Yet, as the encirclement was completed, the anticipated collective assault by the four fleets was thwarted, as the main fleet, nearly in a state of collapse, could barely defend itself and was utterly incapable of initiating an offensive. Instead, the assault fleet surged forth with unparalleled ferocity, now penetrating deep into the heart of the enemy formation, effectively tightening the noose around their adversaries. Under its guidance, the expeditionary fleet unleashed an unprecedented and spirited campaign, meticulously tightening the encirclement with overlapping firepower, gradually driving the enemy into a corner. Paradoxically, the main fleet, which had been expected to serve as the backbone of the assault, found itself as the weakest link in the encirclement. Well, not everything can unfold as planned. Wald sighed, easily forgiving himself. However, Sorella, the commander of that assault fleet's vanguard, who exactly was she? The admiral tilted his head towards his aide, posing the question. The assault fleet had nearly obliterated the pirate fleet's rear guard, with a significant portion of its success attributed to that squad of assault ships racing at the forefront, embodying the sharpest point of the attack. According to the data on the star map, thus far, none of the 10 assault vessels had faltered or fallen behind, prompting Wald to take a considerable interest in the tactics employed by the commanding officer of that squadron. That squadron of assault ships? Please hold on. Although discontent with the admiral's posture while questioning, the aide could not neglect his inquiry. After a brief investigation, Sorella's expression transformed into one of astonishment. My lord, it seems that the commanding officer is someone rather significant to us. Oh, Wald's interest peaked as he slightly lifted himself from the command table. Someone significant? What is her name? Her name is Yanalavine Jean Fienberg Ross Shane. Before Sorella could finish her sentence, a loud thud echoed nearby, reminiscent of an object crashing to the ground. When the aide turned in astonishment, she discovered that her commander had vanished from the command desk. Oh dear! Wald's groan emanated from beneath the command table. Enveloped by the three-dimensional projection of the star map, the admiral now bore an otherworldly appearance, resembling some sort of demonic entity. How could that princess be in my fleet? Are you sure there is no mistake, Sorella? The admiral, ensconced in the interplay of light and shadow, questioned his aide with a tone laced with indignation. Well, if my memory serves correctly, there is indeed only one princess named Shane in the Yanalavine royal family. To Sorella, the admiral's bluster concealed an unmistakable trepidation. Moreover, she fully understood what her superior feared. 2 years prior, during an attack vessel exercise that was abruptly halted due to the intervention of 2 progeny from the Root clan, the overconfident officer had faced the wrath of his former mentor, the supreme commander of the Celestial Army, leaving an indelible scar in his psyche. One of the individuals directly responsible for this psychological trauma was none other than Yanalavine Jean Fienberg Ross Shane. Could it be true? Wald's face reflected a mix of resentment and disbelief. Ah, there's another intriguing matter, sir. For reasons unbeknownst to her, Sorella felt an unexpected delight and revealed another piece of information she had come across. It seems that the heir of the Heitland family is currently aboard the same assault vessel as Princess Fienberg, though he had a year remaining before graduation. It appeared he was participating in battle as part of a practical training exercise. Thud. Another sound of something crashing to the floor echoed on the bridge. Faced with the prospect of incurring the wrath of 2 leaders from the Root clan, the black-haired admiral could no longer contain himself and promptly collapsed onto the command desk, quickly becoming engulfed by the swirling lights and shadows. Under the unparalleled leadership of the formidable assault fleet, they had successfully dispersed the enemy's rear guard and began infiltrating the core of the enemy formation. However, this time, their advance was met with a powerful counter-sniper fire from the front. While the rear guard held off the assault fleet's advance, the central formation of the pirate fleet had completed a rotation, forming a circular defensive arrangement along with the vanguard to counteract the encirclement's assault. Although the vessels of the pirate fleet did not possess formidable defensive capabilities, the composition of the expeditionary fleet, aside from the assault vessels, consisted largely of ships lacking in offensive strength. Consequently, the expeditionary fleet, now encircled, could only chip away at the layers of the pirate fleet's defenses with relatively feeble firepower. As for the assault fleet attempting to penetrate the dark red circular defense with a sharp triangular formation, they managed to breach the initial layer of the pirate fleet's circular defense. However, as they advanced towards the core of the formation, the increasing density of the enemy ranks began to slow their progress. According to the star map, the elongated silver triangle representing the assault fleet had penetrated 1/3 of the red circle's interior before their momentum faltered. It seemed that the silver arrows, now lacking strength for further advance, were caught in a vice of pressure from both sides. The brunt of this immense pressure fell upon the squadron that had been racing at the forefront. Among the 10 assault vessels, one had already met with destruction, while another had sustained severe damage and was forced to withdraw from the battlefield. The vessel known as Thunder was left entirely exposed to dozens of enemy cannons. And under the relentless explosions of nuclear fusion light around it, the protective magnetic field shielding the hull appeared as fragile as a soap bubble under the scorching sun. On the brink of collapse. This is dire. Sky anxiously observed the radiant orbs surrounding Thunder and advised Shane, "Should we temporarily withdraw the assault squadron, Captain?" "Withdraw?" The icy blue gaze lingered on the young man for a moment. Shane's expression grew somewhat complex. Amidst the incessant vibrations of the bridge, even Xiaoyin was compelled to grasp the handrail of the command platform to steady herself. However, the young boy, blessed by a millennia of civilization, appeared to remain utterly unaffected, standing firmly on the ground without a hint of imbalance. This, due to their profound familiarity. Tian Kong immediately discerned the question reflected in the girl's eyes. The boy shrugged casually and nonchalantly explained, "This is one of the ancient martial arts techniques passed down in my homeland. It seems to be called 1,000-pound drop. Such matters are of little importance, Tian Kong." Yet, despite his words, the princess's tone and expression conveyed a stark contrast to the content of her speech. After all the effort to advance this far, why must we retreat? This time, her icy blue eyes bore no trace of the crimson anger. Instead, her clear voice, tinged with a hint of stubbornness, resonated with a rational calmness. Perhaps she wished for someone to convince her? Tian Kong shrugged the invisible weight from his shoulders, wryly accepting the responsibility of soothing the girl's emotions. "Captain, the ability to maneuver adeptly in both advance and retreat is an essential skill for those aspiring to command. Now that we have penetrated to a point nearly severing ties with our allies, I believe no one would dare question the prowess of this assault fleet. How about we slightly reduce our speed and pull back to await the reinforcements?" Although the atmosphere felt somewhat inappropriate, upon noticing the persistent stubbornness in the girl's eyes, Tian Kong found himself suppressing an urge to chuckle. Nevertheless, he managed to stifle this impulse and continued. "While such meticulous operations may prove far more challenging for a fleet commander than a bold advance, I trust that you, Captain, can execute it with ease, correct?" In the initial moments, the first princess of the Fei N-bird family displayed a struggle, but this hesitation quickly transformed into resolute words. "Very well. Let us proceed this way. Tian Kong, when you become the 10th commander, you may encounter similar situations, so pay close attention to my demonstration." The girl turned to her aide, her voice betraying an undeniable pride and delight. "Understood, Captain," concealing the grand smile that threatened to surface beneath her lowered brow. Tian Kong replied in a tone that sounded serious. That princess perhaps had a bit too much bravado? Wada couldn't help but furrow his brow. Even as he lamented the misfortune that had befallen him, the rational part of his mind recognized the crisis facing their forces. To follow the assault fleet acting as the spearhead, the entire assault division had plunged into the enemy ranks, resulting in a tenuous connection between the main assault fleet and their allies. If the assault fleet continued its reckless advance, it would not be long before that fragile link snapped completely. At that point, the encirclement they had painstakingly constructed would also unravel from behind, allowing the pirate fleet to exploit the situation. For instance, the enemy might seize the opportunity to break free from that gap. That would be the most ideal outcome. If the enemy commander were more astute, he would likely seek to eliminate the assault fleet that had infiltrated their ranks before making an escape. In truth, even if the enemy did so, given Huada's meager combat strength, he could only grit his teeth and deliver a few ineffective strikes. Alternatively, could they attempt to reorganize the encirclement? At a time when the assault fleet's offensive capabilities were lacking, the encirclement would merely serve to facilitate the enemy's choices for retreat. "Sir, should we recall them?" Noticing the impending crisis, Cirilla proposed. "Recall them?" Huada sighed and fell into contemplation. Was the princess from the Yanalavine family truly someone one could easily call back? Well, setting that aside, even if the 10th commander would begrudgingly comply with a retreat order, halting the troops amid such intense combat would be as perilous as charging full speed to the edge of a slope. A momentary dip in morale could create a fissure that might collapse the entire front line. Perhaps it would be better to abandon this course of action. It is too dangerous. We should think of alternatives elsewhere. Huada shook his head, relinquishing the idea of directly commanding the assault fleet. Thus, the dark-haired admiral entered a labyrinth of thought, his gaze shifting back and forth across the star map, where the encircling fleets were delineated. However, before Huada could grasp any guiding thread to navigate this maze, the battlefield underwent a surprising transformation. The assault fleet, which had been relentlessly attacking, suddenly slowed its advance and began to cautiously withdraw, creating distance from the enemy with measured mid-range firepower. Then, mirroring its actions, the previously elongated triangular formation of the assault division softened and gradually retreated from within the circular formation. Though the pirate fleet immediately sought to fill the gap forcibly carved by the assault division and even attempted to counterattack as the troops withdrew, they were ultimately thwarted by the flexible yet unyielding firepower net of the assault fleet, preventing any breakout from the encirclement of the attacking ships. No way. Even Huada found himself momentarily stunned by the peculiar developments on the battlefield. The assault fleet had retreated just before reaching the critical point of attack. If this choice was made after careful consideration, the 10th Commander's mastery of timing was nothing short of exquisite, at least in Huada's perception, within the Celestial Army. There was but one individual who could possess such a blend of fierce combat spirit and flexible tactics. Had that noble just recently ascended to the 10th Commander? Why does it feel as if she is akin to Old Man saying? Such seasoned maneuvering surely requires the experience of numerous battles. Even for the war genius of the Iser family, this thought lingered in the mind of the winged soldier. Of course, should Xian have heard such an assessment, she would not have expressed gratitude to the Admiral for comparing her, a beautiful maiden, to a stubborn old man. Well then, let us leisurely enjoy our tea while praying that the enemy remains docile before their demise. To that omnipresent deity of the galaxy. Though Cyrilla initially believed the commander was jesting, the dark-haired admiral then truly approached the corner of the bridge where the automated beverage dispenser stood, ordered a cup of green tea, and settled into a mode of utter relaxation at the command platform. Sir, does such a deity of the galaxy truly exist? Cyrilla couldn't help but express her doubt. What do you mean? Of course it does. Though it may not be popular in the terrestrial realms of the Empire, on some unknown world at the far end of the galaxy, it is a deity revered by many. It is said that any sincere prayers from its followers are answered. Huada spoke with an air of confidence, asserting even beliefs he himself found dubious. Ah, I see. While that unknown aspect seems suspicious, I must admit, I am somewhat captivated by the ramblings of this rogue commander. However, the leisurely demeanor of the dark-haired admiral and the curiosity of his fiery-haired aide were short-lived. It seems this deity of the galaxy may indeed be quite effective. Though she said this, the piercing gaze emanating from those blue eyes compelled Huada to momentarily set down his teacup. Cough. Zira, it seems you have not been earnest in your prayers. For the deity of the galaxy regards. Who cares about that? The feeble rebuttal organized by Ward was utterly crushed before the astounding presence of the adjutant. What now? My lord, if we allow the enemy to attack unchecked, they will breach our encirclement in less than 10 minutes. The pirate fleet, which was initially arrayed in a dense circular formation to counter the assault fleet's encirclement, has now shifted their escape target elsewhere. Having grown utterly despondent at the futility of their counterattack against the assault ships, the flank of the encirclement, manned by a severely weakened escort fleet, is left notably thin in numbers. As the remaining pirate fleet redirected all its firepower towards this vulnerable point, the encirclement faced imminent collapse. What to do? Ward scratched his head before issuing a command in a rather unserious tone. Let the escort fleet in that area temporarily evade the enemy's onslaught. Allow the enemy to break through from that position. Do you intend to pursue them? Zira furrowed her brows, feeling reluctant to easily abandon the encirclement they had painstakingly constructed, still intent on annihilating the enemy as thoroughly as possible. Do not be too greedy, Zira. Having inflicted nearly half of the enemy's losses, the encirclement has largely fulfilled its purpose. With such meager combat strength, achieving total annihilation of the enemy is likely a feat only the venerable Sane and the twin pillars of Jervis could accomplish. Well, at least I cannot. Ward chuckled lightly. Though there was no hint of shame in his voice, it was Zira, the unfortunate adjutant of this lackadaisical admiral, who felt the weight of disappointment. Moreover, is it not easier to chase down an enemy that has lost its will to fight than to engage those who are battling for their lives? Ward's gaze shifted to the star map, fixated on the silver triangle. Prepare the assault and patrol fleets. If that young lord can continue to deliver unexpected results, how delightful it would be. It seems Ward's expectations of the dark-haired youth were somewhat excessive. At least this time, the sky could not restrain the fiery steed beside him. After the escort fleet yielded a corner of the encirclement, the remaining pirate fleet surged through the breach, coinciding with the actions of the reconfigured assault fleet. Given the significant damage sustained by Xia Yin's assault squad in prior engagements, their recuperation took longer than that of other squads, and during this process, one assault ship was deemed in need of extensive repairs and withdrew from the battlefield. Nevertheless, the now 7-ship assault squad managed to keep pace with the pursuing forces, relentlessly attacking the fleeing segment of the pirate fleet. As the enemy appeared to have lost its fighting spirit, Xia Yin felt disinterested in the pursuit. And even the sky unconsciously relaxed its vigilance until a violent tremor shook them. Shortly after thunder entered the asteroid field, a pirate ship lurking in the shadows of the asteroids suddenly struck. This dark-hued assault ship broke through the targeting of 12 beam cannons, pierced the defensive magnetic field, and rammed fiercely into the belly of thunder. Following a violent jolt, the two ships became tightly bound by the powerful magnetic field. Searing acid sprayed forth, and within a minute, a gaping hole large enough for several individuals to disembark was burned through the point of connection between the two ships. This unfortunate, or perhaps fortunate, assault ship. Thunder had achieved more accomplishments in the battlefield within less than a month of becoming the flagship of someone than most of its comrades had in years. Its accolades matched only by its battered hull and a combat style long vanished from the annals of imperial warfare. You mean, they intend to engage in shipboard combat? Despite her incredulous expression, the rational part of Xia Yin's mind acknowledged the adjutant's assessment. If it were a surrender, such extreme measures would hardly be employed, especially since the ship's communication systems remained intact and the Celestial Army's general frequency was hardly a closely guarded secret. The sky shrugged helplessly. So, what should we do? Just as the words were about to leave her lips, the princess suddenly came to a realization. Making an appropriate judgment based on the current situation was her duty as the captain. And there was no reason to let this person bear such a heavy responsibility for her. The location of the enemy's incursion was the midsection of the ship. Captain. Even the voice of the purser reporting was tinged with tension. The midsection, you say? Xia Yin pondered briefly before arriving at a conclusion. That means the enemy's target must be our power reactor. Though the training courses for Celestial Army pilots scarcely mentioned combat methods that had not been utilized for centuries. Xia Yin's experience and intuition led her to identify one of the enemy's targets. Captain, the bridge of our ship may also become a target for the enemy's assault. The sky promptly supplemented the captain's assessment. For this young man born in a land protected by ancient civilizations, such tactics were more familiar to him. Thus his understanding of the enemy's movements far surpassed Xia Yin's. The bridge as well? Xia Yin narrowed her eyes, a fierce glint flashing in her icy blue gaze. While it was unclear whether her ire was directed at her own negligence in allowing the enemy to infiltrate the ship or at the audacity of those who dared to target her, her anger was undeniably real. Purser, deactivate the weapon restrictions throughout the ship, and order the crew to arm themselves at the nearest armory, then establish a defensive stronghold. Xia Yin commanded in a tone that was forcefully cold. According to Celestial Army regulations, apart from the captain, general crew members were prohibited from carrying weapons. However, as incidents requiring the captain to resort to weapons had been virtually non-existent in recent centuries, even the pilots had ceased to carry weapons. Of course, every warship was equipped with a certain quantity of close combat weapons. After all, even disregarding the extreme rarity of such combat methods in interstellar warfare, the crew still needed to be prepared for ground engagements, necessitating a requisite supply of close-quarters combat weapons. The purser was responsible for managing the access to the armory. Furthermore, what are the enemy's movements? Xia Yin then turned her gaze to the other side of the bridge. Just as you surmised, Captain, the enemy is indeed advancing towards the power reactor and the bridge as their targets. After unlocking the armory, the purser immediately glanced at the ship's status chart. At that moment, the red zone that had previously occupied the ship's midsection was rapidly expanding outward. I see. Xia Yin fell silent, her mind racing with thoughts. While the crew serving on the ship were all adept in their respective fields, it was evidently unrealistic to expect them to perform with the same proficiency in close combat. This had been made painfully clear during the previous tavern brawl, where one individual easily dispatched hundreds of crew members. Although the enemies breaching the ship may not possess extraordinary prowess, their combat experience renders them formidable opponents, far beyond what our soldiers can withstand. All we can do on the bridge is provide intelligence about the enemy's advance. Must we then merely hope that our soldiers can hold the fort until the enemy retreats? Captain, the enemy has breached the first line of defense and is now rapidly advancing towards the bridge. The anxious voice of the operations officer shattered Xia Yin's hopes. The screen revealed a scene of utter devastation in the corridor leading to the bridge. The stronghold that our soldiers relied upon had been utterly obliterated. Among the rubble lay nearly 20 bodies, their souls claimed by death, charred beyond recognition. Over their fallen comrades marched a squad of enemies, each towering over 2 meters. Clad in ominous black armor, their movement was sluggish, likely due to the weight of their armor. Yet the massive weapons they wielded possessed the destructive power of ship-grade armaments. One blow reduced the hastily lowered alloy gate to mere fragments. Why is this happening? Xia Yin's voice trembled with anguish. The durability of the enemy's armor exceeded our expectations. Our soldiers' weak beam rifles could not penetrate it. Elma, though pained, attempted to analyze the situation. In truth, the melee weapons aboard this ship lacked the necessary firepower, as we never anticipated such a scenario. Captain, I'm in a dire situation here too. Even the typically composed technical officer's voice betrayed his tension. The corridor leading to the reactor was nearly half overrun. Despite my best efforts to intercept, the enemy's technology seemed superior. The short corridor to the reactor lacks any weaponry strongholds. So even if our soldiers wish to intervene, they could only rely on the 8 gates along the passage to temporarily halt the enemy's advance. However, half of those gates have already fallen under the technical officer's control. What? Upon pulling up the footage, Xiaoyin was taken aback. The gates that had opened one after another were completely devoid of any personnel. An optical shield, Xiaoyin murmured, staring at the empty screen. Although the Empire had long possessed such technology, it had never been considered for battlefield application, and thus, no countermeasures had been developed. In the absence of visual targeting, sending our soldiers to thwart the enemy's advance towards the reactor would only lead to a repeat of the previous slaughter. Amidst the blaring alarms resonating throughout the ship, Xiaoyin stood in a daze. Although her inner fury raged uncontrollably, this unrelenting anger, with nowhere to be expended, served only to deepen her suffering, providing no assistance in altering the seemingly hopeless situation. Even without confirming, I know my eyes must be glowing crimson now. Yet alongside her wrath surged a profound sense of helplessness, strong enough to threaten her dignity. For the first time, this princess realized there were indeed matters in this galaxy beyond her control. She finally allowed her shoulders to sag. Indeed, it was the optical shield. The technical officer's voice trailed off as he paled, realizing that the remaining 4 gates had simultaneously severed from the bridge's control. Leave the reactor to me for now. The voice of the heir of the Ainuhojul family echoed, nearly causing the young man, who had just crossed 20, to suffer a cardiac arrest. You little brat, why didn't you show up sooner? Overjoyed, Locke momentarily forgot that he was addressing the heir of the dreaded clan known as the Hand of Nightmares. However, I can only hold them off for 20 minutes, so. Portia hesitated before resolutely declaring, during that time, eliminate those foes, Tian Kong. As if guided by her words, everyone's gaze converged on the sole figure in the bridge who exhibited no signs of panic. Even the Princess of the Stars regarded her comrade with astonishment. 6 pairs of eyes, each a different hue, brimmed with shared anticipation, while the dark-haired youth, feeling the weight of that expectation, could only manage a weak smile. May I ask, is there something you require? You're so slow, Tian Kong. Lionel turned to the friend who had just arrived, jesting. I thought you might have suddenly decided to let me have this moment in the spotlight. Apologies. I was delayed by something. Unlike the brawl in the Tavern District, the imminent battle would be a fight for survival, leaving Tian Kong devoid of any humor. He pressed against the wall beside the gate, aligning his breath to maximize his physical capabilities before the confrontation began. Oh. I hope it was some lady preventing you from coming out? Lionel seemed to employ humor as a means to alleviate tension. Yet the smirk on his face hinted at genuine curiosity. Well, one could say that. Tian Kong scratched his head, his expression complex. Upon the enemy's invasion of the ship, he had intended to personally suppress the unwelcome guests, but considering Xiaoyin's heightened sense of dignity, he refrained from taking action, knowing it would profoundly wound her pride as captain. While Tian Kong had hoped the princess would display the same prowess as before, it appeared she struggled to cope with this ground-based combat style. The consequence of their misjudgment was the loss of half the ship's territory. Had Portia not intervened, the enemy might have seized control of the reactor entirely. When pressed by Portia, Tian Kong felt no hesitation. However, as he turned to strike after bowing to Xiaoyin, he unexpectedly faced an obstruction from the communications officer. The girl with long, pale golden hair, normally carefree, now approached with an unusual gravity, analyzing the survival probabilities of an attack and its impact on the overall situation. Even after 2 minutes, her conclusion remained unspoken. Yet Tian Kong grasped that Lois intended to dissuade him from a foolish venture. It seemed she was resolute in preventing him from going out. The youth sighed. While he appreciated her concern, he held firm to his beliefs. Thus, he turned to Xiaoyin for assistance, only to be astonished to see the same worry reflected in her ice-blue eyes. Yet, unlike Lois, there was a trace of struggle between her mission as captain and her personal feelings. Understood, Tian Kong. Xiaoyin closed her eyes, took a deep breath, forcing herself to calm, and made a rational decision. You may go. However, just as the boy felt a sense of reassurance mixed with disappointment at the princess's wise judgment, her next words shattered his briefly settled mood into sharp fragments. I will go as well. As captain, I am responsible for the lives of my subordinates. Although it was a necessity to assign you such a perilous task under these circumstances, I shall share this danger with you as compensation. Though it may seem like a strained justification, the young man, moved by this sentiment, found himself momentarily at a loss for effective retorts. Ahem, Captain. It is difficult to voice, but your duty ought to be on the bridge, correct? The one who dared to dissuade Xiaoyin from her obstinacy was the vice-captain, Isaiah. If any misfortune were to befall you, Captain, who would then command this assault fleet? In the structure of the Celestial Army, a basic combat unit consists of 10 warships, known as a squad. 100 warships form a flotilla, and 1,000 warships constitute a fleet. Typically, a fleet comprises 10 flotillas, but should the circumstances of war necessitate, units exceeding 10 and below 100 flotillas may also be designated as a fleet. Furthermore, since the 10 squadron leaders who command the squad seldom have the opportunity to assess the overall battlefield situation, it has become customary in the Celestial Army for a squadron leader to also serve as the captain of the flagship. Thus, it is within the common understanding of the squad leaders to refer to themselves as either captain or squadron leader in accordance with proper etiquette, should any unforeseen event arise. According to the military hierarchy, this assault fleet would then fall under your command, Vice Squadron Leader. Xiaoyin suddenly turned to gaze intently at the vice captain, her voice laced with an indescribable intensity of anger. While her words adhered to battlefield customs, the icy blue gaze, faintly illuminated by a hint of red lightning, struck Asaya with an almost paralyzing dread. Fortunately, the brunt of her fierce ire was not directed at him, allowing Asaya to endure the moment, though he found himself rendered speechless. Naturally, the other squad leaders lacked the courage and authority to offer counsel to the furious princess of the Analavan family. In truth, whether in the past or future, there exists but one individual throughout the galaxy capable of tempering the fury of this princess. At present, this figure has once again summoned the strength to rein in the spirited steed that has galloped perilously close to the precipice of reason. My dear princess, if only you could place a modicum of trust in me, the sky seemed to gently call out to Xiaoyin, as if to soothe her wrath. Do you truly find me so untrustworthy? In a moment of realization, Xiaoyin momentarily set aside her anger, intent on clarifying this non-existent misunderstanding. Yet, the enemy was formidable. And if you were to go, indeed, the adversary is powerful, but in terms of combat skills, I shall not be outmatched. I assure you, I will emerge unscathed. I, along with your beloved vessel. Upon noticing the lingering doubt in her ice-blue eyes, the sky burst into laughter, confidently proclaiming words that would be immortalized by future historians. Rest assured, as long as there is gravity beneath my feet, no one can best me. I wonder why I said that back then. Even Xiaoyin was taken aback by such audacious words, ultimately allowing herself to be drawn out. A bittersweet smile emerged at the corners of the sky's mouth. Although the boy's confidence was genuine, expressing it in such an arrogant manner was a stark contrast to his typically mild demeanor. What are you contemplating, Sky? Lionel turned to his friend, who seemed lost in thought just before battle, and cautioned, the enemy lies just beyond this gate, so remain vigilant. Ah, understood. Sky nodded in agreement. But Lionel seemed to notice something peculiar. He squinted, his tone laced with skepticism. By the way, what does it mean that you are holding that? In Sky's grasp was not a light gun or any modern weapon, but a double-bladed battle axe of unknown origin, measuring at a length of 1.2 meters. The axe, forged from carbon crystal, bore a dull black hue, occasionally reflecting a captivating glimmer from its edge, reminiscent of a soul-harvesting scythe. It's a rare treasure. The only one on the entire ship, found for me by Korsha. For reasons unknown, Sky's overly proud smile carried a hint of insecurity. Was it that you could not find a weapon? You should have said so. Here, take my light gun. What? No need for such formality. We are friends recognized by the world as the Triangle of Emmanuel. Come now, extend your hand. Lionel insisted on offering his weapon to Sky. But in stark contrast to Lionel's enthusiasm, Sky's expression grew increasingly grim. While living in Konting, Sky had nearly mastered the use of all 18 weapon styles. Though his swordsmanship was the most refined, his proficiency in other martial arts also exceeded the average level in Konting. Given his age, such remarkable talent could only be described as genius. However, during the shooting training at the military academy, this prodigious talent seemed to dissipate. In fact, when dubbed the perennial underachiever, shooting assessments were the only area where Sky could barely manage a passing grade despite his utmost effort. Even nearly a year later, his shooting scores remained at the very lowest threshold, far beneath his soaring achievements in other disciplines. This reality left Sky in a state of deep frustration, while another individual basked in an exuberance that bordered on insufferable. The opportunity to mock the heir of the Heiderland family so brazenly was exceedingly rare, and in his moment of triumph, Lionel almost forgot the prior encounters that had nearly forged a good rapport with the nurse from the central hospital. Lionel, I hear that axe has yet to be sharpened. Sky's cold gaze shifted to his red-haired friend, sending a jolt of apprehension through Lawrence's younger scion. Realizing he had grown overly pleased with himself, Lionel suddenly felt a wave of anxiety wash over him, beads of cold sweat forming in his palms. Yet before he could conjure a defense, a thunderous explosion erupted, shattering the gate nearest to the concealed group into fragments. Cover me. Sky issued a succinct command to the squad, including Lionel, before lowering himself and dashing towards the now completely destroyed entrance. Through the thick smoke generated by the explosion, the young man surged forward. Infusing all his inner energy, The carbon crystal axe began to emanate a greenish luminescence, accompanied by a faint, ethereal dragon's roar. In less than a second, Sky traversed nearly 10 meters, closing in on the enemy, and delivered a powerful strike. Clang. However, the armor worn by the adversary, composed of an unknown material, proved to be astonishingly resilient. Despite the thunderous impact sending the pirate warrior and his armor flying, Sky quickly assessed the outcome with a bitter smile. His strike had merely left a shallow mark on the opponent's armor, likely failing to incapacitate him even momentarily. It seems brute force will not suffice. Perhaps their weaknesses lie. Sky's gaze shifted to another pirate warrior, seeking to uncover the flaws in their formidable defense. With the force of countless hooks, the battle axe was swung, and, failing to achieve a result substantial enough to nullify such power, it was deflected back, carrying with it the thunderous might of a fading storm. A warrior of lesser skill might have been compelled to abandon the axe and flee. However, the heavens, with agile finesse, maneuvered the rebounding axe to carve a perfect arc in the air. Its endpoint instantly fixed upon the neck of the enemy, a vulnerable joint among the sparse, movable parts of their armor. With a sound akin to tearing through layers of damp paper, muffled yet resonant, a warm liquid erupted alongside the impact. Taken aback by the ease of his success, the heavens found themselves momentarily stunned, splattered with crimson fluid. "Sky, what are you dawdling for?" roared Lionel, his voice accompanied by a beam of light that struck a pirate warrior aiming a colossal cannon at his comrade. Though the feeble firepower of the light beam merely stunned the foe, it provided just enough time for the awakened axe to descend upon him. The bloodied weapon traced another arc through the air, this time merely grazing the enemy's neck with its sharpest tip, yet the outcome was no less devastating. The subsequent spray of scarlet liquid did not touch the ebony-haired reaper. Two pirate warriors, encased in armor impervious even to the light beam, fell before the primal instrument of death. Their comrades, though eager to assist, found themselves immobilized by the weight of their armor, unable to counter the youth's lightning-fast movements. In the ensuing moments, they too became victims of one-sided slaughter. Like leaves dancing in the wind, the heavens moved with grace and agility through the dark jungle, their steps embodying an esoteric rhythm. The pirate warriors, gripped by terror, realized that even when raising their cannons, they could not lock onto the elusive figure of the youth. Even reckless cannon fire merely caused the phantom-like silhouette to vanish further into the smoke. The obsidian axe traced a similarly dark arc through the air, and those towering figures it swept across were instantaneously bereft of their souls. For several minutes, the once resonant sounds of impact were replaced by the soft, echoing puff of death. When all the pirate warriors had collapsed, half the time allocated by Kodia remained. Panting heavily, the heavens found their breath labored and tumultuous. The folly of overexerting their body had left them drenched in sweat, as if emerging from days of relentless battle. In their weakened state, they had to lean upon the axe for support. Indeed, even the once razor-sharp edge of the carbon crystal axe appeared jagged and dulled. "Sky, there are still 2 gates left. Hurry." If not for the sudden communication from the youngest of the Ainuhogar family, the youth might have succumbed to the overwhelming urge to relieve themselves of their nausea before responding. "All right, I'm on my way." Upon receiving the plea for help, the heavens inhaled deeply, forcing down the sensation of sickness, then quickly steadied their inner energy, preparing to rush to the next battlefield where unseen foes awaited. "Leon, I leave this to you. Protect the bridge well." The heavens glanced at their red-haired comrade, who approached with an expression of disbelief before swiftly departing. "Protect the bridge? Does the princess truly require safeguarding?" Lionel, unable to catch up, could only remain behind, sighing in resignation. As the gaze of Lawrence shifted to the numerous bodies sprawled around, a profound question emerged in his mind. Which of these figures, capable of dispatching such terrifying enemies with a mere gesture, was truly stronger than the one who could so effortlessly bring this figure down? "Captain, all enemies approaching the bridge have been eliminated." Despite Elma's attempt to report with a steady voice, the slight tremor in her tone betrayed her emotions. Simultaneously, a deep sigh of relief echoed from the central platform of the bridge, as if exhaling all the air from one's lungs. The source of the sound quickly recognized their lapse, and, noticing that their subordinates seemed equally caught up in the same sentiment, realized they had not been the only one to betray their composure. In retrospect, 2 years ago during that fateful adventure, this individual had similarly emerged to rescue their fates when hope had all but vanished. Furthermore, there was that incident with the 13 Council. Could this person truly be someone one could rely upon? Lost in thought, Xiaoyin found her lips curling into a gentle smile. "As long as there is gravity beneath my feet, no one can defeat me," she softly repeated, a newfound, vivid emotion swelling within her. If she were to be with this individual, perhaps she could face even the most perilous of circumstances with equanimity. Thus, Xiaoyin turned her gaze toward a point of light moving toward the power furnace on the ship's map, then glanced at her subordinates, engrossed in the ship's schematics. The warmth of her smile suddenly took on a hint of wickedness. Is it not done yet? Hong Yi murmured as she gazed at the last gate protecting the power furnace, her eyes betraying an impatience she could not suppress. The initial phase of the invasion had proceeded remarkably smoothly. The 4 gates had been unsealed with ease, and reports from the black-armored warriors indicated they were closing in on the bridge. However, from the 5th gate onward, the difficulty of breaching the defenses had escalated sharply. Even with all the decoding devices available to the Phantom Ninja Squad, deciphering the increasingly elusive coding patterns securing the gates proved exceedingly challenging. Without substantial heavy firepower support, the Ninja Squad could only endure the relentless passage of time while slowly working to unlock the gate. After painstakingly breaching 2 gates, the squad, ready to regroup and tackle the remaining barriers, suddenly lost contact with the black-armored warriors, while their subordinates raised no questions. Hong Yi sensed an insidious unease beginning to ripple through their ranks. Perhaps it would be best to withdraw? At least for now, they could return safely. Unbeknownst to herself, such thoughts crept into her mind, but Hong Yi promptly shook her head, casting aside the trepidation. To return without achieving any results as the first-time leader of the ninja squad would be an insurmountable disgrace. It's all right, there's 1 gate left. Secure the bomb and retreat. Hong Yi clenched her right fist, bolstering herself with this resolve. However, before this self-encouragement could take effect, a sudden chill coursed through her, like the edge of ice gliding across her back. In that instant, she felt every hair on her body stand on end. Throughout her time as a ninja, Hong Yi had relied on her acute intuition regarding crises to navigate life and death situations, earning her the distinction of the youngest ninja squad leader in her clan's history. In ordinary circumstances, the Red Knight, sensing the presence of a crisis, would respond with remarkable swiftness. However, this time felt markedly different. An overwhelming sense of impending doom, thick as ominous clouds, enveloped her heart, rendering even her typically proud rationality unable to penetrate the suffocating darkness. Without needing to glance back, Red Knight could feel a formidable presence racing towards her from the passage behind. The palpable aura of lethal intent radiated from it, sharp enough to pierce the very soul. "Captain, the final blockade has been lifted," proclaimed a member of the shinobi, oblivious to the looming peril, their voice brimming with excitement. Yet, Red Knight's response was nothing short of fervent. "Get away." Almost immediately after the shinobi leaped to the sides, a black weapon surged forth with thunderous ferocity, slicing through the air before crashing heavily against the gate's locking mechanism. The sheer force of the blow caused the metallic barrier to buckle backward, halting the gate that had only just begun to open. As for the unfortunate carbon crystal battle axe, after enduring such inhumane punishment multiple times, it finally shattered into countless fragments, scattering across the ground. The shinobi, who had narrowly escaped disaster, drew in sharp breaths, and upon turning to look, they beheld a figure, a man with black hair, striding toward them. His half-bloodied form emanated a nauseating stench that filled the air, instilling in all the members of the shinobi a profound sense of dread. "Stand down," he declared, stepping before the twisted gate and gazing into the empty passageway. "The team that breached the bridge has been entirely annihilated. Thus, your continued resistance serves no purpose. I shall repeat myself, stand down." Before him lay nothing but the scattered remnants of carbon crystals, at least, nothing perceivable to the human eye. However, blessed by millennia of civilization, the youth possessed extraordinary senses that allowed him to detect the presence of invisible foes around him. The faintest whispers of air, the sudden acceleration of heartbeats, and the prickling hostility in the atmosphere confirmed the enemy's existence. Yet, even though the youth could distinctly sense their presence, accurately pinpointing these intangible threats remained a daunting challenge. Thus, he could only feign an air of inscrutability, positioning himself as the final barrier before the gateway to the reactor, silently wishing for these unseen adversaries to retreat. However, the favor of the fates abruptly shifted towards the young man. A diamond-shaped weapon materialized from the void, arcing through the air as it sped toward him. A test, perhaps? It seems they do not intend to withdraw easily. The youth mused with a wry smile, effortlessly sidestepping the weapon's trajectory and preparing himself for the next onslaught. It appeared that this optical barrier also bore the weakness of being defenseless against firearms. However, should it be merely a concealed weapon, I should be able to manage, he thought, allowing himself a moment of relief. Yet, in the blink of an eye, the space to his left contorted strangely, and a gleaming short blade appeared at an alarming proximity, stealthily aimed at his throat. At that very moment, the youth instinctively tilted his head to evade, simultaneously striking out toward the void. Though he felt a solid impact in his hand, his hurried strike only channeled a fraction of his internal energy, causing the unseen foe to merely grunt and retreat, sustaining no serious injury. as the young man found himself teetering between life and death. He touched the rapidly bleeding gash on his left cheek, a chill running down his spine. Had he not reacted quickly enough, it would not have been his cheek that was cut, but rather his carotid artery. That was a close call, wasn't it, Sky? Came the voice of Korsha, tinged with incredulity. To evade such a perilous strike in that moment, it seems the abilities bestowed by the canting technique exceed my comprehension. Ugh, Sky nearly retorted, but considering his imminent need for assistance from the insufferable figure sheltered in safety, he stifled his irritation. Korsha, find a way to disable their optical shields. Otherwise, I might truly have to flee. I'm working on it, replied the voice of the young scion of the Ainuhogar family, as calm as ever. Inciting a gnashing of teeth in someone nearby. Sky, you should close your eyes for the next 10 seconds. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee your vision will remain intact. Wait? You want me to close my eyes? In front of so many enemies? Sky exclaimed in disbelief. Were you not able to send Leon to the central hospital even with your eyes covered before? Just employ that remarkable technique from then. Korsha sounded genuinely surprised by Sky's question. That may be true, but if I fail this time, it could cost me my life. While the desire to protest burned within him, the youth inhaled deeply, slowly closing his eyes, and then opened the eye that existed only in his mind. This hard eye. A profound skill within the canting martial arts allowed him to perceive through sound, light, and the flow of air, enabling him to identify those threats invisible to the naked eye, although he had only successfully employed this ability while training the younger scion of the Lawrence family. He quickly discerned the 10 foes surrounding him, arranged in a crescent formation. 1, 2, 3, 10 in total? Having confirmed the number of adversaries, Sky relaxed his stance, allowing his arms to fall naturally, his upper body swaying slightly as though on the verge of collapsing. Red Knight hesitated. Although the enemy before her had inexplicably closed their eyes and displayed an utterly relaxed posture, her instincts warned her that a rash attack would surely result in unforeseen retaliation. However, one of the shinobi, unable to tolerate the seemingly taunting demeanor of their foe, charged forward with a fierce cry. A glinting short blade silently lunged toward the black-haired youth's heart, only to veer off course at the moment of contact. He had effortlessly deflected her attack with his left hand before gently pressing his right hand against her chest, exclaiming, "Break." This time, Sky channeled the full force of 10 layers of internal energy. Although this pure-hearted youth instinctively relaxed his strength upon feeling the gentle touch of the hand enveloping him, the remaining 70% of his energy was still beyond the capability of an ordinary person untrained in ancient martial arts to withstand. Ugh! The shinobi who absorbed such force was struck as if colliding with a massive amalgamation of speed and mass, letting out a scream before soaring backward nearly 10 yards, tumbling to the ground like a severed kite. Had she not fortuitously chosen to launch a frontal assault, she would have likely become the first casualty of this operation, crashing against either the left or right wall. A peculiar sensation coursed through her right hand, nearly causing the Sky to open his eyes. But the sudden burst of chaotic light forced him to reflexively shut them. Although uncertain of Korsha's strategy for circumventing the enemy's optical barrier, the gravity of the situation, as conveyed by the young scion of the Ainuhogar family, dissuaded the Sky from repeating his earlier folly of direct confrontation. The young man's decision proved prescient. In the ensuing 10 seconds, the enemy, as if roused by an unseen force, launched a coordinated assault. Concealed daggers and short blades materialized and vanished in the air, forming a deadly gauntlet. Even the youth, blessed by an ancient civilization, experienced the chilling nearness of death amidst this relentless barrage. Any officer, or even a cohort of 10, aboard the assault ship would have likely succumbed to this transparent, lethal onslaught. Sky, you may open your eyes. To the youth, teetering on the brink of collapse under the combined assault of the assassin squad, the Nightmare Hand's voice sounded like the sweetest melody. The Sky ducked to evade a blade from behind, dodged a projectile, and rolled to the gate before daring to open his eyes. Before him lay a scene transformed. An eerie emerald luminescence permeated the corridor, casting the space in an otherworldly green hue. Within this verdant expanse, the outlines of 9 humanoid figures were faintly visible. I analyzed the light spectrum filtered by this optical barrier and attempted to breach its confines with varying frequencies. However, it appears that only this deep green light can be perceived by human vision while simultaneously evading the barrier, Korsha explained, a hint of dissatisfaction in her voice. Given more time, I could have fully deciphered the secrets of this optical barrier, but alas, you must endure it for now, Sky. Indeed, this will suffice. A wicked smile crept across the Sky's lips, as if exhaling pent-up frustration, and his gaze swept over the 9 figures with a chilling intensity. What say you? Do you intend to persist? Be warned, I shall show no mercy this time. The youth's threat had a tangible effect. The 9 figures exchanged glances, seemingly conferring, before turning their collective gaze upon the youth and raising their blades in unison. Coming at me, are you? Hey, it seems you have resigned yourselves to death. The sky swiftly regulated his inner energy, adopting the collapsing assault stance, renowned in ancient martial arts for its formidable offense and defense. Should the enemy attack directly, they would be utterly annihilated by the counterattack that struck after the attack. However, in the following instant, the youth's once unflinching expression crumbled, and his impeccable stance dissolved into an unconscious posture. Perhaps deeming the optical barrier futile in the face of their exposed position, the enemy deactivated their cloaking, revealing 9 live forms. Though masked, their countenances remained obscured. The pure youth nonetheless suffered a considerable visual shock, for the sake of mobility or other reasons. The assassin squad's combat gear was minimalistic. Their armament consisted solely of a short blade and a few concealed projectiles, a limitation imposed by the optical barrier's capabilities. However, these were not the cause of the youth's distress. If the black-armored warriors were unappealing masses of metal, the figures before him were the epitome of alluring charm. The 9 bodies were exquisitely sculpted and clad only in crimson membrane suits, while the breasts were modestly concealed by meager black leather. It did little to diminish the visual impact of their attire. The loincloths, mere strips of fabric held together by thin cords, suggested a malicious intent on the part of the designer. The elastic membrane clung to the women's skin, accentuating their curves. In the young man's mind, however, a vision arose of 9 fierce celestial bodies searing a nearly depleted pool of reason. Poof! As his gaze descended from their proud breasts to their slender waists, the sky's nose gushed forth a torrent of blood. Having spent his formative years in a society where men and women were segregated, the youth had limited interaction with girls his age. Ancient customs restricted their contact to verbal exchanges, and even handshakes were forbidden. Though Kanding's customs would have allowed him to court a girl after 16, fate had intervened, whisking him away to an alien world. While a winged woman had shown him kindness in the world of stars, her cultural differences had blinded her to his biological needs, leading him to develop an iron will through constant internal conflict. Upon entering the military academy, he had hoped to experience the youthful romance enjoyed by Lionel. Yet, for some reason, it eluded him. Thus, his biological urges had accumulated until they erupted in a crimson torrent, breaching the dam of reason. This is cheating. The sky cried out in anguish under the bewildered gazes of the assassin squad. Could this be the effect the elders spoke of? Red Knight wondered, glancing at the disoriented youth before shifting her gaze to her own attire. Aside from its mobility, she saw nothing remarkable about it. Perhaps, if there was anything special, it was that it made men more excited during combat. How can a mere glance cause such disarray, even leading to cranial hemorrhaging? Red Knight was perplexed but recalled the elders' warnings. This attire serves another purpose besides mobility: to beseech. The objects of this plea are entities in the galaxy that must never be opposed or overcome. In the vast and boundless galaxy, there indeed exist places yet to be discovered, where the source descends. When unfortunate encounters arise with those powerful beings blessed by the source, and even more regrettably, when one rashly challenges them, the garb of the shinobi at least provides a moment of hesitation before they strike. It is said that those powerful entities, graced by the source, possess a gentle heart that embraces all, much like the progenitors themselves. Could this person truly be the one the elders warned against confronting? This thought sent a shiver down Hongye's spine. Although humans blessed by the source should not appear among the Shaolin, in terms of the impossibility of victory, the adversary indeed exhibited all the traits the elders had cautioned about. After all, had they wished to cause harm, at the moment of breaching the optical barrier, the shinobi squad would have met with utter annihilation. Huh? Hongye's curious gaze returned to the dark-haired man, only to notice that he possessed eyes as dark as a clear night sky, causing her body to tremble. How on earth am I supposed to fight this? As Hongye felt a swell of uncertainty, the sky emitted a painful groan. The youth, nurtured under the watchful gaze of ancient civilization, could never resort to such base acts as violence towards women. However, when the lives of the entire crew of the assault ship were at stake, the sky could not simply retreat and allow the adversary to destroy the power core, thus finding herself in a dilemma. They are enemies, they are enemies, they are enemies. In desperation, the sky even contemplated dissipating the impact of the previous shock on her fighting spirit through relentless self-suggestion. Yet, at every critical moment, that alluring crimson figure would suddenly materialize, and the youth's hard-won resolve would swiftly wither away. Just as the boy struggled in the narrow confines of his will, the leading enemy abruptly raised her left hand, prompting the sky to instinctively assume a defensive posture. However, the anticipated attack did not come, for the enemy's subsequent action was to sheath her weapon. The sky stared in astonishment at the adversary before her. Although she sensed that the opponent had relinquished the will to continue fighting, these deadly yet enchanting women showed no inclination to retreat, instead casting unsettling gazes her way, devoid of malice yet ominously disquieting. Just as the boy, whose fighting spirit had completely dwindled, was about to flee, the leading woman unveiled her veil, revealing a strikingly beautiful visage, with a complexion of lightweight, contours as if chiseled by a master artisan, and eyes that sparkled like the stars in a cold night sky. Especially her elegantly flowing black hair tied into a ponytail, she exuded a uniquely feminine resilience. Though, by the standards of the Shalan, this beauty might not stand out, the boy, raised on ancient lands, discovered that he favored this vibrant beauty over the almost sculptural allure possessed by the denizens of the sky, not to mention the disparity in physique. Kimawa. Dalei, Desica, Nays. The woman initially spoke in a tongue unfamiliar to him, leaving the sky with a perplexed expression, as she wryly acknowledged the language barrier between them. Please allow me to extend my deepest apologies, Zikoan. Upon switching to standard Shalan, her words were quite intriguing. If the sky recalled correctly, the term Zikoan was absent from the Shalan lexicon, instead being used in the boy's homeland of Kongding to refer to the descendants of noble figures. Had we known that this worship was under your command, we would never have committed such an offense. The woman with the ponytail bowed deeply to the boy. Though it was an apology, her voice rang as clear and pure as a stream in the snowy peaks. I shall bear all the blame. Please forgive my subordinates. Just as the boy was about to inquire whether she had misunderstood something, he suddenly noticed the breathtaking curve formed as she leaned forward, reflexively covering his nose predictably. A warm liquid began to flow forth. Forget it, he thought, no longer able to pursue the peculiarities of her address. Clumsily, he covered his nose with one hand while the other waved dismissively. If you wish to leave, I won't stop you, so please depart quickly. Surprised by how easily forgiveness was granted, Hongya paused, then noticed the crimson liquid seeping through the boy's fingers, a look of concern overtaking her features. But your injury? Injury? A few moments passed before the boy realized she was referring to the wound within his nasal cavity. Seeing her seemingly forget that they had just fought for their lives, her genuine concern sparked a strange sense of bewilderment within him. This minor injury is of no consequence. Summoning every ounce of willpower, the boy finally diverted his gaze from the deep gash. As he fervently repeated the mantra in his mind, he urged, hurry and leave. If the pursuing fleet catches up, you won't be able to escape. Zikuan, you truly possess a gentle heart, Onya mused, gazing at this young man who, instead of seeking retribution for their earlier transgressions, genuinely worried for her well-being. In her heart, she confirmed the elder's description of those powerful beings blessed by the Source. Zikuan, why, having received the blessing of the Source, do you stand with the Shalan? After a moment's hesitation, Hongye summoned the courage to ask this necessary question. Have our actions transgressed the will of the Source? However, at that moment, the sky was forced to tilt her head back to stem the flow of blood, thus failing to perceive the anxious expression that had overtaken Hongye. She only heard her voice, clear as spring water. Well, I had originally intended to concoct a lie to mislead these inexplicable individuals, the sky thought, but upon witnessing Hongye's earnest attention, the boy's conscience, not yet entirely extinguished, erupted into a flurry of meaningless panic the instant the lie crossed his lips. The boy stammered, struggling to articulate a single meaningful word, while the attentive Hongye exhibited immense patience, offering no prompts or pressures. Minutes of silence trickled by until the boy's allies finally arrived. Though I know not what this source truly entails, I am certain you have misunderstood something. A commanding voice suddenly resonated from behind. The princess of the starry realm, her deep blue hair cascading, approached the boy with deliberate steps, parting the crowd as she stood beside him. She then turned to face Hongye, declaring with utmost authority, he is the heir of the Hateland family, one of the 13 clans of the Shalan, an unequivocal denizen of the sky, wholly unrelated to your so-called source. Hongye's gaze snapped to Shanin, her deep black eyes reflecting the faintly shimmering crimson lightning of icy blue irises and the long, subtly swaying pointed ears. Thus, a chilling hostility curled at the corners of her lips. Who are you? The reverence for the source and unconditional obedience had been ingrained in Hong Yi since the moment of her inception, which was why she regarded the boy blessed by the source with such awe. However, if the individual before her was merely a Shalan with no ties to the source, then this seasoned warrior, who had traversed the precipice of life and death multiple times, felt no need to suppress the sharp killing intent that surged within her heart. I am the captain of this assault ship, Junling Xiangshi Xiayin. Perhaps it was due to an instinctive prioritization of her captaincy over her other identities that Xiayin refrained from revealing her surname. Yet, the princess of the Yanalavan royal family effortlessly raised her light gun, aiming it at the enemy's brow. It is rare for guests to travel from afar. I hope you do not leave just yet. Xiayan's gaze was icy as she scrutinized those who had inflicted irreparable harm upon Thunder. Her voice as frigid as a millennia-old glacier. There is no need for pleasantries. Hong Ye's eyes narrowed into slits, her right hand brushing against the short blade at her back. The tension was palpable. Although Xiaoyan possessed exceptional shooting skills, Hongyu was also a battle-hardened warrior. Should they both act on their murderous intent, the most likely outcome would be mutual destruction. Realizing this, neither dared to make a move. Wait. Just as the stalemate was about to shatter, Tian Kong stepped forward, interposing herself between the two strong-willed women, severing the sparks that flew from their locked gazes. Continuing to fight now would be utterly meaningless. Tian Kong regarded the pair, her gentle tone attempting to soothe the deep-seated emotions reflected in their profound black eyes. You should both withdraw. Very well. Hongyi retracted her right hand, silently bowing to Tian Kong before signaling her subordinates to retreat. Naturally, the initially unconscious warrior, struck heavily by the boy, was also assisted by her comrades as they withdrew. Hold on. Xiaoyan suddenly called out to the departing black-haired woman, inquiring. Who exactly are you? What does the term source refer to? We. Hongyi turned her back to them, hesitating in silence for several seconds before resolutely stating. We are the most obedient servants of the source, and the source is the supreme radiance of the universe. We were born on the fringes of its brilliance, and our sole mission is to ensure that its glory envelopes the entire human world. This declaration landed like a bomb in the minds of the two esteemed figures from the most powerful realms of humanity, leaving them momentarily stunned, as if struck by a violent shock. Zijun. The black-haired woman suddenly turned around, her flowing ponytail tracing graceful arcs in the air, her obsidian eyes glimmering with fervent emotion. With a voice that was proud yet not off-putting, humble yet commanding respect, she proclaimed, My name is Hong Yi. Until we meet again, please remember it. Once the shinobi squad had retreated, the formidable land cruiser belonging to the pirate fleet swiftly departed from Thunder's vessel, vanishing amidst the asteroid field. Thus, the crisis aboard the ship finally came to a close. Xiaoyan entrusted the task of repairing the damaged hull to the chief engineer, while she tasked the logistics officer with handling the aftermath, and proceeded to inspect the interior of the ship accompanied by her aide. The wound has ceased to bleed, Xiaoyan remarked, glancing at the boy beside her, suddenly voicing this thought. Tian Kong initially felt puzzled but soon realized that the princess must have been referring to the knife wound on her left cheek, inflicted by that black-haired woman. It seems so. The wound isn't deep, thus it has healed quite rapidly. Tian Kong touched the elongated scar, unable to suppress a wry smile. Would she truly be disfigured? Is that so? That's good. Xiaoyan replied coolly. Yet for some reason, the boy sensed a hint of bitterness in the princess's tone. The two continued in silence, neither wishing to break the quietude. The intense battle had left them with much to contemplate, and both required time to process their thoughts. I am sorry. Tian Kong. After a few minutes, Xiaoyan spoke again, her voice submerged in a rare sense of frustration and deep guilt. If my command had been a bit more meticulous and I hadn't been so negligent, you wouldn't have had to risk your life in battle. And this scar would not exist. That was unavoidable. After all, no one anticipated the enemy would employ such unexpected tactics. Tian Kong shrugged, speaking with a sense of resignation. While it was easy to attribute the blame to the aide's oversight, if he were to do so, it would likely inflict even greater harm upon the young woman's pride. Thus, Tian Kong sought to craft a more gentle reassurance for Xiaoyan. In truth, you performed exceptionally well in that prior battle, Xiaoyan. Faced with such a situation, I believe that no other pilot would have handled it better than you. But I ultimately failed. Without you, Thunder might have. Xiaoyan's expression remained one of bitterness. That was not a failure, merely another opportunity for growth, Xiaoyan. I believe that even if you encounter a similar situation in the future, you will handle it far better than you did this time. The boy's warm voice startled her into lifting her gaze, where she found a pair of deep, sea-like black eyes shining with calm resolution, gradually soothing the tumultuous waves within her heart. Is that truly what you believe, Tian Kong? She asked earnestly. I have always believed that. Yet the unwavering conviction in his response seemed to lack a certain authenticity. Xiaoyan stared at Tian Kong, nodding earnestly after a few seconds. Rest assured, your expectations are not misplaced. By the way, Tian Kong. The princess suddenly displayed a look of mild discontent. It's only been a year since we last met. Yet you've become so arrogant. If by arrogant you mean dependable, I would be pleased to accept such praise. Tian Kong replied with a peculiar smile, continuing, however, it seems that living in the glory of victory isn't entirely beneficial, is it? At least it significantly diminishes your immunity to failure. What say you? Esteemed princess of the Yanalavan royal family? Perhaps next time you should try relinquishing your royal airs and experience the taste of failure that belongs to ordinary nobility? Fool. Xiaoyan lightly chided. Hiki. Under her gaze, the boy wore a seemingly joyful smile. The first princess of the Finbird royal family. Inadvertently associating his smile with someone from her past, furrowed her brow and protested earnestly. I can't shake the feeling that you are becoming more and more like my father. Tian Kong, you don't fancy yourself my guardian. do you? Eh? The boy's eyes widened in surprise. Does it seem that way? Indeed. And it makes me quite uncomfortable. Xian nodded emphatically. That truly is a grave misunderstanding. Although he was inwardly amused to the point of nearly bursting, Tian Kong maintained an expression of utmost reverence. In truth, I am quite afraid. No, I deeply revere you, Captain. So if possible, please be a tad gentler with me. Oh, really? The princess, feeling deceived, couldn't help but narrow her eyes. However, before she could exact any form of retribution upon this audacious individual, the so-called divine punishment descended upon someone favored by the god of misfortune. Perhaps to thwart the pursuit of their enemies, the shinobi squad scattered sharp, triangular steel instruments along their retreat path. The overly proud youth, distracted by his own bravado, momentarily forgot the peril beneath his feet and was pierced with a resounding thud. In the next moment, the anguished cries of the young scion of the Heiderland family echoed hauntingly in the empty command bridge, in the unofficial records of a certain assault ship. This scream was noted as the concluding mark of the Nadu system's pirate extermination campaign. Although the campaign was fraught with twists and turns, it ultimately culminated in the resounding victory of the Celestial Army. The retreating pirate fleet, pursued relentlessly by the extermination squadron, suffered further losses, dwindling to less than 700 ships. In their haste to escape, they plunged into another dimension without the luxury of locking coordinates. If fortune favored them, a portion might evade the chaotic currents of time and space and successfully arrive in another galaxy. Yet, even as victors, the extermination fleet bore expressions tinged with bittersweet mirth. Throughout the conflict, 3 detachments had been deployed, with 2 of the escort squadrons enduring near total annihilation. In fact, after the war, the surviving ships were insufficient to even constitute half a squadron. Meanwhile, the relatively unscathed patrol squadron was left with fewer than 800 operational vessels post-conflict. As for the assault squadron, despite not emerging unscathed, they achieved results severalfold greater, rendering them the only unit within the extermination fleet capable of returning with heads held high. Though the cost of victory was exorbitant, the personnel casualty rate, at less than 10%, could be deemed miraculous compared to the staggering 45.3% ship destruction rate. Indeed, had it not been for the black-haired admiral, who blatantly disregarded the virtues of the Celestials by issuing an absurd command that all crew members must abandon their vessels in the face of irretrievable crises, the list of the fallen would have likely included at least half of the pilots. Consequently, the casualty rate would have soared beyond 15%. Of course, the fact of the extermination fleet's victory allowed for uninterrupted rescue operations, swiftly retrieving those who had escaped in lifeboats. However, had the victors been anyone other than the extermination fleet, the enemy would undoubtedly have targeted these vulnerable remnants adrift in the void. Sane gazed intently at the report in his hand, his brow furrowed, as if engaged in a soliloquy or perhaps questioning. In the end, did those pirates truly slip away? I couldn't help it, Your Excellency. A nearby individual replied in a tone that lacked vigor. The enemy fled so swiftly that even the patrol ships couldn't catch up. Furthermore, with no orbital fortifications established before Nadu's gate, they encountered virtually no resistance as they entered. I could only grit my teeth and order a halt to the pursuit. I am well aware of the Nadu's gate situation. In fact, no one understands it better than I do. Sane shot a fierce glare at the individual. Yet, why does the obvious reasoning sound like mere laziness when it comes from your lips? Perhaps it's just an illusion? Ward said, a hint of cold sweat breaking out as he began to divert the conversation. However, your reminder has jogged my memory. It was indeed you, Your Excellency, who emphasized the importance of the Nadu system and advocated for the establishment of orbital fortifications. Ward displayed an expression of sudden enlightenment. Yet, his next statement revealed the less than virtuous nature of this winged officer. But why was such a sound proposal never approved? Otherwise, I wouldn't have to struggle so hard to command the fleet against the pirates. If you have grievances, take them up with the Minister of Finance. Rarely did Marshal Sane refrain from anger, instead lapsing into silence. Once the gate opens, a bidirectional passage is formed. From a physical standpoint, human technology cannot selectively restrict the medium operating within the passage, although there is typically no need to limit who may use the gate. It has become customary to establish orbital fortifications and station part of the fleet at critical points, particularly those bordering national boundaries or of significant strategic value. In this context, the Nadu system, located near the border of the Berea Federation and rich in strategic resources, certainly qualified for the establishment of orbital fortifications. However, due to the region's peculiar terrain, where setting up a fort in an asteroid belt is as costly and challenging as laying down a protective magnetic field corridor through it, Marshal Sane's numerous requests over the past half-century to at least establish a small orbital fortification before Nadu's gate were repeatedly dismissed by the Imperial Minister of Finance as budgetary waste. Silver-throated Embryon. Humph, I wonder what excuse you will conjure this time. Sane thought, a fierce expression crossing his face before turning to the curious winged officer. This is a Pyrrhic victory, Ward. Sane raised the report in his hand, stating in a tone devoid of emotion, merely presenting the facts. Moreover, from this report, if the enemy's numbers were equal to ours, then it wouldn't even qualify as a Pyrrhic victory. Indeed, that is correct. Although the Marshal's words could easily be interpreted as reproachful, the individual's nerves were not delicate enough to perceive it as such, and he boldly concurred. In fact, if the enemy had even 3 additional squadrons worth of combat strength, Your Excellency, you might not have seen this report at all. Oh, are the enemies truly that formidable? Sane couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Where does the disparity lie? In the performance of the warships? Ward closed his eyes, adopting a contemplative expression before replying. The performance of the warships should be roughly comparable, I suppose. However, our side possesses the miracle hand-forged spears, which may grant us an advantage from that perspective. Then is it the inferior quality of our soldiers? Sane continued his inquiry. Well, the trainees who grew under the wings of the Empire are each exemplary pilots. I believe it would be difficult to find more outstanding soldiers throughout the galaxy. So, Sane narrowed his eyes, seemingly questioning in earnest. Is it then the immaturity of the commander? It seems to be the case, doesn't it? Ward blinked, a look of sudden realization crossing his face. Essentially, that individual ascended to the rank of winged officer purely through the favor of fortune. In terms of genuine skill, he pales in comparison to the renowned Jervis twin pillars. In truth, Marshal, you should have appointed those 2 gentlemen to command the expeditionary fleet from the outset. Had you done so, the enemy would have undoubtedly been annihilated beyond recovery from the very beginning. It is not too late even now. Perhaps we could conveniently reassign this indolent individual to the logistics department, allowing him to languish into oblivion, after trampling on the remnants of someone's self-esteem, if it indeed exists. He cast an expectant glance towards the supreme commander of the Celestial Army. Well, I wonder what your thoughts are, Marshal? How on earth did you ascend to the rank of Winged Knight? Sane groaned, slapping a report against someone's head to halt the further nonsensical chatter. Let us speak seriously. The Marshal fixed his gaze upon Ward, inquiring with a grave tone, Winged Knight Ward, in your opinion, what is the fundamental reason for our army's current predicament? Marshal, I am merely an admiral. This question seems to fall within the purview of the General Staff. Does it not? Ward blinked, appearing bewildered that the commander would solicit his input. I have submitted a comprehensive operational report to the General Staff. I trust a meticulous analysis of our combat capabilities will soon be presented to you. I have heard that the Phantom Dragon fleet stationed in the Lidfield star system is currently suffering from a severe shortage of personnel. If it pertains to their logistics department, I could possibly arrange your transfer there. As he spoke, Sane's expression turned contemplative. That is indeed a rather intriguing suggestion. If you are still alive 2 years hence, your lethargy should be sufficiently diminished by then. At that time, entrusting the Phantom Dragon fleet to your command would evoke no apprehension. Your Excellency, I believe the reason our forces were suppressed at the onset of the conflict is primarily due to a disparity in combat will, Ward stated with newfound seriousness. A difference in combat awareness? Sane furrowed his brow, questioning, are you referring to morale? Somewhat similar, yet distinctly different. After a brief pause, Ward cautiously selected his words. It appears the enemy is more accustomed to warfare than we are. Perhaps this description is more fitting? I see. So, the enemy does not originate from the Berea Federation? Sane interpreted this intelligence accordingly. In the past century, although 5 interstellar nations have been secretly gearing up for the impending interstellar war, none dared to make significant moves, as the repercussions would be far-reaching. Thus, the galaxy has temporarily exhibited a rare tranquility. Given that even the once mighty Celestial Army has gradually dulled its claws, it is implausible for the Berea Federation, with its inferior military strength, to maintain its forces at wartime readiness. Therefore, that unidentified fleet could not possibly be from the Berea Federation. Is it the Pion? Sane hesitated momentarily upon uttering this name. Since the era of space wandering, Pion has existed as a nation in opposition to Shalon. Indeed, it would not be an exaggeration to refer to them as arch-rivals. Pion, which once brought death and despair to the human world, continues to be the architect of the bloody tragedies that unfold throughout the galaxy. The Pion community, which manipulates nearly all pirate factions, could easily select seasoned warriors from the ranks of those pirates who have returned from countless slaughters. Had the Celestial Army still been at its peak combat effectiveness a century ago, the war between the Empire and Pion would have posed little suspense. However, in the current dynamic, should the Berea Federation re-enter this conflict, the Empire would likely pay an exorbitant price for a victory that would only arrive after a protracted struggle. It must be them. Ward scratched his head, hesitating before continuing. In fact, during the final pursuit, the enemy employed a combat strategy that our forces have seldom encountered, inflicting considerable damage upon us. Following this, I commissioned Cirilla, conducted an investigation, and discovered that this method is frequently utilized by pirates in other regions of the galaxy. Close quarters combat? So they still resort to such barbaric tactics. Sane flipped to the last few pages of the report, his brow furrowing deeply. Though savage, it is undeniably effective. In truth, nearly all of our warships ensnared by this tactic met with utter destruction, and the majority of their crews perished along with their vessels. A flicker of unmasked sorrow shone in Ward's dark eyes as he spoke with an unusual seriousness. Thus, Your Excellency, I believe our immediate priority is to swiftly establish countermeasures against this enemy tactic to prevent unnecessary sacrifices of our soldiers in the future. Indeed, the General Staff has already commenced discussions regarding this enemy strategy, yet thus far, we have made no breakthroughs. This is one of the reasons I sought you out. Sane turned to the final page of the report. It noted that a single assault ship had narrowly escaped under the enemy's tactics with minimal damage. But the specifics were not thoroughly detailed. What on earth is going on? Huh, did they even include that? Ward momentarily appeared taken aback, but quickly broke into a wry smile. Yes, that incident did occur. However, the method employed by that assault ship lacks general applicability. Thus, if we were to promote it within the Celestial Army, I suspect it would be exceedingly difficult. Why? Sane found himself momentarily at a loss. Well, Ward revealed a peculiar expression that was half smile, half sigh, and began to explain in detail the almost unbelievable nature of that combat. For the strategy that repelled the invading pirates was not a replicable tactic, but rather the sheer valor of a single individual. Even Sane, whose nerves had been tempered through countless battles, found himself ensnared in a prolonged stupor after hearing Ward's vivid account that strayed far from reality. Eventually, awakening from his initial shock, the Marshal's first reaction was, could it be that young scion of the Hyderland family again? As the head of the Iser family, Sane had a considerable connection with that young Hyderland. 2 years prior, at the 13th Congress judging the first princess of the Finbard royal family, Sane had witnessed the young Hyderland's eloquence in debate against the heads of various clans, fostering some anticipation for the boy's future. When the Sky bore witness to the renowned trials at the military academy, this Marshal, harboring doubts, also participated in the assessment known as the Black Tempest, returning in defeat under the friendship of Emmanuel III Triangle. Subsequently, there was the tumult in the tavern district that left this proud man unable to lift his head before the Emerald. Eloquent, loyal, exceptionally intelligent, and empathetic. Now, he has also added unparalleled martial prowess. Though uncertain of this youth's capabilities in education, Sane is wholly convinced of the boundless possibilities that await him in the future and holds great expectations for him. Who is that lad, truly? Sane couldn't help but murmur, a hint of regret seeping into his voice. What a waste for such a naturally gifted soldier to be reduced to a mere descendant of the Hyderland family. Your Excellency? Observing the Marshal's prolonged silence, Ward felt compelled to remind him, do you have any further questions? Oh, it is nothing. You may take your leave. Shaun inclined his head, uttering the words most yearned to be heard. Your efforts in the prior engagement were commendable, Huard. Return and avail yourself of a period of repose. Affirmative. The countenance of the winged lancer radiated an unparalleled brilliance upon hearing those words, as he observed the figure gliding towards the exit with remarkable lightness. Shaun recalled a matter nearly forgotten. Pray, tarry a moment, he called out to the winged lancer, who was but a step away from crossing the threshold. Indeed? Though somewhat taken aback, Huard retraced his steps. Is there something further, Your Excellency? It is of no great import, Shaun replied, yet I find myself perplexed. He perused the report, upon which someone had appended their assent, and then fixed the smiling winged lancer with a quizzical gaze. Why is your adjutant's letter of resignation appended to this report? Huard's smile faltered, then dissolved into a flurry of discomposure. With the return of the trainees from their field exercises, the military academy was once more abuzz with activity, reminiscent of weeks past. The instructors, particularly those of the Emmanuel Division, found their nerves, which had only recently begun to settle, once more on edge, nay, even more so than before. For the infamous triumvirate, known throughout the imperial capital as the Emmanuel Triangle, a cohort of unruly trainees, had returned to the artificial celestial body they had once plagued, leaving in their wake a series of predicaments that would vex even the supreme commander of the Azure Legion. Upon learning the truth of the tavern brawl, nearly half of the instructors promptly petitioned the dean for a transfer to any other division, even if it meant serving as an assistant instructor. The remaining, more composed half, waited until the trio's field exercise results were released before discreetly stowing away their resignation requests, which they had been carrying for weeks. The scion of the Hetland family, having distinguished himself in the NAD star system pirate subjugation, was all but assured a recommendation to the main academy, where he would complete his final year of training. Similarly, the scion of the Inuhobel family, while having left a trail of mischief in his training record due to initial clumsiness, still had a chance to secure admission to the main academy after deducting those demerits. In truth, even if the odds were exceedingly slim, the Emmanuel instructors had tacitly agreed to dispatch these two potent nuclei of disruption to a location far removed from their own. As for the third member of the trio, the one who served as the neutron generator, he did not possess the same level of terrifying destructiveness as the others. Therefore, it would not have mattered if he had remained in the Emmanuel division. However, the problem was that he was the only one of the three who had not left any negative marks on his training record, and his examination scores undoubtedly met the requirements for training at the main academy. There was simply no justification for keeping him in the division. While it was certainly not desirable to have these three together, the instructors, lacking a valid reason, collectively grinned wickedly, preparing to hand over the Emmanuel Triangle, which had tormented them for nearly a year, to the main academy, so that the dean himself could personally mentor these unruly trainees. However, their scheme was uncovered during the planning stage. Dare to send all three of them here, and see what happens, the dean roared. The instructors sighed and reluctantly abandoned this tempting idea, and then began to earnestly search for a legitimate reason to keep someone in the division. As a result, the scion of the Lawrenster family endured a torturous existence upon his return, with his every action under the strict surveillance of the instructors. Even an involuntary sneeze would be met with a warning for indiscriminately spreading pathogens. As for accidentally stepping on any flowers or plants, that would be considered a heinous act of deliberate destruction of academy facilities, warranting a major demerit. This situation persisted until Lionel rapidly accumulated a series of demerits that made it impossible for him to be admitted to the main academy. Poor Lionel. For the sake of the plot, you have been sacrificing yourself since your debut until now. I will compensate you with unparalleled romantic fortune in the future. For the past half hour, the Archduke, plagued by a grave concern, had been pacing back and forth in the dean's office. Yet, even now, he seemed no closer to finding a way to resolve his predicament. Alas, must I accept the inevitable? The Archduke approached his desk, picked up the assessment report he had perused countless times, reread a particular page, and sighed deeply. To think that this lad would commit such an outrageous act. Now, I have no choice but to have him report to the main academy. The Archduke began to feel a headache coming on at the thought of the troublemakers known as the Emmanuel Triangle soon arriving at the main academy under his jurisdiction. However, what troubled him even more were the comments left by the captain responsible for overseeing the trio's field exercises. To write such a thing, does she seek to ignite a war between the four great royal houses? The Archduke's gaze once more swept over the brief statement, and a wry smile appeared on his face. While the princess may have simply been expressing her feelings in a forthright manner, such behavior was not to be scorned. Indeed, for a member of the House of Arnalavinir, who had always been exceedingly self-restrained, being able to express one's feelings so candidly was something to be encouraged. However, the timing is inopportune, the Archduke groaned. He was almost certain that if the contents of this assessment report were to be leaked, a bloody conflict that had been postponed for 2 generations would immediately descend upon his grandson's head. To save the last vestige of hope for his family, the grandfather began to rack his brains, seeking a way to help him avert this calamity. However, within the Archduke's realm of knowledge, there seemed to be nothing in this galaxy that could withstand the combined might of the 4 great royal houses. May the Lord protect you, my poor child. In desperation, the Archduke even began to pray to some unknown deity. In truth, it was not entirely hopeless. If the lad could find his wings before that time, he might be able to narrowly escape this disaster, as he himself had done in his youth. However, judging from the current situation, the likelihood of this was exceedingly slim. Wait, wings? That's right, the wings of purity. Accompanied by a long-lost warmth, an image of a figure with elegant white wings appeared in the Archduke's mind. If it were her, she should be able to help that child. The Archduke hesitated, about to activate the communication terminal, but then shook his head slightly, dismissing his concerns. It has been a year since our last meeting. I do not know if she is available, but I shall inquire nonetheless. Having made up his mind, the Archduke activated the communication terminal and called out a name. The capital of the Shallan human empire, Alpha Hall, is actually a series of artificial celestial bodies centered around the Arnalavinir Imperial Palace. The artificial celestial bodies orbiting the Imperial Palace are divided into 6 concentric circles of varying sizes, based on their history, importance, and function. The innermost orbital layer, closest to the Imperial Palace, serves as the residential area for the Empire's highest echelons. Within it circulate the palaces of the 4 great houses, along with the residences of the 12 root clans, including the Wing Palace of the Heightland family, and the Emerald Palace of the Embrian family. It's crucial to note that, within the empire's political structure, the 13 root clans each preside over a specific domain. The Analawi, a family governs dominion, the Heightland family education, the Is-Irel family warfare, the Inuhobel family technology, the Embrian family economics, the Kasperle family politics, the Leon family jurisprudence, the Ethelina family pioneering, the Aspel family medicine, the Emoser family culture, the Bartia family diplomacy, the Cadena Kaiser family arbitration, and the Ortis family history. Consequently, their residences are often regarded as the epicenters of their respective fields within the empire. For instance, the Inuhobel family, responsible for technology, maintains its residence as the empire's foremost technological research institute, perpetually classified as a top-secret zone under stringent protection. Aside from a select few with ulterior motives, the inhabitants of the imperial capital have never dared to venture near the Nightmare Hand's lair. As for the Analawi family, which oversees governance, the palaces of the four great houses stand as symbols of the four kingdoms that constitute the imperial territory, in addition to the imperial palace, which serves as the empire's political nucleus. However, logistical constraints prevent the affairs of all four kingdoms from being processed at the royal palaces in the capital. The political centers of the four kingdoms are situated elsewhere, serving as the primary workplaces for the heads of the royal families. The prolonged presence of figures like Sauls, the head of the Fienberg royal family, in the imperial capital's palace is, in reality, an irresponsible act of indolence. The second orbital layer, adjacent to the innermost, houses the imperial residences of the marquises. Imperial nobles, including hereditary marquises, earls, viscounts, and barons, fall under the purview of the marquises. These marquises possess fiefs commensurate with their rank and the authority to levy interstellar trade taxes on the inhabitants of their territories. Simultaneously, the empire entrusts the marquises with the administration of their domains, necessitating their presence in their territories for the majority of the year to manage affairs. Their residences are utilized during customary New Year's greetings, occasional leisurely holidays, and when official duties necessitate their presence in the imperial capital. Consequently, the utilization rate of the artificial celestial bodies on this orbital layer is relatively low. However, a considerable number of marquises hold public office within the empire. They delegate the responsibility of governing their territories to proxies, while they remain in the imperial capital year-round to attend to matters beyond their marquisate duties. The empire compensates for the expenses incurred in employing proxies. In fact, nearly all 7 families currently comprising the winged kinship hold such public offices. Apart from Elfreda of the Barndorf family, known as the Twin Jewels of Jervis, Rakiz, the head of the Odal family and the director of the Crest Academy, is also a figure revered by the marquises. The third orbital layer of the imperial capital serves as the abode for non-hereditary nobles, whose artificial celestial bodies primarily consist of communal residences, complemented by amenities such as aerial gardens and zero-gravity courtyards. The fourth orbital layer, predominantly inhabited by the gentry, boasts expansive dimensions and features a diverse array of functional residential areas, shopping districts, theme parks, and open-air plazas. Generally, interstellar travelers visiting the imperial capital for sightseeing spend the majority of their time on this orbital layer. The final 5th and 6th orbital layers are segregated into distinct zones based on function, housing numerous public institutions, including the military academy and the political academy. Are you certain about this, Rakiz? At this moment, within the Odal family's residence on the 2nd orbital layer, Agi was voicing her final confirmation to her friend with a concerned tone. Everything will be fine. I've memorized all the content from that infant care guide. Rakiz gently cradled the 1-year-old infant in her arms, asserting with unwavering confidence. Besides, haven't I been learning from you for such a long time? So, rest assured, Agi. Well, Agi still seemed unconvinced. While the impeccable management of the empire's vast aristocratic hierarchy demonstrated her friend's exceptional aptitude in certain areas, Agi also knew that such talent often arose from a skewed distribution of abilities. Therefore, she found it difficult to believe that Rakiz could exhibit the same level of competence in the delicate task of caring for an infant as she did in governing aristocratic society. Perhaps sensing that the person cradling her was not the same as usual, the 1-year-old you began to struggle restlessly, inadvertently grasping a strand of Rakesh's cascading silver hair, causing the director of the Crest Academy to wince slightly. Naughty. Rakiz gently shook her head, allowing you to tug at her resplendent silver hair, her face betraying an expression of helplessness. However, the gaze emanating from her crimson eyes had never been so tender. Goo goo goo. Playing with the hair of the same color as usual, you seemed to recognize the woman, and she began to giggle in her arms. Little one. Rakiz reciprocated with a tender smile, reaching out to caress the infant's silky silver hair. Quietly savoring the peculiar warmth that welled up within her, if those marquises who had been fortunate enough to spend a brief period in the Crest Academy were to witness such a scene, they would likely question their own eyes. The head of the Oldal family, as serene as a snow-capped mountain and as frigid as an icy ocean, could never possibly display such a gentle expression, even if the heavens were to collapse. Well, if that's the case, it should be all right. Even Agi was slightly taken aback, but she quickly composed herself. Rakes, I'm going to report to the master now. I'll entrust the rest to you. Ah. Remember to contact me immediately if there are any problems. As she stepped into the snowflake, Agi couldn't resist turning back to offer one last word of caution. However, as Rakes was fully engrossed in caring for the infant in her arms, she did not respond to her friend's admonition. And it was uncertain whether she had even heard it, due to a detour to her long-unvisited Zayunia family residence and a lengthy lecture from her mother. It was 3 hours after leaving the Oldal family residence that Agi arrived at the military academy. It's been a while, master. After knocking on the door and entering the director's office, Agi greeted the Archduke with a nostalgic tone, just as she had a year ago. The Archduke was taken aback upon seeing his long-absent aide. He noticed that the wing of purity had changed quite a bit compared to his memory from a year ago. Since this change was not reflected in her appearance, but rather a more subtle distinction, the Archduke could not clearly articulate the feelings in his heart. Agi. Are you really Agi? I feel like I'm seeing Weimer. The Archduke approached the kinship, scrutinizing her with astonishment. And master, shouldn't you have more important matters to discuss with me? Agi seemed flustered under the Archduke's gaze, protesting with a blush. Oh, that's right. The Archduke suddenly remembered the matter at hand, and he bluntly expressed his thoughts. Although this marks my second request for your assistance, dear Agi, do you have a moment to spare? Indeed, my esteemed teacher, Agi responded with a gentle nod, fully prepared. But I am not merely referring to today, am I? The concerned Duke sought clarification once more. Yes, in fact. I was just about to request your permission to serve as, well, the prince's instructor, as she uttered the long-in-use title. Agi sensed a long-dormant emotion stirring within her heart, akin to tender shoots breaking through the soil under the nourishing spring rain, prompting her to reveal a warm and joyful smile. I am truly grateful. The Duke exhaled in relief, then approached the automated storage cabinet nestled in a corner of the room. After inputting a series of codes, he retrieved a document from its innermost depths and handed it to the astonished relative. In any case, please take a look at this evaluation report. On page 172, you will soon understand why I was so eager to summon you. Agi displayed a puzzled expression as she turned the report to the indicated page. However, upon glancing at it, the pure-hearted winged one appeared profoundly startled, abruptly closing the document with a thud and casting a worried glance at the Duke. Teacher, what is the meaning of this? As you are aware, that child has just completed his military training, and this document contains the opinion of Her Royal Highness, the first princess of the Finbird royal family, who is serving as the captain. The Duke shrugged, his expression one of resignation. What do you think? This is quite serious, isn't it? How could Her Highness do such a thing? Agi's indignation was palpable. Yet, she soon directed her gaze back to the Duke, her voice gentle yet firm. Teacher, may I report to the main academy tomorrow? The main academy. The Duke's expression revealed a hint of hesitation, contrasting sharply with Agi's resolute demeanor. Teacher, you. The perceptive young woman immediately sensed the underlying meaning of his uncertainty, furrowing her brow slightly. You don't intend to keep the prince at the branch academy, do you? Well. In the face of the penetrating gaze of her golden-hued eyes, a familiar sense of helplessness began to wash over the head of the Haderland family. For the capital, perpetually illuminated by the radiance of the Snowdia star, essentially has no concept of night. The Shalon people, adhering to the standards of a bygone era, divide each 24 hours into a cycle of day and night, integrating this time zone into the automated lighting systems of their artificial celestial bodies. Thus, despite the stark differences in living areas, the daily routines of the capital's residents are quite similar to those of inhabitants on the other 3 habitable planets within the Snowdia star system. The deep night in the capital, when the lighting systems of the artificial celestial bodies cease to function, results in most areas of a composite function artificial celestial body, which bears the responsibility of housing the main military academy plunging into darkness. The elite among the trainees are mostly in a state of conserving their strength to face the arduous challenges of the morrow. Naturally, whether in earthly schools or celestial academies, there always exist a few restless individuals who dare to challenge such routines. To uphold the dignity of the military academy, instructors conduct regular patrols each night. Those beams of light sweeping through the pitch-black void serve as stern warnings to any trainees harboring ill intentions. As a beam of light swept over a patch of low shrubs, pausing momentarily before moving on, 2 boys hiding within the foliage exhaled in relief, displaying expressions of having narrowly escaped disaster. Judging by the faint reflections of light on the ground, the two boys bore strikingly similar, if not nearly identical, features. The only distinction between them was their hair color. One was golden-haired while the other sported silver locks, though their youthful faces carried a hint of innocence. They were destined to grow into the kind of handsome figures often admired in the earthly realm. "Crew, do we truly need to go this far?" the golden-haired boy whispered, his voice low. "Wouldn't it suffice to simply breach the main academy's database to learn Her Highness Finbird's evaluation of the young Lord Haterland? There's no need to take such risks. Do you think I haven't considered that, Shiru?" The silver-haired boy replied in a similarly hushed tone. "However, this evaluation report has not been preserved in any part of the database, which is why we must investigate directly in the principal's office. There, we are certain to find a physical copy of the evaluation report. I wonder what Her Highness's opinion of the young Master Haterland could be, to warrant such stringent secrecy from the principal." The golden-haired boy's expression lit up with anticipation. "How exhilarating. Indeed, let us proceed." The silver-haired boy nodded, crawling forward through the underbrush, with the golden-haired boy silently trailing behind him, although beams of light continued to sweep above the foliage. The instructors seemed to overlook the concealed pathway nestled between the branches and soil, perhaps intentionally leaving a gap to prevent trainees from feeling cornered into desperate actions. In any case, the two boys, who had persevered under the cover of the shrubs, managed to advance without detection until they reached a safer area. Upon entering the academy's corridor, the two boys skillfully evaded one detection device after another, progressing to a point just a wall away from the principal's office. As expected. It is indeed sealed with an intelligent crystal lock. Shiru nodded, then produced a small device from his pocket, pressing his body against the door as he began the decoding process. As if preordained, the golden-haired crew leaned against the opposite wall, attentively scanning their surroundings. "Shiru, I heard that Her Highness Finbird passed the qualification review for her predecessor as a pilot last week. She is now a bona fide 10 pilot." Crew suddenly turned to his twin brother, who was engaged with the intelligent crystal lock, exhaling a sigh that blended awe with frustration. "And here we are, just freshly graduated. Even if we were immediately appointed as captains, we would still lag at least 2 years behind her. Don't you think such competition is utterly unfair? It is simply an unavoidable reality. Can we truly protest to our mother regarding this?" Shiru mused for a moment before joining in the sigh. "Besides, even Her Highness, the 10-pilot Finbird, still has the 100-pilot Princess Noravaya ahead of her. Princess Yeluni? For some reason, I feel like I need not worry about her." Crew's expression grew complex, his voice tinged with a hint of weariness. "Indeed, I share that sentiment as well." Shiru's tone revealed a degree of resignation. "However, overcoming various inequities is the inherent fate of royalty, so I do not see the merit in lamenting this." Pausing from his task, the silver-haired boy turned to his twin brother, declaring with a sense of pride, "Ultimately, even if Her Highness Finbird gains an advantage, the one who will ascend as the next emperor will undoubtedly be one of us. Without a doubt, that is beyond question." Shiru raised an eyebrow in agreement, but then added a caveat. "However, crew, let me be clear. I do not intend to assist you in claiming the Jade Dragon Throne. The current situation merely calls for mutual cooperation to obtain vital intelligence. Once the competition is between us, I shall show no mercy. Of course, the same applies to me." Crew's face radiated the pride of the younger generation of the Yanalavine family, responding to his brother with a voice full of confidence. Subsequently, these two young royal heirs destined to become emperors resumed their unfinished task, one keeping watch while the other unlocked, a duo that could only evoke the word sneaky. The seal on the door was exceptionally complex, and even with the genius lineage inherited from the paternal Inuhogar family, Crew took nearly 10 minutes to unravel the intelligent core lock. Then, with a soft click, the thick wooden door to the dean's office slowly creaked open. "Success." Crew beamed with a victorious smile, and then lowered his voice to ask, "Shiru, are you all clear on your side? Let us proceed." "Yes, be cautious, Crew. We still do not know if Duke Hateland has laid any traps in his office." Shiru wore a serious expression, activating the lighting feature on his terminal bracelet, and stealthily followed his twin brother into the dean's office. Generally, humans tend to place important items in inconspicuous locations, and following this line of thought, the two soon discovered an automatic storage cabinet tucked away in the corner of the room. As for the password specifically set by the old Duke, it was trivial compared to the intelligent core lock on the door. Effortlessly cracking the password, the two young men quickly found the evaluation report with its pale yellow cover at the back of the cabinet. "We found it," Shiru exclaimed, a surge of excitement washing over him as he picked up the report with trembling hands. "Feels almost too easy." Crew scratched his head, appearing somewhat dissatisfied, but promptly urged, "Quickly, find that prince's evaluation of the young master of the Hateland family." If that young lord is truly as remarkable as the rumors suggest, we must swiftly devise a countermeasure based on this information. All right, let me check the table of contents. Ah, found it. Shiru quickly flipped to the relevant page. Let me see. The blonde youth suddenly wore a dazed expression, dropping the report in shock. Is it really that alarming? The silver-haired youth was startled by his twin brother's reaction, but driven by curiosity, he picked up the report, only to reveal an expression identical to Shiru's upon reading it. Any son of the Yanalivine family can effortlessly ascend to the Jade Dragon throne, provided he has her as his wing. The evaluation of the young master of the Hateland family by the first princess of the Finbird royal family was succinct, encapsulated in a single sentence. However, from any perspective, this was a resounding praise, especially considering the prince's strong character, suggesting there might be some restraint in the commendation. In any case, the rare commendation displayed by the first princess of Finbird, alongside the shock it elicited from the straightforward young lord of the Hateland family, left the two youths momentarily in a state of stunned contemplation. This is not good, crew. Shiru, the first to regain his composure, cast a despondent glance at his twin brother. I never expected that young master of the Hateland family to be this exceptional. Well, even if this evaluation is somewhat skewed, for that prince, this statement can practically be deemed a declaration of victory. Indeed. A bitter smile crept onto Crew's lips as he shook his head in acknowledgement. It appears that on the path to the Jade Dragon throne, that prince has already surpassed us by a wide margin. Wait, what? Shira looked at his twin brother in surprise. Did the princess truly say as long as he has her as his wing? Crew quickly rifled through the report to confirm, then revealed a slightly relieved expression. Indeed, that is correct. This means the young lord of the Hateland family has not yet become her wing. I see. Almost instantaneously, Shira grasped his twin brother's implication, exclaiming with excitement, so all we need to do is figure out a way to prevent that princess from claiming the young lord as her wing. If that is the case, even if she finds other wings, it will take her considerable time. Precisely. A wicked smile appeared at the corners of the silver-haired youth's mouth. Furthermore, it's not just the princess of the Finbird family we must guard against. We must also prevent other female imperial candidates from the royal families from considering him as a potential wing. We absolutely cannot let them see this evaluation report. Destroy it? The blonde youth pointed towards a nearby document shredder. Yes, let us use that. With a devilish grin, Crew placed the evaluation report into the shredder. With a flash of light, the pale yellow report vanished forever. With this, the Jade Dragon throne is within our grasp. The two audacious youths exchanged glances, and in harmonious resonance, they erupted into a sinister laughter. Mwahaha. At that moment, in the dean's lounge not far away, someone who had witnessed the entire conspiracy wore a delighted smile. What an unexpected turn of events. It seems the younger generation of the Yanalivine family has grown increasingly audacious, though such behavior should warrant severe punishment. I shall pretend not to see it this time. After all, they have significantly reduced my workload going forward. Young ones from the Wallendes family. You must truly put in the effort. Watching the two boys stealthily depart, the nearly smiling figure offered heartfelt encouragement. After all, the bond between those two was not something easily broken. Beneath the artificially created prolonged night, a monumental conspiracy was thus concealed within the passage of time. As the artificial star cluster's lighting system activated once more, the residents of the imperial capital welcomed a new day along with the hopes it brought, except for one unfortunate boy who had been shrouded in darkness for weeks. Leon, I will often look back on you, so please, stop crying. Sky patted his red-haired friend's shoulder, offering solace in a warm voice. Why? Why can people like you go to the Central Academy? Lionel's face remained a mask of despair. One is a perennial passer, and the other is the hand of nightmares. And yet, even you both passed the evaluation, leaving me with no reason to fail. Accept the reality, Leon. At that moment, Korsha, usually unkind to the young son of the Lawrence family, softened his voice. Consider this. To receive such favor from the instructors is an unprecedented honor in the history of the Emmanuel branch. This means you have been chosen by Emmanuel. Korsha. Lionel gazed at his green-haired friend with a mixture of anguish and indignation, groaning, Please. Can you at least tidy up the things you set up in the dormitory before you leave? Those things. Are you referring to the negative ion energy generator? Korsha blinked. Worry not. I have already turned off the power supply. Within a week, they will revert to a state of equilibrium with material space, and at that point, leaving them be will pose no danger. And what am I to do for that week? In stark contrast to his friend's nonchalance, Lionel's attitude was fervent. If something goes wrong, it could be deadly. Endure for now, Lion. Sky patted his shoulder, the deliberate emphasis causing a slight grimace on the Laurelstair's face. Though the sudden loss of two dear friends may feel strange, fret not. Should difficulties arise, contact us immediately. Circumstances permitting, we shall hasten to your aid. Lionel gazed at his friend, possessor of unparalleled martial prowess, and with a sigh, relinquished the notion of a final scuffle. You shall uphold this promise? Assuredly, I vow. Sky chuckled, then with a wave, turned and departed, his silhouette conveying a simple farewell. Until we meet again in a year, my friend. Indeed. I anticipate witnessing a wholly transformed you in a year's time. Portia nodded gently to Lionel, then turned to follow Sky's footsteps. Watching their retreating figures, Lionel experienced a peculiar sense of detachment. Yet, in the subsequent instant, as a comely trainee passed by, this delicate emotion vanished without a trace from the Laurel's heir's decidedly unrefined sensibilities. To expedite the departure of these two nightmares incarnate, the Emmanuel branch had thoughtfully prepared a dedicated shuttle, even ensuring their luggage was discreetly stowed in the rear compartment, meticulously arranged. It appears the instructors are truly eager for our swift exit, Sky remarked, seated in the co-pilot's chair, glancing back at the rear compartment with a complex smile. After all, we are known as the Emmanuel triumvirate of delinquent trainees, Portia added, settling into the pilot's seat, his tone tinged with regret. Had Lion possessed greater martial prowess, the instructors would have insisted on his transfer to the main campus, despite the dean's objections, wouldn't they? A pity, indeed. As Sky was about to reply, a rustling emanated from the rear compartment, accompanied by the vigorous rattling of a cage. He turned to address his restless pet. Quiet, dragon song. Or I shall not release you, even upon reaching the main campus. Squeak, squeak, squeak. However, the rattling intensified. It seems the absence of Mizuki deeply affects it, Sky shrugged. Then turned to the heir of House Anu Hogarth beside him, inquiring with puzzled tone, speaking of which, Portia, where did you send Mizuki? I haven't seen it for a week. Ah, it so happened that it was Lady Lilia's child's first birthday a week ago, on my invitation. I brought Mizuki to the celebration, and Portia's voice was heavy with helplessness and remorse, though I had prepared another gift. The little one seemed particularly fond of Mizuki. Well, from the creator's perspective, it is perhaps a cause for celebration. Wouldn't you agree? I see. Sky nodded thoughtfully. Then inquired, the heir of House Anu Hogarth's child, you say? What is the little one's name? Portia furrowed his brow, searching through his memory before retrieving the desired information from the recesses of his mind. The little one's name, I believe, is Eve. Among the numerous artificial celestial bodies affiliated with the military academy, the one bearing the responsibility of the main campus possessed the largest volume. This was because, in addition to housing the hardware for virtually all training courses, the trainee dormitories, independently established in the three branches, were uniformly situated within the same artificial celestial body at the main campus. The spatial distance between the Emmanuel branch and the main campus was the shortest among the three branches. Consequently, Sky and Portia arrived at the main campus in under 10 minutes from their dormitory of 2 years, a time extended only by Portia's deliberate reduction of acceleration out of consideration for a certain individual lacking genetic blessings. Alas, even so, Sky emerged from the shuttle with a somewhat miserable countenance, though this time, thankfully, without the usual nausea. I must concede, your piloting skills are far gentler than Xia Yin's, Portia, Sky remarked, standing on the landing pad, allowing his internal energy to circulate within him before feeling somewhat better. Then turning to his green-haired friend with a wry tone. Sky, you have yet to overcome this troublesome constitution, Portia sighed, tilting his head in thought before suggesting. Would you like me to devise a solution? As things stand, you may find it challenging to navigate the imperial capital. While the scion of House Haderland experienced no difficulty when traveling on vessels equipped with inertial control systems, the most prevalent mode of transportation in Xiaolan society remained the smaller craft lacking such systems. Even for a scion of a root clan, frequent travel via large vessels would likely draw condemnation for extravagance, even from Silver Embryon. Thus, even aspiring to a normal life in Xiaolan society proved arduous for the youth born in the terrestrial world. Is it permissible? If so, I implore your assistance. Provided there are no inherent dangers, Sky added, recalling the harrowing events of their initial encounter. Do not underestimate me, Sky. For the Anu Hogarth, operations such as adjusting genetic constitutions are utterly trivial. Portia retorted with a displeased expression, then regarded his friend with a peculiar gaze. Speaking of which, the scar on your left cheek. Would you like me to remove it for you? Or did you intentionally retain it? This, Sky involuntarily touched his left cheek, where a long, narrow scar boldly declared its presence, a memento from a battle against pirates aboard a hijacked vessel in the Nadu system. The name of the samurai who had etched this mark on the youth was Kurenai Yuru. Indeed, I wish to preserve it as a reminder of my negligence. During that battle, Sky, in a moment of carelessness, nearly succumbed to a blade that had emerged from the void. Though he ultimately emerged victorious, the youth resolved to treat the experience as a lifelong admonition, a reminder to exert his utmost in every future engagement. Oh, is this what is known as a warrior's vow? Korsha seemed genuinely impressed. Well, let us consider it as such, Sky responded. However, Korsha, the self-disciplined warrior, suddenly hesitated, inquiring of his friend with a voice lacking confidence. This scar. It is not too unsightly, is it? Korsha's expression momentarily resembled that of someone who had been struck on the head, but a subtle smile soon played on his lips. So, you are also concerned about such matters, Sky? In contrast to their initial meeting a year prior. The heir of House Anyu Hogarth's once girlishly delicate features had transformed into a masculine handsomeness. He was, by any measure, a striking figure of beauty. Never mind that, I asked. Realizing he had chosen entirely the wrong person to ask, the youth could not help but sink into inexplicable depression. Fear not, Sky, the scar is not unsightly at all. Korsha hastened to reassure his friend, carefully selecting his words. In truth, the presence of that scar imparts a unique allure. It evokes a sense of wildness and strength, akin to a warrior forged through countless battles. A warrior tempered by the trials of combat. The Sky sighed, its expression a complex tapestry of emotions. Surely, women would not be drawn to such a sentiment? Even if you were to inquire, Cordia's face reflected confusion. Yet, in the next moment, the youngest scion of the Ainuho family suddenly widened his eyes, the corners of his mouth curling up slightly as he remarked, while I am uncertain whether that princess would appreciate such a rugged beauty, I believe there is at least one woman who would undoubtedly be enamored by such a version of you. Who might that be? The Sky inquired reflexively. The very woman standing behind you. As he spoke these words, the young man's smile radiated like the sun on a clear summer day. Huh? The Sky turned around in astonishment. Beside a pristine white transport vessel, a woman with a pair of pure white wings gazed longingly at him. Her waist-length, lustrous silver hair shimmered with a warm glow under the light of the Snowdia star. In her golden eyes, reminiscent of winter sunshine, there was a tender affection that could mesmerize anyone. With a smile that had graced the sweetest of dreams, she approached him. With each step, her immaculate wings fluttered gently, weaving a breathtaking image that seemed too ethereal for this world. Sister Aki. At the moment her pure white figure came into view, the young man felt an overwhelming wave of emotion nearly suffocating him. Though his mind was a whirlwind of thoughts, all he could utter was her name, rendered speechless. It has been far too long, my dear. Just as they had met a year prior, Aki enfolded the entranced youth in her arms. However, this time, the purity of her wings unveiled the torrent of longing she had harbored. I have missed you so much. As the youngest scion of the Heightland family found himself breathless with happiness, two other young men concealed in a corner fell into a state of confusion. It feels rather inappropriate to disturb them now, doesn't it, Clue? The blond youth furrowed his brow slightly, casting a questioning glance at his companion. To his surprise, he found the latter wearing an expression of profound despondency. Miss Aki, your wings truly have unfolded for that person. The silver-haired youth's gaze remained fixed upon the pair of pure white wings, and after a pause, he spoke, his voice tinged with sorrow. Well, the notion of offering the jade dragon seed as a betrothal gift was merely the naive fantasy of youth. Hey, Clue, you cannot possibly be. Sensing the weight of his twin brother's sorrow, Shiru was about to inquire further when Clue interjected. Let us go, Shiru. We have confirmed the existence of the Heightland Scion's wings. Princess Fiendbird will undoubtedly have no opportunity to claim them for herself. The jade dragon seat remains our shared objective. Clue's tone returned to its usual coldness, though the slight tremor of his pointed ears betrayed his true emotions. By the way, to celebrate our graduation, why don't we revel at a tavern? Clue proposed cheerfully. Shira pondered this suggestion for a moment. While he indeed understood his brother's sentiments, it appeared Clue had lost his composure, prompting him to offer a gentle reminder. Clue, we are genetically modified, Shalon, are we not? If you intend to drown your sorrows like those earthbound folk, that may prove quite challenging. Ever since these two trainees, endowed with nightmarish destructive potential, arrived at the Central Academy, the once prevalent nervous tension among the instructors of the Emmanuel branch began to manifest amongst the faculty of the Central Academy. Of course, among those tormented by ominous premonitions was the esteemed Duke Heightland, regarded as the leader of the winged. Fortunately, before this anxiety could escalate into something more severe, a woman akin to a goddess descended upon the Central Academy, dissipating the source of fear with her gentle demeanor. Even the black-haired youth, who possessed perhaps the mightiest power within the celestial army, was rendered docile under the affection of those pure white wings, transforming into an exemplary trainee of virtue and scholarship. As for the green-haired youth, whose hands were fabled to bring nightmares, he displayed remarkable talents within the domain of the Ainuho family, astonishing all the instructors, even the most skeptical among them, after 2 months of watchful scrutiny. were compelled to conclude that the phenomena they witnessed were not indicative of the trio once known as the Emmanuel Triangle of unruly trainees. They collectively attributed the responsibility for the fall of these noble scions to a certain individual undergoing the torturous training at the Emmanuel branch. Lionel, forgive me. But why is it that you always come to mind when a scapegoat is needed? For the young man who inherited that individual's talents against his will. Diligence often rendered the impossible achievable. Nevertheless, even the sky, blessed by millennia of civilization, faced insurmountable barriers. For instance, the steering training initiated after entering the Central Academy left this youth, afflicted by severe inertia syndrome, in a state of profound embarrassment. It was only when the youngest scion of the Inuho family intervened, employing his so-called miraculous hands to adjust his friend's genetic traits, that the sky managed to overcome the debilitating condition that had repeatedly sent him to the infirmary, causing Aki considerable distress. Yet, even with this remedial adjustment, the disparities stemming from later development reached a level of despair for the sky. After all, for the self-proclaimed denizens of the firmament, steering a vessel was an endeavor even a child could master with ease. Hence, the steering training at the Central Academy was predicated on the assumption that every trainee could adeptly maneuver a vessel, serving merely to refine their still immature steering skills. However, for the young man who had scarcely ventured beyond the atmosphere in his 16 years, he first needed to grasp the very essence of piloting before he could further refine his skills. Only at this juncture did the sky finally appreciate the advantages of being a scion of noble lineage. Almost immediately upon expressing his desire for specialized training, the old Duke promptly allocated several high-performance transport vessels for his use. Naturally, the individual assigned to guide him was none other than the woman possessing elite piloting credentials. In the deliberately cleared expanse near the Central Academy, several rings emanating an orange glow awaited, each large enough to accommodate a transport vessel. When overlapped, they formed a winding passage through the void. A deep green transport vessel launched from a space station suspended in the void, gracefully curving as it accelerated toward the first orange ring, entering without losing speed, racing through the orange passage, climbing, descending, spiraling, diving. A series of movements flowed seamlessly, creating a visual spectacle that was utterly captivating. Sky, as I have demonstrated, it is truly not difficult at all. After departing from the orange corridor, Korsha promptly activated the communication port, calling out to a friend on the other side of the passage. Come on. Try to do better than me. Just kidding. Who could possibly manage that? However, a disgruntled voice from the other end responded with indignation. As Korsha prepared to respond with a wry smile, another gentle female voice intervened in their conversation, silencing the disgruntled individual immediately. Young master, you should have a bit more confidence in yourself. Although Aki was ostensibly their instructor, outside of training sessions, this pure-hearted angel referred to the sky as young master, a term that had unwittingly become a mutual understanding between them, evoking a delightful warmth for both the caller and the called. Although someone was also unaware of the deep resentment this had sparked among their peers. In truth, you have already mastered every fundamental action. Now all you need to do is combine these fundamentals. Aki encouraged the sky, who was left at the space station. Come on. Young master, give it a try. Feeling pressured, the sky broke into a cold sweat as he gazed at the orange rings seemingly drifting in the void. He slowly tightened his grip on the handle, then gritted his teeth and pushed it to the limit. I sincerely apologize, teacher. Yes, I understand. I will relay the message to the young master. That evening, Aki connected with the old Duke in her dormitory, reporting with a bitter smile the results of the test. Although this attentive woman deliberately lowered her voice, the instructor's quarters, consisting only of a bedroom and a living room, were not particularly spacious, allowing the two boys waiting in the living room to faintly hear her exasperated sigh. The black-haired youth, already shrouded in the gloom of failure, now bowed his head even lower under the weight of guilt that compounded his earlier disappointment. In the eyes of his green-haired friend, one could almost see a dark cloud hovering above him, refusing to dissipate. Sky, you need not be so downcast. Even if you did not pass the piloting test this time, at least you have overcome your inertia syndrome, right? That is a commendable progress, is it not? Although Korsha racked his brain for comforting words to uplift his friend, it seemed that the innate genius of the Inuho family did not extend to matters of language. Or perhaps the despair in the boy's heart surpassed the capacity of words to console. In any case, the sky merely let out a soft "oh" before sinking back into that dismal abyss. However, the woman who stepped lightly into the living room became the sun illuminating that dark space. When the sky slightly lifted his head upon hearing her footsteps, he beheld a cup filled with a warm brown liquid, its fragrant aroma wafting from a white porcelain cup, presented to him by a delicately fair hand. Reflexively, the youth reached out to accept the cup of hot coffee, raising his gaze slightly, only to be captivated by the warm, compassionate light radiating from those honey-colored eyes. Young master, You worked hard during today's test. Have a cup of coffee to refresh your spirits, Aki smiled, then handed another cup to the green-haired boy, who eagerly accepted it with utmost reverence. The two youths then focused on savoring the warmth of their cups, falling into a comfortable silence. The gloomy atmosphere that had pervaded the living room dissipated without a trace, replaced by a serene tranquility that brimmed with warmth. The sky gently caressed the white porcelain cup in his hands, his expression shifting from hesitation to struggle, ultimately transforming into resolute determination. Aki, I apologize, young master. Yet it was Aki who first offered her apologies. The boy, taken aback by this unexpected development, felt the courage he had mustered dissipate into sheer astonishment. In truth, young master, you already possess exceptional talent, and I, without realizing it, expected to refine your abilities to perfection, which led me to push you into the piloting test. This was a failure on my part as your instructor, and I owe you my sincerest apologies. The pure-hearted angel from the Shaniya family bowed her head in apology to the boy who had pledged his oath. Why does only this fellow receive such gentle affection from you, Aki? How frustrating. In the next chapter, I must ensure that this blissfully fortunate boy faces some trials. Not only was this guy stunned, but even Korsha was taken aback. So that is why Duke Heightland was worried he would be spoiled. A bittersweet smile crept onto the lips of the youngest Ainu Hojul as he contemplated this, though he did not entirely agree with the Duke's concerns. After all, the love this woman with white wings bestowed upon the boy had far exceeded what could be easily borne. In truth, as far as Korsha understood, the price the sky paid to genuinely reciprocate Aki's meticulous care was also considerable. Moreover, I have submitted a request for exemption from the course to the teacher. So from now on, young master can dedicate his time for piloting practice to cultivating other more beneficial skills. Aki continued. At this moment, the sky could only nod in bewilderment. As for Korsha, he quickly lowered his head. This surely must be what the sky meant. Suppressing the grand smile that threatened to surface, the youngest Ainu Hojul thought. The pinnacle of martial arts in the Kanding style, overcoming rigidity with flexibility, perhaps? As the night descended upon the imperial capital of Ifahor, the boy, who had spent nearly an entire afternoon and a days on the lawn, finally sat up, yawning at the sight of the sun casting its glow across the sky. It truly feels delightful to steal some leisure time amidst the busyness. Indeed. Life ought to be like this. The sky sprang up with a fish-like leap, stretching leisurely. You are indeed here, Sky. A familiar voice called from behind. Having concluded his day's training, Korsha had finally found time to join his friend in a moment of respite. I thought Miss Aki had completely tamed you, but it seems you have yet to bid farewell to the laziness of your perpetually mediocre student days. This is not laziness, Korsha. The Sky did not turn around. He merely gazed at the sun that appeared both distant and near, defending himself in a soft voice. You see, if a string is pulled too tightly, it will snap. I am merely allowing myself to relax a little before reaching that limit. While Korsha believed that someone who would stretch that string to the point of breaking would not utter such words, he nevertheless wore a resigned expression and stood beside the Sky, both gazing at the setting sun over the academy. Could it be that you feel lonely because Miss Aki has left, prompting you to act out like this? The Sky looked at the youngest Ainu Hojul in astonishment, but soon bowed his head. In truth, the boy had already noted that this languorous disposition, seemingly disinterested in anything, differed from the controlled laziness of his perpetually mediocre student days. However, when his friend pointed this out, he couldn't help but be startled. When did I become so dependent on Aki? Well, it is an inevitable circumstance. After all, the person you entrusted is Miss Lakes from the Alder family, an important friend of Miss Aki. But if it were anyone else, I believe Miss Aki would have declined. Korsha continued. In reality, Aki had left 2 days prior. At that juncture, the trio was engaged in convivial discourse upon the verdant lawn. An atmosphere of sheer delight, akin to a gentle rivulet cascading over mountain crags in early summer, pervading their little world. However, the sudden chime of a message on the terminal wristband shattered the tranquility. Though the message's content remained unknown, Ayaki, upon receiving the communication, grew visibly flustered and promptly took her leave of the 2 lads, not to return to this day. So Miss Lachesis was the object of the request, was she? A slight abatement of the gloom in the sky was perceptible, yet a fresh query arose within. But Korsha, how did you come to know this? A sly smile played upon the lips of the scion of the Inuhogar family. He gestured toward his elongated ears, proclaiming, such is the boon bestowed by the genetic lottery. This verges on illegal eavesdropping, wouldn't you say? Sky muttered, withdrawing his gaze from the genetic hallmarks renowned throughout the galaxy as the years of Sharon, harboring the malicious thought that the Sharon people's proclivity for gossip might stem from these very ears. Blessed as they were by the genetic code. Well, I only caught Miss Lachesis' initial utterance and dared not listen further. Korsha demurred, a hint of trepidation in his expression. After all, Even for a scion of a root clan, the woman who, in a sense, held sway over the entirety of noble society was an individual not to be trifled with. Ah, so Miss Lachesis is held in such reverence, Sky mused. As a child of wings, the lad had crossed paths with the youngest head of a kindred on several occasions before entering the military academy. In his estimation, she was merely reticent in expressing her emotions, not an entity to be regarded with the awe inspired by a certain princess. Moreover, with Ayaki in attendance, interacting with these two women, each possessing distinct charms, was rather delightful. Thus, Sky found the noble's trepidation difficult to fathom. Well, Miss Lachesis isn't the only one held in reverence, Portia murmured. Indeed, in the eyes of the Inuhogar family's youngest, another woman commanded even greater respect than the head of the Crest Institute. And Portia was convinced that at least one other unfortunate soul who had endured that divine wrath alongside him shared his sentiment, gazing upon his friend, who, for reasons unknown, had garnered the favor of two goddesses simultaneously. Even the magnanimous Portia could not suppress a pang of vexation, which he promptly transmuted into a profound sigh. Sky, you're a fortunate fellow indeed. Oh, is that so? Sky's bewilderment appeared genuine, which only served to exacerbate the speaker's frustration. Subsequently, the two lads fell silent, jointly contemplating the vermilion orb reflected upon the diffuse firmament, and for a time, words were abandoned as time ebbed away amidst the fiery twilight. Hey, Portia, Sky interjected, addressing his verdant-haired friend and posing the query that had plagued him for weeks. Do you know what the term source signifies? Source? Portia furrowed his brow. Certainly, the genesis of all things. The progenitor of the world. Such is its meaning in Charon. But I suspect that's not the answer you seek. Is it, Sky? Is it not? If even the hand of nightmare is ignorant, it seems unlikely that inquiries to others will yield an answer. Sky sighed softly. During the concluding stages of the Nard system pirate subjugation campaign, the lad had first encountered the term source from the pirates aboard the invading flagship. For reasons unexplained, they had detected within him a proximity to this enigmatic entity known as the Source, according him profound reverence. While Sky was uncertain whether he would encounter such peculiar adversaries again, the information gleaned from the woman named Red Knight had led him to surmise that those who venerated the Source were likely part of a vast, ancient organization. Perhaps even the collective faith of an interstellar nation. What manner of beings were we truly contending with at that time? To validate his conjecture, Sky posed this question to Portia. Why, interstellar pirates, of course. The Inuhogar family's youngest exclaimed, blinking in feigned bewilderment. Surely you, child of wings, who earned unparalleled renown in that conflict, are not ignorant of your foe's identity. However, Sky detected a concealed mirth within those emerald orbs, prompting him to cast his gaze skyward. Emitting a theatrical sigh as he lamented, Portia, you've been corrupted by Lionel. I had always believed you to be the most grounded corner of the Trinity of Emmanuel. Alas, what a lamentable state of affairs. The lad's omission of himself from the most sensible corner bespoke a degree of self-awareness exceeding that which he had possessed in his native Kongding. However, this self-awareness appeared insufficient to enable him to perceive that he was, in fact, the wellspring of his two friends' ongoing moral decline. Ahem. However, Portia, upon being compared to the scion of the Lawrence family, renowned as a walking tempest, underwent an immediate transformation, erupting into a series of ostentatious coughs to mask his embarrassment. This upright, virtuous lad, ever willing to rectify his errors, promptly adopted a proper demeanor and addressed his friend's question. For centuries, interstellar pirates have wreaked havoc throughout the galaxy, and their intricate connections to the interstellar nation known as the PN Human Commonwealth are an open secret within the galaxy. As the Inuhogar family's youngest uttered these words, his countenance bore an expression of considerable complexity. Moreover, aside from the PN military, I do not believe that any other armed organization could have withstood the Sky Dome army to such an extent with comparable combat capabilities. PN, you say? Sky repeated softly, a peculiar sensation fleeting through his mind as he uttered the name widely circulated among the soldiers who had participated in the subjugation campaign. In truth, the lad's belated realization was not entirely his fault. For Sky, who had resided within the world of stars for less than 3 years, merely acclimating to the Sky Dome people's way of life had consumed nearly all of his time, leaving him with scant opportunity to concern himself with galactic affairs that seemed wholly irrelevant to his present circumstances. Lacking the requisite information, even with his exceptional perspicacity, the lad could only deduce that the enemy was a vast organization that venerated the Source. In fact, within the current Sky Dome army, only this lad had even grazed the ultimate truth, now lost to the ebb and flow of time. PN Human Commonwealth, so that is the ancient organization that venerates the Source. But the lad suddenly recalled the woman named Red Knight's earth-shattering declaration. We are the Source's most obedient servants, and the source is the supreme radiance in the universe. We were born on the periphery of its halo, and our sole purpose is to allow the glory of that radiance to envelop the entire human world. Why would a nation that covertly manipulates all interstellar pirate organizations in the galaxy harbor such an unwavering, almost fanatical, faith? We were born on the fringes of its halo, which implies that the Piens were indeed created. No, how could such a thing be possible? Even the Chalon, who manipulate genetic factors with ease, trace their ancestry back to the humans who originally inhabited the terrestrial realm. However, if this were indeed the truth, it could elucidate their reverence for the source. Yet, the source is described as the supreme radiance of the universe and our singular bestowed mission, to let that luminous glory envelop the entirety of humanity. While one can sense their adoration for the source akin to a child's yearning, it only serves to obscure the true nature of what the source is. It is utterly perplexing. The sky decisively withdrew from this labyrinth of thought. In the absence of fundamental information, any conjecture would be akin to constructing a castle on shifting sands. However grand, it would falter against the winds of reality. It was at this moment that the youth began to regret having relied on nightmares to pass the interstellar history assessment. Korsha, what kind of nation is the Pien human community? Even the slightest clue would be appreciated. Please share. Reluctantly, the sky turned to the diligent intern beside him. Such inquiries ought to be directed at Duke Aldous. Yet, the one question wore a look of confusion. In truth, I possess no more knowledge than you. That is, assuming you recall the interstellar history you once studied. The Aldous family, one of the 13 root clans of Chalon, governs the domain of history. They have silently observed the evolution of human society as bystanders, bearing the responsibility of pruning the occasional harmful sprouts from this grand tree thriving in the galactic expanse. Indeed, throughout the past few centuries, the Empire has veered slightly off course on several occasions, and it was the Aldous family, one of the 13 root clans, that stepped forth to guide this vast nation back to the path that had been predetermined. Every head of this family has served as the Empire's highest advisor, wielding authority that transcends all courtly hierarchies and bureaucratic classes, having quietly observed the flow of time for centuries. The Aldous family stands as perhaps the most knowledgeable individuals regarding the history of humanity within the Chalon Empire and even the entire galaxy. Thus, seeking answers from them should yield a truth that is nearly accurate. However, at present, the younger scion of the Ainuhogar family, who has little interest in history, conveyed the information he possessed to his friend. I will share what I know, but do not harbor excessive expectations, Sky. Korsha smiled wryly, gradually sifting through the seldom used memories. The Pien Human Union is essentially a nation formed through the cooperation of pirates, and even now, it commands a significant portion of the pirate forces within the galaxy. Indeed, this organized plunder has become one of the pillars of the nation's economic system. Additionally, the Pien military is acknowledged as the second most formidable force in the galaxy, following the Celestial Army. Their technology has predominantly evolved in response to military needs, thereby achieving parity with the Empire in this regard. I wonder if they will generously share these resources with their allies following their alliance with the Berea Federation. HM. The Sky nodded thoughtfully. If accurate information were available, the conjectured truth might edge closer to the so-called source. However, after this, Korsha remained silent for a considerable time, causing the youth to gaze at his friend in astonishment. Is that all? That is precisely why I advised you not to have high expectations. The younger scion of the Ainuhogar family chuckled bitterly, preparing to speak when suddenly, the terminal bracelet on his right wrist emitted a notification. How odd. Who could be contacting me at such a time? Korsha looked quizzically at the message displayed on the terminal bracelet, but then shot a reproachful glance at his friend, who was struggling within the maze of thoughts. Sky, you forgot to wear your terminal bracelet again, didn't you? Huh? The youth glanced at his right hand, realizing the emptiness there only then. The director was unable to reach you, so the message was sent to me. In any case, hurry to the director's office to report. With that, the younger scion of the Ainuhogar family cast a mischievous look at his friend. Yet, it seems you are not the only one affected by Lionel's influence. HM. Now it was the younger scion of the Haterland family who found himself at a loss for words. Parental leave? The old Duke, leisurely savoring tea from a million light years away, suddenly bit down hard on the edge of his porcelain cup, revealing a visage of excruciating pain. Indeed, that is the case. The individual responsible for the old Duke's pained expression, the head of the Finbird family, Prince Solis, nodded with composure and continued. Moreover, that individual requested a leave of absence for an entire year. Such a situation was never imagined by the Empire. Under the worried gaze of King Finn, the old Duke displayed an exceedingly rare expression of bewilderment for an extended period. This is quite. Even after regaining his composure, the old Duke could only manage a dry chuckle at an event that surpassed the bounds of human astonishment. I believe this is not a matter to be met with laughter, is it, teacher? King Fin still bore an expression of concern. If we allow Lachesis to take a sudden year-long leave, the Heraldry Institute will descend into complete chaos, will it not? Moreover, whether this turmoil will affect the entirety of the noble society remains a significant question. However, parental leave is a fundamental right of public officials within the empire, is it not? While the old duke publicly advocated for this stance, he remained profoundly shaken internally. Could it be that Lachesis, the cold and unfeeling head of the Aldous family, the very director of the Heraldry Institute, would have a child? Were it not for the genuine worry etched on Solis's face, the old duke would certainly suspect this was yet another ill-fated conspiracy launched against the director of the Heraldry Institute by some reckless individuals. Indeed, it is so. Solis chuckled bitterly. In the Chalan society, which fundamentally comprises family units, educating one's offspring is an obligation that blood relatives must fulfill. And alongside this obligation arises the right to apply for parental leave at any time. This is a foundational aspect of Chalan society that even the emperor cannot interfere with. Yet, we cannot allow the empire to descend into instability simply to accommodate Lachesis's whims, Solis firmly argued, and his assertion indeed held a universally valid rationale. In this personal conflict against the state, neither side is at fault. The only party deserving of reproach is perhaps that individual, whose significance to the empire is far too great. The old duke fell silent. While he could likely surmise the intentions behind the visit from the head of the Finbert family, he had no assurance regarding the trouble that awaited him. Thus, he preemptively spoke. So, the fate of the Heraldry Institute's director and my position as the head of the military academy should have no bearing on one another, correct? Of course, if His Highness merely seeks a sounding board for grievances, I remain at your service. You jest, teacher. Saul's eyes gleamed as he addressed the Archduke with the same formality. My reason for visiting is, of course, to implore you, as the leader of the Wing clan, to persuade the chieftain to reconsider her decision. Is that so? The Archduke chuckled wryly, then sighed. He inquired with a hint of skepticism, Sauls. In your recollection, has the resolute Lachesis ever been swayed by persuasion? Answer me with unwavering honesty. King Fin wore a tormented expression but ultimately shook his head, admitting helplessly, no one has ever been able to alter her resolve. Indeed? A radiant smile instantly replaced the wry amusement on the Archduke's face. If even His Imperial Majesty is powerless, how could a mere old man like myself possibly succeed? At this juncture, the Wing leader cast an intrigued glance at Sauls, offering a suggestion with unusual enthusiasm. Why not try persuading her yourself, Sauls? Perhaps, out of old-time sake. Lachesis might soften her stance if the request comes from a former ardent admirer? Master. King Fin winced as if he had suddenly strained a muscle. Groaning in a pained tone, that is one of the most agonizing memories of my youth. Please, I beg you, do not rub salt into that wound. Agonizing memory. Yet, you pursued the flower of our clan with such ardor back then? The Archduke seized the opportunity to steer the conversation in an entirely different direction. In truth, had you possessed the prudence of youth, knowing when to yield and not insisting on her becoming a wing, perhaps you would not be burdened with this predicament today? King Fin was indeed lured into the labyrinth of reminiscence. Perhaps that is so, but as a member of the Ainer-Levin family, I have never had the liberty to become a wing. He abruptly snapped back to reality, breaking out in a cold sweat. Upon witnessing the malicious curve of the elder's lips, the Royal Highness instantly grasped the totality of his defeat. Rest assured, I shall not divulge your sentiments to anyone, including the commuting minister. Therefore, the Archduke's elongated tone reeked of utter control. Let us pretend this never transpired, shall we, Sauls? TCH. Both grandfather and grandson are foxes. King Fin mentally gestured with a vulgarity from the terrestrial realm, a fleeting grimace contorting his otherwise handsome features. However, the Royal Highness swiftly regained his composure, acquiescing to the Archduke's suggestion. Understood, Master, this shall be treated as if it never occurred. As the contingency plan devised by the Empire consisted of multiple options, Sauls immediately presented the second approach upon nodding his agreement. If even you are powerless, then the Empire can only grant her leave of absence. Of course, the position of director of the Crest Institute cannot remain vacant indefinitely. As you are aware, there are exceedingly few individuals in the imperial capital capable of undertaking such a vital role in Lachesis's stead. Among those who possess the requisite charisma, though, Lachesis's is more accurately described as commanding presence, charm, and wisdom. Only one happens to be available. At this juncture, the Archduke surmised the Royal Highness's intentions and questioned in a less than friendly tone, Sauls, you are not referring to. Indeed, I am referring to Miss Aki of the Shuanya family. King Fin confirmed the Archduke's conjecture, as she is currently serving as an instructor at the military academy. We seek the director's approval before persuading her to assume the position of director of the Crest Institute. Absolutely not. The Archduke's refusal was unequivocal, brooking no argument. Master, please understand the Empire's predicament. However, King Fin, bound by duty, could not simply retreat and continued his efforts with a wry smile. Among the billions of inhabitants of the imperial capital, there are certainly over 100 individuals capable of becoming instructors. But there is only one capable of managing the weighty responsibilities of aristocratic society. The Empire merely seeks to maximize the utilization of her talents. The Archduke pondered. It was not that he was swayed by Saul's words, but rather that the director was contemplating how to make the Royal Highness realize the futility of his endeavor. After all, the woman with the pair of white wings had become an indispensable figure in maintaining peace within the military academy, and he could not afford to relinquish her, at least until the two sharpest points of the Emmanuel Triangle had graduated. Subsequently, the head of the Heightland family and the head of the Finebird royal family engaged in a silent battle of wills, until a knock echoed on the director's office door. "Oh, Sora, you have arrived." Temporarily extricating himself from the contest of wills, the Archduke greeted his grandson with a gentle smile. "This fellow is, in fact, the source of all your troubles, grandfather, and His Royal Highness King Finebird." Startled, Sora forgot to offer a proper greeting. But the other party seemed unfazed by the young man's lapse in etiquette. "It has been a while, young lord." King Fin rose to his feet, approached the young man, and extended a cordial greeting to reiterate, "This fellow is the source of all your troubles." "Why, yes, your Royal Highness." Sora quickly returned the greeting. It was impossible for the young man, who had suffered at the hands of the valiant princess on numerous occasions, not to harbor a sense of awe towards the figure who had nurtured her. "Yes, well, my daughter asked me to deliver a letter to you." King Fin then produced a light blue envelope from his waist pouch and carefully handed it to the young man. "Please verify the integrity of this letter." Sora dazedly accepted the envelope and, without thinking, roughly inspected it. It was indeed intact. "Very well, then my task is complete." King Fin heaved a sigh of relief, then turned his gaze towards the Archduke. "Well, Master, regarding the previous topic, I shall request my mother to discuss it with you personally next time. So I shall take my leave for now." "Hey, Sauls, wait just a moment." The Archduke, greatly alarmed, inadvertently tweaked his back upon rising. By the time he had recovered from the sudden pain, the increasingly degenerate Royal Highness had vanished into the corridor outside the door. Consequently, the head of the Root clan was plunged into unease and vexation. Similarly vexed was another member of the Heightland family, though his worries were far more pleasant than those of the Archduke. In the letter conveyed by King Fin, Cheyenne informed the young man of her intention to fulfill her promise and host a banquet at the imperial capital's most exquisite royal restaurant, Fuga, to celebrate his admission to the General Academy. Although Sora had been anticipating this day for nearly 2 years, the princess's pointed reminder at the end of the letter, "Be sure to attend in formal attire," left the young man, who had spent the past 2 years almost exclusively in his trainee uniform, utterly perplexed. What exactly constitutes formal attire? The royal restaurant Fuga, located on the second orbital layer of the imperial capital, is the property of the Finebird royal family, one of the 4 great royal houses. Although enlightened proprietors did not discriminate based on patronage, the exorbitant costs, sufficient to bewilder even established patricians, dictated that their clientele would be limited to territorial magnates and affluent gentry. The FGA possessed a refined and graceful silhouette. Viewed from afar, the artificial celestial body resembled a white bird, its wings furled, its neck gracefully reclined. Approaching it, even those devoid of artistic inclination could perceive the aesthetic elegance of this artificial celestial body through the deep green patterns adorning its alabaster exterior. Naturally, the restaurant's interior was lavishly adorned, so much so that a certain youth, entering this preeminent establishment of the imperial capital for the first time, was immediately overcome with awe and trepidation. "Compose yourself," Tenku Natsun said, gently tugging at the sleeve of her companion's long coat. "This establishment is under my family's aegis. You may regard it as you would the royal palace. Your demands are rather exacting, Natsun," Tenku responded, his composure still wavering. The moment he stepped into the FGA, he felt as though he had entered a realm incongruous with his own. "I must remind you that I have never had the occasion to visit your family's palace." "Then consider this the Winged Palace, though admittedly it is somewhat more modest," Natsun said, conversing sotto voce with Tenku as she trailed the attendant. "Or would you prefer that I relocate our repast to the royal palace?" Natsun, does my attire appear incongruous?" Tenku inquired, furrowing his brow as he traversed the corridor behind the attendant, seeking confirmation from the maiden at his side. "No, not at all," Natsun replied, appraising the youth's garments from head to toe with an appreciative gaze. "Given your eccentric aesthetic sensibilities, this formal attire is a rare instance of appropriateness." "Is that so?" Tenku said, inwardly expressing gratitude to the gentlewoman with the alabaster wings. With the expertise of the former, premier steward of the imperial capital, even the most unrefined individual could be molded into a figure befitting such an elegant occasion, especially given that the subject possessed his own unique charm. Aki, having returned to the military academy only this morning, swiftly selected suitable attire for Tenkyo. Although the predominantly black formal attire exuded an air of austere gravity, it complemented the youth's rugged mien, creating an aura of untamed allure. Even when juxtaposed with scions of noble lineage possessing quasi-divine beauty, this terrestrial youth, distinguished by a scar upon his left cheek, was by no means inferior. Indeed, for the majority of Sharon maidens, this virile, pantherine youth was a far more compelling figure. "Why do you pose such a question, Tenku?" she asked, her cerulean eyes sparkling with amusement. "Well, I can't help but notice that everyone seems to be observing me," Tenku said, casting a sidelong glance at his surroundings, his wry smile deepening. 3/4 of the seats in the expansive hall were occupied, and among these esteemed figures, the majority of whom bore the title of magnate, at least half were currently gazing in their direction, although no malice was discernible in their gazes. Being the object of attention for nearly 100 individuals of quasi-divine beauty was understandably unsettling for the youth, who had yet to cultivate the same fortitude as that individual. "Pay them no mind. They merely seek to catch a glimpse of the Heightlander scion," Natsun said, her voice tinged with a hint of pride. "I apologize for disappointing them," the youth muttered, his confidence visibly shaken. "Disappointing? Why?" Natsun asked, arching an eyebrow, her entire body pivoting toward her companion, her cerulean eyes radiating a stern gaze. "Highlander scion, hold your head high. Meet those gazes with equanimity. You are the scion of the primordial clan, the heir to the Empire's wings, the one who will bear the future of the Empire. In this galaxy, none may slight you, except yourself." In her impassioned fervor, Natsun's voice rose to a level audible even to the attendant leading the way, whose genetic constitution was that of a terrestrial. Consequently, the Sharon magnates in the hall could not have failed to hear the reprimand of the first princess of the Fiendsburg royal family, a fact discernible from the subtle twitching of their pointed ears. On the other hand, despite being rebuked by the maiden, Tenka felt no resentment. The oppressive, clammy web of self-doubt and timidity that had enveloped the youth's heart was now utterly rent asunder by the princess's fervor. As the invigorating rush of fresh air flooded his senses, the youth momentarily glimpsed the spectacle of a supernova in her faintly crimson eyes. "Natsun, I understand. Tenka said, attempting to curtail the development of this touching scene into a spectacle, as the princess showed no signs of relenting. "There's no need to elaborate further. After all, it might disturb the other patrons." "Heir?" The faintly crimson eyes instantly reverted to their original cerulean hue. Natsun glanced about, then silently abandoned her companion and strode ahead. "Wait, Natsun," Tenku said, offering an apologetic gesture to the hall's occupants before hastily following after her. "How droll," the princess said a chestnut-haired man in a corner of the hall, turning his gaze from the departing figures to the woman opposite him. "Don't you concur, Princess Arun?" "Indeed, a most gratifying reunion," the speaker replied, her voice imbued with a serene mirth. Then, the woman, her azure tresses bound into a ponytail, fixed her cerulean gaze upon her companion and proposed with an air of amusement, "Shall we pay them a visit later, you?" Natsun's reserved seating was on the second level of the FGA, in an elegant chamber known as the Teikyodo no Ma. The expanse of several hundred norma was partitioned into nearly 100 secluded enclaves by layers of verdant bamboo growths. Each enclave was meticulously designed to replicate one of the most exquisite vistas of the terrestrial world, resulting in distinct stylistic motifs. Tenka trailed behind the maiden, traversing the winding paths amidst the bamboo growths, until they arrived at an area evoking the charm of a babbling brook. Whereupon he was immediately seized by an inexplicable sense of unease, causing him to halt abruptly. "Tenka, why do you tarry?" Natsun asked, turning back to regard the youth, still lingering at the entrance, her head cocked in puzzlement. "Ah, I'm coming," Tenka said, snapping out of his reverie. He crossed the ornate stone bridge and took a seat opposite the maiden beneath a stone pavilion adorned with bestial carvings. "I find these vistas rather peculiar," Tenka said, surveying his surroundings with a dubious tone. Do they displease you, Tenku?" Natsun asked, her expression tinged with surprise. "I believe that you, born in the terrestrial world, would likely appreciate such an environment, which is why I deliberately chose between the bamboo sounds. Perhaps a change of scenery is indeed better?" "No, in truth, this place is already quite splendid." Upon witnessing the princess pick up the silver bell placed beside the table, the sky hastily clarified. "I merely feel, these sights seem somewhat out of place in the world of stars." "Out of place in the world of stars?" Xiaoyin blinked, pondering for nearly a minute before turning to the young gentleman from Highland, who had questioned her understanding, and asked earnestly, "Why?" Well, the sky began to feel troubled, trying to convey his astonishment to the other. Compared to such natural scenery, I believe there must be more fitting sites for the world of stars. Sites suitable for the world of stars? A glimmer of curiosity sparked in her clear blue eyes. What, in your view, constitutes appropriate scenery for the world of stars? After a considerable period of contemplation, the sky realized that the images he had envisioned as more suitable for the world of stars were merely a collection of angular, lifeless metallic forms akin to warships. He shrugged, conceding his opinion. All right, I admit these sites are equally fitting for the world of stars. Yet, upon uttering this, a new question arose in his mind. However, isn't it rather impractical to adorn a high-end restaurant with such decor? Impractical? That would be you, Sky. Though the remark seemed to bear a tone of reproach. The warmth in her voice instilled a sense of familiarity in the young man. In the Xiaolan society, such scenery is universally acknowledged as the epitome of elegance. Moreover, it is represented by your family's Hall of Seasons. Is that so? Reflecting on the 4 halls within the winged palace, which closely resembled the true terrestrial world. Even the sky couldn't help but express admiration. But isn't that rather wasteful? Instead of deliberately imitating natural landscapes in the world of stars, wouldn't it be easier to descend to the earthly realm and experience authentic natural beauty? Well, while that may be the case, Xia Yin's expression shifted to one of slight melancholy, her voice betraying a hint of disappointment. But we abandoned our homeland centuries ago. Choosing to become residents of the world of stars, there is no way to return to that land now. Is that so? Clearly. The sentiment of regret from the Xiaolan maiden did not resonate with the youth, blessed by the ancient earth. He wore a skeptical expression and inquired. But as far as I know, the environment of the terrestrial world should pose no physiological discomfort to the Xiaolan people, right? Conversely, the inhabitants of the earthly realm must overcome numerous obstacles to reside in the world of stars. It's a matter of emotion, a sentiment. The first princess of the Finbird royal family imposed her feelings as if they were the collective experience of all her kin, defining her people's trepidation towards the earth though. As a descendant of the Root clan, she could indeed represent the collective consciousness of the Xiaolan. After all, we have lived in the cosmos for centuries, fully accustomed to the lifestyle of the world of stars. Thus, for us, those days in the terrestrial world have nearly faded into the annals of history. While life beneath the gravity well is an entirely unfamiliar experience. Moreover, to shamelessly return to the homeland we once forsook is something we simply cannot bring ourselves to do. The final statement encapsulated the fundamental reason the Xiaolan people hesitated to tread upon the earth. The sky nodded, ready to voice a thought when he suddenly noticed the young lady across from him glaring at him with an apparent dissatisfaction, which made him feel flustered. What's the matter? Xiaoyin? Sky, it's rare that I invite you out. Why do you always gravitate towards such unpleasing topics? Xiaoyin cast a disapproving glance at the oblivious youth. Although she herself was unsure of what topics would be more delightful, she felt that there should be a more joyful atmosphere between them, thus attributing the responsibility for her melancholy to the sky. In an instant, the sky found the pouting girl unexpectedly endearing. Oh, dear heavens. Please forgive my description. However, the princess's next words sent a chill down his spine. Does being with me truly bring you such displeasure? She raised her elegantly shaped dark brows. And no, not at all. The sky hastily shook his head in denial. I was merely curious, so I asked. If it made you feel uncomfortable, I apologize, Xiaoyin. Yet her icy blue gaze continued to cast a cold light upon him, and unbeknownst to him, this scene overlapped with a moment from 2 years prior, leading him to a sudden realization, which he promptly voiced. Xiaoyin, you aren't angry, are you? Can't you tell? Though the girl's clear voice revealed no tremor, upon hearing it, the youth's lips curved into a slight smile, and he playfully remarked, you seem rather pleased, actually. Humph. The girl let out a soft huff before bursting into laughter. Very well, I shall forgive you this time. You remain just as straightforward as you were 2 years ago, Xiaoyin. The sky chuckled in response. As if awakened by something, the memory of their small adventure drifted gently through the hearts of the young man and woman, playing a golden melody upon the strings of time. In this timeless silence, celebrated by humanity as an eternal warmth, not only did happiness radiate from the corners of the girl's lips, but the warmth in the boy's gaze directed at her brimmed with tenderness. It's about time for dinner, isn't it, Sky? Under the sky's watchful gaze, Xiaoyin appeared somewhat flustered. She avoided the gaze that inexplicably made her uneasy and casually picked up the silver bell on the table, giving it a gentle shake. Yes. Accompanied by the crisp sound of the bell, a servant emerged from a concealed entrance disguised as a rock wall nearby and halted before the stone pavilion. How may I assist you? Please begin serving the meal, Xiaoyin commanded succinctly. Of course, please wait a moment. The servant nodded and bowed before retreating, swiftly returning with the first course. This dish, seemingly crafted from a certain type of shellfish, though not particularly vibrant in color, exuded a delicate fragrance that truly embodied the elegance of a high-end restaurant. As for the dish's name, a certain individual, whose eyes were solely fixed on the dish before him, certainly did not hear the servant announce it. Though Xiaolan dining utensils primarily consisted of forks and knives, once widely popular across much of the human world, this in no way hindered the young man, who was accustomed to using two slender chopsticks, from enjoying his meal with fluidity. Drawing upon the skills honed in his hometown of Kongding, the youth infused his inner energy into the silver knife, transforming its originally dull blade into an indomitable edge, effortlessly slicing through the shell's hard exterior. Oh my goodness! As he speared a succulent piece of shellfish and brought it to his mouth, an expression of profound emotion washed over the Sky's face. Ah, I see. The flavors can indeed be paired in such a manner, and the texture is remarkably gentle. In the ensuing moments, the boy, whose culinary spirit had begun to awaken, became utterly captivated by the dishes presented by the server. The utensils in his hands transformed into instruments of culinary conquest, orchestrating a splendid ballet of knives and forks upon the dining table. Ah, when the boy, immersed in this delightful sensory realm, sighed in satisfaction and set down the weapon that had dominated the rhythm of his meal, it was already 20 minutes later. At this point, the princess across from him had only managed to consume 3 shellfish. Xiaoyin, why are you eating so little? Sky remarked, his expression one of surprise. Sky, I didn't expect you to be so greedy. For most of the preceding time, Xiaoyin had been gazing blankly at the boy as he dined, and even now, she had yet to fully recover from her astonishment. If you're truly that hungry, would you like to try some other dishes? After all, the food here is renowned for its exquisite presentation, which may not be very effective for satiating hunger. Although Sky momentarily displayed hesitation after a brief silence, he laboriously shook his head. No, I think I'll pass. To approach such exquisite cuisine with the sole intention of filling one's stomach would be a disservice to the chef's exceptional skill. Despite having become the heir of the Genji clan, the boy had entirely severed his aspirations of pursuing the pinnacle of culinary arts. Instead, he had recently birthed an ambition to savor all the culinary delights the galaxy has to offer. What an extravagance! As Sky internally chastised the princess for her wastefulness, he cast a wistful glance at the server who was clearing away the untouched dishes in front of Xiaoyin and replacing them with tea and snacks for the two. Now that the atmosphere had regained a conversational tone, Xiaoyin began to softly call out the boy's name. There is something I wish to tell you. Or rather, I hope you know. The boy, who was deeply engrossed in analyzing the flavor profile of the liquid in his jade cup, looked up in surprise at Xiaoyin's words. A week ago, I was promoted to the rank of Senior Sky Knight, and I am now truly a 10th Sky Commander. Although Xiaoyin made every effort to maintain her composure, the slight elevation in her tone conveyed the pride of the princess clearly to the boy. I see. Sky responded with a calm nod. Sensing that her joy had been downplayed, the princess furrowed her brow and earnestly protested. Is that so? Sky, are you not at all surprised or happy for me? Of course, I am happy for you, Xiaoyin. A warm smile graced the boy's lips as he expressed his true feelings. However, to say I am surprised would be inaccurate. Ever since our paths crossed, I have always believed you would become a general. Furthermore, after the battle in the Nardis galaxy, my expectations have risen to the level of a marshal. So, it is somewhat difficult for me to be surprised, Xiaoyin. Upon hearing the boy's candid remarks, Xiaoyin's expression turned somewhat complex. On one hand, she was pleased that the person before her held such steadfast expectations for her future. On the other, she was dissatisfied with Sky's calm demeanor, feeling as though she was being regarded as a child eager to boast. Perhaps sensing the discontent reflected in her icy blue eyes, Sky's expression began to show signs of panic. Just as he was about to speak, the girl across from him suddenly widened her eyes, her face betraying disbelief. Realizing that something must have transpired behind him, Sky quickly turned to follow the direction of the princess's gaze. There, 2 figures were crossing the stone bridge toward them. At the forefront was a woman with azure hair, her locks tied into a ponytail cascading behind her, while her icy blue eyes sparkled with mirth as they regarded them. Following closely behind was a brown-haired man, his expression appearing rather complex, as if he regretted not having prevented something from occurring. Why, Yaluni, your highness? Xiaoyin almost leapt from her seat, her clear voice tinged with a hint of panic. Sky was taken aback, marveling at the presence of someone who could instill such fear in the princess. His admiration for the azure-haired woman swelled as he observed the scene unfold before him. Though the ponytailed woman remained silent upon arriving before them, her clear gaze fixated on Xiaoyin, who had addressed her as Yaluni. For reasons unknown, the proud Princess Famebird, who rarely revealed any sign of vulnerability, began to display signs of agitation. As her slightly pointed ears trembled, the struggle on Xiaoyin's face intensified. Finally, this haughty princess succumbed to an unseen pressure. her shoulders slumping as she greeted with a weary tone. It has been a long time, sister. Indeed, it has been a while, little Xia, Yuluni replied, a satisfied smile breaking across her face as she affectionately ruffled Xiaoyin's hair, admonishing in a gentle tone, remember, one must always greet family this way. A little Xia? Sky's expression mirrored that of someone who had just received a staggering blow, reflexively turning to the princess, who was thus addressed. Although she sensed his gaze, the proud young lady's face flushed with embarrassment, yet her icy blue eyes still cast a threatening glance at her companion. Consequently, Sky quickly redirected his attention to the surroundings of the courtyard. At least, that is how it appeared on the surface. Sister, I am now a 10th Sky Commander, so please do not treat me as a child any longer. Xiaoyin protested, her cheeks flushed as she spoke defiantly. Ah, little Xia is already a 10th Sky Commander, Yuluni exclaimed, her face lighting up with delight. Yet her right hand remained affectionately toying with the deep blue locks of Xiaoyin's hair. However, sister is already a Vice Admiral. So I am still older and can continue to ruffle your hair. Heh. Be Vice Admiral. This time, Xiaoyin exclaimed in astonishment, her previously embarrassed expression morphing into sheer shock. Sister, the last time we met, you were still a 100 Sky Commander, weren't you? Eh? Is that so? Yuluni appeared to ponder this, and upon witnessing her demeanor, the newly minted 10th Sky Commander Xiaoyin began to question the validity of the promotion system within the Sky Legion. Why is it that someone with such a personality can become a Vice Admiral? Xiaoyin lamented heavily in her heart. Among the new generation of the Arnalavan royal family, the daughter of Prince Hillier of the Noravaya royal house was the earliest born. Although she was only slightly younger than the first princess of the famed royal family, since Xiaoyin's earliest memories. This long princess of the Arnalavan family had always unified all the new generation of royals under her elder sisterly guidance. Even the two mischievous boys of the royal and royal family submitted to her remarkable authority. Certainly, Xiaoyin had been suppressed by this queen sister for a considerable time. But fortunately, after joining the Azure Sky Army, Princess Fiampar of the royal house of Fiampar had regained some confidence. However, it now appears that the shadow of this princess still looms over the other imperial descendants who were also candidates for the throne. For years, to catch up 2 military ranks, Xiaoyin gazed at the woman who was still stroking her hair with a satisfied expression, sighing inwardly. Considering the average promotion time in the Azure Sky Army, it takes 1 to 2 years for a captain of the junior ensign rank to be promoted to senior ensign, and 2 to 3 years from senior ensign to Azure Plume ensign. As for the leap from Azure Plume ensign to Vice Admiral, that is a fundamental transformation. Even if one's ensign aptitude is outstanding, it is absolutely impossible to obtain the silver inlaid Vice Admiral epaulet in peacetime without 4 or 5 years. Therefore, in this sense, Princess Naravia's promotion speed is simply beyond the reach of ordinary ensigns. Even the House of Ilay, known as the Empire's Fong, could only gaze at this breathtaking record with a sense of helplessness, unless they possessed exceptionally talented individuals. Of course, Xiaoyin had known for a long time that this queen sister with a somewhat absent-minded personality was exceptionally talented as an ensign. But she never expected her to be so outstanding. Is it because of blood ties? Xiaoyin involuntarily glanced at the heir of the House of Heightland, only to discover with annoyance that he was looking at her with a smug grin. Queen sister, allow me to introduce my companion. Xiaoyin calmly disentangled the slender hand that was persistently caressing her hair, ignoring the look of disappointment on its owner's face, and introduced her companion. This is the heir of the House of Heightland Lu Yardi Linsky, correct? I know, of course. As Xiaoyin had anticipated, Ariadne's attention immediately shifted to the Heightland heir. Seeing the young man's expression grow increasingly nervous as Princess Noravai approached, Xiaoyin couldn't help but reveal a joyful smile, as if her scheme had succeeded. However, the smile froze instantly, then turned into a look of astonishment and resignation. Sky, I've always wanted to meet you. Ariadne walked up to Sky, embraced him without warning, and began to caress his cheeks, murmuring in a voice filled with longing, as expected of Ilia's child, you have the same scent. Accompanied by that address containing startling information, a sense of overwhelming astonishment washed over the young man. The shock was so intense that Sky completely ignored the fact that he had suddenly gained a title and fell into a perpetual daze under the blue-haired woman's caresses. Well, if it hadn't been for a voice filled with anger piercing through time and space. Sky. Xiaoyin called out the young man's name in a passionate tone. How can you be so rude to the queen sister? Release her at once. I didn't. The young man, suffering this undeserved calamity, responded blankly. Fortunately, before the princess of the House of Fiampar could turn her inexplicable anger into action, the princess of the House of Noravaya released the young man, who was simultaneously favored by the gods of misfortune and fortune, and turned to look at the former with a look of amusement. Little Xia, have you already completed the sky dance ritual? Ariadne looked at Xia with a smile, asking, "Q Queen sister?" Although the ignorant party in question made no indication. The other's reaction was unusually intense. We're just ordinary friends. Besides, why would I have to complete the sky dance ritual with him? Sky dance ritual. Sky looked at the bewildered young woman with a puzzled expression. You don't need to know. Xia glared at Sky fiercely, suppressing his question. Seeing her so nervous. That so-called sky dance ritual. Must be something embarrassing. Heh, guessed right, kid. Just wait with anticipation. It will definitely be an unforgettable experience for you. Ha ha ha. Therefore, it's better not to bring it up at such a chaotic time. With this understanding, Sky turned to look at the woman who, since when, had been holding his left hand in a very natural posture and asked hesitantly, Princess Ariadne, may I ask? No. That exquisite beauty suddenly approached within inches. And one could even feel her orchid-like breath as she spoke. You should call me sister, Sky. Ariadne sister. Sky leaned back with a cold sweat, slightly widening the distance from that beauty. May I ask a question? What is it? Ariadne responded with a loving smile. About the Ilya mother you mentioned earlier. Sky asked tremulously, feeling uneasy about his own speculation. What exactly is that? That's a long story. Ariadne chuckled, and unconsciously reached out to stroke the young man's head again. The royal house of Arnaleven is composed of 4 major houses, Fiampar, Rolindus, Norovaya, and Weizsäck. Emperors are chosen from the candidates of these 4 houses each generation, since the emperor's wings are basically from the family known as the empire's wings. The house of Arnaleven can be said to have the deepest blood ties with the house of Heitland. Well, although one side has never expected such ties to persist. In the empire's long history, the descendants of the 4 major houses have served as emperor roughly the same number of times. Therefore, their blood ties with the house of Heitland, which has become the emperor's wings, are also roughly the same. However, the house of Norovaya is a relatively special existence among the 4 major houses, because, in addition to choosing their own wings when serving as emperor, the descendants of this house often regard members of the house of Heitland as the most outstanding partners in the galaxy and pursue them, with a much higher success rate than other houses. Perhaps due to inheriting too much of the blood of the empire's wings, the descendants of the house of Norovaya have, since some unknown time, possessed superior talents significantly surpassing those of other houses, and have often surpassed other imperial contenders by a considerable margin on the road to the Azure Jade Dragon Throne. However, due to the other components present in the blood of the House of Heitland, the imperial competition has not become a fixed drama devoid of suspense. As the heads of the major houses feared, a curse lurks in the blood of the empire's wings, a curse called freedom. This is basically a fact believed by everyone in the empire, and the House of Norovaya, which has inherited the blood of Heitland, has also been infected by this strange curse to some extent, and has slowly lost the original motivation to compete for the imperial throne. Even by the time of Ariadne's father, this outstanding prince of the House of Norovaya actually abandoned the throne within his reach and followed his lover, another member of the House of Heitland, to the other end of the stellar world, only to return 10 years ago. As for the little princess left in the royal palace of Norovaya, she was fortunate enough to receive the care of her maternal family, the Ilias, allowing her to thrive and develop into the exuberantly optimistic individual she is today. Of course, the term Mama Ilias arose in this context. Although Ilias assumed the responsibility of caring for Yeluni at the behest of her kin, none of the clan leaders, including Duke Heitland, anticipated that the connection to the Heitland bloodline and the nurturing from the Heitland family would yield such astonishing results. Consequently, this prospective emperor of the Norovaya royal family initially left all competitors far behind in the race for the throne. So that is it. The Sky sighed. The question that had perplexed him for the past 2 years now seemed to be inching towards an answer. No wonder Ilias was drawn to that fellow. It was evidently a resonance of the Heitland family's notorious traits. Since this utterance from the youth was merely a whisper to himself, Yeluni continued to beam with joy, her gaze towards the sky brimming with affection. Little Kong, I know all about your deeds. They are truly remarkable. However, from now on, you must exercise caution. For members of the Heitland family, attaining freedom requires arduous trials. Thus, you must strengthen your resolve from now on. Sister Wang. Xiaoyin suddenly interrupted their conversation with a loud voice, her eyes filled with exasperation as she looked at Yeluni. Please do not teach Kong such nonsense. Well, but aren't you just ordinary friends? Yeluni tilted her head, appearing to genuinely ponder. Moreover, Xia, you mentioned you did not intend to complete the sky dance ceremony with little Kong. So I believe it is not an issue? Xiaoyin's expression turned bittersweet, and after a lengthy pause, she hesitantly replied, what I meant was, I simply won't be the one to initiate the invitation for the sky dance ceremony. Oh, I see. Yeluni elongated her tone, her eyes sparkling with intrigue as she gazed at Xiaoyin. So, if it were little Kong who extended the invitation, you would accept it. Xiaoyin appeared flustered, hastily avoiding Yaluni's gaze. However, this momentary hesitation was fleeting. When Yaluni spoke again, the proud princess of Fiendbird immediately directed her anger towards her companion. But I doubt little Kong will invite you. Yaluni began counting on her fingers, detailing Xiaoyin's transgressions. As far as I know, during the 13th Council and the Tavern Street riots, you sent little Kong to the regeneration pool twice, didn't you? If it were me, I would hardly harbor any expectations for such a dismal future. Well, that was just. Although Xiaoyin had regretted her earlier rash actions. Since neither the victim nor any of the parties involved had formally condemned her, her reflections were limited to self-criticism. It was only upon Yaluni's formal mention that the proud girl realized the gravity of her past mistakes, rendering her momentarily speechless. Yet, despite such treatment, little Kong exhibited no fear. He truly is a brave child. At this, Yaluni began to caress the boy's head once more. Ahem. At that moment, the previously silent gentleman finally cleared his throat, stepping in to alleviate the tumultuous emotions of the young duo. Your Highness, perhaps you should cease teasing them? Indeed. You have a point. Yaluni relented, withdrawing her hand from little Kong's head, and smiled at Xiaoyin, advising her gently, Xia. Since little Kong is a kind-hearted child, it is not too late to amend your ways. Though the Highland young man exhibited a perplexed expression, Princess Yaluni of Fiendbird noticed her typically pointed ears droop slightly, as she responded in a begrudging tone. I understand. Very well, very well. Yaluni chuckled lightly, then turned to her companion. Come now, little you. If we continue to linger, we may end up being kicked by a horse. Let us not disturb this pair of young souls any longer. Oh, all right. Yushi's cast a sympathetic glance at the two Roots clan children engulfed in chaos, sighed, and hurried to catch up with Yaluni, who was gracefully departing as if in a dance. In the two-dimensional interstellar map of the galaxy, the Lidfell star system is situated on the southern frontier of the Exelon human empire. Within its confines lie two portals. One, the Pydia Gate, leads into the heart of the empire, while the other, the Lal Gate, connects to the borders of the Bien human community. This latter gate stands as the sole direct link between the Exelon empire and the Bien community within the known dimensional passages. Given the absence of genuine peace between these two colossal interstellar nations, the Lidfell star system has long been regarded as the potential flashpoint for the impending conflict. Having been repeatedly invaded thousands of times in tactical simulations conducted by both the Empire and the community, the outcomes of these simulations have been deemed invaluable reference material, subsequently applied to the fortification of the star system. Although the specifics of the Bien community's preparations behind the Lal Gate remain unknown, the Empire has consistently prioritized the Lidfell star system as a critical military stronghold, fortifying half of its planets over the course of nearly 2 centuries. One of the Empire's elite fleets, the Phantom Dragon Fleet, has been stationed there permanently. Like other strategic locations, the Empire has also established an orbital fortress in front of the Lal Gate, and recognizing its unparalleled significance, they have notably augmented the fortress's defensive specifications. However, the sheer enlargement of the fortress posed considerable technical challenges and offered little tactical flexibility, leading the Empire to ultimately decide on increasing the number of fortresses instead. These twin crimson fortresses, aptly named the Twin Stars, are positioned on either side of the Lal Gate, leaving a narrow passageway in between. Should the Bien forces launch a frontal assault through the Lal Gate, no matter how vast their fleet, they would inevitably be worn down by the mutually supportive fortifications. In truth, apart from a direct assault on the Lal Gate, there appears to be no alternative route for the community to mount an offensive against the Empire. To ensure rapid response capabilities, the command center of the Phantom Dragon Fleet stationed in the Lidfell star system is also located within the Twin Star fortresses. Following the incident of the Nade's Dark Cloud, as the movements of the Bien community became clearer, the Empire promptly devised a series of corresponding strategies. One such strategy was to bolster the number of fleets stationed in the Lidfell star system and appoint a Tri-Leaf officer to oversee the unified command of the two fleets. It must be the Grand Admiral Erfada, thought Yushi's, easily deducing the identity of the individual about to become his superior. After all, there are only 2 active Tri-Leaf officers in the Celestial Army, and the head of the Iser family is not foolish enough to assign the ferocious Deep Red Fong to garrison duties. However, he could not quite ascertain the identity of the Second Fleet. It is worth noting that in addition to the fixed fleet stationed at significant strongholds like the Phantom Dragon, the Empire maintains a considerable number of standing fleets, the specifics of which are classified military secrets. Even at Yushi's rank as a wing officer, he can only be aware of a few notable standing fleets, such as the Deep Red Fleet under the command of Grand Admiral Mirden. Could it be the fleet of Lord Ward? The purple-haired aide cautiously ventured, considering that aside from Marshal Sane, He is the only admiral in the Celestial Army with experience in engagements against the Bien forces, making his deployment to the front line near Bien a reasonable assumption. Ah, I see. Yushi's replied with a look of surprise towards his aide, praising her insight. Yeria, you have astonished me once again. What do you say? Would you care to take on the role of intelligence officer for the Phantom Dragon? Given your aptitude for intelligence processing, you would surely excel in such a position. Thank you for your kind offer, my lord, Yeria replied with a stern expression, shaking her head. However, for now, I shall remain as an officer. It would not be appropriate from a rank perspective. That is not an issue. I can temporarily promote you to the position of intelligence officer under my admiralty. And after a year, you could officially become a pure feather officer. How does that sound? For some reason, Yushis began to ardently persuade Yeria to accept the offer. My lord, are you implying that I, as your aide, am inadequate? The piercing gaze of her violet eyes rested upon him, laced with skepticism and discontent. That is not the case. If it were someone else, they might have a more adaptable, or rather, unscrupulous, approach, Yushi's thought with a wry smile. Attempting to sidestep the topic, as he inherited the integrity of his family. Very well, I should head to the conference room now. If your speculation proves correct, Yeria. I may be delayed in returning, considering I have not seen that fellow in quite some time. Yushi's and Ward were classmates who studied together at the Swano Academy. While both exhibited exceptional qualifications as officers, they differed vastly in diligence and talent. Nevertheless, it is nothing short of miraculous that both ultimately advanced to study at the main academy, though Yushi's once found this puzzling. It seems that his friend has finally begun to realize the value expected of him as an officer. I wonder, though, whether that lazily irresponsible demeanor has changed. That is of little consequence. Yeria furrowed her brow, questioning with skepticism. But Admiral, you are not merely seeking an excuse to indulge in drink, are you? Through genetic adjustments, nearly all Exelon individuals possess complete immunity to alcohol. However, a segment of more individualistic Exelons choose to revert their children's genetic makeup to a level where they can experience intoxication. In fact, for the Heightland family, one of the 13 source clans, this adjustment has been permanently entrenched in their genetic lineage since the era of their first patriarch, bearing the weight of familial expectations. Yushi's has wholly embraced this inheritance, developing an obsession for that marvelous functional beverage. He even designated a special section within his admiral's office to store fine wines collected from various star systems. According to Yeria's knowledge, the black-haired admiral, whose genetic lineage partly stems from a regional populace, seems to possess little resistance to alcohol either. If these two were left to their own devices, they would undoubtedly become two inebriated wretches. This is something Yeria, as an aide, cannot tolerate, which is why she now regards her superior with a look of stern warning. Yushi's pondered for a moment, then donned an expression as if he had made a resolute decision. Rest assured. This time I will take an antidote before returning to the bridge. Brother, Yeria exclaimed, raising her shoulders and glaring fiercely at the son of the Iser family. Then I shall proceed to the conference room. Yushi stood abruptly, striding out without hesitation, instructing, leave the rest to you, Yeria. Remember to prepare the maintenance report for the Phantom Dragon before I return. Though Yeria appeared ready to chase after him, she ultimately chose to prioritize military duties after much hesitation. As for how to deal with the admiral, who was destined to return inebriated, she, endowed with immense authority by the head of the Iser family, had countless methods at her disposal, due to the proximity of the Fleet Command Center and the operations conference room within the fortress. Yushi's arrived at the door of the conference room in less than 5 minutes using the moving platform. Before entering, the admiral took a deep breath and then pushed open the grand door. In one corner of the conference table that occupied nearly half of the hall, a pair of feet, positioned rather casually, rested, while their owner had buried himself entirely in the spacious chair. His face concealed beneath a book hastily taken from the decorative bookshelf, emanating the sound of steady and contented breathing. This fellow. Upon witnessing this scene, Yushi's couldn't help but chuckle, although he hadn't yet seen the individual's face. He was already utterly convinced that this was his long-lost friend whom he hadn't encountered in nearly 2 years. Regardless, this posture, aptly termed infinite leisure, was a slothful mode that this guy had been meticulously perfecting since his trainee days. Ward, wake up. Yushi's briskly approached the slumbering figure, initially attempting to rouse his colleague with his voice, but the only response was a twitch of an ear. Stifling a laugh, he resorted to a more effective method. Oh, esteemed director, you have arrived. Yushi's voice suddenly took on a tense and hurried tone. As for the individual entrenched in infinite leisure, after a brief pause, he sprang up with an exaggerated motion from his seat, only to inadvertently disrupt his triangle of stability and tumble awkwardly to the ground. Fortunately, the floor of the operation conference room was cushioned with a carpet woven from some soft plant fibers. So this winged knight only experienced a mild shock without any further harm, feeling the soft sensation from behind and the accompanying overwhelming drowsiness. Ward reluctantly opened one eye to gaze at the casually standing figure who was looking down at him. Yushi's, your penchant for pranks remains unchanged, I see. Upon recognizing the figure's visage, Ward let out a heavy sigh. Likewise. After 2 years apart, your laziness seems to have reached an astonishing level, Yushi's remarked, extending a hand to help his friend up. Otherwise, this fellow might very well remain sprawled on the floor, conversing with him. Ward symbolically brushed off his clothes before swiftly retreating to the comfort of the chair, then turned to his friend with an astonished tone, asking, when did you become the admiral of the Phantom Dragon Fleet? Yushi's, I recall you were still a vice admiral last year, weren't you? Just recently, as it happens. Yushi settled into a nearby chair and casually ordered himself a drink that resembled sweet wine in flavor. After all, if you've already ascended to the rank of admiral, it would be rather embarrassing for me to still be a vice admiral, wouldn't it? Is that so? Ward shot a sly glance at his friend. Almost as if speaking to himself, I heard that the first princess of the Noravia royal family has been getting rather close to someone recently. It appears that this individual just so happens to be a member of the Iser family. Cough. Cough. Yushi's, who had been sipping his drink, genuinely choked, coughing for a while before regaining his composure, then stared at Ward with wide eyes. Where did you hear that? Well, I happened to visit Elegance not long ago, and accidentally witnessed that shocking scene. Ward blinked and continued, of course, I absolutely did not disclose this secret, at least not yet. What were you doing at Elegance? The question revealed the extent of Yushi's current fluster. Well, I usually trouble Cirilla too much, so I thought I'd repay her occasionally. Ward spoke without a hint of embarrassment, weaving an elaborate lie. At that moment, he anticipated that Cirilla would embed her resignation in the operational report, leading the lazily inclined admiral to follow his customary practice of simply appending a brief comment at the end of the report before submitting it to the unified department. Naturally, this resulted in a severe reprimand from Marshal Zane, although under the nearly shameless pleading of someone. Yazi Zhang eventually begrudgingly agreed to pretend he had never seen that resignation letter. Ward paid a steep price for his years of negligence. Being reassigned to the Lifile star system was one consequence, but soothing Cirilla's ire proved to be an even more arduous task. Fortunately, Cirilla had only intended to test whether her superior had truly changed his lazy demeanor. Half of that resignation was not genuinely proposed. Thus, after Ward spent half a month's salary to host a banquet at Elegance as an apology, this kind-hearted aide sighed and forgave her commander. Cirilla? Oh, your fourth aide. Yushi's remarked with a look of surprise, glancing at the friend known for having 3 aides resign consecutively. So she hasn't left yet? What are you talking about? Ward raised an eyebrow. Why would Cirilla need to leave? No, I just think. Yushi's hesitated, seemingly choosing his words carefully. Serving as an aide under someone as leisurely as you must be quite cruel for that lovely lady. Hearing the same sentiment echoed twice in a month from different individuals, even the brazen Ward paused momentarily. And had it not been for the unexpected voice that suddenly rang from the opposite side of the conference room, this winged knight might have genuinely reflected on his behavior. Although it is delightful to witness your nostalgic reunion, I cannot simply indulge in my own sentiments due to my responsibilities. A woman adorned with a 3-leaf headband had seated herself at the head of the conference table at some point, a slight smile gracing her lips. While I believe it is probably unnecessary now, let us promptly commence this routine meeting aimed at fostering goodwill. Yes, Commander. Under the watchful gaze of those commanding golden yellow eyes, the 2 winged knights aligned their feet, stood straight, and saluted with their right hands on their shoulders, paying their respects to the 3-leaf knight, known as the Azure Wall. Subsequently, the 2 took their seats beside the chair of the presiding officer, awaiting her instructions. In fact, my primary concern prior to this was how to coordinate the 2 admirals under my command for more efficient operations. Once they were seated, Elda began with a tranquil tone. After all, the Phantom Dragon is one of the Empire's most elite fleets. While the other fleet has only recently been established, though it did make a name for itself in the recent pirate suppression battle in the Nardis star system, it still pales in comparison to the centuries of reputation accrued by the Phantom Dragon. In such circumstances, should there exist any biases or prejudices between the 2 commanders, I would find myself quite troubled. Indeed, Your Excellency, Yushi's nodded steadily, involuntarily glancing across the table, only to quickly revert his gaze with a frown. Regarding the commander's assessment of the 2 fleets, Ward displayed no signs of dissatisfaction, and Yushi's could even discern from his friend's serene expression a sentiment akin to, just as well, let the Phantom Dragon handle all the fighting. It seemed this fellow was destined to be free from feelings of inferiority for a lifetime. As a sigh of relief escaped him, the son of Iser couldn't help but feel a tinge of melancholy. Of course, this worry had now vanished without a trace. I am delighted to see that the bond of friendship you both forged since your trainee days endures. With a smile, Elda nodded gently. The pirate suppression battle in the Nardis star system had indeed fostered a deeper understanding between the community and the Empire. According to the conjectures of the General Staff, if the enemy intends to fully digest the intelligence and subsequently readjust their combat capabilities before launching an attack, the Empire would have at least another year to prepare. As this notion was articulated, a gaze, reminiscent of the luminous rays of a golden star, swept slowly between the two winged warriors. And from the elegantly poised lips emerged the pride of the iron-blooded army that crowned the galaxy. To ensure that the Empire can advance towards the culmination of its ambitions without hesitation, I implore you to assist me. I am willing to offer my humble contributions. The two wing commanders stood tall, placing their right hands upon their shoulders, and once again paid their respects to the commander. In the year 426 of the Shalon calendar, as tradition dictates, the time for the New Year Carnival was fast approaching. Although no individual has yet been able to accurately describe the significance of this grand festivity, it has not dampened the enthusiasm of the Shalon people in their participation. In the Imperial Palace, within the aerial courtyards, and even across the other terrestrial worlds of the Snordia star system, everyone is engaging with unprecedented fervor in the preparations for the carnival. Even those lords situated thousands of light years away have gathered in the imperial capital to revel in this splendid spectacle. Perhaps the populace has begun to sense the impending interstellar war that has been brewing for some time. Should this monumental conflict, which would engulf the two most powerful interstellar nations in human society, truly ignite next year, then this carnival may very well be the sole celebration of peace we shall witness for the next century. Thus, there exists no reason not to indulge in this final glimmer of light. As one of the public institutions with the most personnel in the imperial capital, the Military Talent Institute is also ardently preparing for a grand carnival. The venue for this event will be the aerial courtyard at the heart of the artificial star cluster that comprises the institute. And attendance will be limited to the institute's affiliates, including trainees, instructors, and mentors. It is important to note that although the Military Talent Institute comprises a main campus and 3 branches, and while close relationships among trainees from different branches are typically discouraged, during the preparations for the New Year Carnival, the distinctions between the branches dissolve, leaving only the tensions between male trainees and instructors. Fundamentally, the Military Talent Institute maintains a remarkably strict stance regarding relationships between genders. Aside from the absence of an explicit prohibition against romantic involvement, nearly all other barriers have approached the limits of what the trainees can tolerate. For these young souls, bound by rules, the annual carnival serves as their singular opportunity for unrestrained indulgence, and indeed, these untamed spirits have caused quite a spectacle of chaos during the festivities. Naturally, the instructors have devised numerous strategies to mitigate the disruptions caused by these exuberant youths. However, only one measure has proven effective: reducing the number of troublemakers as much as possible. To clarify, the so-called troublemakers refer specifically to the male trainees. These individuals, often imbued with courage and initiative, frequently dismantle the carefully constructed defenses of the instructors during the carnival through various unpredictable means, which is the fundamental reason behind the instructors' decisions. Initially, the instructors faced staunch resistance from the trainees in implementing this concept. But as the Military Talent Institute is a public institution, those truly in power sided with the instructors. Consequently, the trainees' rebellion was ultimately quelled. And they have endured this oppressive regime, albeit reluctantly, for nearly a century. However, many trainees have come to accept this oppression as a challenge. According to an unspoken tradition, on the eve of the New Year Carnival, all male trainees must vacate the aerial courtyard and return to their respective dormitory planets, awaiting the official commencement of the festivities. The remaining preparations will be entrusted to the female trainees. Apart from the main campus, which combines dormitory and classroom, the 3 branches, Svano, Emmanuel, and Jervis, each possess a dormitory for male trainees, with each facility accommodating over 100,000 residents. The transportation of these individuals relies entirely on the shuttles provided by the Military Talent Institute, which serves as the foundation for the instructor's ability to enforce such stringent measures. Typically, the dormitory's landing pads host over 1,000 shuttles for trainee use, but on the eve of the New Year Carnival, this number plummets to a mere 100. Even at the maximum capacity for safe travel, a single shuttle can carry no more than 150 trainees, meaning that a total of 100 shuttles can only transport 15,000 individuals. Thus, nearly 90,000 trainees will be compelled to spend a dismal New Year in their dormitories, deprived of the romance that should rightfully belong to them, which instead bestows itself upon the fortunate few who secure passage to the carnival venue. Indeed, those who emerge victorious from the fierce competition for shuttle spots possess exceptional qualifications and, by virtue of their numbers, are likely to find their wings at the New Year Carnival. This intensifies the ferocity of the competition for shuttles, leading to friendships turning bitter and classmates engaging in physical confrontations, all of which exemplifies the internal strife that distracts from the true adversary. So, why have you summoned us? What is it that you require? Asked Tian Kong, gazing curiously at his long-lost friend, the red-haired Cordia. Yesterday, both Tian Kong and Cordia received an urgent communication from the Emmanuel branch, wherein Lionel requested an immediate meeting, although they were unaware of the specifics. A blend of responsibility and curiosity compelled them to reconvene the following day in their familiar dormitory. Before delving into discussions, Lionel led them to a restaurant within the shopping district, featuring several private rooms, and even borrowed a small soundproof system from the proprietor, transforming the modest room into a secluded sanctuary. Naturally, this mysterious conduct by the scion of the Lawrence family heightened the curiosity of his friends. Once seated, Lionel began to elucidate the harrowing conflict that lurked in the shadows of history. Is there truly such a matter? Cordia exclaimed, her tone a blend of resignation and intrigue, as she regarded Lionel with keen interest. However, I have heard that trainees at the main campus, regardless of gender, are permitted to partake in the New Year Carnival. While I initially had little interest, should the process prove to be so captivating, I shall await your triumphant return at the venue. That is not the issue at hand, Lionel replied, displaying a look of complexity before pausing to gather his thoughts. While securing a spot on a shuttle would not be difficult for me alone, I have now been appointed as the executive committee member for the Emmanuel branch of trainees, and thus, I cannot act on my own accord. You, an executive committee member? Tian Kong expressed initial surprise, but subsequently nodded in understanding. I see. If we disregard the direction of action, your initiative is indeed commendable. Upon hearing this assessment, Lionel momentarily faltered. In any case, according to the regulations of the trainee union, executive committee members are prohibited from directly participating in the competition for shuttle spots. Ordinarily, if the 15,000 berths across 100 transport ships were fully utilized, there would be slots for both research fellows and joint cadres after equitable distribution. However, here, the executive committee members' expression twisted with vexation. According to the latest intelligence intercepted by the Research Fellows Union, this year's transport ship allocation for the Emmanuel branch is only 50 vessels. 50. Even adhering to the upper limit for cargo transport, 50 transport ships can only carry a maximum of 8,000 individuals. At least 90% of the research fellows will be confined to their dormitories, spending the new year in solitude and desolation. My friend, do you not find this an utterly appalling situation? But those research fellows fortunate enough to attend the New Year Carnival will enjoy twice the usual resources, won't they? As a year prior, Sky's nonchalant remark effortlessly dismantled the feigned righteous indignation of his red-haired companion, plunging the youngest scion of the Lawrence family into an internal conflict. While that is indeed a tempting proposition, let us, for the moment, set it aside. It took Lionel a full 10 minutes to shake off the demon whispering in his ear. He then composed himself, fixing his gaze upon his two friends with sincerity, imploring them with heartfelt earnestness to combat this heinous and barbaric atrocity. Sky, Corsia, I require your assistance. Perhaps sensing the rare sincerity in his friend's eyes, both Corsia and Sky pondered for a considerable time after Lionel's plea, exchanging glances across the table. Eventually, a subtle smile graced their lips simultaneously. Though witnessing this smile caused someone's heart to involuntarily quicken severfold. Assisting you is not inherently problematic, but before we proceed, certain matters must be clarified. Corsia unequivocally stated her stance on the resistance movement before fixing her gaze upon her red-haired friend, her eyes gleaming with anticipation of some intriguing development. Lionel, could you elucidate why only the Emmanuel branch's transport ship allocation has been drastically reduced to half its usual quantity this year? I presume the instructors would not arbitrarily enact such a measure, incurring the resentment of tens of thousands? Lionel's countenance visibly stiffened, but he quickly adopted a bewildered expression, replying, since the Research Fellows Union's intelligence gathering falls under a separate department, outside the executive committee's purview, I am not entirely certain. Speaking of which, there is something even more baffling. Sky interjected, scrutinizing Lionel with a suspicious gaze. Why would you, devoid of any sense of responsibility, agree to serve as an executive committee member for the Research Fellows Union, a position seemingly devoid of benefits? Furthermore, why would the Research Fellows Union even consider including you on the list of cadre candidates? I find these two matters truly incomprehensible. It does seem rather peculiar, doesn't it? Those emerald eyes followed suit, focusing on the individual in question. Even under the scrutiny of the two scions of prominent clans, Lionel held out for a full 20 seconds before succumbing. His shoulders slumped, and his voice became weak and dejected. The truth is, since the departure of the two sharpest points of the Emmanuel Triangle from the branch, The instructors, finally able to breathe freely, entered a state of complete relaxation for an extended period, practically forgetting the remaining pathogen, lacking in destructive power but possessing a greater degree of contagiousness. In the absence of its hosts and with the immune system in temporary dormancy, the mental pathogen known as Lionel was able to proliferate rapidly within the Emmanuel branch, swiftly infiltrating a significant number of normal cells. By the time the instructors realized their error, nearly a third of the research fellows in the Emmanuel branch had been infected by the Lionel bacterium, becoming detached from the elegant traditions of the children of the sky and devolving into creatures driven by instinct. Simultaneously, the number of disciplinary complaints, normally infrequent, increased at an unimaginable rate, causing the instructors considerable distress. It seemed any member of the Emmanuel Triangle could stir up considerable trouble if they so desired. Though the instructors eventually reached the correct conclusion, it did little to improve the situation. Despite their best efforts, the instructors managed to prevent the further spread of the peculiar mental pathogen, but they were powerless to help those who had already been infected. Under the rampage of nearly 30,000 unruly research fellows, this year at the Emmanuel branch could be described as the darkest period in the military academy's history. Although they managed to endure until the most virulent pathogen graduated, the instructors still had the daunting task of maintaining the New Year carnival. Lacking confidence in their ability to complete this task, the instructors desperately conceived the idea of reducing the transport ship allocation to control the illegal activities of these unruly research fellows. When the Research Fellows Union, the aforementioned group of unruly research fellows, intercepted the message inadvertently leaked by the instructors, the culprit, and the only one capable of resolving the issue, the youngest scion of the Lawrence family, was immediately recommended by the Research Fellows Union as an executive committee member. He now bears the expectations of tens of thousands as he seeks assistance from his friends to overcome the obstacles erected by the instructors. I see. Even a composed individual like Sky could only offer a brief acknowledgement before falling silent upon hearing Lionel's explanation. As for Portia, her expression shifted from initial surprise to bewilderment, and finally to a blank, dazed look. Hey, you're not planning on helping me, are you? Lionel asked, his brow furrowed slightly. Lionel, you really are. Sky's lips curled into a wry smile, and he shook his head helplessly, asking in a resigned tone, Tell us, how do you want us to help you? You're not expecting me to petition my grandfather to increase the Emmanuel branch's transport ship allocation, are you? That would be ideal, but that esteemed gentleman is not easily swayed. Lionel sighed, then turned to the youngest scion of the Ainu-Hogel family. In truth, I wish to borrow your skills, Portia. My skills? Portia raised an eyebrow. You wish me to directly interfere with the instructor's stream of consciousness? No problem, as long as you can arrange for them to gather in one place. No, let's forego that, Lionel said, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead as he revealed his plan. From what I know, during the New Year carnival, the extra transport ships are usually docked at an artificial celestial body near the main campus's resource station. If we could somehow divert 1,000 of those transport ships while the instructors are attending the carnival, that would be sufficient for the Emmanuel branch's research fellows. Surely the Research Fellows Union can accomplish something so simple? Portia inquired, somewhat puzzled. After all, you have a group of 30,000 unruly research fellows. Even if they're not the best, it shouldn't be difficult to find 1,000 research fellows to undertake a commando mission, should it? Unfortunately, the obstacles erected by the instructors cannot be overcome with mere courage. Lionel sighed heavily, continuing his explanation. The security measures at that resource station are extremely tight and flawless. So far, the commandos dispatched by the Union have fallen in the initial layer of the security zone, let alone infiltrating it and stealing the transport ships. Therefore, I hope you can disrupt that security system, Portia. Ah, I see. Portia nodded, then promptly dismissed his friend's scheme. That simply won't do, Lionel. Why? Lionel exclaimed, somewhat flustered. With your expertise, dismantling that level of security should be a trivial matter. Shouldn't it? Indeed, Portia conceded. But were I to completely obliterate the security systems, the instructors would know precisely who was responsible without even needing an investigation. After all, there's only one individual in the entire military academy capable of such a feat. While such a statement might seem excessively arrogant to some, it barely registered as pride for the scion of the Ainu-Hogel family, the inheritor of the Nightmare Hand's talent. Lionel mused for a moment before slightly modifying the infiltration plan. Well, even without destroying the security systems, your skills, combined with the Sky's abilities, should allow you to easily infiltrate the resource station, right? Then, you could surreptitiously commandeer a transport ship. Granted, simultaneously piloting 1,000 transport ships is rather cumbersome. But once we're clear of the resource station, our allies waiting outside will rendezvous with us. Hold on, There's a significant issue here, Kershaw interjected, raising a hand to halt Lionel's train of thought. He then turned his gaze towards the individual leisurely sipping tea, a wry smile gracing his lips. While the plan itself is not without merit, the crux of the matter lies with the designated executor. You see, to date, this guy hasn't even passed the most rudimentary steering test. If we were to immediately task him with such an advanced technique as multiple ship piloting, I foresee a rather amusing spectacle unfolding. Lionel stared blankly at the sky before his shoulders slumped in defeat, a dispirited sigh escaping his lips. Am I truly destined to be denied this final revelry of our training period? Might I suggest we shift our focus, perhaps? The sky interjected. His gaze fixed on the scenery outside the window, his tone languid. Shift our focus? What do you mean? Lionel inquired, his brow furrowed slightly. Well, thus far, your discussions have centered around infiltrating the resource station and surreptitiously commandeering a transport ship. Consequently, you may have overlooked a certain detail, the youth said. His voice as nonchalant as ever. In fact, there are alternative means of transportation available, besides the transport ships. Alternative means of transportation? Where? Kershaw asked, bewildered. Right here. The sky replied, extending his thumb towards a particular direction. A sudden chill seemed to permeate the refined chamber. The younger member of the Ainu Hager family was the first to comprehend, a shiver running down his spine. A few seconds later, the scion of the Lawrence family displayed a similar reaction. The two corners of the Emmanuel triangle simultaneously fixed their gaze upon the individual widely regarded for possessing a gentle nature inherited from the earth. Observing the carefree smile playing upon his lips, before collectively emitting a groan. So, this fellow is the most wicked of us all. With the New Year Carnival a mere 5 days away, life within the military academy continued its orderly course, even within the Emmanuel division. The decision regarding the transport ship allocation seemed to have gone unnoticed by the trainees, thanks to the instructor's discreet efforts to maintain secrecy. Consequently, the widespread backlash they had feared failed to materialize. In recent days, the trainees within the Emmanuel division continued to follow the established tradition, engaging in fierce and brutal competition for the coveted 15,000 slots to participate in the New Year Carnival. The instructors, witnessing this, collectively breathed a sigh of relief, allowing the tension that had gripped them for nearly a year to ease slightly. However, had they paid closer attention to the anomalous data within the medical bay's records, they might have discerned that this year's qualification battle was far more subdued than in previous years. While on the surface, the intense battles continued to unfold across the Emmanuel division. The number of trainees seeking treatment for injuries sustained in combat had decreased by over 90% compared to previous years. Moreover, even those who did report to the medical bay presented with only minor injuries, such as abrasions, as if manipulated by an unseen hand. The qualification battles unfolding across the Emmanuel division exhibited a sense of rhythm and organization. Even within the daily training exercises, a subtle undercurrent began to permeate the trainee population. In the Naval Architecture Theory class, as the instructor attempted to dissect the three-dimensional image of an assault ship, a trainee in the seats below gently nudged the classmate in front of him, uttering in an almost soliloquial tone, "The operation plan has been finalized. Codename, Mountain Shift. Current directive, all personnel to remain in their dormitories on the day of the carnival." The recipient of the message paused momentarily before resuming his note-taking, replying in a hushed voice, "Understood. I will relay the information to the dormitory tonight." In the trainee cafeteria, the trainees lined up in an orderly queue to collect their lunch, then carried it to the nearby seats to enjoy. While the cafeteria was spacious enough to accommodate tens of thousands of diners simultaneously, the number of seats provided was barely sufficient, hardly qualifying as ample. A trainee, carrying his order of curry, scanned the surroundings before choosing a seat near the decorative plants, where a classmate had just finished eating and was in the process of clearing the table. Operation Mountain Shift is scheduled to commence half an hour before the official start of the carnival, simultaneously with the execution of the plan. All remaining personnel will assemble in the dormitory's central park, the trainee who had finished his meal said in a low voice as he cleared his utensils, before departing with his tray, regardless of the other's reaction. "Understood, I guarantee punctual arrival," the arriving trainee replied, placing his curry on the table with a natural gesture, all the while remaining impassive. On the shooting range, the instructor was correcting the trainees' shooting stances one by one. While shooting stances were not crucial for those with exceptional marksmanship skills, these fledglings needed to establish a solid foundation before aspiring to such heights. A trainee achieved a score of 9 out of 10 hits on a fast-moving target, a satisfied smile gracing his face as he observed the 4-star rating displayed on the recording device. At that moment, a classmate approached, standing beside him and activating the shooting training device. The operation executors have been confirmed: Nightmare, Tyrant, and Plague. During this period, We will endeavor to attract the attention of the sentinels to cover their movements, the newcomer said in a hushed voice, expressionlessly shooting down the targets that appeared in rapid succession in the virtual space. Have the two returned? The former asked. In that case, we can be completely certain. A hint of surprise flickered across his face, but he quickly suppressed the emotion before casually raising his hand and pulling the trigger, shattering the final target that had appeared. Not bad, the newcomer remarked, turning his head to glance at the counter beside him, which displayed the shooting score, 10 out of 10 hits, the highest rating of 5 stars. On the walkways of the Emmanuel Division, a battle that had persisted for over a century was unfolding. Two classmates exchanged blows in a contest for qualification to participate in the New Year Carnival. While it was the instructor's responsibility to quell brawls, a tradition had evolved over time, wherein those responsible for such incidents would conveniently overlook this responsibility during the carnival period. The final blow landed, striking the opponent in the abdomen. The, nearly beaten to the point of levitation, finally leaned forward and helplessly collapsed against his opponent. You have been designated as bait, departing on a transport ship before the operation commences to obscure the observer's sight. They, who was now weakly resting against his adversary, spoke in a hushed voice. Yet, I wish to remain and partake in the operation. The, who should have been a victor, revealed a look of astonishment upon hearing this, then protested in a barely audible tone. This is the organization's decision. The other countered his plea in a low voice and slowly closed his eyes. One must understand that a man will inevitably face moments in life when he must make sacrifices. Such scenes unfolded continuously throughout the Emmanuel Academy and within mere days. A vast, exceedingly malevolent, and lawless scheme was meticulously orchestrated without the instructor's slightest awareness. Now, all that remained was to await the opportune moment for the plan to activate autonomously. As for the most crucial components of this scheme, they would be executed personally by 3 legendary figures. However, a select few perceptive individuals sensed the dark currents flowing beneath the ice and documented their impressions at the time. They had changed, becoming profoundly solemn. In that near-frozen silence lay a terrifying offensive power and extreme explosive potential. This is the caliber of talent the military academy should cultivate. These are the pillars capable of supporting the Empire's ambitions. I have a premonition that they will redefine the ironclad reputation of the Celestial Legion. Regrettably, at that time, this documentation did not attract significant attention from the instructors. It was not until many years later that this record was preserved as an important testament to the history of the Emmanuel Academy in the Imperial Central Museum. Within the multifunctional building of the Military Academy's main campus, 2 sons of the Root clan were making the final revisions to tomorrow's plan. Granted access to the main campus enjoyed a private dormitory, allowing them ample freedom. Although the youngest of the Heitland family did not request any alterations to his dormitory's environment, the other youngest of the Inuhogal family had nearly relocated all the peculiar devices originally housed within the family mansion, including a large intelligent core crystal capable of undertaking complex orbital calculations. How is it, Korsha? Have the orbital calculations been completed? 10 minutes prior, the sky had visited with Long Gu and, after sitting idly at a nearby table, lacking chairs, amidst a plethora of hazardous items, could no longer resist approaching the screen to inquire. Yes, this will suffice. After entering a series of data, the youngest of the Inuhogal family observed a significant arc displayed on the star map, with the surrounding red area constrained to a minimal scope. Following this trajectory should keep the effects of double interference contained within the military academy's limits, causing no harm to the capital as a whole, Korsha confidently asserted. Oh, so it truly can be achieved. The sky marveled at the arc resembling a taut bow. I say, this was your initial proposal, wasn't it? Korsha gazed at the reckless conspirator with a look of resignation. Have you not analyzed its feasibility at all? Feasibility analysis? That is your forte, is it not? Why should I compare myself to you on such matters? The sky retreated to the table, casually placing Long Gu on his lap, and spoke in a leisurely tone. You know, Korsha? In a certain book, the author classified the qualifications of a celestial warrior into 4 categories. And it makes quite a bit of sense. 4 categories of celestial warrior qualifications? Korsha, finalizing the operations on the intelligent core crystal, inquired casually. Yes. Arranged from lowest to highest, the first comprises dull and lazy individuals who can only passively accept orders, thus rarely rising above the rank of sergeant. The sky gazed absently at the exotic energy crystal imprisoned within the black pillar and continued. The second consists of dull yet diligent individuals who, due to their industrious nature, might reach the rank of 100 celestial commander with a bit of luck. I see, that does make some sense. Having completed his task, Korsha moved to the automatic beverage dispenser to fetch 2 cups for himself and his friend before joining him at the table. What about the remaining 2 types of celestial warriors? The last two are both intellectually gifted individuals, yet there remains a significant distinction between them. The Sky accepted the coffee his friend offered, and although the mechanical brewing could not compare to the skill of that woman, he could only tolerate the inferior taste. Given that Aki was preoccupied preparing for the Imperial Carnival, one type is the wise and diligent individuals. Although intelligent, their industriousness often compels them to complete tasks independently, making them unsuitable for the role of commander. However, as staff officers, they would undoubtedly be competent advisors. Korsha closed his eyes, contemplating deeply, then opened one to glance at his friend, humorously stating, "Then the fourth type is the wise yet lazy individuals, much like yourself." The Sky feigned ignorance to his friend's last remark, took a sip of coffee, and continued, "Indeed, the fourth type is precisely that, wise and lazy individuals. They can maximize the resources around them, allocate tasks appropriately to their subordinates, and instinctively adjust everything within the organization to the most manageable level. Hence, according to the book's author, such individuals are born commanders, capable of effortlessly commanding fleets of thousands." What an intriguing perspective. The youngest of the Ainuhogal family wore a smile filled with amusement. What is the title of that book? Who is the author? I must seek it out next time. It should be quite fascinating. However, upon hearing this, the Sky displayed an expression of distress. "I believe the book will not have a title for another decade. As for the author, you already know him, Korsha." Following this, the two exchanged a prolonged, silent gaze. Cough. Let us change the subject. Korsha, recognizing the underlying message from his friend, stifled the urge to roll his eyes and presented a pressing matter that must be resolved before tomorrow's operation. "Sky, have you considered what consequences our actions may bring?" "Consequences, you say?" The Sky set down his empty porcelain cup and began tossing the poor thing, Longo in his hands. "I can imagine. Once the plan is executed, even my grandfather, with his gentle disposition, will likely be furious this time. If we are caught, then, ha. This is not something to be laughing off, Sky." Korsha furrowed his brow. "Do not worry. As long as we leave no incriminating evidence behind, all will be well." The Sky's expression was remarkably serene, his tone imbued with unwavering confidence. "If that is insufficient, we can fabricate some alibis, having all leaders of the Root clan, including His Majesty the Emperor, bear witness for us." "Huh?" Korsha blinked, taking a few seconds to process. "You mean, foregoing the military academy's carnival and heading directly to the Imperial Palace?" "Indeed, even factoring in the round-trip travel time. We shall arrive at the Imperial Palace with a full 10 minutes to spare before the commencement of the scheme. Subsequently, a swift report to our respective families, coupled with a perfunctory greeting to His Majesty, will furnish us with an alibi of utmost perfection." "Sky, could it be that you have orchestrated this from the very inception?" Korsha regarded his companion, whose lips were adorned with a leisurely smile, with a gaze not unmixed with trepidation. Should this fellow choose a life of crime, he would undoubtedly ascend to the rank of a galactic-scale outlaw, pursued across the entire expanse of the Milky Way. "Why, do you not yearn to see Aniyaji, Korsha?" Sky inquired, a smile of seeming innocence gracing his features. Yet, upon witnessing this smile, the youngest scion of the Ainuhogal family experienced a sudden and profound disquiet. This individual, this prodigious talent operating beyond the confines of all restraint, if allowed to continue unchecked, would there remain any force within the Empire capable of holding him in sway? What of Leon then? I surmise he will not meekly accompany us to the Imperial Palace. Korsha gently shook his head, temporarily banishing the terrifying notions that had taken root in his mind. "Leon, you say?" Sky mused for a moment, before adopting an expression of resolute determination. "There is no alternative. We shall convey him to the Imperial Palace, even if it necessitates resorting to physical restraint. After all, should any member of the Trinity of Emmanuel, particularly that rogue Leon, appear at the Military Academy Carnival, even our most meticulously crafted alibi would avail us naught." This shall likely prove an unforeseen predicament for Leon." Korsha chuckled softly. "Rarely has he invested himself so ardently in a pursuit, only to find it ultimately rendered futile. You shall incur his resentment for this, Sky. Judging by his current rate of progress, it will require at least a decade before he poses any genuine threat to me. Therefore, his present resentment is of little consequence." The individual possessed of an adamantin will declared, entirely unmoved. "Very well, now that matters have been clarified, shall we conclude our proceedings for today?" "I shall retire to my chambers for slumber," Sky announced, rising to his feet with a yawn. He casually tossed the dragon song, which he had been idly twirling in his hand, onto his shoulder, and then proceeded towards the exit. "Korsha, you must cooperate fully with me during our undertaking tomorrow evening." "Sky, do you intend to bring the dragon song along?" The youngest scion of the Ainuhogal family inquired suddenly, his gaze fixed upon the departing figure. Ah, indeed. To accomplish our scheme, its power is indispensable. Is that not so, Dragon Song? Sky gently patted the nano-organism perched upon his shoulder, which responded with a feeble squeak. Seemingly overwhelmed by maltreatment. The military academy, the Empire's most esteemed institution of higher learning, is in actuality an assemblage of artificial star clusters, gleaming with a dark, obsidian sheen and intricately intertwined within the void. The construction of these artificial celestial bodies does not occur entirely within the confines of the military academy proper. Nay, certain specialized facilities can only be erected within the imperial capital's factories, before being transported to their designated locations within the academy's precinct upon completion. Initially, the Empire employed transport vessels to tow these colossal artificial star clusters during their relocation. However, this method was soon deemed insufficiently secure, leading to the decision to imbue the artificial star clusters with the intrinsic capacity for self-propulsion. Given the Empire's mastery of shipbuilding technology, the installation of single-purpose propulsion engines upon these artificial star clusters proved a task of utmost simplicity. Furthermore, as these artificial celestial bodies were rarely, if ever, required to relocate once positioned, the management of this auxiliary functional system was, to put it mildly, less than meticulous. Indeed, until the arrival of a certain terrestrial youth, no Charon had ever contemplated their relocation. 1 hour prior to the official commencement of the carnival in the aerial garden, or, more precisely, 30 minutes before the designated execution time communicated to the trainees, 3 shadowy figures furtively infiltrated the dormitory star cluster belonging to the Emmanuel Division. 50 transport vessels, laden with 8,000 trainees seething with chagrin at being denied the opportunity to witness the momentous schemes unfolding, departed the trainee dormitory of the Emmanuel Division amidst the suppressed snickers of tens of thousands. As the final instructor vanished from sight, the trainees who had just enacted a scene of carnage-strewn competition swiftly rose to their feet, hastily retreated to their chambers, and prepared themselves with utmost haste for the carnival, awaiting the designated moment for the scheme's activation. Unbeknownst to them, however, a deep green transport craft had departed the dormitory star cluster alongside the 50 transport vessels not long before. This transport craft, the Emerald Shadow, commissioned as the personal vessel of the youngest scion of the Ainu Hogel family, possessed exceptional stealth capabilities, until it emerged from its cloaked state near the main academy and proceeded towards the Imperial Palace. No one detected its proximity to the Emmanuel Division's dormitory star cluster. While differing slightly from the understanding of the majority of participants, the Trinity of Emmanuel successfully executed their audacious relocation scheme according to their preordained plan. All that remained was to finalize the remaining procedures and secure all exculpatory evidence prior to the scheme's commencement. Alas, during the journey to the Imperial Palace, some discord arose within the Emerald Shadow's diminutive bridge. However, the youngest scion of the Lawrence family's attempted mutiny was swiftly quelled by the forceful intervention of a particular individual. Control Tower. This is the Ainu Hogel family's transport craft Emerald Shadow. Identification number at 96543, requesting permission to land. As they approached the Imperial Palace, Kersha initiated a request for landing clearance from the palace control tower. Although, as the scion of a root clan, his transport craft would have been automatically granted access by the Imperial Palace's controllers regardless, Kersha adhered to formal protocol in order to establish a sufficient alibi. Dutifully reporting to the control tower. Landing authorized. Transport craft Emerald Shadow, please proceed to landing zone QD 47325, designated for small craft. Perhaps due to the rarity of encountering a root clan scion so meticulously observant of regulations, the controller displayed an expression of profound astonishment upon the screen. How lamentable. To be deceived so easily. One wonders if the Charons are simply overly upright, or if these 3 are particularly aberrant. He promptly granted their landing request. As the deep green transport craft came to rest in a relatively open area, 3 youths emerged in succession. While Sky and Kersha exuded an air of keen anticipation for the Imperial Palace Carnival, Lionel appeared as though he had just been subjected to a thorough pillaging. His countenance a mask of despair. Leon, you must compose yourself. Such an appearance will arouse suspicion, Sky whispered urgently. Compose myself? I shall compose myself if you permit me to return, Lionel retorted, his gaze vacant and his tone filled with bitterness. Have you not yet abandoned hope, Leon? Kersha interjected, positioning himself on the other side of the Lawrence family's youngest scion. In a hushed voice, he continued, the scheme is scheduled to commence in merely 12 minutes. Even if you were to hasten back to the military academy, you could not possibly land on the dormitory star cluster, which has already commenced its relocation. Then I shall proceed directly to the aerial garden. Kersha, I require the transport craft, Lionel demanded vehemently, extending his hand towards his companion. Lending it to you is not a problem, but Kersha hesitated, an expression of reluctance upon his face. Given your established probability of failure, I do not believe you can successfully locate a prospective paramour amidst a chaotic environment teeming with an additional 100,000 competitors. Certainly, regardless of the probability of success. Sky patted his utterly dumbfounded friend's shoulder, consoling him. There are plenty of beautiful women at the Imperial Palace Carnival. The 13 root houses alone have nearly 100 participants. If you add the ladies of the houses who rarely visit the Imperial Palace, that number increases to 4 figures. If you put in some effort, you might actually find your wing. Is that so? Lionel scrutinized the youngest scion of the Heightland family with a dubious gaze. Analyzing with lucid clarity, compared to the Military Academy Carnival, at least half the maidens here at the Imperial Palace hold the title of princess. Don't you think those maidens are unattainable for someone like me, who only holds the title of esquire? If I were to pursue them without reservation, there's a good chance I'd end up as the wing, footing the bill. My friend, don't give up so easily. Besides, even becoming a wing isn't so bad. Sky still wore a nonchalant expression. Though he secretly stuck his tongue out in his mind, why does this guy become so astute when it comes to this kind of thing? That's what I used to think, but after seeing the dynamic between you and that princess, I've completely changed my mind. Lionel shook his head, gazing at Sky with pity. Declaring resolutely, even if I have to be alone for the rest of my life, I absolutely refuse to become a wing. The youngest scion of the Heightland family was uncharacteristically rendered speechless. It should be noted that while the term marriage does not exist in the Sharn vocabulary, amorous partners establish their bond through a sacred ritual known as the Sky Dance. Though this bond is not legally binding and carries no coercion, its fortitude far surpasses that of terrestrial marriages. Sharn who have forged a bond through the Sky Dance can address their partner with a solemn, sacred, romantic, and heartwarming term, a wing. Phrases such as "let me be your wing" or "become my wing" are deeply sacred declarations of love. Even the excessively indulgent Imoso clan adheres to an exceptionally cautious approach when using these words. Of course, while both types of phrases are declarations of love, they possess subtle differences that reflect the dominance of the suitor. "Let me be your wing" is a declaration used by the weaker party in a romantic relationship. "Become my wing," on the other hand, is a declaration reserved for exceedingly assertive partners, in fact, for the Iser clan, who maintain an unblemished record of victory on every battlefield. Employing this assertive declaration has become a family tradition. Therefore, despite the absence of any written documentation or even frequent verbal mention, the understanding that the wing in a Sharn partnership is the relatively weaker party is common knowledge in Sharn society. However, not every Sharn is as concerned with this as the youngest scion of the Lawrence family. Of course, even those Sharn who become wings rarely face situations as overwhelmingly dominant as the one the youngest scion of the Heightland family faces with the Fiendbird royal family's princess. King Finn, leisurely sipping a glass of cider at the Imperial Palace banquet, noticed a familiar figure in his line of sight. Souls handed his glass to a passing attendant and quickly approached the figure, calling out, "Teacher, I never expected to see you here. I thought you were planning to stay at the Military Academy this year, as usual." Souls? The Archduke turned around, a rare, relaxed smile gracing his face. "Yes, that was the plan, but since there were fewer disruptive elements at this year's Military Academy Carnival, and I've sent the 3 most troublesome fellows to the Imperial Palace, another dupe, I figured nothing major would happen there. Of course, minor incidents are inevitable, but they can handle that much, so I slipped away for a bit of leisure." "I see." King Finn grimaced. "Those 3 came to the Imperial Palace, huh? Yeah, it seems the fame of the Emmanuel Trinity has spread throughout the capital. Don't worry." The Archduke waved his hand dismissively, stopping King Finn from ordering increased security at the Imperial Palace. He said with unwavering confidence, "You know, if she weren't here at the Imperial Palace right now, I wouldn't dare send those 3 over. After all, enduring Her Majesty Nafana's thunderous rage is too much for these old bones." "That's true. Though the imperial capital has billions of inhabitants, only that great person can completely suppress those 3. Soul sighed in relief. "But speaking of which, if our valiant and peerless princess were here, she could easily quell any grand commotion, right?" The Archduke gazed at King Finn with mischievous intent, asking, by the way, "Where's our princess?" Well, the bitter smile on Soul's face deepened. After the truth of the Bartender Street riot became widely known, the head of the Fiendbird royal family, who had failed to educate her properly, was almost brought before the 13 houses in the Yellow Dragon Court. Though he was only severely warned, thanks to the wing leader's persuasion, his reputation for educational prowess has been completely discredited in Sharn society. Even the Esseliner family celebrated, rejoicing that their clan had finally shed the dishonorable title of lowest educator, which had plagued them for centuries. "Although I did ask her to come back for this carnival, She was assigned to the left field system a week ago and seems to be busy reorganizing her assault ship squadron. So, King Finn sighed deeply. Is that so? That's a shame. The Archduke shrugged, saying so with insincerity. At that moment, light footsteps approached from the side, prompting the two root house heads to turn their gaze. Upon recognizing the newcomer, the Archduke's face softened into a benevolent smile. From Cloud, you've arrived. Grandfather, greetings. Sky nodded to the Archduke, then greeted King Finn. Your Majesty King Souls, I extend my greetings. Did Her Highness Sharn not attend this carnival? Well, Souls repeated what he had told the Archduke earlier. Seeing the relief on the face of the young man destined to become the Empire's wing upon learning that his daughter had not come, he couldn't help but feel somewhat gloomy. Her Highness has been assigned to the lead field system, Sky mused, a wry smile appearing on his face as if a weight had been lifted. In that case, I'll probably see her soon. Young master, is your designated post also in the lead field system? Souls asked, surprised. Generally, aside from a few exceptionally talented trainees who receive special assignments, other trainees are randomly assigned. Well, in some ways, the Emmanuel Trinity, led by this young man, could be considered unpredictably talented. Ah, so it seems. Sky's countenance suggested a reluctance to delve further into the matter, and he turned his gaze towards the Archduke, inquiring, by the way, Grandfather, have you seen Dragon Song? Did you bring him along as well? The Archduke furrowed his brow. No, as a matter of fact, the rascal sneaked onto the transport craft. I only just discovered this, Sky said with a touch of helplessness. A year prior, he could have discerned Dragon Song's presence through its aura. However, with the Nanite entity born within the clutches of Nightmare now thoroughly tainted by himself and rendered more cunning, even Sky, without employing his mind's eye, found it impossible to detect the creature. Had a servant not informed him of a black rabbit-like being slipping off the transport craft, Sky might still be harboring remorse for imprisoning Dragon Song. Though, hadn't you been grinning just moments ago? Find that thing before it causes any trouble, and hand it over to the guard for safekeeping, the Archduke urgently instructed. While the Imperial Palace did not explicitly forbid bringing pets to gatherings, those with common sense would hardly consider such a thing. Of course, this oversight was forgivable for a terrestrial youth who had only integrated into Shallan society for less than 3 years. However, the issue was that the pet in question had a history of misbehavior, hence the Archduke's tense and worried expression. Understood. I'll go look for him. Sky scratched his head and turned to leave. Well, that provides a perfect alibi. Now then, where on earth did Dragon Song run off to? Perhaps I should enlist Kirsch's aid. As his creator, he should possess a simpler method of locating him. Having reached this decision, the young man beckoned a servant, inquired about the location of the Ainu Hogar clan, and began weaving through the hall. As the main venue for the Imperial Palace Carnival, the hall, spanning nearly 10,000 normapings, was meticulously arranged by the Empire's first steward, seamlessly blending elegance and opulence. The red and orange color scheme amplified the carnival's joyous atmosphere, rendering it almost palpable. The hall was segmented into several distinct zones, separated by acoustic barriers. Thus, even with thousands of dignitaries from across the Empire gathered, the hall did not feel overly boisterous, and an atmosphere of festive tranquility permeated the crimson and amber light. Even the most fastidious individual would struggle to find fault. This is truly. Sky paused in a corner of the hall, gazing at the magnificent tableau before him, and gently shook his head, rendered speechless. The mere thought that these thousands of Shallan individuals, possessing demigod-like beauty, were mostly illustrious figures who held dominion over star systems filled the young man with an absurd sensation of witnessing the divine banquet of gods from mythological tales. Indeed, in the minds of most terrestrial inhabitants of the Aranos Alliance, these Shallan, who prided themselves as children of the sky, were as distant as deities. Therefore, this once ordinary terrestrial youth had never imagined that he would one day become a part of such a legend. Even after 3 years of living in the imperial capital, Sky still occasionally experienced a sense of detachment, as he did now. Truly magnificent. Sky sighed, and as he was about to avert his gaze from the inhabitants of these stellar realms, he abruptly halted, fixated on the silver-haired woman surrounded by a throng of people to his left. Sister Aki. After unconsciously taking 2 steps forward, Sky suddenly came to his senses. Approaching her in such a manner would likely lead to one of 2 outcomes, either being utterly loathed by Sister Aki's male admirers or becoming the subject of scrutiny by the Shallan women, a chilling prospect. Unwilling to face either fate, he slowed his pace. At that moment, the woman surrounded by the crowd seemed to notice the young man's ardent yet somewhat hesitant gaze, and her jade-like eyes met his, revealing a similarly fervent expression. However, upon encountering the dense barrier of people before her, her enthusiasm transformed into a wry and apologetic smile, and she gently shook her head in his direction. I'll seek out Sister Aki later. Sky returned a wry smile and then slipped away towards his original destination. the location of the Ainu Hogar clan. Meanwhile, the Archduke, leisurely sipping tea in a corner of the hall completely shielded by the acoustic barrier, received a message on the terminal bracelet adorning his left wrist. Really, what could possibly warrant disturbing my old bones? The Archduke muttered, raising the freshly brewed fruit tea to his lips as he casually activated the terminal bracelet. A message urgently transmitted appeared on the screen. Pooh. A mere glance at the message caused the Archduke to spew the tea from his mouth. Install on calendar 426, 4th season, day 90, hour 18. Minute 30, precisely half an hour after the military academy officially commenced its carnival, within the starship dormitory of Emmanuel Branch. In the helm control room that had remained dormant for nearly half a century, the intelligent core crystal serving as the navigation nexus for this artificial starship suddenly illuminated, its faint yellow-green glow appearing stark and eerie in the darkened space. Regrettably, no one witnessed this peculiar spectacle. A program compiled by the infiltrator known as Nightmare an hour prior automatically executed. Countless complex and indecipherable symbols stealthily infiltrated the intelligent core crystal's nucleus, awakening the slumbering entity that had been dormant for decades. The awakened intelligent core crystal emitted a silent cheer, welcoming the surging tide of code symbols. As if vehemently asserting its raison d'etre, the intelligent core crystal initially attempted to decipher these symbols using its 50-year-old code table. However, it quickly realized that the results yielded were nothing more than useless gibberish. It promptly ceased this futile endeavor and resolved to seek a new code table. However, having been designed as a simple and inexpensive product, its internal code table storage was severely limited, so limited that it completed the comparison instantaneously, concluding that no suitable code table existed. Reluctantly, it stored these symbols in its finite memory, then swiftly calculated a more viable approach. However, the code symbols seemed to pour in endlessly, completely occupying its memory and even overflowing beyond its capacity. As the intelligent core crystal began to face the humiliating prospect of temporary shutdown due to its inability to process the situation, a brand new code table appeared within its nucleus. As if by prearrangement, after a brief comparison, the intelligent core crystal immediately acknowledged the code table's suitability and applied it to the decoding process. Within seconds of rapid computation, the intricate code was finally translated into a series of well-ordered commands. At this point, the code table vanished imperceptibly from the intelligent core crystal's nucleus. The intelligent core crystal, of course, noticed this, but it was powerless to investigate the cause of this peculiar phenomenon occurring within its own core, as it had more pressing matters to attend to. First, it sent inquiries to its subordinate organizations, with whom it had not communicated for half a century. Upon receiving confirmation that everything was normal, it transmitted the familiar commands to the various engine components controlling the massive artificial starship. Although as an intelligent core crystal, it was not supposed to possess emotions. It vaguely recalled having felt this spirited 57 years ago. Upon the completion of all commands, a sudden wave of emptiness and fatigue washed over it, leading it to promptly comply with the directive that had manifested directly within its core. After erasing all traces of prior activation, it succumbed once more to the eternal realm of slumber. The yellow-green luminescence of the control room gradually dimmed until it was finally engulfed by the void. The surrounding space reverted to an abyss of darkness, seemingly unchanged. At the carnival venue of the Military Talent Academy, the artificial star that served as the aerial courtyard was immersed in an atmosphere of exuberance and merriment. Although the venue, temporarily adapted from the aerial courtyard, paled in comparison to the opulence of the imperial palace, and its taste still fell short of true elegance. This did not prevent tens of thousands of trainees and thousands of instructors from reveling in joy. The 8,000 trainees from the Emmanuel Division, who had arrived aboard 50 transport ships, naturally joined in the celebratory atmosphere. However, unbeknownst to anyone, 50 of these trainees had quietly infiltrated the underground passage of the aerial courtyard, disappearing without a trace. Approximately 20 minutes after the carnival officially commenced, a male trainee from the Swano Division, holding a glass of beautifully amber-hued liquor, enthusiastically shared his extensive knowledge on the subject with two female trainees from the Jervis Division, occasionally eliciting laughter from his companions with his witty remarks. Thus, to accurately discern the quality of such fruit wine, one must utilize specialized glassware. Just as he was proudly gesturing with a certain open-mouthed vessel, he suddenly halted. His gaze fixated vacantly behind his female companions at the magnificent celestial display projected on the vast sky screen. After a moment of astonishment, he stammered, "What? What is that?" Curious, the two female trainees turned to look, only to reveal expressions of sheer shock. Yet, at that moment, hardly anyone paid attention to their bewilderment. For the crowd at the carnival had already turned their focus towards the colossal star body that was drawing near, succumbing to confusion and panic. Driven by the grip of a nightmare, the Emmanuel Division's dormitory star cautiously maneuvered around its peers. Traversing nearly half the distance of the Military Talent Academy at a pace that appeared slow, yet was urgent, it finally arrived before the aerial courtyard. However, before the astonishment of this miraculous voyage could take root, a primal wave of fear surged within the onlookers. If that enormous artificial star were to collide directly with the aerial courtyard, it would undoubtedly spell disaster, potentially affecting the entire academy and resulting in casualties numbering in the tens of thousands. Fortunately, before the people could act upon their terror, the dormitory star initiated its deceleration. Even from hundreds of tonometers away, the trainees could clearly see several massive engines igniting at the forefront of the dormitory star, slowly counteracting its immense inertia. As the anxiety dissipated and the dormitory star came to a complete halt, the distance between the two artificial bodies narrowed to nearly 100 tonometers, a testament to the remarkable precision of the calculations made by the youngest scion of the Ainuhogar family. At this juncture, several connecting passages extended from the outer layers of the dormitory star, and almost simultaneously, the previously sealed outer exits of the aerial courtyard opened, linking to the dormitory star's communication channels, thereby establishing multiple spatial conduits between the two celestial entities. Within the dormitory star, 90,000 Emmanuel trainees had been awaiting in the dormitory park for nearly half an hour, in the instant the passages opened. This well-organized army of trainees surged forth like a black tide, flowing relentlessly towards the carnival venue, originally designed to accommodate at least 80,000 individuals. The aerial courtyard became instantly overcrowded with the sudden influx of nearly double that number. The swarm of Emmanuel trainees, under the astonished gaze of thousands of instructors and tens of thousands of fellow trainees, swiftly occupied every corner of the aerial courtyard, merging with the previous 8,000 trainees. And an inexplicable, fervent cheer erupted, resonating through the heavens. It was as if they had just won a glorious battle. The youths were flushed with excitement, popping bottles of celebratory wine that sprayed in all directions. The 50 pioneering trainees, tasked with leading the festivities, were hoisted high by the multitude, occasionally tossed into the air, only to land back into the arms of another group. Although many ultimately succumbed to nausea, it merely added to the amusement of their comrades. The remaining trainees and instructors, watching the fervor unfold before their eyes, exhibited starkly contrasting reactions. Some, suspecting the antics of their peers, found themselves swept up in the contagious enthusiasm and joined the jubilant throng, celebrating what would be remembered as the greatest uprising of trainees in the history of the Military Talent Academy. As for the instructors, they finally remembered to report to the dean, only to find themselves at a loss for a suitable response, yielding to a resigned smile as they discreetly exited the carnival venue. Thus, the aerial courtyard was wholly transformed into a paradise of revelry for the trainees. That seems to encapsulate the essence of the matter. Attempting to quell the astonishment within, the old duke lifted a porcelain teapot and drained its contents in one go, disregarding whether any tea leaves accompanied the brew. "Oh, dear grandfather, your nerves are still a tad too delicate, but fret not. There shall be ample opportunities for your training ahead, he. Indeed, King Fane nodded calmly, yet remained oblivious to the fact that remnants of tea still adorned his attire, gazing at the old duke with an expression of utter calmness, or perhaps dullness. As he continued, "What do you intend to do about this, teacher?" "What to do?" The old duke toyed with his hair for a moment before replying in a half-jesting tone. "How about terminating the carnival and deploying the guards to apprehend all those lawbreakers disturbing the order of the imperial capital? Such a course of action seems rather unrefined. You would surely incur the wrath of tens of thousands of trainees, no?" King Fane furrowed his brows, expressing concern. "Moreover, to capture such a multitude of lawbreakers, even if we mobilized all the security forces of the imperial capital, it would not suffice, would it? Then there is no alternative." The old duke shrugged nonchalantly, a look of helplessness crossing his features. "We shall allow those madcap youths to continue their revelry. Everything can be addressed once they tire of their antics. I find that to be a rather suitable strategy." King Fane nodded in agreement, then observed the old duke rising with a look of astonishment, asking, "Where are you going, teacher?" "To seek out the instigators." The old duke ground his teeth as he strode towards the center of the hall, his voice filled with indignation. "Those 3 cunning rascals dare to play such tricks on me. Do they think I am unaware? Humph. The dean's authority includes the prerogative of executing first and reporting later. Once I catch them, they shall face proper retribution. By the way, Soars, kindly intercept that winged individual behind you." King Fane turned around in surprise, only to find that within those few fleeting seconds, a certain self-proclaimed old bone had already slipped nimbly into the crowd, vanishing from sight. "Well, it seems the time has come to commence." The dark-haired conspirator, calculating in silence, hastened his steps towards the residence of the Ainuhojul clan, He must secure the support of a leader from the ancient lineage before the wrath of his grandfather descended upon him. Sky. A voice broke his fleeting reverie. It was his green-haired friend who had spotted him rushing by. Here, Korsha. Sky turned back and approached his friend, his eyes silently inquiring about the alibi. Korsha nodded gently, signaling that all was well. Come, let me introduce you to the youngest member of the Ainuhojul clan. With a mysterious smile, Korsha took Sky by the hand and led him into the gathering of clan members. Hey, find Longa for me first. Sky was swept along, weaving through dozens of Ainuhojul family members. Given the long-standing friendship between the Haterland and Ainuhojul families, the camaraderie between their younger members was viewed as a promising opportunity for further strengthening their ties. Thus, when Sky smiled and nodded respectfully to the elders of the Ainuhojul clan, he was met with warm smiles, an unexpected sight that astonished the watchful lords. After all, individuals treated with such kindness by the hand of nightmares were few and far between in the entire empire. Consequently, opinions of this young heir from the Haterland family soared. Lady Raylia, I have brought the young master of Haterland, Korsha announced, pushing Sky forward before he could grasp the situation, leaving him standing dumbfounded before his family's matriarch. It has been a long time, young master of Haterland. The woman, a guiding light for the empire's technological advancement, regarded him with gentle eyes. Oh, I extend my utmost regards to you, Duke Ainuhojul. Sky bowed deeply, but when he raised his head, he was taken aback. The Duke was cradling a baby with soft golden hair, who was clutching a fluffy white object. Following the length of the object, Sky's astonished gaze landed on a rabbit-like creature at its end. The creature hung its head, limbs drooping, surrendering itself to the baby's playful tugging of its wonderfully soft tail, exuding an aura of complete resignation. Initially suspecting it to be a mere toy, Sky's sense of familiarity surged unexpectedly, compelling him to scrutinize it more closely, leading him to exclaim, Water, Shuewa? Quickly turning to his green-haired friend, he was met with a bittersweet smile that prompted memories of a year ago when he first entered the headquarters. Hesitantly, he asked, Duke, this child's name. Could it be Eva? It seems Korsha has informed you, Raylia smiled, casting her gaze upon the infant. Indeed, his name is Eva. He is my child and the youngest of the Ainuhojul clan. Though it may be premature, I wish to introduce him to Korsha's friend. Raylia regarded the dark-haired youth with earnest sincerity, requesting, Young master of Haterland, I hope you will lend your guidance as this child grows. Sky paused, suddenly realizing that he was the sole heir of the Empire's educational authority, understanding the weight of her request. Though he felt unworthy of such responsibility, he offered a silent, rueful smile before bowing deeply, promising, if there is any way I can be of service, I will do my utmost. Then I entrust this to you. The Duke replied with a satisfied smile, nodding gently. It seems you have matters to attend to, so I shall not take up more of your time. Should you need Korsha's assistance, do not hesitate to summon her. Ah, Korsha, you have been sold out. Thank you. Sky nodded slightly in gratitude before turning to grasp Korsha's hand and hurriedly departing. Has Longa come along as well? Korsha furrowed her brow upon hearing Sky's explanation. After a few moments of contemplation, she shook her head in resignation. If that guy is hiding on purpose, I probably won't be able to find him. Although Shueihua should sense his presence, you saw it too, right? It has now become our little princess's favorite toy, and even Lady Raylia cannot take it away. It seems that way. The thought of that clever, obedient Nano being reduced to a mere toy tugged at Sky's heartstrings. Longa, too, may face such a fate in the future. On another note, if Sister Yaji wanted Longa, even knowing the grim fate awaiting it, I would likely hand it over without hesitation. Sigh, humanity is truly a complex creature. Korsha, entrusting Shueihua to Eva, won't pose any danger, will it? Sky suddenly recalled the calamity that had befallen him 2 years prior, shivering as he sought reassurance from his friend. It will be fine. Eva has not yet undergone the nano-injection, so even if the wing activation command is input, Shueihua will remain dormant, unless forcibly integrated. As Korsha spoke, a look of alarm crossed her face, but she swiftly suppressed her unease. No, that is absolutely impossible. Forced? That is. Just as Sky was about to pursue his inquiry, a pure figure suddenly entered his line of sight, causing him to forget everything else and focus solely on the approaching woman. Sister Yaji, did you manage to shake off those annoying fellows? Sky greeted her with a joyful smile, hastening toward the woman who concealed her white wings behind her. Yes. I told them I had court affairs to attend to and slipped away. Yaji playfully stuck out her tongue, her expression reminiscent of a mischievous girl, a charming contrast to her usual dignified demeanor. However, young master, this is your first time attending the Imperial New Year festival in 3 years. Oh, it seems so. The guilty party jumped at her words but quickly feigned confusion, looking back at Yaji. Since you were coming, I specifically incorporated elements from the earthly realm while arranging the venue. big sister, isn't this a bit self-serving? With a flourish, Yaji stepped back, extending her arms as if to showcase her work. Young master, do you like this arrangement? Yes, it is quite lovely. Sky's attention was drawn to the lanterns hanging from the ceiling, reminiscent of his hometown, Canting, and he felt a pang of guilt. Yaji had put so much thought into his feelings, yet he had failed to appreciate her efforts. Completely oblivious to the thoughtful details she had woven into the imperial palace for his sake. Do you not like it, young master? Her elegant brows furrowed slightly, concern and disappointment flickering in her eyes, evoking even more guilt in Sky. Not at all. I truly love this arrangement. And Sky shook his head, speaking earnestly. Thank you, Sister Yaji. No, as long as the young master is happy, that is all that matters. Aji gently shook her head, her unparalleled beauty radiating a smile of contentment. A wondrous warmth blossomed in their hearts, akin to a mountain spring merging into a forest stream, enveloping the Sky and Aji in tranquility and harmony, leaving them in silence. However, had it not been for the third party, who had been ignored until now, finally clearing their throat, these two might have continued their gaze indefinitely. Ahem, ahem, Korsha chuckled ruefully, pulling his blissful friend back to reality and gesturing for him to look in a certain direction. There, the old duke, with a sullen expression, was searching the crowd with an irritable gaze. Gee, grandfather. At this moment, even the usually composed Tian Kong felt flustered. What to do? Should we make a quick exit? Korsha suggested in a hushed voice. No, that would only expose our unease, the young man, sweating nervously, countered with clarity of mind. Then, gritting his teeth, he suddenly called out towards the direction of the old duke. Grandfather, you've lost your mind. Korsha's voice trembled as he watched the military academy's headmaster striding swiftly towards them. Unconsciously, he ducked behind his friend. Desperate times call for desperate measures, Tian Kong muttered to himself, but his outward demeanor betrayed a lack of confidence. Is something amiss? Young master? Aji, observing the boy's peculiar behavior with a bemused expression, stepped closer to Tian Kong and inquired. If he could harness the power of this head of the Hateland family, surely they could easily navigate this crisis. A fleeting thought crossed his mind, only to be immediately dismissed by the guilt-ridden boy, before he had fallen to such depths as to exploit a relative. The still relatively innocent youth could never stoop so low. Thus, the boy, resolved to shoulder this significant responsibility, took heavy steps towards the irate duke. Grandfather, your expression is rather grim. Has something occurred at the military academy? Every muscle in Tian Kong's face conveyed perfection, as his formidable willpower constructed a dam that allowed none of his inner turmoil to seep through. The old duke, momentarily taken aback by this unexpected inquiry, raised an eyebrow and asked in a tone of strong skepticism, How do you know? It's quite simple, Tian Kong replied with a slight smile, or rather, he forced a smile, methodically elaborating his reasoning. The fact that you, the supreme commander of the Zhongqiong army and head of the Imperial Military Academy, are so visibly concerned indicates that it must be something significant. However, aside from you, no one else here appears to share this concern. So I suspect it cannot be related to a military incident involving Bien. Thus, the only remaining possibility is that something has likely occurred at the military academy. After a brief pause to immerse himself fully in the role of a perceptive youth, he nodded and continued. Well, it's not surprising, as there are often unforeseen incidents during the carnival, and given that the military academy lacks your presence this time, any disturbances would not be unexpected. The boy's performance was so masterful that even the duke, who presided over the empire's educational sector, found himself momentarily befuddled. The old duke gazed at his grandson, torn between innocence and unparalleled acting skill, until Tian Kong's expression shifted to one of inexplicable anxiety, prompting him to shake his head and let out a long sigh. From Yoon, you've gone astray. Huh? In an instant, a fiery flush spread uncontrollably across the boy's face. Tian Kong instantly lowered his head, certain that his previously carefully crafted innocent facade had collapsed without a doubt. Never had he anticipated that, in the face of warm, heartfelt words, his disguise would prove so fragile and insipid. I am sorry. The boy bowed deeply. You reckless young man. The old duke bore an expression that was both amused and exasperated, though those other two madcaps certainly had a hand in it. The initial idea to relocate the dormitory's celestial body was yours, wasn't it? You truly possess an audacity that even Aina Hager never considered, despite keeping his head bowed. Tian Kong sensed that the duke's tone gradually softened, eventually imbued with a hint of admiration. Well, Munius and the others did indeed go a bit overboard. I can understand your dissatisfaction. However, moving the entire dormitory's celestial body is quite excessive. It's remarkable that you managed to organize all the students from the entire branch. I believe such talent should be applied for more beneficial purposes, don't you think? By the way, this plan seems to have worked out quite well. There should be no traces left on the memory crystals from the dormitory celestial body, right? And with so many witnesses providing alibis, it seems you've left no incriminating evidence. The old Duke nodded, his tone increasingly laced with appreciation. Thus, even if the Empire wishes to pursue accountability, they will find no means to investigate. Grandfather? The more he listened, the more Tian Kong felt something was amiss. And he looked up in surprise to find a peculiar, seemingly malicious smile gracing the Duke's face. That fellow's sane. It seems the headache is about to shift to you. Hehehe. The Duke, momentarily lost in a small sense of revenge, was pulled back to reality by his grandson's bewildered gaze. Clearing his throat, he adopted a serious demeanor. From Yun, you are a child of the Hateland family, the heir to the Empire's wing, destined to bear the future of the Empire. While no one questions your qualifications now, possessing exceptional talent does not grant you the license to act recklessly. I cannot entrust the Empire's wing to someone so unrestrained. The old Duke placed a hand on his grandson's shoulder, speaking earnestly. For a fledgling yet to spread its wings, youthful folly is to be expected. And thus I shall not reproach you further. However, you are about to enter the Tsangqiang army, and your actions on the battlefield will impact the lives of your subordinates and comrades. You must not act with such abandon. Although Tian Kong had contemplated various outcomes following the exposure of the situation, the current circumstances exceeded even his most optimistic expectations, making it impossible for him to feel discontent. Stifling a grand smile in his throat, he bowed deeply to his grandfather. Yes, understood. Then, I shall consider this matter as if I know nothing. However, should the commuting hall come to investigate, you must handle it yourselves. I will not shelter you. The old Duke patted his grandson's shoulder one last time before walking away. Portia, why are you running so fast? Come here. Dean, I have something urgent to attend to. Urgent? Even if you have to relocate the Imperial Palace. Come here first. Why yes, it's true. I need to quickly disengage the forced fusion mechanism of Shueihua, or else. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Come here. You must realize that your key master has granted me the authority to rectify those bad seeds from the Aina Hager family at any time. If you wish to avoid harsher punishment, you'd better cooperate. Yes, Dean. Please be gentle. Ouch, ouch, ouch. The heavens gazed with commiseration upon the trainee being dragged away by the academy director, offering a silent benediction until gentle footsteps drew their attention back to the winged maiden. My lord, is something amiss? It is seldom I witness the instructor so agitated, she inquired, tilting her head with a perplexed expression. Nothing of consequence, Sky replied. Disinclined to mar Aji's cheerful disposition, and instead broached a more commonplace subject. Aji, have you consistently been in charge of orchestrating the Imperial Palace banquets? Not at all. The Imperial Palace has its own steward. I merely assist when she is overwhelmed during grand festivities. Aji demurred with a peculiar sense of modesty. However, those privy to the inner workings would deem her excessively humble. I see, Sky mused. His gaze imbued with admiration for the nearly flawless woman before him, her countenance radiant, her disposition gentle, her intellect sharp, and her capabilities seemingly boundless. He recalled the virtues esteemed in his homeland of Kongding and realized that she, who concealed her pristine wings, embodied the very companion he had long yearned for. Aji, The youth nearly uttered the momentous words before he could stop himself. At that instant, however, the carnival seemed to transition into a new phase. The band in the corner of the venue altered its tempo, and a melodious, tranquil tune began to permeate the hall. Startled by the shift, the youth found himself shrinking back from the warm, sunlit topaz orbs, unable to articulate a single word. My lord, shall we dance? She asked, extending her hand with a joyous smile gracing her captivating countenance. I am not versed in courtly dances, he stammered. Several couples had already descended onto the dance floor at the hall's center, and upon witnessing their graceful, fluid movements, Sky despaired, realizing he had never learned such a dance. Oh, my apologies, Aji responded, her eyes twinkling mischievously. She then seized Sky's hand and briskly led him toward the dance floor. Come now, my lord, I shall instruct you. Aji. Though the touch of her soft, jade-like hand was pleasant, Sky inwardly groaned at the thought of becoming the object of scrutiny for the assembled dignitaries. Roya, that is your father. In a more secluded corner of the carnival hall, a silver-haired woman cradled an infant of the same hair color. Watching the youth whose clumsy movements struggled to keep pace with his companion's elegant dance. And another mother, Lachesis added after a moment of contemplation. However, the infant nestled in her warm embrace seemed oblivious to her mother's profound words, her attention wholly captured by a new toy she had just received. It was a small creature with black fur, warm, soft, and comforting to hold. Moreover, it produced even more fascinating reactions when manipulated. Giggles. Roya cooed happily, repeatedly attempting to arrange the toy into various peculiar poses. Alas, dragon song. Your fate, seems equally dire. Though the creature's low growls startled Roya, the faint resistance vanished like frost under the sun, quelled by the piercing crimson gaze fixed upon it. Seeing the creature adopt a submissive posture, Roya boldly reached out again. When she realized that it offered no further resistance, the scion of the clan favored by the supreme authority in noble society began to handle it with impunity. Cutia. Prepare to weep. Shall we move closer for a better view? Lachesis suggested with a peculiar smile, then carried Roya toward the center of the hall. For the Ainu Hagar rat, with its optimistic nature and keen intelligence, vexation was a foreign emotion, though they often discerned this feeling on the faces of their companions. What truly vexed them was being dispatched to an unfamiliar land by their companion, forced to bid farewell to their collection of glittering treasures. Though Dragon Song was merely a fledgling Ainu Hagar rat, it had rarely experienced vexation in its life, save for the occasional torment inflicted by its original master. And even then, it had never felt as vexed as it did now. Squeak. Dragon Song lamented, gazing at the smudges marring its once pristine fur. This only seemed to amuse the dreadful creature, who seized its delicate ears and swung its body to and fro. Grr. Dragon Song lowered its body, issuing a threatening growl at the unrestrained creature. Though the little thing was larger, its strength was surprisingly weak, and it did not appear agile. Dragon Song was confident that it would prevail in a confrontation. Behave yourself. Just as Dragon Song bared its teeth, preparing to teach the little thing a lesson, a massive paw pressed down on its neck. An inexplicable, intense fear spread throughout its body, chilling it to the bone and rendering it immobile. Under the gaze of those blood-red eyes, Dragon Song recalled that this little thing was protected by a being whom even its master dared not offend. Moreover, Dragon Song vaguely remembered that the owner of this paw had a close relationship with the figure who held its life in their hands. With this realization, Dragon Song obediently lay on the ground, ceasing its struggles and wagging its fluffy tail obsequiously. Giggles. The instant it heard that dreadful sound, Dragon Song's fur stood on end. Before it could react, the terrifying little thing seized its tail and yanked it upward, as the ground receded and swayed. The despondent Dragon Song recalled the fate of its companions. Having secretly followed its master, it had arrived at this spacious, bustling area lured by the aroma of food. Though humans constantly came and went, and the place was rather noisy for the keen-eared Ainu Hagar rat, these factors did not hinder its enjoyment of pilfering delicacies. While the humans were preoccupied with peculiar matters, it would scurry up the pillars to the food-laden platforms, snatch a piece or two of its favorite treats, and then retreat beneath the platform, savoring its spoils under the cover of the white drapes, undetectable, provided the timing was right. For Dragon Song, who had honed its skills to the point of deceiving even its master, this was effortless. It had raided over a dozen platforms, filling its belly, and had yet to be discovered. In truth, had it not been for witnessing that chilling spectacle, Long Gu had intended to continue making the most of this rare opportunity. However, upon seeing Shui Yu being treated like a mere puppet, with someone tugging at its tail, I trust none of the readers here are members of the Animal Protection Association. A wave of dread overtook its small frame. Instinctively, Long Gu bolted backward. Its agility honed through confrontation with its master reaching its zenith, resembling a flash of black lightning. It swiftly dashed across the hall to a quiet corner, glanced back, and then let out a slight sigh of relief. This place was indeed perilous. After deliberating for a few seconds, Long Gu, having let out a hearty burp, resolved to retreat to its original spot, waiting for its master to return before sneaking back. Thus, it pranced back, only to collide headlong into an object. Long Gu, a clear voice momentarily bewildered it, causing it to miss the optimal chance to escape, resulting in its easy capture and placement before this terrifying creature, where it was subjected to torment. Now, Long Gu had entirely relinquished the thought of fleeing, remaining motionless as it yielded to its captor, pretending to play dead. Long Gu, you've learned to be crafty, fervently wishing that this dreadful being would soon lose interest in it. Squeak. Just as Long Gu reveled in its astute decision, a part of its tiny mind suddenly received an unfamiliar and intense signal, triggering a rapid series of changes reminiscent of past experiences. Long Gu vaguely recalled undergoing a similar transformation upon reuniting with its initial master long ago, resulting in an inexplicable illness that took considerable time to recover from. Squeak. Squeak. Interpreting this as an ominous sign, Long Gu began to wail, desperately resisting the marvelous changes within, though ultimately only delaying their onset momentarily. Finally, as Long Ji's consciousness began to fade, it seemed to hear a grand commotion emanating from the hall behind. My dear, you learned swiftly. Aji revealed a joyful smile, nodding gently at the young man. Ha ha ha. The object of such praise managed a strained smile, following her lead with somewhat awkward movements. Uncertain whether the true merit lay with the instructor or the student, after nearly 20 minutes, the young man had barely grasped the fundamentals of courtly dance. Although his movements were far from graceful and still lacking fluidity, the excellence of his partner, a woman who embodied magnificence and elegance, masked his clumsiness, rendering their dance aesthetically pleasing to the onlookers. The pure wing and the child of wings twirled in the dance hall, gradually capturing the attention of the lords from various corners of the empire. While rumors surrounding the young scion of the Haderland family remained confined to the imperial capital, those lords who had ventured to Eiffelhall were, to some extent, aware of the illustrious tales of the empire's heir. For those with benevolent hearts, this scene could perhaps be seen as a herald of the revival of the empire's wings, a sight to anticipate. Yet, within the gazes directed at the fortunate young man, there also lingered a tinge of profound resentment, particularly upon witnessing the genuine joy radiating from the silver-haired woman. That resentment intensified. "Aji seems quite popular," the young man murmured. For one such as him, who could even discern the intentions of his adversaries through keen perception, it was no small feat to overlook the almost palpable hostility surrounding him. What? The elongated, pointed ears perked slightly, his amber eyes reflecting a look of confusion. "No, it's nothing, huh?" Just as he was about to speak, his eyes narrowed, fixating on a particular direction behind Aji. There, amidst the stir of the crowd, a pair of pale blue wings unfurled slowly. Korsha? What on earth is he thinking, manifesting wings in such a place? Could it be that he was forced into a corner by his grandfather? The young man thought maliciously, watching the unfolding situation with keen anticipation. However, in the next moment, his eyes widened in astonishment, and he exclaimed, No, that's Summer, Eve. My dear, what is happening?" Aji, noticing the small figure soaring through the air with wings unfurled, furrowed her brow in concern. Forced fusion. Has it truly occurred? Although this was undeniably a serious predicament, the young man's tone bore a hint of schadenfreude. He proceeded to explain the current situation to Aji succinctly. "Is that lady really his child?" Aji gazed at the infant swirling above the hall, her expression fraught with worry. It seemed that Eve, bewildered by her newfound experience, was delighting in the novelty, though her erratic flight path frequently intersected with the hall's decorations, resulting in occasional collisions. Thus far, only her wings had sustained injuries. But for an infant's fragile body, any direct impact could lead to dire consequences. For Aji, entrusted with maintaining order during the carnival, such occurrences were utterly unacceptable. In fact, now that everyone in the hall had noticed the unusual spectacle above, the carnival was on the brink of stagnation. "I apologize, dear. It seems I must step away for a moment." Aji chuckled wryly, gently releasing the young man's hand and closing her eyes briefly. Moments later, with a radiant light illuminating the hall, the pure wing took to the skies, endeavoring to catch the exuberant child of the Einohog family. "Wait, I also." The young man's hand reached out halfway before pausing, watching helplessly as Aji engaged in a playful chase with Eve above. He sighed, feeling relief wash over him. "Thank goodness Aji is here, otherwise, I wouldn't know how to resolve this." Beside him, a voice echoed as if releasing a heavy burden. The young man turned to see the culprit wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. He quickly approached Korsha, demanding, "Korsha, you initiated the forced fusion, didn't you?" Well, there was a slight mishap during the process, and somehow it ended up like this." Korsha averted his gaze, looking upward, his voice still trembling with fear. "But thankfully, Eve is unharmed. Otherwise, Lady Rielia would have my head. Consider yourself fortunate." The young man shifted his gaze skyward there. Aji was nearly grasping the frantically darting little one, striving to calm the overly excited infant. "Make sure to thank Aji properly later," he remarked with a hint of regret. "Understood." Nodding in agreement, Korsha suddenly cast a peculiar glance behind his friend, his expression turning blank. What now?" A dark cloud silently enveloped the heart of one who had been relishing the misfortune, and as the young man turned, the once benign cloud transformed into a fierce storm, obliterating the tranquility of the moment. A pair of wings, exceeding 10 noggins in length, emerged, jet black and polished, brimming with power. As they unfurled with force, the surrounding tables and chairs were effortlessly swept away, as if made of mere paper. The subsequent screams suggested that some unfortunate souls had been struck by the heavy objects crashing to the ground. Yet the sky had no time to concern itself with their plight. A large wooden table was hurtling towards it, laden with several soup bowls. With a decisive kick, the sky launched itself forward, executing a devastating punch. An invisible shockwave stirred the air, spiraling into a discernible vortex, which accurately struck the sturdy table, splitting it in two. Exhaling deeply, the sky felt a momentary relief from its misfortune. However, it remained powerless against the source of the chaos wreaking havoc above the hall. The youth gritted his teeth, glaring at the shadows soaring into the heavens, only to be astonished to discover that the center of the black wings was, astonishingly, an infant. "Korsha, what on earth is happening?" The sky let out a deep growl, fixing a fierce gaze upon the youngest scion of the Ainuhager family. I believe it is a resonance phenomenon. Though Korsha's expression appeared rather tragic, the explanation was quite coherent. There existed an innate ability for information sharing between Shuyue and Longa. When within the same information field, they sometimes interfered with one another. Moreover, the forced fusion was a command of considerable precedence, thus such synchronization was not entirely implausible. Albeit the odds of it happening were rather. At that moment, the pair of black wings approached the ceiling, flailing wildly as if out of control. If the earlier pale blue wings had been a gentle breeze, these dark wings were undoubtedly a tempest. Each powerful flap sent decorative ornaments hanging from the ceiling crashing down like torrential rain. Whether they would land upon some hapless individual was uncertain, yet the likelihood seemed high. Worse still, Eve, who had been calmed, was now stirred into excitement once more. She effortlessly broke free from Yaji's hold and began to chase after the black wings. Soaring rapidly above the hall, the chaotic dance of the two pairs of wings had utterly disrupted the carnival atmosphere, leaving the venue in a state of disarray. With nearly 30% of the lords injured, the Imperial Guard finally arrived. But all they could do was shield the lords with hastily gathered barriers and prioritize evacuating the most unfortunate souls to a safer area for emergency medical attention. As for the two infants wreaking havoc above, no one dared to take action until a method of absolute safety was found. Damn it! The sky's expression grew increasingly frantic as it beheld the pure white figure gradually succumbing to peril under the pursuit of the two pairs of wings. Hey, Korsha! Is there no way to nullify the forced fusion? The nullification command is Quisa, but it requires tactile input to be effective. Korsha's face was filled with distress. Tactile input? What does that mean? The sky was on the verge of losing its composure. Simply put, one must first seize them and then shout Quisa. Korsha explained rapidly. You mean, seize them? Gazing at the shadow above, which swept through everything like a storm, even the sky could not suppress a gulp, exclaiming. You must be joking. Not to mention whether anyone could even catch that thing. We lack wings and cannot even ascend to assist. Well, that is indeed a dilemma. For the first time in his life, the youngest scion of the Ainuhager family realized the limitations of his intellect. Just then, as the two descendants of the root clans found themselves in a quandary, a sound akin to disengaging a safety catch resonated from a corner of the hall. This sound was so faint that it likely would not disturb anyone's hearing beyond the sky zone. However, the boy, haunted by past traumas, shivered at the sound, quickly turning towards its source while adopting a defensive stance. Before him stood a tall Shalon woman, her hair shimmering with the brilliance of countless stars, cascading in violet waves. She was aiming a firearm, significantly larger than a standard energy rifle, at the shadow above with utmost caution. Stop! In an instant, the sky found itself propelled forward against its will. With a single step, the supreme lightness it had painstakingly acquired surged to its zenith. The boy transformed into a fleeting silhouette, crossing dozens of noggins in the blink of an eye, delivering a swift kick that sent the violet-haired woman's weapon flying. Due to the hastiness of the action, the sky had no time to contemplate the choice of attack point, and thus, in kicking away the weapon, the violet-haired woman appeared to sustain some degree of injury. Ugh! Yelia let out a muffled groan, staggering back a few steps, feeling her right hand throb painfully. She looked up, glaring fiercely at the somber-faced boy before her, demanding, "What are you doing? You bastard!" That was my line, perhaps due to overwhelming emotions. The sky's voice lost its usual composure, retorting with equal ire. They're infants. Infants. While the extent of chaos caused was indeed excessive, it was hardly their fault. To shoot at them without question. Who said anything about shooting them? The violet-haired woman froze the boy's rage with her icy glare, rubbing her still numb wrist. Yelia glanced at the firearm on the ground, speaking calmly. That was a capture net gun. I deliberately adjusted the impact to the minimum. It would only restrain their movements, causing no harm whatsoever. In an instant, cold sweat broke out on the brow of the boy, who had just been confirmed to suffer from paranoia. Even so, what if the restrained infants fall and no one catches them? We're still a good 20 meters off the ground, even with wings to protect them. They would still be injured. However, the boy quickly found a counterpoint to halt her. I will catch them. Yelia glared at the unfamiliar boy, resolutely stating. Or do you have a better solution? Faced with such a counter, the sky found itself in a precarious dilemma. Yet, the next moment, a crisis swooped in, playing the role of savior. A massive crystal ornament was brushed by the black wings, swaying precariously before its fragile base shattered, sending countless transparent diamond-like objects plummeting under artificial gravity, casting a lethal threat upon the quarreling boy and girl below. Get down. Without a second thought, the sky lunged forward, pinning the violet-haired girl beneath him. In a different context, this description could be rather suggestive, while his inner energy surged, amplifying his protective barrier to its utmost limit. You. Yelia gazed in astonishment as the boy dove towards her, having time only to utter a single word before being pinned beneath him. The next moment, a cacophony akin to countless glass cups shattering filled the air. Endowed with acute hearing due to the blessings of genetic factors, this ability became a double-edged sword, turning into a curse. Under the immense impact of sound waves, Yalia experienced a moment of dizziness. The explosive noise, akin to the torturous torture of human nerves, seemed to persist for an eternity before abruptly ceasing. When Yalia regained her senses, her foremost thought was of the young boy who had risked his life to save her, now enveloped in an eerie silence. "Hey, what happened to you?" A feeling, distinct from fear, surged within the young lady of the Iser family. Yalia sprang up and embraced the battered boy, her expression filled with profound concern. However, before she could react further, the boy had already leapt to his feet, moving with an agility that belied his injuries. Startled, Yalia noticed that despite his seemingly nonchalant demeanor, several deep lacerations marred his back, from which crimson liquid steadily oozed. "You're injured?" It was too late to question how he had sustained such minor wounds amid the chaos. Yalia hastily retrieved a handkerchief from her coat pocket and poured a splash of red wine from a broken bottle onto it, preparing to administer urgent care. Ouch! Ouch! The alcohol-soaked cloth grazed the boy's wounds, contorting his expression in agony, accompanied by muffled groans of protest. "Could you be gentler?" Though Yalia did not respond to his pleas, her movements noticeably softened. Despite the boy's injuries not being critical, had the impact been directed at her, surely her name would have adorned the list of the severely wounded. Regardless of her will, he had undoubtedly saved her. Pondering this, Yalia looked up at the raven-haired boy and asked in a low voice, "Why would you do something like that? Did you not consider the possibility of death? Who would die?" He shot back fiercely, though his lips quivered, betraying his pain. "You ungrateful wretch. To complain while I'm in this state." Yalia's grip inadvertently tightened, though she seemed unaware. The young lady of the Iser family meticulously cleared the crystalline shards from the boy's wounds, her voice cold as she continued. "I do not wish to owe you anything, so I will tend to your wounds. While I should thank you for shielding me, your actions were indeed reckless." Whether it was the mounting agony or the sting of her words that provoked him, he abruptly swatted her hands away and turned to face her, his tone laced with indignation. "It is a man's duty to protect women. I acted in accordance with my beliefs, not out of a desire to save you. Therefore, there is no need for gratitude." The masculine spirit, tempered over millennia of civilization, now manifested as sharp anger, shattering Yalia's composure. Realizing her earlier demeanor had been far from appropriate, Yalia was seized by regret and guilt. Yet, before she could speak, the black-haired boy had already coldly turned away, sprinting toward a certain direction in the hall. In truth, Yalia, known for her calm demeanor since her days as an apprentice, had seldom encountered situations requiring an apology. However, as she gazed at the proud figure fleeing from her, the young lady of the Iser family lowered her head slightly. "I'm sorry, Lunel." Struggling to rein in his tumultuous emotions, the boy called out irritably to the figure darting ahead. "Oh, you're still alive?" Lunel turned back with a tone that seemed tinged with regret. "TCH, if you're still breathing, how could I possibly be in trouble?" Lunel retorted with a laugh. As the familiar mirth washed over him, the boy was astonished to find that the restless emotions swirling within him dissipated in an instant. "So, what do you want?" Lunel eyed him warily. "You don't mean you want me to stop those two little devils, do you?" "Well," Luin replied, casting a disdainful glance. "No, I can't do that." Lunel bit his lip, conceding with evident reluctance. "Thus, assist me." Luin swiftly glanced around, his gaze settling on a nearby intact rectangular table, commanding Lunel, "Prepare at that spot using the Earth style." "Why is it always me using Earth style?" The young heir of the Lawrencet family sighed helplessly, moving to stand at the table with his feet apart and arms naturally lowered. "Come on, young master. Be gentle." Lunel's grumbling fell on deaf ears as Luin focused entirely on the two black and white figures wreaking havoc above, accelerating his inner energy to peak performance. At that moment, Aki had managed to break free from the two little troublemakers, yet had lost the chance to calm them again, fluttering her wings anxiously in the air. The two little ones seemed to be grasping the art of flight, their previously erratic paths becoming more orderly and somewhat predictable. Now, at the instant the duo with azure and white wings flew closer, Luin, who had been motionless, sprang into action. The transition from stillness to motion was so swift that when Lunel regained his senses, Luin was already in front of him, an immense force emanating from his clasped hands. "Go!" Lunel shouted with a voice that seemed to tear through the air, unleashing his pent-up energy as he raised his hands. With a crack, the table, seemingly sturdy, splintered in two, the impact points crumbling into fragments. Ouch! Overwhelmed by the tremendous recoil, Lunel found himself toppled onto the soft carpet, yet still bearing the brunt of the shock. Watching his friend soar into the air, he couldn't help but yell, Don't do that again. With the combined force of immense acceleration and Lu Nel's support, Luin finally approached the pair of azure white wings, reaching out to grasp one of them just as they passed by. Quisa. Before inertia could take hold and he began to descend, Luin softly uttered the command to dissolve their forced fusion, and in the next moment, the barely conscious Mizuki and the exuberant Eva fell into his arms. Aki. Once again aware of gravity's pull, Luin turned and called out to the nearby woman, who appeared still bewildered by the situation. Unbeknownst to him, the small angel in his embrace was gazing at his profile with deep violet eyes, a fleeting glimmer sparkling within them, and a smile blossoming across her face. Master, I'm here. Realizing the situation, Aki flapped her wings and hurriedly pursued him. The youth, having descended approximately 2 meters, gently cast the infant Eve towards Yaji as she approached, and Yaji indeed caught her. Kersha, catch! Sky exclaimed, abandoning all reservation, and then hoisted the other, less fragile creature he held, flinging it downwards with considerable force. Shueihua, barely roused, had no time to utter a cry before being mercilessly hurled towards her former master, colliding with him and sending them both tumbling across the floor, losing consciousness in the process. Capitalizing on the momentum, Sky drifted precariously towards a nearby hanging ornament, clinging to it for support. However, Yaji, in her preparations, had neglected to reinforce the ornament's base to accommodate the weight of a full-grown person. As a creaking sound echoed, Sky realized the structure was rapidly tilting. Fortunately, the ebony wings were gliding nearby. Seizing the opportunity, Sky relinquished his precarious perch and lunged towards the dark figure. Alas, just as he was about to grasp the wings, they abruptly flapped with immense force. Unlike Shueihua, Ryuga had inadvertently achieved the evolution of colossal wings during his initial wing manifestation with Sky. Due to an overflow of rampant energy, this evolution extended to the power behind each flap. On solid ground, Sky might have withstood the blow, but suspended in midair with no purchase, he was vulnerable. Ugh! Sky cried out, propelled like a projectile. Young master! Yaji gasped, poised to intervene. But her arms were full of the infant, so she was unable to match Sky's descent. Oh dear! Plummeting earthward, Sky frantically sought a means of averting a dire outcome. While a fall of several meters might not prove fatal to a continent martial artist, injuries, minor or severe, were inevitable. Desperate to avoid a return to the dreaded rejuvenation tank, he searched for a solution. Young master, extend your hand. A crystalline voice resonated in his ears, and a slender, jade-like hand appeared before him. Without hesitation, Sky grasped it, glancing up at the familiar speaker. Miss Lachesis. Even if Lionel sprouted wings, an image that sent shivers down his spine and which he vowed to prevent, Sky could not have been more astonished. Yet, here stood the head of the kindred, the matriarch of the old family, the esteemed woman who reigned over the Empire's aristocratic society as the Academy's director, gazing down upon him. Her crimson eyes shone with profound and tender emotion, and a rare, gentle smile graced her usually icy countenance. Her silver tresses cascaded through the air, reflecting the hall's light in a soft glow. Behind her, pristine white wings stirred gently. Mesmerized by her beauty, Sky nearly forgot his perilous situation, simply staring in at the silver-haired, crimson-eyed woman who seemed to be smiling. Young master, let us go. Lachesis averted her gaze, then, grasping his hand, soared towards the ebony wings above before releasing him unceremoniously. Great heavens, such bashfulness. Aya. As the acceleration intensified, Sky snapped back to reality. But it was too late to react. He collided headfirst with the immense dark wings. Ryuga Quisa. Ignoring his aching nose, Sky uttered the command to terminate the forced fusion, swiftly catching the two figures that materialized. Miss Lachesis, catch. Sky repeated his earlier maneuver, tossing the silver-haired infant towards the approaching Lachesis, who promptly secured the child. Phew. Finally assured of the safety of the two dignitaries, Sky exhaled in relief. As he felt gravity reclaim him, he lifted the seemingly enervated Ryuga, chiding playfully. You finally got a taste of hardship, eh? Squeak. While Ryuga was profoundly moved by his master's rescue, he was left with only the strength to whimper. For the foreseeable future, the unfortunate creature would likely remain confined, awaiting a protracted recovery. Ahem. Note that normal wing manifestation doesn't typically entail such exaggerated side effects. But this nano-being, afflicted by its master's misfortune, had experienced its only 2 wing manifestations under exceptionally abnormal circumstances, inevitably leading to such a weakened state. Very well. Let us begin. Rapidly descending to within a few meters of the ground, Sky cast a final glance upwards at the 2 pure-winged figures cradling infants, ensuring their continued safety. Then, he softly uttered, Dalong. In a corner of the carnival hall, 13 chieftains of the Root clan gathered to deliberate on how to safely rescue the 2 children favored by the wings of nightmares. For these rulers of the most powerful empire in human history, Obliterating one or two planets was a trivial matter, and reviving the once desolate land was no challenge either. Yet, even after 20 minutes had elapsed, they could only sigh deeply at the sight of the black and white wings wreaking havoc above. Your Grace, even you cannot devise a solution? The Emperor, Alinsa, supreme ruler of the Shawan Empire and commander of the Celestial Army, gazed at the head of the clan with a look of helplessness, posing his question devoid of hope. Your Majesty, the creator of these wings is not I. Rielia replied with a bitter smile, shaking her head. Using a tranquilizer gun. Well, that might not be suitable, would it? Sane's suggestion was immediately met with disapproving glares from Rielia and the other chieftains, prompting him to fall silent. Then, what about employing a net gun? The old duke proposed a similar idea to Yelia, yet with more thorough consideration, by binding them, while simultaneously disabling the artificial gravity in the hall. Even if the two little ones lost their ability to fly, they would not plummet to the ground. They could then simply pull them out of the hall with the rope. To disable the artificial gravity? Quite a barbaric notion. Grace, head of the Embryon family, displayed a look of resignation but ultimately concurred with the duke's suggestion. Very well, aside from this, there seems to be no simpler method, although it may incur further losses. At this point, those losses are negligible. Wouldn't you agree, Your Majesty? As you say, Emerald Chieftain, this is indeed a matter of necessity. Alinsa, the sovereign of the Imperial Palace, wore a similarly resigned expression and turned to issue commands to the palace guard. In any case, let us first arrange for the lords to evacuate the hall. Prepare the net guns and the gravity disabling system. Commence operations immediately after confirming the complete evacuation of personnel. Suddenly, a pitch-black feather floated gently before Alinsa. Curious, the Emperor glanced upward, only to find himself frozen in place. A dazed expression overtaking his features as he became the target of the astonished gazes from the chieftains. However, when the chieftains shifted their gazes to the same direction as Alinsa, the number of stunned figures increased to 13. Before long, everyone in the hall noticed the unusual occurrence above, transforming into a multitude of eyes fixated on the slowly descending black feather. What emerged was a pair of extraordinarily large wings, each wing stretching over 5 nods in length, with a combined wingspan exceeding 11 nods. The colossal wings were black as if they absorbed all surrounding light. Within that near-solid darkness lay a depth of power that sent shivers down one's spine. The black wings fluttered softly, supporting a robust figure floating in the void. Although the raven-haired, dark-eyed youth was familiar to all present at this moment. Strange black patterns appeared on his exposed skin, his face, wrists, and chest. The intricate beauty of the black patterns, particularly on his face, transformed his formerly gentle visage into one of peculiar majesty and solemnity. Among the assembly, only those who had witnessed the transformation of the Heightland heir into his winged form were the two instigators of the Dragon Song's unusual evolution. For the chieftains and lords, this was their first encounter with a scene that had become one of the city's legends, and they were greatly astonished. Naturally, for these noble figures commanding vast territories. If such marvels were merely of this nature, while indeed breathtaking, it would not be enough to leave them utterly flabbergasted. What truly caused these esteemed individuals to forsake their elegant demeanor and become statues of bewilderment was the presence of the two white-winged angels descending alongside the boy with black wings. Aside from the 13 root clans, the most renowned family in the Shawan Empire was the Heightland family, known as the Winged Clan, whose unified genetic symbol was the pure wings. During the Heightland family's zenith, the pure wings had almost become the most beautiful sight in the imperial city. However, due to the continuous flight of Heightland members, the Empire's wings had steadily declined over the centuries. Now, the pure wings had become a relic of legend, having vanished from the capital for nearly a century. Indeed, the citizens of the capital placed great hope on the Heightland heir from the world below, believing he would revive the Empire's wings, largely due to the fact that he had brought forth the pure wings once more. The reappearance of the pure wings, after nearly a century of absence, symbolized a resurgence of vitality for the Empire's wings. This belief was shared by most Shawan people. Even the lords who had just arrived in the capital expressed sincere respect and anticipation for the youth from the terrestrial world upon hearing this news. However, the reality unfolding before them far exceeded their most optimistic expectations. Flanking the black-winged youth were two silver-haired women, each possessing a pair of immaculate wings that fluttered gracefully, revealing breathtaking beauty. Their crimson eyes, like blood, and their warm, golden eyes were fixed on the black-winged boy, their brows etched with deep concern and tenderness, embodying the perfect interpretation of the pure wings' devotion. As for the entity embraced by these two pure wings, it struck everyone present, including the 13 chieftains, with the force of a meteor colliding with the earth. The shattering of their conventional predictions submerged thousands in emotions that surpassed mere surprise. Under the gaze of countless eyes, the trio gently flapped their wings and descended to the ground. Soars, my eyes, it seems there is something wrong. The old Duke remarked in a tone of bewilderment. Perhaps I should seriously consider retirement. That's not the case, teacher, King Fian replied with a similarly perplexed tone. In fact, I too am questioning whether my eyes are malfunctioning. Then you saw it too? The Duke asked with astonishment. Yes, I saw it. King Fian surveyed the surroundings. Noting the seemingly calm expressions of the assembly, a calmness derived from having surpassed the threshold of astonishment and returned to a state of simplicity, and nodded, stating with composure, so I believe we are both mad. Truly admirable, Soars, the old Duke exclaimed, his eyes wide with approval. You rarely make such clear judgments. What a pity that if you had demonstrated such keen judgment earlier, you wouldn't have missed the opportunity with the Jade Dragon seat. Indeed, that is a lamentable matter. King Fian sighed deeply, his voice tinged with melancholy. However, if a single royal family were to produce 2 consecutive emperors, it would be quite detrimental to the political structure of the empire, so perhaps this is for the best. That is indeed true. The Duke nodded, offering rare praise to his former student. Such foresight, whether as an emperor or a noble, is indeed an invaluable asset to the empire, is it not? There. My esteemed teacher, you flatter me. King Fane remarked sincerely, it is you who is indispensable to the empire. It is said that when humanity encounters situations that are incomprehensible or difficult to accept, an instinctual tendency to evade arises. It appears that even the Shallan people, despite having accepted genetic modifications, have not overcome this biological inclination. As the old Duke and King Fane unconsciously shifted their focus to discussions about the imperial political system to escape that enormous, shocking reality, several lords on the other side of the hall gazed up at the 3 descending figures, expressing their awe. Lachesis. The very Lachesis has revealed her pure wings. The typically composed and elegant head of the Shunya family, Waima, found his tone rising with excitement. It is simply unbelievable. Ha ha ha. It seems that our young master possesses a personal charm that surpasses our humble expectations. Master Mayor of the Aaron family laughed heartily, reaching for a glass of red wine from a nearby intact table, clinking it with Master Lawrence before downing it in one go. However, putting down her wine glass, Helia appeared jubilant. Those 2 little ones seem to be nearly 2 years old, do they not? When did the young master? Helia. We still do not know whether those 2 little ones are indeed the young master's children. Waima managed to regain his composure, frowning slightly at Master Lawrence's indiscreet remark. Speaking in a reproachful tone, regarding the identities of those 2 little ones, I believe they are indeed as Helia speculated? Master Mulit of the Shan family stifled a laugh. Due to her duties as the intelligence chief of the Celestial Army, she maintained a close relationship with the Heraldry Institute, thus being privy to many secrets unknown to the outside world. Naturally, in most cases, this master of the Shan family chose to remain tight-lipped. However, when further truths had already been laid bare before everyone, concealing those secrets became meaningless. After weighing the potential consequences of incurring the wrath of the Heraldry Institute's director, this rather irascible master decided to disclose what she knew. After all, Lachesis had applied for maternity leave a year ago, so it would not be surprising if she now had a 2-year-old child. Maternity leave? Helia's expression resembled that of someone struck suddenly. How come we have never heard of such a thing? That is to be expected, for the Empire ultimately did not approve her leave. Mulit continued. Given that Lachesis's leave request came rather unexpectedly, and the Heraldry Institute could not remain leaderless for a day, the Yanalivine family was compelled to summon the late Emperor Nofina, barely persuading the owner of the scythe and cross emblem to delay the exercise of that rightful power and continue serving as the director of the Heraldry Institute. No wonder. Waima nodded, seemingly recalling something, revealing a silent wry smile, while the other lords shared a sympathetic agreement. Over the past year, the noble society of the Empire has been shrouded in a tempest of darkness. The once elegant Heraldry Institute had, for reasons unknown, transformed into a colossal beast, mercilessly devouring anything that dared to challenge its authority. Of course, common nobles were not exempt. Even among the 13 principal clans, numerous members were affected by this unprecedented calamity. Although the victims discussed thousands of potential causes for the inexplicable disaster that had befallen them, none approached the truth within the collective consciousness. It was assumed that the fair and composed head of the Odell family would be entirely unconnected to any capricious actions akin to scapegoating. Who, then, is the parent of that golden-haired child? Master Mayor, having presumptively assigned the silver-haired child to Lachesis, turned his gaze to another figure cradling Eve, pondering aloud. If those 2 were of their lineage, golden hair should not manifest, should it? That child cannot possibly belong to Aki. Helia's gaze also shifted to Aki, who was currently passing the infant in her arms to Duke Anyuhogar. Is that the child of Duke Rielia, the Hand of Nightmares? No wonder such an exaggerated calamity has arisen. Cough. It is that child of the clan who has caused the trouble, is it not? Helia, you were once so noble and upright. Indeed, how truly regrettable. Yes, it is quite regrettable. Helia, who had responded absent-mindedly, suddenly felt that this long-lost voice sounded eerily familiar. Just as he was about to strain his memory, a name, once inscribed in the ocean of his consciousness as the key to his soul, surged forth in his mind, transforming into words filled with fondness. Alia. Yes, it is I. Helia. Although my originally shoulder-length deep purple hair has now cascaded to my waist, my azure eyes still shimmer with the captivating brilliance of the stars. Just as they did 3 years ago. When did you return? The young earl, usually articulate, found it laborious to utter even a simple phrase. We arrived in the capital 3 hours ago and rushed straight to the imperial palace. Thankfully, we did, or we might have missed such an extraordinary spectacle. At this point, Alia could not help but express her heartfelt emotions, continuing with a tone of regret. I never imagined that Aki and Lachesis would both have matured. And they even have children now. It seems I have missed many delightful occurrences. Haha. Suddenly, a most unrefined laughter echoed from nearby, as a man, seemingly embodying malevolence, emerged from behind Alia. Truly, a child inheriting my noble blood, achieving such heights at only 19. Cackling. It appears our Lin family need not worry about succession any longer. That child belongs to our clan, Ziyang. Alia furrowed her brow, warning her husband, should you dare to cast your eyes upon them, you shall have to bear the wrath of the Heraldry Institute's director yourself. I must state that if Lachesis genuinely wishes to punish someone, even His Majesty the Emperor would be powerless to intervene, you know? As if doused with icy water, Lin Heng shivered and quickly regained his composure. After assessing the balance of power, he decided to retreat for now. Alia, I believe I shall first attend to matters at the exchange before joining you. Lord Ziyang, how can you leave like this? Helia approached with a smile, affectionately patting Lin Heng's shoulder as if he were an old friend, saying, what do you say? After such a long-awaited reunion, let us go somewhere for a drink. Lin Heng grunted. Although Helia's pat was gentle, the force that followed sent his blood surging. Upon witnessing the inexplicably warm smile on his face, this interstellar merchant could not help but feel a chill run down his spine, as if a blade of ice had grazed his back. You are far too courteous. Your Excellency, I genuinely appreciate your hospitality. However, due to pressing matters at the exchange, I must defer my apologies to another day. Lin Heng lightly shrugged off the hand that persistently encroached upon his inner energy, and then prepared to slip away. I see. A profound expression of disappointment washed over Helia's face, yet she promptly followed in quick strides. At the very least, allow me to escort you to the helipad? That. I wouldn't want to impose. Lin Heng trembled slightly, fleeing without looking back, and in the blink of an eye, he had darted to the exit of the hall. No need for formality. Helia mirrored his swift movements, pursuing him with equal speed. Subsequently, to the astonishment of the lords present, 2 figures, like shooting stars, raced through the imperial palace, one trailing the other. The grand tumult that transpired during the imperial carnival was ultimately quelled through the collaborative efforts of the triad of Emmanuel. At that moment, the entire carnival venue resembled a landscape ravaged by a tempest, with 2/3 of the area lying in utter ruin. Although it was common sense to conclude that the carnival could not possibly continue under such circumstances, the lords, having witnessed the breathtaking scenes earlier, appeared unusually invigorated. To abruptly halt the festivities at this juncture might lead to regret. This assessment was made by the Chief of Internal Affairs, who promptly dispatched a significant number of attendants to the venue, striving to restore it to at least a semblance of a gathering place as swiftly as possible. The lords congregated in the remaining intact areas, while the palace attendants busied themselves clearing the chaos elsewhere. Despite some well-meaning but misguided lords offering to assist the attendants in the cleanup efforts, they were politely sent back after causing more disruption, resigning to sigh in frustration outside the designated area. In a corner at the front of the hall, the highest echelons of the Shalan Empire, the 13 founding clans, gathered, their eyes gleaming with interest as they observed the unfolding of this unprecedented spectacle. Lady Relisha, how wonderful that Eve is safe. Aki smiled as she handed over the child she had been cradling. Indeed, it is truly a relief. The head of the Ainuhagar family gently took Eve, anxiously checking on the child's condition, though it appeared this child of nightmares had merely played too hard and fallen asleep. Hee. This child will likely grow to be an extraordinary individual, won't he? With her son confirmed safe, Relisha finally breathed a sigh of relief, playfully voicing a disquieting prophecy. After all, even within the historical context of the Ainuhagar clan, causing such significant upheaval at such a tender age was an unprecedented record. Korsha, your contributions are not to be overlooked either. Huh? Korsha, who had been stealthily retreating, froze upon hearing her name and found herself rendered immobile under the watchful gazes of the clan leaders. Once the carnival concludes, our family will convene a full clan meeting. Naturally, you will be a guest of honor, Relisha announced with a nonchalant tone, revealing her form of punishment. No, please, no. The young scion of the Ainuhagar family crumpled to the ground, utterly distraught at this proclamation. Seeing her friend in such a woeful state, Sky couldn't help but feel a twinge of sympathy and was about to defend him, but the sudden wail of a baby drew everyone's attention away. Compared to the fate of the Empire's wings, the punishment for the instigators of the chaos seemed trivial. Thus, the young Ainuhagar was left forgotten in the background. Wah wah wah. The silver-haired infant who had earlier commanded the enormous black wings to sweep through the hall showed no signs of fatigue, letting out a loud cry from the embrace of the emblematic dean. Under the scrutiny of countless eager gazes, even Lakishi's appeared less composed. However, this only lasted a few seconds. The moment those blood-red eyes reopened, they radiated an intense divine light. Lakishi's gaze swept over the crowd, and under the onslaught of her sharp and formidable presence, the curiosity and anticipation in everyone's hearts were abruptly stifled, replaced by trepidation and fear. Truly deserving of her reputation as a cold and elegant lady, she indeed seemed better suited to be the protector of the skies. Lakishi's, what exactly is the nature of your white wings? Given the gravity of the matter concerning the future of the family, despite the collective hesitation, the old duke summoned every ounce of courage to take a cautious step forward. This is. The dean of the white-winged emblem furrowed his brow, casting a discreet glance to the side, where the acknowledged young man was currently being reprimanded for his transformation's reversion, and could not help but reveal a warm smile as he nonchalantly replied. It is merely a precaution. Aki is his pure wing. Since the dean's tone lacked seriousness, it was difficult for the crowd to interpret his statement as a genuine explanation, particularly as the concluding remark seemed to add an element of obfuscation. In any case, regardless of Lakishi's original intent, the assembly had reinterpreted her words based on their own understanding. Then, could this child possibly be? The old duke clearly interpreted Lakishi's words through the lens of his expectations, evident in his visibly excited demeanor. Surely, it must be the child of a blessed lineage. Lakishi's gently comforted the infant in her arms and glanced at Aki, noticing her friend's face was etched with anxiety. The head of the Odell family suddenly broke into a knowing smile, tantalizingly holding the crowd's anticipation before slowly stating, "Indeed, she is the child of a blessed lineage." Aki's child. This shocking declaration struck the audience's nerves like a seismic shockwave. The old duke staggered back as if struck, colliding with the bewildered head of the Embryon family, resulting in both clan leaders losing their balance and tumbling to the ground in disarray. Zahn, the long-toothed scion, accidentally overturned a dining table, causing the king, who was leaning against it, to slide to the floor. Korsha, barely recovering from her earlier turmoil, attempted to rise only to collapse once more, hitting the white marble column with a resonant sound. As for the dragon song that had been tossed about by its master, a form of punishment, it suddenly transformed into a streak of black light, shooting skyward, only to become lodged halfway in the ceiling, struggling in a tragic predicament. Aki's child? Forgetting the emptiness of her hands, Sky stared blankly at the beautiful woman who concealed her white wings behind her, her face a portrait of disbelief. Indeed, it is strange for someone as perfect as Aki to lack a partner, and now, with a child, their bond must be profound. How vexing. What am I even thinking? How can I still hold on to such expectations? The youth's face paled, and he faintly perceived a dark presence gnawing at his heart. Aki's child? However, upon turning to the old duke of the Haterland family, his voice brimmed with astonishment. So it truly is. The child's name is Roya, and she is the progeny of Aki, as well as. The Dean of Crests continued with a measured cadence. However, just before the curtain of truth was fully drawn, a clear and indignant voice interjected, halting the friend's presumptuousness. Lachesis inclined her head towards Aki, and upon discerning that her friend was genuinely incensed this time, she could only sigh resignedly, postponing the day of resolving their relationship to a future juncture. Very well. Let us forego that. Ignoring the fervent gazes of the clan heads of the root, Lachesis gently caressed the child in her arms and slowly proceeded towards the hall's entrance. Come, Roya, we must ensure you receive a thorough ablution anon. Lord, I shall take my leave. As if at a loss, Aki bowed to the bewildered young man beside her, then followed Lachesis, seemingly engaged in a subtle dispute with her. Observing the intimate tableau of the two women departing with the infant, a peculiar possibility dawned upon the minds of the clan heads of the root, causing them to collectively shudder. As for the Sky, he too seemed to consider this notion. Yet his expression was a complex mixture of mirth and dismay as he stared blankly at the departing figures of the pure wings. What are you gazing at? A delicate countenance suddenly appeared in close proximity, startling the Sky into recoiling several paces. However, upon recognizing the face, The young man retreated further still and exclaimed, "Ilya. Mother Ilya. Indeed, it is I." Ilya extended a hand to the sky's head, gently stroking it. It appears that Alunia's habit of caressing heads was thusly transmitted, and said softly, "I have returned, son." "Ilya?" The Archduke turned towards his grandson. Due to the plethora of unexpected events that had transpired within the hour, even the sudden reunion with his daughter after 3 years failed to elicit much surprise from the wing leader. He merely inquired with a hint of doubt, "What brings you back so abruptly? Could it be that you and that man have?" "Alas, father, my bond with Xiang remains strong." Immediately discerning her father's malicious conjecture, Ilya responded in a melodious tone, "As for the reason for my return, would you care to hazard another guess? Could it be that you have a child?" The Archduke, initially speaking in jest, was taken aback by his daughter's wide-eyed, incredulous expression and stammered, Is it true?" "It is indeed true." Ilya hesitated momentarily, then sighed and conceded, "I had intended to surprise you. But it seems Aki and Lachesis have already delivered an abundance of surprises. Thus, I shall be forthright. So, your return this time is..." The Archduke's voice began to tremble. "As he is a scion of the Heitland family, it is only fitting that I return him to the clan. In fact, he is already within the manor." Ilya chuckled softly as she spoke. "What day is it today?" The Archduke involuntarily craned his neck, gazing at the starlight filtering through the cracks in the ceiling beams, muttering to himself, "It seems that the events of the past century pale in comparison to what has transpired today." Ilya suddenly turned her gentle gaze towards the sky, saying, "Of course, I shall remain in the imperial capital for a time, as the child is not yet capable of living independently. Moreover, I have much to impart to you." So, however, the young man appeared oblivious, his darting eyes flitting across the crowd, as if searching or guarding against something. Ilya was compelled to call his name once more. "Sung is the person you seek." "Xiang." Upon hearing that name, the young man's gaze shifted to Ilya's face. Although the sky remained silent, Ilya could sense the burning desire within his dark eyes, and a peculiar smile crept across her face. "So, you were eager to see Xiang, though. Is this not a misunderstanding? He was just dispatched to the landing pad by Horia and should have already departed the imperial palace. However, he shall visit the Heitland family manor tomorrow, so you shall have the opportunity to meet." "Oxen?" Ilya watched as the child transformed into a blur and vanished from sight, tilting her head in confusion. "That fiend. He has arrived." The sky sprinted along the imperial palace corridor towards the landing pad, rapidly adjusting his inner energy and concentrating it in his clenched right fist, poised to unleash a devastating blow at any moment. "Yo, young master." A faint voice from the side interrupted the young man's frantic pace just before he reached the landing pad, causing him to halt abruptly and turn towards the sound. "Horia?" The sky furrowed his brow slightly. "Young master, you are too late. He just departed." The young earl, his face pale and ashen, leaned against the wall, raising his hand in greeting, though even this simple gesture seemed to exhaust his remaining strength. "Is that so? He has escaped." Though his voice was laced with disappointment, the sky could surmise what had transpired inside, dissipating the inner energy he had accumulated to its limit before slowly approaching Horia. "You were defeated, Horia?" he inquired in a subdued tone. "Indeed, young master, that fellow is formidable," Horia replied with genuine admiration, though he seemed oddly pleased. "However, I did manage to strike him with fist of rupture. He shall likely be forced to conceal his face for some time." "That is indeed heartening news." A smile finally graced the young man's face as he placed his hand on Horia's chest, silently channeling his inner energy to guide the turbulent energy within him. Cough. After a moment, Horia coughed up a semi-coagulated clot of blood before leaping to his feet with an astonished expression, moving with a fluidity that belied his recent injuries. "Young master, what is the meaning of this?" Horia shook his hand, staring at the young man in bewilderment. "Next time, you shall triumph over him, shall you not?" The sky inquired with a faint smile. "Indeed, I shall." Horia clenched his fist resolutely, vowing fiercely. In the waning days of the Xiaolan calendar, year 426, an unprecedented event occurred. 2 carnivals were simultaneously inscribed into the annals of history. One involved the students of the Emmanuel branch of the military academy, hijacking an entire dormitory star, breaching the instructor's formidable blockade, and venturing to the aerial garden to partake in the carnival. Though it may seem comical, the incident was classified as a red level Category 4 hazard in the records of the Imperial Capital Commuting Hall. Despite the commuting director's demands for severe punishment of the perpetrators, the lack of conclusive evidence, coupled with the joint petition of the 13 clan heads of the route, led to the matter being unresolved, becoming one of the most bizarre and enigmatic unsolved cases in Imperial history. The true circumstances remain shrouded in the shadows of time. Furthermore, If the carnival hosted by the military academy possessed a degree of levity, the carnival hosted by the imperial palace was unequivocally a farce. Despite the approximately 200 wounded, both severely and mildly, this number paled in comparison to another significant event, one that even the injured themselves scarcely noticed. The ethereal descent of two pure wings alongside the ebony-winged youth captivated all eyes, a scene swiftly transmitted to the information nexus before the carnival's close, igniting a fervor throughout the imperial capital. While the identity of the infant cradled by the pure wings remained unconfirmed by the imperial palace, only a select few discerned the truth, unable to temper the populace's jubilant celebrations of the House Hetland's resurgence. Consequently, the homecoming of Duchess Aelia felt almost like a mere footnote. Hetland Rugilland Sky once more became the most storied name in the capital, with the Emmanuel Triangle further amplifying its renown across the empire. Coinciding with Sky's graduation and Aelia's return, the Wing Palace, the most opulent structure gracing the innermost orbital of the capital, regained its former warmth, surpassing even the festivities that greeted Sky 3 years prior. This time, the birth of a Hetland scion augmented Duchess Aelia's return, an unparalleled joy for the winged kin. Led by Weimer, the clan elders hastened to the Winged Palace post-carnival to pay homage to the second Hetland heir, propriety be damned. It should be noted that under the collective pressure of these elders, a certain interstellar merchant had ignominiously embarked on his homeward journey with a hold full of goods, ensuring an undisturbed celebration of the Hetland heir's birth. Oh, is this our second scion? Upon the Aelia's turn, the sentimental gentleman reverently cradled the 1-year-old, overcome with emotion. His eyes are cerulean, like Duchess Aelia's. That is because Xiang and I sought to allow our genetic material to intermingle as freely as possible, only making slight adaptive corrections to the zygote, Aelia said with a wry smile, her hand resting on her lower abdomen. However, I never imagined natural childbirth would be so arduous. For the better part of a year, I was largely inactive, and the birthing process was incredibly painful. But seeing our child born safe and sound was truly blissful. So, this is the sensation of natural childbirth? Muriel mused, a glint of intrigue in her eyes. Perhaps I should experience it myself. Aelia, mother, what is the child's name? Sky asked as he received his half-sibling from Merle. His gaze filled with emotion as he observed the lock of hair that mirrored his own. He then turned to Aelia, seeking the answer. I forgot to introduce him. This child's name is Shiva, Hetland Rugilland Shiva, your brother, 18 years your junior. From now on, you must cherish him, Sky, Aelia responded, a tender smile gracing her lips as she gazed at her 2 children. Yes, I will endeavor to, Sky replied, his voice lacking conviction. In the minds of most terrestrial folk, the 18-year age gap between half-brothers felt peculiar. It was no wonder the earnest youth struggled to accept the reality his smile won. By the way, grandfather, since Shiva carries the true blood of the Hetland lineage, should he not inherit the title? Sky abruptly turned to the old duke, who had been smiling since the beginning, and made this proposition. After all, he, a terrestrial youth with no connection to the Hetland family, had only become the family's heir due to a lack of alternatives. Now that a second option had emerged, replacing him to maintain the purity of the core clan's bloodline seemed a reasonable choice. While a man of the Charon's integrity would likely not resort to such underhanded tactics, he would surely feel regret. Therefore, he would preemptively suggest it, making the decision easier for the other party. Of course, the most crucial point was that he had no interest in the heir's position, burdened with 16 years of military service. Sky anticipated that the old duke, while not immediately welcoming his suggestion, would also not outright reject it. However, the youth, who had only become a Charon 3 years prior, knew far too little about his own family. Pooh, the old duke sputtered, spewing the tea from his mouth upon hearing the proposition. His face etched with bewilderment as he stared at the youth who had uttered those words. The other clan elders wore equally astonished expressions, but soon their faces lit up with anticipation as they witnessed a scene that had played out countless times in the history of the House Hetland, a succession dispute. Sky, are you relinquishing your claim to the Hetland inheritance? The old duke asked, seemingly unable to believe that his grandson, who should have been free from the cursed bloodline, harbored such a strong desire for freedom. No, he was simply seeking to avoid trouble. Yes, it would be more appropriate for Aelia, mother's child, to inherit the family rather than someone unrelated to the Hetland lineage. You are already a member of the Hetland family, Sky. The old duke interrupted, frowning. Why do you persist in saying such things? My apologies, what I meant was. Sky's expression softened with contrition, but as he prepared to continue, a familiar hand caressed his head, accompanied by a gentle voice tinged with an inexplicable chill. Sky, dear, I don't believe I quite heard what you said earlier. Could you repeat it? Though Aelia's smile remained unwavering, Sky was suddenly reminded of the ever-verdant volcano in his homeland. Aelia, mother, I was saying. As Sky uttered the first word, the hand on his head began to tousle his hair, its force gradually increasing. By the time Sky could no longer form a coherent sentence, his neatly styled hair, once a model of symmetry and order, had been transformed into an abstract, postmodern masterpiece. What were you saying, Sky? Though Alioa's smile never faltered, the youth couldn't help but shudder. I was saying that Shiva is too young to bear such a heavy burden, Sky declared, waving his right hand with unwavering resolve. Therefore, I shall inherit the title. Knowing that Shiva can live a life of freedom is the greatest comfort I could ask for. Oh, Sky, I never knew you were so considerate. Shiva is fortunate to have such a caring brother. Alia's face was filled with surprise as she gently embraced the two children. I'm so happy. You two must continue to get along well. Yes, Mother Alioa. Though enveloped in his mother's warm embrace, the Sky was crestfallen, realizing he truly felt like crying. Several days later, still fast asleep, the Sky was roused by Alioa and, groggy, followed his elated mother down a corridor toward the tarmac. Mother Alioa, where are we going? Sleepiness washed over him, and he couldn't help but yawn. Did you know, Sung-yoon? Although you've learned much about life in the star cluster over the past 3 years, by true Shalon standards, you still lack something crucial. Alioa gazed earnestly at her beloved son. Huh? Lacking something? The Sky appeared astonished, even touched. Indeed, Alioa nodded. Every Shalon, upon birth, receives a transport ship from their parents, representing blessings and expectations. It's called a natal ship, right? The Sky recalled knowledge shared by a certain girl. Precisely, a natal ship. Alioa nodded contentedly, a joyful expression on her face. Yesterday, I found a transport ship in the Imperial Shipyard records that was built on the same day as you and has yet to have an owner. While it's not a true natal ship, I still wish to gift it to you, Sung-yoon, as a blessing before you leave the nest. For the lad who had never once passed a piloting skill assessment, travel had always relied on hitching rides on others' transport ships. Even with such a precious gift, he would likely have to prioritize preserving it before considering how to utilize it. Mother Alioa, I appreciate the sentiment, but I don't think I'll need it. The Sky carefully chose his words, intending to politely decline the daunting gift. After all, I'm heading to Lewin soon and can't bring a natal ship to the Azure Skies Legion. So, no, you'll certainly need it. Alioa stated firmly. Why? Is there something I don't know about Shalon culture? The boy grew uneasy. Because Alioa was about to speak when a slight tremor ran through the ground. Oh, it seems it's here. Sung-yoon, let's go see your natal ship. Following Alioa to a corner of the tarmac, the Sky finally beheld the transport ship destined to bring him countless troubles. It was a pure white, small transport ship with an elegant, antiquated design. The numerous curves adorning its hull twisted and converged, forming an image reminiscent of a dragon's head. However, the most striking feature was the massive engine section at the ship's rear, so large it seemed to unbalance the entire craft. The engine section, significantly thicker than the hull, housed 3 times the usual number of antimatter engines for a transport ship, though the engine specifications were still small for transport ships. The combined thrust of 3 engines was far more than simply 1 + 1 = 2. The Sky, trembling, gazed at the transport ship, which seemed even more terrifying than Yonglin, and asked Alioa in a stiff voice, and Mother Alioa, is this my innatal ship? Its name is White Dragon. It was designed by the Imerso family and built by the Inuhobel family. Initially, its performance was too fierce, and no one could master it. So it's been docked at the shipyard for 19 years. It's as if it was waiting for you to appear. Alioa gazed at the formidable ship with emotion, then turned to the Sky and asked, What do you think, Sung-yoon? This child suits you perfectly, doesn't it? Ha, ha. The boy chuckled dryly, taking a few steps back, then clenched his fist and said with determined resolve, Mother Alioa, about my piloting skills. Didn't Sister Yaji tell you anything? Well, Yaji is like that. Alioa sighed for some reason, then gazed at the boy with a plaintive look. But, destroying 7 training ships and piloting training. Sung-yoon, isn't that a bit much? Even Mom is embarrassed. Oh, sorry. With no room for argument, the Sky obediently lowered his head. If you're sorry, then establish a good relationship with this child as soon as possible. Alioa patted the White Dragon's hull and said earnestly, This is for your own good. After all children of the Highland family bear the fate of fighting for freedom, and when that trial comes, this child will be the only one who can help you. If you don't want to lose your freedom, hone your piloting skills and master its performance as soon as possible. The Sky finally realized he had overlooked much about the basics of natal ships. It seemed that in Shalon culture, natal ships were not just a birth ritual but served a more important purpose. Mother Alioa, do you mean? The Sky asked hesitantly. Think about the root of our family's suffering, and you'll understand. Alioa chuckled, turning to look at the pure white transport ship. This child will be your sword of freedom, cutting off the shackles from the four great royal houses. Although Aliuya had been clearer this time, the sky still didn't fully understand her meaning, but he didn't pursue it further. It seemed she had no intention of directly telling him the reason. While he didn't know how serious things were, improving his piloting skills was certainly the right thing to do, if he had time. As the sky made a half-hearted resolution, a sleek transport craft glided gracefully overhead and landed on an open space not far from the tarmac. Snowflake? Having ridden in it several times, the sky immediately recognized the transport craft that served as Yaji's natal ship. However, the boy, who had reflexively started to greet the woman, suddenly stopped in his tracks, as if remembering something. "What are you dawdling about, Songyun? Hurry over here." Aliuya, already ahead, called out to her hesitant son. "Why is Sister Yaji here?" The sky asked with a heavy expression, his step slow and labored. Seeing her son's hesitation, Aliuya couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Ugh, was he still misunderstanding? While this child certainly isn't a Casanova, Yaji hasn't been very graceful either. Completing the vow of purity was supposed to be a legitimate thing, but she had to cling to the idea of not wanting to be bound by the young master, causing so many misunderstandings. If left unchecked, these two might never be able to face each other honestly. Yaji is a Highland family butler. What's so strange about her being here? Aliuya spoke with a cheerful tone, and after a moment's reflection, decided that allowing events to unfold naturally might indeed prove to be quite entertaining. She resolved to quietly observe from the sidelines, ready to lend a hand if the situation truly called for it. As she watched her friend emerge hesitantly from the long open hatch, accompanied by her son, who approached with a similarly bewildered expression, Aliuya could not help but turn away, her shoulders shaking with silent laughter. It seems this mother enjoys stirring up mischief as well. Heaven, do not hold this against me. In the early days of the year 427 of the summer calendar, after successfully bidding farewell to nearly 100,000 trainees upon their graduation, the instructors at the Military Talent Academy rejoiced, raising their glasses in celebration. They marked the departure of the infamous trio known as the Nightmare of Emmanuel, who had plagued the academy for 2 long years. Although the Celestial Army would undoubtedly face immense challenges ahead, even if Marshal Sane were to express his fury, it would likely only result in a formal protest to the Emperor, should the military dare to decide on the repatriation of the 3 trainees. The instructors had already resolved to submit their resignations to the academy head. In truth, the matter of how to deal with the 3, including the 2 scions of the origin families, had caused considerable distress among the leaders of those families. Ultimately, at the convened 13th Council, a decisive resolution was made to ensure that the Emmanuel Triangle would never be reunited. The most destructive nightmare was granted an exceptional entry into the Military Research Academy. The tyrant, possessing unparalleled martial prowess, was assigned to a flagship in the Litafel system as the newly appointed commander of a special operations unit, while the plague, lacking destructive power, was relegated to a fleet stationed in the Anliker system, starting from the rank of a deckhand. However, to prevent him from spreading his malign influence further within the Celestial Army, every officer aboard that ship, from captain to deckhand, was a true soldier of stern disposition. Thus, the infamous Emmanuel Triangle was thoroughly dismantled, separated by thousands of light years, rendering any immediate reunion impossible. When nightmares converge once more, and the plague resurfaces, it will be several years after the conclusion of the first Litafel invasion operation.